Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Longquan City, Annan Street. Inside a cramped rental room, Jiang Heng stared out of the window, his face deathly pale. On the street outside, hordes of zombies surged forward like a raging tide, their bloodthirsty hoarse roars tearing through the air and clawing at the depths of the human heart with sheer terror. I just won 5 million in the lottery and haven't even had time to enjoy it, and now it's the end of the world. His face darkened, disbelief flooding his eyes. Clutched in his sweaty hand was a welfare lottery ticket. After 20 years of working and studying diligently as a model student, he had finally tasted the sweetness of hardship paying off with a winning ticket, only to be greeted by doomsday. Bitterness welled in his chest. He only wanted to curse the heavens. Forget it. Giving up on myself now is useless. I should at least go out and gather some supplies first. With a sigh, Jiang Heng walked into the bedroom, took out his bulletproof vest and combat boots, and put them on one by one. He had always been a military enthusiast, and had collected all kinds of gear. Though he could not buy real guns, he did at least possess decent protective equipment. After fully gearing up, Jiang Heng picked up the kitchen cleaver from home and tiptoed toward the door. Tension coiled in his heart. He had never been in a fight his entire life, and those grotesque, nauseating zombies carried deadly viruses within their bodies. He had no idea whether he could survive. Just as he grit his teeth ready to fling open the door and stake everything, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Infinite extraction system binding complete. Talent binding in progress. System. Jiang Heng exclaimed in astonishment. Having read countless web novels, he naturally understood what such words implied. Almost as the thought formed in his mind, he felt his cells tremble within his body. A streak of golden light flashed across his sea of consciousness. Talent acquired infinite extraction. Before his eyes, a translucent screen appeared displaying Jiang Heng's personal information. Jiang Heng. Survivor. Physical fitness 5. A common zombie's physical fitness is 5. Spirit 5. Average human is 5. Talent infinite extraction. Ability none. Skills none. Jiang Heng's expression hardened slightly as he took in his own stats. So he was essentially a weakling with no combat power. Even ordinary zombies possessed 5 points of physical fitness. Fighting them would be an even match at best. Fortunately, he had not rushed out to slaughter zombies. The risk would have been enormous. His gaze grew grave as he looked at the rusty kitchen cleaver in his hand. He almost never cooked, always ordering takeaway instead, so the knife had long since rusted. He had yet to figure out how to use this talent, so he simply chanted silently in his heart. Extraction successful. Rusty kitchen cleaver upgraded, brand new steel blade. In an instant, all the rust and corrosion on the cleaver vanished. It transformed into a gleaming, brand new kitchen knife, its sharpness multiplied many times over. Weighing the knife in his hand, Jiang Heng felt a measure of confidence return. He then looked down at the bulletproof vest on his chest and activated infinite extraction. Extraction successful. Post skin defense 1. At once he felt the skin over his entire body grow thicker and tougher, as though a hidden layer of protection had formed. Good. With this bulletproof vest and steel blade, even with only 5 or 6 points of physical fitness, I should be able to stay alive as long as I'm careful. Just as he was about to open the door and venture out in search of supplies, a series of urgent knocks suddenly sounded. Bang, bang, bang. From outside came frantic pounding on the door. Is anyone there? Help me, please open the door. My boyfriend turned into a zombie. Please let me in. A young woman's voice came from the other side. Jiang Heng, upon hearing it, felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't that his female neighbor who lived across the hall? Keep your voice down, don't draw the zombies here, Jiang Heng said coldly. The woman, hearing that someone was inside, clung to this lifeline. She hammered at the door even more desperately. Thank heaven someone's actually here. Please, I beg you, let me in. I'm willing to give everything. I'll let you do whatever you want with me. Jiang Heng frowned. This woman truly did not know what was good for her. He had already told her to keep her voice down, yet she kept shouting at the top of her lungs. If she continued to cry and scream like this, zombies from the entire building might gather. His expression grew grim as he strode over and pulled the door open, allowing her to rush inside. Thank you. My boyfriend just turned into a zombie. I almost died. Luckily, I managed to lock him in the bathroom. The female neighbor stammered, patting her chest, her body drenched in sweat. Hey, do you have anything to eat? I'm starving, she asked, fixing her gaze on Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's expression remained serious. I don't have any food at home. I was just about to head out to find supplies. The woman's face collapsed at his words. Then, I'll just have to eat you. She suddenly let out a guttural scream, her eyes turning blood red as veins bulged grotesquely across her skin. She lunged at him with ferocious speed. Jiang Heng's face darkened. Only then did he notice the bite mark on her wrist, the jagged wound of a zombie. She was already infected. Her strength was overwhelming. In an instant, she tackled Jiang Heng to the floor. She began gnawing madly on his bulletproof vest, frantic to tear through and devour flesh. However, the vest was made of special fibers and steel plates, and her frenzied biting failed to harm him in the slightest. Jiang Heng kicked her away with a vicious shove, then summoned all his strength and slashed down at her skull. Squelch! brain matter splattered. Yet she did not die. In movies, a zombie's head shattered like tofu at the slightest blow. But in reality, the skull was one of the hardest bones in the human body. Even with a sharp weapon, it was difficult to crush in a single strike. Jiang Heng had to swing his blade twice more before finally finishing her off. Panting heavily, he felt as though he had just returned from the gates of hell. He looked down at the corpse of the female zombie and chose to extract. Extraction successful. Strength 3. In a sudden rush, he felt the power in his muscles surge, increased by at least half again. While now zombies grant that much strength value. He attempted extraction once more. Extraction failed. This item has already been extracted and holds no remaining value. At that prompt, Jiang Heng could only give up. He glanced at his status screen. His physical fitness had already risen to 9. It seemed physical fitness was the sum of attributes like strength, defense, and agility. The 1 point of skin defense he had extracted from the bulletproof vest had also been folded into that total. Gripping the kitchen knife, he stepped out into the corridor. From his neighbor's apartment, he could hear ragged bestial panting and hoarse roaring. Jiang Heng hefted a sturdy mountaineering backpack onto his shoulders, opened her door, and strode straight inside. He made his way down the hallway to the bathroom. Through the frosted glass door, he could vaguely make out a naked male zombie within, snarling wildly and pounding against it. The glass door was on the verge of being chewed apart, cracks already spreading across its surface. Jiang Heng raised his knife and struck. Squelch! His blade shattered the glass door and cleaved through half the zombie's skull, even taking its eye socket with it. The creature collapsed to the floor with a thud. With his strength enhanced, killing zombies had become far easier. Jiang Heng stepped forward and used infinite extraction on the corpse. Extraction successful. Strength 2. After slaying the zombie, he began rummaging through the apartment, searching for supplies. The place was a complete mess, especially the bed. Dozens of small condoms lay scattered across the floor. Young people truly indulged themselves. Yet the female neighbor's home was rich in food. All of it was expensive snacks. Chocolates, jellies, pork chops, premium grade 3 steaks, and more. Jiang Heng stuffed everything into his mountaineering pack. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell on a wristwatch lying on the bedside table. In the apocalypse, a tool for keeping track of time was immensely important. He stepped forward and picked it up. Wait, this is a Patek Philippe 6300. Jiang Heng was poor and had never cared much for luxury goods. Even so, he knew this famed watch was worth over $1 million. It was a renowned world-class timepiece crafted entirely by hand. Turning back to the male zombie's corpse behind him, he felt a jolt of astonishment. So he was a rich second-generation heir. And not just any heir, but one among the richest. The kind of watch money can't simply buy. Hopefully it isn't a knockoff. Without hesitation, he chose to extract. Extraction successful. Ability acquired, time stop, rank S. In that instant, Jiang Heng felt the cells throughout his body evolve, awakening a formidable new power. It seems that the more precious and high-end an item is, the better quality things can be extracted from it. Jiang Heng rubbed his palms together, feeling a surge of excitement. This was an ability. He checked the information on his ability. Time stop S rank can halt everything within a 10-meter radius for 3 seconds, during which only the host can move. The effect can be enhanced with the host's spiritual power. This ability was extremely powerful. Although it only covered 10 meters within that range, Jiang Heng was essentially invincible. Nothing could harm him and stop time. Seeing 2 luxury car keys on the table, he picked them up and extracted from them as well. Extraction successful. Acquired skill, vehicle driving proficiency. Jiang Heng clearly felt a surge of unfamiliar knowledge entering his mind. At this moment, he was already comparable to an ordinary professional racing driver. He walked out of the room and headed down the corridor. In the corridor, there were many zombie corpses, their bodies rotting, eyes bulging, heads crushed to death. Blood and severed limbs were everywhere. It was nauseating to look at. Fortunately, Jiang Heng often watched zombie movies, which had built up his strong tolerance for disgust. The residential community he lived in was populated by ordinary people, though everyone's home must have food reserves. He had already searched his own floor. He turned the corner and entered room 602 on the lower floor. Jiang Heng knocked on the door, then broke in to gather food. Bang! Bang! Hello, checking the water meter. Ugh! Only the hoarse roar of zombies greeted Jiang Heng. He immediately stepped back and kicked open the armored iron door. After his strength attribute was enhanced, his physical fitness had already surpassed that of an average male. Bursting into the room, he saw a burly zombie, 2 meters tall, staring down at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng couldn't help but gasp. This uncle, before turning, was a basketball enthusiast in the community, had even participated in competitions, tall and strong. He never expected him to live here. The burly zombie lunged forward with incredible speed, almost biting Jiang Heng to death. Facing such a large zombie, Jiang Heng wasn't sure if his bulletproof vest could withstand it. Time stop. At the critical moment, Jiang Heng shouted in his mind. Suddenly, everything within a 10-meter radius froze. The world seemed to lose its color. The huge zombie remained in midair, its pouncing posture frozen, not even breathing. Saliva dripped in midair, strands of drool suspended, forming a disgusting trail. Jiang Heng didn't have much time to admire the frozen scene. He stepped forward, spun, and slashed. One stroke, but it didn't cut through. "This one is tough," he exclaimed, then struck 3 more times. Finally, brains splattered out. The brains in midair also froze, forming a red solid, like tofu pudding. After 3 seconds passed, the zombie crashed to the ground, already dead. In stop time, only objects touched by Jiang Heng could move. For example, air and the steel knife. Once any substance left his hand, it would freeze. But the physical motion properties would be preserved, resuming movement the moment time flowed again. After using time stop, Jiang Heng felt a wave of weakness throughout his body. It seemed he couldn't use it consecutively multiple times. The huge zombie fell to the ground, its flesh still twitching, but clearly dead. Jiang Heng performed extraction on the corpse. Extraction successful. Strength 1. Jiang Heng frowned slightly. Why did this zombie, being so burly, only yield a reduced strength value? Your physical ability has far surpassed ordinary zombies. Extracting their attributes yields diminishing returns. The system's explanation appeared in his mind. Jiang Heng's expression turned serious. It seemed he couldn't rely on continuously extracting ordinary zombie corpses to become invincible in the world. Jiang Heng walked to the refrigerator of this neighbor's house and began collecting supplies. But when he opened the fridge, he was instantly bewildered. Good heavens, there are only a few compressed biscuits. Oh well, something is better than nothing. He packed them into his backpack and walked out of room 602. He quickly went downstairs. This was an old neighborhood cheap rent, so there was no elevator. He had to take the stairs. Along the way, he encountered many corpses. Some were human, some were zombies. The dead bodies had pale fish-like eyes covered in sticky blood like tomato sauce. The rotting stench in the corridor rose straight to the sky, forcing Jiang Heng to cover his nose and mouth. Several zombies had their bellies ripped open, intestines spilling all over the floor. But they were not dead. They crawled slowly on the ground, writhing, looking extremely disgusting with maggots crawling in their eyes. These seemed to be human corpses. They were bitten to death by zombies after escaping their homes, then infected and turned into zombies. Jiang Heng stepped forward, killing them one by one, sending them to the afterlife. Then he extracted. Strength 1. Reaction 1. Strength 0. 5. The extracted attributes decreased more and more. Finally, when Jiang Heng tried to extract the last ordinary zombie in the corridor, it failed completely. Extraction failed. Ordinary zombies' attributes are already saturated for you. Jiang Heng's expression turned serious, but he didn't panic. Anyway, besides zombie corpses, there were still many things he could extract. And for now, his physical attributes were already sufficient. He continued down, knocking on doors one by one, breaking in and searching the neighbors' homes for supplies. Hello, checking the gas meter. Hello, delivering warmth. When he broke into room 402, Jiang Heng frowned, remembering it vividly. Entering, he saw 3 women lying on the bed wearing lace nightgowns, sharing a bed with a man. Quite the indulgence. Unfortunately, the man was already unrecognizable, his face mutilated. The man was disfigured, his intestines spilling out, eaten by the 3 female zombies. A large hole in his head, brain sucked, dry neck torn, spine broken. The bed was soaked in blood, the smell of iron filling the air. Jiang Heng approached, and the female zombies suddenly lunged at him. He activated time stop. In the frozen time, the beautiful faces of the female zombies were suspended in midair. They hadn't been dead long, so the decay wasn't severe. Unfortunately, their mouths were full of blood, expressions wildly frenzied. Jiang Heng took one look and felt a chill. He swung his blade. Slash, slash, slash. 3 precise and clean cuts, quickly killing the 3 female zombies. He was becoming more skilled at killing zombies, no longer panicking even when facing 3 at once. After multiple life and death experiences, he felt his reaction speed had increased, his muscles moving more freely and flexibly. Through exercise, reaction 1. My muscles are a bit sore. It seems moving my body also increases attribute points. Now his physical fitness had reached 15. 5. Nearly 3 times that of an adult. Even without a knife, one punch from Jiang Heng could crack a zombie's skull. Before long, Jiang Heng had searched every household from the 6th floor to the 1st floor. Of course, the zombies inside were also killed by Jiang Heng's blade. By now he had killed quite a few zombies and his skills were becoming more and more familiar. Although the zombie virus had enhanced their strength, making them slightly stronger than ordinary people. Their bodies were rotting, making their defense weaker than living humans. Plus, they had no intelligence, they were stupid. So in fact, zombies were not that scary. After figuring this out, Jiang Heng's courage grew. His backpack was now bulging, almost unable to hold any more supplies. All his waist pouches were stuffed full. There were several boxes of self-heating rice, a few cans of protein powder, some cartons of milk, many compressed biscuits, a few sausages, and some chili oil seasoning. Jiang Heng had a heavy palate. He couldn't eat without adding chili oil. Leaning against the stairwell, Jiang Heng ate some food to fill his stomach, 2 cartons of milk, 3 sausages, and a compressed biscuit. After eating, he felt full and his spirits lifted. He crept out of the residential building and looked at the scene outside. Many zombies in small groups roamed the neighborhood. Their skin was rotten and ulcerated, no longer looking human, eyes white and bloodshot. The community was filled with many zombies densely packed. Jiang Heng glanced at his brand-new kitchen knife. It was now full of nicks, quite dull. After all, it was just a kitchen knife. Chopping through zombie skulls had caused some wear. I need to find a different weapon. The neighborhood was teeming with zombies and Jiang Chun didn't dare to venture out of the building for now. He secured the entrance door and spent a peaceful week inside. The zombies in the stairwell had all been dealt with by him, making it a safe haven. During this time, Jiang Chun pondered his future plans. He couldn't hole up in this neighborhood forever. The first priority is to get a vehicle, he thought. With a car, he could go elsewhere. Jiang Chun had no family, having grown up in an orphanage. His closest friends were a few college classmates, former roommates. He had moved out later to take part-time jobs to support himself. Lao Er was a fitness fanatic. If he wasn't infected, he should have survived. He stroked his chin, assessing their chances of survival. Lao Sen, the rich kid, was on a trip abroad when the outbreak hit. Who knows if he's still alive? The population density abroad is lower, and guns are easier to come by. With some luck, his odds of survival aren't bad. Lao Si was too frail, always gaming and staying up late. He's probably infected by now. Jiang Chun sighed, feeling pessimistic about their situation. In the apocalypse, without human contact, one would likely go mad. Food is running low and the zombies outside have thinned out a bit. Peering through a gap, Jiang Chun observed the outside. Many zombies had left the neighborhood, drawn to the noise and activity on the main streets. In recent days, some buildings had started losing water and power. The utility workers were probably infected zombies by now. Jiang Chun stepped out of the building wielding a new weapon, a long cleaver. He had found it after searching the entire building in the home of a fruit seller. At 60 centimeters, it was much longer than a kitchen knife and more comfortable to handle. Moreover, he had extracted its essence, gaining 1 point of reflex. He made his way towards the purified water supply point in the neighborhood, where clean water was stored in bulk. Residents would get their water delivered from there when their dispensers ran dry. For days, Jiang Chun had survived on milk, wary of the tap water, unsure if it carried the zombie virus. Infection meant certain death. So he had made do with milk, only now deciding to collect clean water. There were a few straggling zombies on the street, weak and feeble. With a few swift strokes of his blade, Jiang Chun cut them all down. Blood flowed. Before the apocalypse, he had watched many zombie movies. Now killing these human-like monsters brought him no guilt. He sprinted through the neighborhood, using the greenery for cover. Finally, he reached the water shop behind the north gate. Pulling up the rolling door, he found dozens of large water jugs neatly stocked inside. Each jug held nearly 19 liters, enough to last him for weeks. Just as he was about to drink his fill, a gust of wind swept from behind his neck. Bang! A sharp wooden splinter came hurtling towards his throat. The attack from behind tore through the air. Jiang Chun immediately activated his time stop. Within a 10-meter radius, time froze. Turning around, he saw his attacker, a burly, imposing man in a security guard uniform. This man was the neighborhood security guard known for harassing delivery drivers and bullying female residents. Jiang Chun had clashed with him multiple times. He held a broken table leg, its splintered end sharp and stained with blood, aimed at the back of Jiang Chen's head. That vicious. Another second, and he would have been dead. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. He stepped forward and swung his blade in a horizontal arc, severing the guard's hands. The wooden stake floated in midair. Blood sprayed from the wounds, frozen like a macabre firework. He could have killed the guard outright, but he needed information. Time resumed its flow. Blood splattered everywhere. The man's face still held its vicious sneer, his eyes gleaming with malice. But the next instant his gaze went blank with shock. He had clearly seen a flash of steel. The next moment his hands were inexplicably severed from his wrists. A searing pain followed. Thud. The wooden stake clattered to the ground. What happened? He screamed, his face contorted in agony. He stumbled back, desperately raising his arms to stem the bleeding. But his arteries were severed, he was doomed. Blood gushed out, splattering against the ceiling. He collapsed to the floor, screaming in agony. Why did you attack me? Jiang Chen's gaze was icy. The guard looked at him, his face a mask of utter terror, as if he had seen a ghost. He had been a hair's breadth away from splitting Jiang Chen's skull. But in an instant, reality had shifted, defying all logic. He writhed in pain. This is my territory. You barged in, wanted my water, so I had to kill you. He hissed through clenched teeth. Jiang Chen frowned. He knew the shop's owner, a kindly old man, not this guard. Just because you got here first, it's yours. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, a murderous glint flashing within. The guard was in too much pain to respond. Jiang Chen, blade in hand, walked towards him step by step. There was enough water here to last years, yet the guard wouldn't spare a drop and had tried to kill him outright. There was only one path left for him. Jiang Chun, with a steady gait, stepped forward and swept his blade across the guard's neck. Thwack! A deep gash opened on his throat, severing the artery. Hot blood sprayed violently. His face was a mask of horror as he instinctively tried to clutch the wound, but he had no hands left. His eyes glazed over as life faded, and he crumpled to the ground dead. The stench of blood was thick. Jiang Chun walked over and used his extraction ability. Extraction successful physique 2. The enhancement was comprehensive. His muscles, reflexes, senses, all were amplified. A cool sensation washed over Jiang Heng, and he felt significantly stronger. He hoisted a water jug and drank directly from the spout. Gulp gulp. After drinking his fill, his stomach was satisfied, and he felt refreshed. He had never thought drinking water could be such a simple pleasure. As he was about to leave with the jug, he heard a faint moan. Turning, he saw a woman with delicate features lying in the corner. Her limbs were tightly bound, and her mouth was sealed with tape. Her clothes were disheveled, clearly having just been violated. No wonder he wanted to kill me. He was doing something despicable here. Jiang Heng stepped forward and tore the tape from her mouth. Her face was a mask of terror. Don't worry, he's dead, Jiang Heng said. The woman calmed down slightly. He untied her bindings, granting her freedom. She quickly straightened her clothes and wrapped a blanket around herself. Thank you. Her hair was a mess, and she was still trembling from the ordeal. Hoisting a water jug, Jiang Heng prepared to leave. This was the only source of clean water in the neighborhood. Other survivors would soon come looking for supplies. It was best to avoid potential conflict. Just then the woman spoke. Can you take me with you? Those zombies outside are terrifying. I'm too weak to survive on my own. I have over 2,000 yuan on my phone. They'll transfer it all to you. Her face was streaked with tears, pitiful to behold. Jiang Chen's gaze hardened. Money was worthless in this world now. He thought for a moment, then steeled his heart. This apocalypse was too dangerous. He couldn't afford to protect a fragile burden. Sorry, I prefer to be alone, Jiang Chen said. At his words, the hope in the woman's eyes vanished, replaced by sorrow. Jiang Chen stepped forward and drew a chipped kitchen knife from his waist. He had no use for it. Though it was dull and outdated, it was still effective against ordinary zombies, and would provide her some means of self-defense. Take this knife. In this world, you have to rely on your own strength to survive. Jiang Chen spoke with earnest conviction. The woman took the knife and thanked him. All right. Thank you. Her eyes were filled with gratitude, understanding that this stranger had already done more than enough. Jiang Heng hoisted a water barrel onto his shoulder and charged into a residential building in the neighborhood. His physical prowess now surpassed ordinary human limits, allowing him to sprint effortlessly even with such a massive load. As he burst through doors and scavenged supplies floor by floor, he glanced at his own status panel. Jiang Heng, Survivor, Physical 18. 5 Mental, 5 Talent, Infinite Extraction, Ability, Time, Stop, S-Rank, Skill, Expert, Vehicle Operation. Physical stats represented the aggregate of strength, agility, and defense. Mental stats, on the other hand, seemed to govern the use of his abilities. Currently, Jiang Heng's time stop could only cover a range of 10 meters and last a mere 3 seconds, though it would likely strengthen with improvement. Thud! Another zombie fell to his blade. His clothes were already stained with layers of dried blood. His gaze had grown far more resolute, making him look every bit the seasoned apocalypse survivor. These were old-fashioned residential buildings, each no more than 7 stories tall, and Jiang Heng could fully clear one in just a few hours. By day's end, he had swept 3 entire buildings. The supplies he had gathered were overwhelming. His backpack could barely contain them all. A dozen cans of Red Bull energy drink, 5 caddies of rice, 2 boxes of spicy snack strips, over a dozen packs of compressed biscuits, plus a huge amount of fruit gummy candies. The gummies provided essential vitamins, making them a precious and indispensable resource in the apocalypse. He wouldn't lack supplies for a while now, enough to sustain him for over half a month. Leaning against the wall of a rooftop, Jiang Heng wolfed down a few mouthfuls of food. The sky hung dim and gloomy, with dark clouds shrouding the heavens in an oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Heng downed a can of Red Bull, slightly easing his fatigue. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. From his waist pouch, he pulled out a welfare lottery ticket stained with sweat. The prize amount, 5 million yuan. Such incredible luck had actually befallen him. He had always believed those lottery winners were just shills. Unfortunately, cashing it in was meaningless now. Money had become worthless paper. Gazing at the zombie horde flooding the streets outside the neighborhood, Jiang Heng felt a pang of melancholy. Wait, this lottery ticket should count as a valuable item. Why not extract it? Extraction successful, skill acquired, Hand of Fate. Jiang Heng's face lit up with delight. He checked his status panel. Skill, Hand of Fate. By concentrating your mind, you can unleash a strike that is guaranteed to hit. Jiang Heng casually picked up a small pebble. He fixed his gaze on a bird soaring in the distant sky. Steadying his breath, he hurled the stone with sudden force. The instant the pebble left his hand, Jiang Heng felt as though an invisible hand had brushed against his wrist, guiding the trajectory of his throw. Whoosh! The pebble pierced clean through the bird's skull with uncanny precision. It let out a shrill cry before plummeting to the ground lifeless. Jiang Heng nodded to himself in approval. He hadn't aimed deliberately at all, yet the shot had been so accurate, as if fate itself had decreed the bird's death. Not bad. However, he clearly felt his mind growing weary. It seems this skill also requires strong mental power to be used repeatedly. From what he could tell, improving mental strength would prove far more difficult. All his training so far had only increased his physical stats. He had no idea how to cultivate his mental power. Suddenly Jiang Heng heard a commotion. His expression turned solemn as he vaulted over the parapet wall and landed on the roof of the adjacent building. He traced the noise to a decrepit rain shelter. Following the sound, he found a zombie lying on the ground groaning. It was a crippled zombie with no legs, apparently impoverished in life, reduced to dwelling in this ramshackle rooftop shelter. A dusty blanket was its only possession. Beside the zombie, a large black and white dog lay curled up, eyes filled with despair and terror. It trembled violently, teeth chattering. The dog seemed to understand that its former master had become a monstrous creature, and so it dared not approach. Jiang Heng's expression turned grave. "Big dog, your master is already dead." The dog, seemingly intelligent enough to understand human words, let out a soft whimper toward Jiang Heng. He raised his blade and dispatched the zombie, granting the beggar a swift end. "If you want, you can follow me," Jiang Heng said to the dog, then turned to leave. The breed appeared to be a sled dog. Its limbs were powerful and well-developed, with visible muscles rippling across its frame. The beggar, by contrast, had been skin and bones, clearly having given all the best food to his dog. Such a loving heart. A pity he died so terribly. This dog possessed considerable combat capability. It could guard the base fight zombies alongside him and keep him company. However, it all depended on whether fate would bind them together. If the dog didn't follow, he wouldn't force it. After all, his supplies were limited, and taking on another mouth to feed required careful consideration. Yet to his surprise, the moment he stepped forward, the big dog barked and immediately ran after him. It remained somewhat wary, hesitant to approach Jiang Heng, lingering in indecision. "Looks like you want to come with me." Jiang Heng smiled softly, crouched down, and tentatively reached out to pat the dog's head. The dog still flinched, nervously shrinking back. Jiang Heng took out a can of meat and offered it to the dog. It immediately wolfed it down, devouring the food ravenously. Clearly it hadn't eaten in days. Yet even in such starvation, it had refused to feed on its deceased master's body, a testament to its loyalty. After finishing the can, the dog understood that Jiang Heng was not a threat, and the fear in its eyes faded. It cautiously approached, nuzzling against his leg with a soft rumbling sound. Jiang Heng stroked its head and gave it a good rub. The dog immediately lay down, surrendering completely to his touch. A dog lying down with its head lowered meant it had truly accepted him as its master. A teachable pup indeed. "Come on, let's survive together." The big dog turned to look back at its former master one last time, eyes glistening with reluctance. But it still followed Jiang Heng with firm, resolute steps. This dog was around 2 years old, a fully grown sled dog. It appeared to be a mixed breed crossed with some larger canine. Its physique was even more robust than a typical sled dog, with stronger and more powerful limbs. Its teeth were long and razor-sharp, exuding a wild, primal aura. This was absolutely the kind of large breed that city regulations would prohibit from being kept or licensed. Its movements were agile and swift, easily matching Jiang Heng's running pace. He quickened his steps and arrived at a room on the top floor to rest. This was his base of operations. Originally an uninhabited residence, its rooftop location made it extremely secure. Supplies were scattered haphazardly across the floor, everything Jiang Heng had gathered over the past few days. There were over 100 sausages alone, enough to feed the dog for days. There were also several large jugs of water, a few boxes of instant noodles, several windproof lighters and flashlights, along with a substantial stock of food and clothing. Jiang Heng tore open some sausages and placed them in a ceramic bowl in the corner. That one meat can earlier definitely wasn't enough. Jiang Heng patted the dog's head. "Go eat." The dog's tail wagged furiously with sheer joy as it lunged at the bowl, gobbling down the food. The ceramic bowl clattered loudly as the dog's head banged against it. Jiang Heng meanwhile began organizing his supplies. Clothes were sorted into one pile, weapons into another. Dry rations and ready-to-eat foods were separated. Drinks and milk were placed together. Once everything was organized, Jiang Heng felt a swell of accomplishment. After all, he had risked everything to gather these supplies. He had once risked his life to cut down 5 zombies just for a single sausage. Now, with all these supplies accumulated, he could afford to live comfortably for quite some time. Jiang Heng, having eaten and drunk his fill, took out his phone. The phone had long since died, but he had found several of his Aroma power banks, enough to recharge his phone over a dozen times. "For now, I'm safe. Maybe I should call some people I know and see how they're doing." Jiang Heng dialed the numbers of his former roommates. Ring, 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 ring. After a long wait, no one answered. All 3 aren't picking up. Jiang Heng sighed, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. He also called the elderly director of the orphanage who had cared for him for years, but there was no answer. Though he had left long ago, Jiang Heng often returned to bring gifts and volunteer, so he had kept in touch with the director. Jiang Heng's expression turned grim. He opened a forum and scrolled through the posts. The signal was weak, but still barely functional. "What's going on? Is the whole city like this? I just saw the military. They formed a battle line on Bingshang 3rd Street to fight the zombie horde. The gunfire was deafening, but there are too many zombies. Even the army can't clear them out quickly. My daughter is still at the Red Apple Kindergarten, and the teachers there have all turned into zombies. I couldn't get help from the military, so now I have no choice but to charge in myself. I'm about to jump off this building. Tell my mother I love her. Everyone am a foreign student in San Francisco Hawk Country. It's the same here. The whole world is probably in apocalypse now. Indeed, I'm in Texas. I just saw 2 survivors shooting each other just to grab some food. I'm getting ready to join the gunfight myself. Jiang Heng fell silent after reading these messages. Quite the rugged spirit indeed. Many of these posts were from days ago. Some of the people who posted them might already be dead. It seems the whole world is infected. Not a single place spared. Jiang Heng clenched his fists, his brow furrowed deeply. The world from now on will be nothing but chaos and anarchy. He glanced at his Patek Philippe watch. It was 8 p.m. The building had no power, and after 8 it was pitch black. Truly a darkness where you couldn't see your own hand, relying only on a sliver of moonlight to barely make things out. He looked out the window. Faint starlight flickered, and the window was filled with the howls of zombies. The stench of rot was so strong that even inside the room, he could catch a whiff. Lighting a candle, Jiang Heng played downloaded pop music on his phone. Bathed in the dim light, the tinny speaker blared a catchy tune. Listening to the music, Jiang Heng fell into a deep sleep. The big dog lay curled up by the door. If any zombie or suspicious figure approached, it would immediately growl and wake him. The guard dog's role became apparent at once. Before, Jiang Heng had to set alarms on his watch, waking every 2 hours to ensure his surroundings were safe. Now with the big dog keeping watch, he could finally get a restful sleep. He slept dreamlessly through the night and woke up feeling refreshed. He ruffled the big dog's head and tail, feeling his heart heal. Another day full of hope. The big dog wagged its tail and licked Jiang Heng's face with its tongue. A light drizzle began to fall. Now that I have some ability to protect myself, it's time to explore beyond the neighborhood. Staying cooped up here isn't a solution. Jiang Heng decided to first return to school to find his brothers. They were absolutely trustworthy, and if they could band together, their chances of surviving this apocalypse would be much higher. The streets leading to school were teeming with zombies. But with his current strength, breaking through wasn't impossible. Still, he had to stay cautious at all times. If he ran out of stamina and got surrounded, he'd be done for. Let's go. Jiang Heng rose, gripping the notched watermelon knife. He had to move fast to maximize his chances of survival. Having made up his mind, he stuffed his backpack with plenty of food and water, then prepared to head out. Big dog, I'm heading out. Stay home alone, and be careful not to bark and attract zombies. The road ahead was fraught with danger, and he and the dog weren't fully familiar with each other yet. Some commands it wouldn't understand. If he brought it along, and it suddenly barked drawing a horde, it would be a total disaster. Once they were fully bonded, he'd take it out to hunt zombies. The big dog wagged its tail and glanced at its food bowl. Jiang Heng tore open a few sausages and peeled back the lids of several cans. These cans, bite them open yourself when you're hungry. Jiang Heng arranged the food, neatly laying out 3 meals worth for the dog. The big dog let out a couple of soft whines and nuzzled against him. Jiang Heng left the room, locked the door behind him, and headed straight downstairs. He moved nimbly, cutting down the zombies on the way with ease. Thud! Another zombie dropped. With a swift slash, the blood on the watermelon knife had long since caked into clumps, scarred from countless battles. Yet it didn't hinder his skill. Everywhere lay severed limbs and dried blood, forming little rivers. Most of the zombies in the neighborhood had been slaughtered by Jiang Heng, leaving only a scattered few. The zombies in this area are basically all taken care of. He made his way unhindered to the north gate. The streets outside were desolate, dust swirling in the air. There were even more zombies out here than in the neighborhood. Groups upon groups of them gathered, wandering the streets. Their skin was webbed with veins like spider webs, eyes bulging, bodies oozing pus. The streets were littered with blood, severed limbs, and entrails. There were even more zombies out here than in the neighborhood. Groups upon groups of them gathered, wandering the streets. Their skin was webbed with veins like spider webs, eyes bulging, bodies oozing pus. The streets were littered with blood, severed. The neighborhood was close to his university. Since he had classes, his rental couldn't be too far. Suddenly, he spotted a zombie lingering beside an electric scooter. Dangling from the zombie's waist was a set of jingling keys. Jiang Heng stepped forward and brought the knife down. Like splitting a watermelon, the zombie's skull flew off, spinning in the air. He snatched the keys from its waist, inserted them into the scooter, and gave them a twist. The lights came on, 79 battery left. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. He rode the scooter, speeding through the streets. The roads were clogged with abandoned vehicles, some still engulfed in roaring flames. Fortunately, his expert driving skills let him race at full speed, even on such roads. He drove with one hand, while swinging the watermelon knife with the other, conserving energy. Jiang Heng was like a meat grinder. Wherever he rode, zombies got their heads smashed to pulp. Wherever he passed, pus sprayed and brains splattered everywhere. The streets Jiang Heng rode through were now littered with bodies and severed limbs strewn every which way. Through training your stamina, one Jiang Heng's clothes were stained with blood, and the bulletproof vest on his chest bore many teeth marks. Before he knew it, he had ridden the scooter to the gates of his university. On the school playground, hordes of zombies wandered in groups. His watermelon knife was now chipped and curled dull beyond use. This is the last one. He spotted a scrawny zombie at the school gate and rammed into it at full speed on the scooter. Splat! The zombie was flung 3 meters, crashing to the ground with a broken spine, unable to get up. Jiang Heng stepped forward and mercilessly stomped its head to a pulp. Looking into the campus, he saw a massive crowd of student zombies clustered together, an incredibly dense and horrifying sight. Even more than on the streets. Jiang Heng frowned, glancing at his battered, battle-worn knife. Charging in with a weapon like this, I might not make it out alive. With a grave expression, he decided to try his luck at the restaurant across the street to find a better weapon. He dashed across the road in a few strides and burst into the kitchen of the beef-offal restaurant. The owner had long since turned into a zombie, still wearing an apron and clutching a spatula. The food in the pot had rotted long ago. Jiang Heng stepped forward and cleaved its skull with one strike. The watermelon knife let out a bang as chunks of iron chipped off. This knife really is done for. With the owner dead, Jiang Heng began rummaging through the kitchen. This restaurant was large. Its daily revenue was probably tens of thousands. Every student at Longquan University of Science and Technology had basically eaten his beef offal. The kitchen must have plenty of tools. Soon Jiang Heng found a long, wide, straight blade. It was a cleaver used for chopping raw beef bones. The blade was a solid 0.8 centimeters, thick, sturdy, and firm. The edge was thick and sharp, perfectly suited to his hand. It resembled an ancient Tang saber, just a bit wider. He held it in his hands, weighing it. It felt perfect, the weight just right, the grip ergonomic. He activated infinite extraction. Extraction successful, skill acquired, basic blade technique. A flicker of light crossed Jiang Heng's eyes as countless phantom figures flashed through his mind. In an instant, dozens of sword stroke methods surfaced in his mind, as if he had practiced them for decades, etched deep into his body and memory. In that moment, he became an expert with the blade. With basic blade technique mastered, he was more than equipped to slaughter zombies. He spotted a zombie at the street corner, charged over, and raised the blade to strike. Arg! The zombie let out a scream as its head flew into the air, blood spraying. The head hit the ground with a thud. The blood rolled off the straight blade's edge like oil, leaving not a single trace. With this blade, it'll be twice as effective. Jiang Heng smiled slightly. Jiang Heng knew well that going it alone in the apocalypse was practically suicide. He needed trustworthy companions to watch his back. Yet the city lay in dead silence, and trustworthy people were few and far between. Besides, he couldn't just take on dead weight. That would cost more than it was worth. His gaze hardened as he looked toward the school. Second, third, fourth. Whether you're in the school or not, you must survive. He stared grimly at the zombie horde flooding the campus. If there are other awakened in the school, perhaps we can form an alliance. And I could even extract their abilities while I'm at it. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. System, does the infinite extraction talent have any limitations? You may only extract from items that belong to you. Belong to me. So ownership. He paused. If an awakened is still alive, then they can't possibly belong to me, so I can't extract their abilities. Even becoming his subordinate didn't mean they were wholly his. Only with absolute, unwavering loyalty could extraction be possible, a standard so high it couldn't be met anytime soon. The abilities of the living cannot be extracted. Jiang Heng frowned slightly. It seems only dead awakened are good awakened. A corpse was his spoils of war after all, naturally extractable. The next second he shuddered, startled by the dark thought that had crossed his own mind. A psychotic murderer was not something he wanted to become just yet. Anyway, let me search first. If I happen to run into an evil awakened, I can kill them and extract their power, perfectly justified. If he met good people, he could size up their character and consider teaming up. Awakened weren't dead weight, they could actually be of help. Jiang Heng strapped the straight blade to his back, his gaze resolute. With a leap, he vaulted over the school's outer fence and entered the campus. Had skipped class so often to hit the internet cafe that he knew every hidden shortcut on campus like the back of his hand. Only after entering the school did Jiang Heng register the terrible stench of decay. There are over 5,000 students here, so there should be just as many zombies. That explained the overwhelming reek of rotting corpses. His face turned solemn as he held his breath, his senses on high alert. He moved with extreme caution, terrified of drawing the zombies' attention. I have to be careful, or I'll be doomed beyond redemption, he muttered, advancing quickly. Many zombies shambled along the path to the teaching building. Jiang Heng drew the blade from his back, his movements swift and decisive. Whoosh! Thunk! Everywhere he passed, zombies dropped to the ground, brains splattering and entrails spilling. The straight blade was more than 3 times sharper than a machete. Carving through zombie skulls was like cutting through mud. Even bone shattered effortlessly. Soon Jiang Heng had fought his way to the 3rd floor of the teaching building. His own classroom, room 3032, was just ahead. In the corridor, roughly 50-odd zombies were packed into the hallway. They had once been students bursting with youthful vitality. Now they were nothing but rotting, horrifying zombies. Jiang Heng let out a soft sigh, stepped forward, and raised his blade to begin the slaughter. His movements were fluid, already bearing the mark of a professional zombie killer. Thunk, thunk, heads rolled, blood sprayed. Entrails slid across the floor as the zombies wailed endlessly. Soon the corridor was a river of blood. By now Jiang Heng's physical strength was nearly that of 4 grown men, making the killing brutally efficient. But 50 zombies were still too many. By the time he cut down the last one, his breathing had grown ragged. Thankfully, he had mastered the basic blade technique. Otherwise, in such a narrow corridor, where he couldn't fully maneuver, facing 50 zombies would have left him badly wounded. Through training physical strength 0.5, suddenly Jiang Heng felt his muscles swell slightly. Another surge of power. Host's comprehensive attributes meet the requirements. Advancing to first tier Evolver. Rewards physical strength 5, a mental strength 5. In that moment, Jiang Heng was no longer an ordinary survivor. He had become an Evolver, whose physical capabilities far surpassed the average person's. New talent acquired. Eye of Truth. Jiang Heng felt a searing heat rush through his cells and muscles. His mind, in contrast, was flooded with a cool clarity that left him invigorated. His sight, hearing, and smell all sharpened many times over. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound strength in his muscles. His strength now equaled roughly 5 grown men. He felt that even an ordinary steel blade would struggle to pierce his skin. Most importantly, his eyes could now see with unparalleled clarity. Eye of Truth effect can see through the essential information of any substance. Eye of Truth. How do I use this new talent? Just as he was puzzling over it, he looked at the straight blade in his hand. Information flashed directly into his mind. Bone Cleaver Straight Blade, a thick straight blade for chopping sheep bones. Narrow with a heavy edge and excellent armor-piercing capability. Forged by an old bladesmith from the Tibetan region. Blood slides off it like oil, never clinging. I see. It can scan information about anything. Not bad. Jiang Heng nodded. He sheathed his blade and continued down the corridor. Some classrooms still held large numbers of zombies wandering inside. As he passed, Jiang Heng locked the doors tight. Finally drenched in blood, Jiang Heng reached his old classroom. Peering through the glass, he saw only a single female zombie wandering inside. The sight made his eyes freeze. The zombie wore a small white hairpin, and her hair fell to her waist. She had clearly been a beauty, at least class flower material, in her past life. But now she was decayed and withered. Her skin was parched, her teeth yellowed, her eyes vacant, pus oozing from her body. This was Jiang Heng's former desk mate. She had always loved studying, often coming to the classroom alone to review her lessons. She had been the pure, untouchable light in Jiang Heng's heart. He never imagined their reunion would be across the divide of life and death. Sigh. Jiang Heng let out a soft sigh and pushed open the classroom door. The female zombie snapped to attention and charged at him like a maddened beast, claws flailing. Jiang Heng thrust his blade out in a single precise strike, piercing clean through her brow and shredding her brain. Rest in peace, he said quietly. After killing her, a heavy gloom settled over him. Damn this apocalypse. When will it ever end, eh? He slammed his fist against the wall, his eyes cold as ice. Deep down he knew this nightmare might never end. Jiang Heng locked the classroom door, letting his desk mate's body rest there in eternal silence. Then he stepped into the corridor, pulled a scavenged monocular from his hiking bag, and peered toward the boys' dormitory. From this vantage point, he could see directly into his own room, 212. The dormitory corridors were narrow, and the male zombies there were strong and burly. Charging in blindly would end badly. So he had chosen to scout from the teaching building first. The moment he looked, Jiang Heng's face sank. In the distance, the door to his dorm room hung wide open. 5 or 6 zombies prowled inside. Wait. Is that? Fourth. Jiang Heng's pupils contracted violently. He spotted a gaunt, withered zombie shuffling weakly inside the room. Fourth had stayed up all night gaming every day and had probably worn himself out in other ways too. His body had been frail. He hadn't been able to fight off the zombie virus. Jiang Heng's face darkened. However, he didn't see anyone else's body in the room. Old Yang wasn't eaten, and he didn't turn. He must have escaped. Yang Lei was a fitness fanatic. In this apocalypse, he had far better odds of survival than most. Old Jiang was a rich kid who had been abroad before the end of the world. His situation was beyond Jiang Heng's reach. He lowered the monocular. He wouldn't be seeing his other 2 living roommates anytime soon. Searching the entire school for Yang Lei would be suicide. Since Head confirmed he wasn't in the dorm, there was no reason to risk going there. Fourth, rest in peace. Jiang Heng sighed softly, then hurried toward the campus supermarket. The teaching building held no fewer zombies than the sports field, and in the classrooms they were denser with far less space to maneuver. If he kept exploring, he risked being cornered and torn apart. Too dangerous. To be safe, the supermarket was the better move. The campus store was packed with supplies. Jiang Heng's bag also held 2 large sacks Head brought specifically for hauling loot. He sprinted forward, his stamina now far beyond normal human limits. The zombies on the way had been wandering aimlessly like headless flies. The moment they sensed Jiang Heng, they swarmed at him like a crashing tide. He swung his blade in a frenzy, hacking through the horde. A guttural shriek tore from a fat female zombie in a dress as she lunged, jaws gaping wide, desperate to sink her teeth into his flesh. Jiang Heng's blade split her skull clean open, cleaving through half her torso. Another roar. A burly zombie in a student uniform charged at him. Jiang Heng sidestepped its lunge, then brought his blade down, shattering its cranium. One after another the zombies came. Jiang Heng's arm grew heavy with each swing. Gradually the entire limb went numb. He looked at the horde closing in around him, utterly unfazed. A cold sneer crossed his mind. Time freeze. Buzz. Within 20 meters, everything froze instantly. With his enhanced mental strength, both the range and duration of his time stop had grown. The zombies around him became like static models trapped in a crystal ball, suspended mid-motion. Even their saliva hung in frozen threads in the air. Jiang Heng stepped past them and sprinted toward the supermarket. Finally, he was there. He dashed inside, spun around, and slammed the glass door shut, locking it tight. The door was made of 3 layers of bulletproof glass. The zombies wouldn't break through anytime soon. Outside, the zombies could only claw uselessly at the glass, snarling and licking it with pus-coated tongues. Only then did Jiang Heng finally exhale in relief. A few stray zombies lingered inside the store. He didn't even need his blade. He charged forward and lashed out with a flying kick. Crack. Snap. He shattered their spines with ease, leaving them writhing helplessly on the floor. Jiang Heng's strength now rivaled 5 grown men. These zombies were no match for him. He sheathed his blade, his eyes still vigilant. He walked to the shelves, pulled out his sacks, and began sweeping up food. Compressed biscuits and instant noodles were stuffed into the bags with quick, efficient movements. Suddenly his ear twitched. A sound came from the corner. Hey, are you alive? Jiang Heng followed the sound. In the corner of the checkout counter, a girl was curled up, having barricaded the exit with 2 or 3 tables. Clutching a steel pipe, her face was etched with fear. She peeked out cautiously and fixed her gaze on Jiang Heng. I'm human, Jiang Heng said slowly. Covered in blood and radiating an intimidating aura, he could kick a zombie across the room with a single blow. His strength, greater than any zombie's, made it easy to doubt his humanity. The girl's eyes lit up slightly, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She stood up, revealing a slender figure of about 1.63 meters with delicate features and a pretty face. Her torn black stockings were hard to ignore. The moment Jiang Heng saw her face, he recognized her. She was the university's campus belle Li Ming. As the student council president, she had often dealt with Jiang Heng's academic probation issues. When he failed exams, had also asked her to help him slide by. Their relationship was decent. Thank God. Jiang Heng, finally a living person. Tears welled in her eyes at the sight of him. Pale and disheveled, her clothes were torn with scratch marks, and she bore bloodstains. She was a complete mess, clearly having endured a harrowing time. Are you here with the military to rescue us? She asked, her voice full of hope. Jiang Heng slowly shook his head. The world has fallen. Don't expect any military organization. Her eyes trembled at the news, a flicker of despair surfacing. She had been clinging to the fantasy of a military rescue, imagining a return to normalcy. Seeing Jiang Heng fight his way, and she thought salvation had arrived. But his cold words shattered her illusion, dragging her back to reality. So you fought your way in alone. Jiang Heng nodded. She looked him over, a mix of awe and admiration in her eyes. Clad in a black shirt stained with zombie blood, and carrying a long blade on his back, he resembled an ancient warrior. His bulletproof vest, marked with battle scars, and leather combat boots gave him the look of a seasoned Special Forces soldier. His muscles weren't bulky but taut with explosive power, and his handsome face made him impossible not to admire. Especially after being trapped here for over a week, the sight of him stirred something deep within her. She knew it was a classic rescue effect, but she couldn't help how she felt. How did you adapt to this apocalypse so quickly, she asked, incredulous. She remembered a Jiang Heng who was frail from constant part-time jobs and sleepless nights, barely passing his physical tests thanks to her intervention as student council president. Now his physique was incomparably stronger. The change was staggering. Maybe I'm just naturally tough, Jiang Heng shrugged. Let's stick together, then it'll increase our chances of survival. Li Ming stepped out from behind the counter and stood before him. She had seen him dispatch zombies with ruthless efficiency, like a hardened survivor of 5 years. She knew staying with him was her best bet for staying alive. Fine, but you follow my orders, Jiang Heng stated. Okay. Li Ming nodded without hesitation. She knew she had no leverage. If he left her now, she wouldn't last 3 days. And you need to prove you haven't been bitten, he demanded, his caution evident. Li Ming was taken aback, then blushed. There was only one way to prove it. With her life on the line, she gritted her teeth and lifted her shirt. Jiang Heng inspected her carefully, his expression serious and meticulous. The skin was flawless. No bite marks. All right, that's enough, he said, finally reassured. Get ready to leave with me. Take this sack and fill it with supplies from the shelves, he instructed, handing her a large burlap bag big enough to hold her entire body. Li Ming grabbed the sack and moved swiftly. She didn't flinch at the crippled zombies on the floor swinging her steel pipe to crush their heads without hesitation, then rushed to the shelves to gather supplies. Jiang Heng was impressed. Her fearless demeanor showed she'd killed zombies before. She was worth keeping. He didn't want a liability, he needed a capable ally. He grabbed his own sack and began loading supplies. They worked quickly, and soon 2 massive sacks were stuffed to the brim. Hundreds of sausages, packaged braised chicken legs, bread, beef jerky, pickled chicken feet, 2 jugs of cooking oil, 20 pounds of rice, and several cartons of want milk. Power banks, a large supply of biscuits, and even a few sets of pajamas. Jiang Heng hoisted his bulging sack and looked at Li Meng. Can you carry it? The load was incredibly heavy. Li Meng gritted her teeth and insisted, I can. She had to prove her worth, so he wouldn't abandon her. All right, let's fight our way out. Jiang Heng gripped his blade and turned toward the door. The 3-layered bulletproof glass had a crack. A horde of zombies had gnawed through the door. But what shocked Jiang Heng most was a terrifying mutated zombie among them. It was obese with a swollen right arm covered in rocky skin patterns and purple veins spreading across its body. Its rotting flesh was utterly repulsive. It pounded the glass with its fist, each blow deepening the cracks. Jiang Heng quickly scanned its information. Giant arm zombie, first-order mutant. This zombie's right arm suffered from polio in life. After death, the zombie virus fused with the disease gene, causing vengeful replication and division, making its arm muscle strength far exceed that of ordinary zombies. This zombie is different from the others. Li Meng paled, panic creeping into her voice. Jiang Heng frowned, his grip tightening on his blade. It was his first time seeing a mutant zombie, but he had times-top abilities. What zombie couldn't he kill? Moving swiftly, he lunged forward, activating his times-top ability as his blade turned. Everything around him, including Li Meng, froze. The mutant zombie's movements were completely halted. Hand of fate. Jiang Heng focused his mind and delivered a powerful strike. The attack pierced through the glass, precisely skewering the zombie's eyeball and destroying its brain. The creature's skull was incredibly hard. Unsure if a single eye-piercing strike was enough, he hacked 3 more times. The head was crushed, blood and pus splattering. Time resumed its flow. Glass shards and zombie blood scattered across the floor. The mutant zombie let out a final roar and collapsed dead beyond doubt. Li Meng blinked in shock. Jiang Heng's movements were a blur. The zombie fell almost simultaneously with his strike. Such a fast blade. She gasped in awe. Jiang Heng, you're incredible. You're born to slay zombies. Jiang Heng flicked the blood off his blade and said coldly, maybe. He grabbed his sack. Stay close, we're breaking out. Li Meng nodded, gripping her sack tightly. Jiang Heng kicked open the glass door and moved like the wind. With one hand, he spun his blade with deft precision. The sounds of zombie screams and cracking skulls filled the air. Pus flew and severed limbs littered the ground. Soon Jiang Heng carved a path of blood. As a first-order evolver, his physical prowess was over 5 times that of a normal adult. His physical stats weren't just additive. He could easily take on 7 grown men. His skin density was so high that low-tier zombie scratches left only faint white marks. Even ordinary blades struggled to harm him. Jiang Heng charged forward with Li Meng close behind. They burst through the zombie encirclement and made it to a small path behind the campus. Li Meng panted, her eyes wide with lingering fear. The dense zombie siege was terrifying as she had felt claws graze her clothes multiple times. Having witnessed Jiang Heng's prowess, she now trusted him completely. She knew her survival depended on following his lead. Come on, we're climbing over the wall, Jiang Heng said, tossing both sacks over the fence. Li Meng looked at the iron fence with a sense of irony. She had been a model student her whole life, never having skipped class or climbed a wall. Looks like I'm breaking the rules today, she said with a bitter smile. She climbed over surprisingly nimbly. Jiang Heng followed. On the ground, he noticed the scrapes and bruises on her hands and shoulders. She had clung to the sack nearly as heavy as herself, refusing to let go even when zombies nearly grabbed her. She was a resilient girl. Jiang Heng was satisfied someone like her wouldn't hold him back. Jiang Heng tied the sacks onto an electric scooter. Well, use this to carry the supplies. You don't need to drag the sack, your hands are injured. Li Meng felt a warmth in her heart, but instinctively hid her hands behind her back. I am fine. She didn't want him to think she was useless. Where are we going now, she asked. Back to my shelter, Jiang Heng replied, thinking to himself that he wished he could have extracted the mutant zombie's attribute, but with the horde so dense he had no time to stop. It didn't matter much, he'd encounter more mutant zombies in the future. Riding an electric scooter and carrying 2 sacks of supplies, Jiang Heng and Li Meng hurried toward the residential community. Halfway there, a voice sounded in his mind. Reminder to host, you have advanced to a first-order evolutionist. The system space has been expanded to 1,000 cubic meters. Please make good use of it. System space. Jiang Heng rubbed his chin, astonished. He had never known about any system space. What's the use of this? The system space can store any item except living creatures. The size increases with the evolutionist's rank. You are currently a first-order evolutionist providing 1,000 cubic meters of system space. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow, a glint of joy in his eyes. This ability allowed him to carry a large amount of supplies with him. He had never known about it before. He concentrated and silently chanted the words, "System Space," in his mind. Suddenly Jiang Heng felt a mysterious other-dimensional space domain connect with his mind. He only needed to move his mind slightly and place his hand on the sacks behind the scooter. Instantly the contents of both sacks vanished completely. Li Ming saw this and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Is this your ability?" she exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Heng's eyes brightened. Did Li Ming also know about abilities? Then she must have awakened one too. "Yes, this is my ability. I can store items in a space," Jiang Heng said. He concealed his times-top ability. Although he had already formed an alliance with Li Ming, one must be cautious. Li Ming gave a bitter smile. "You're amazing and your ability is so strong. Unlike mine, it's useless." As she spoke, she raised her hand and clenched it. The next second, Jiang Heng stared intently. The withered flowers on both sides of the street all stood up. They even sprouted new buds. At a visible speed, they bloomed again. "I can accelerate plant growth. Other than that, it seems useless," she said with a wry smile. Jiang Heng's expression turned serious. This ability was incredibly useful. In the apocalypse, to have a sustainable food supply, one must engage in agriculture and grow vegetables. Having an ability to accelerate plant growth would definitely double the efficiency. Even on her own, she could feed a dozen survivors. Although this was not a combat ability, it was already very useful. Jiang Heng immediately used True Sight to scan Li Ming's information. Li Ming subordinate. Loyalty 73. Survivor. Physique 4. Spirit 7. Her spirit stat was as high as 7 points. Her spirit was naturally 2 points higher than an ordinary person. It had to be admitted that there were indeed gifted people in this world. Check her ability again. Ability Cell Proliferation D rank. Description: can cause harmless proliferation of biological cells, accelerate plant growth, and heal the injuries of living organisms. Jiang Heng's eyes flickered. This ability was not simply about accelerating plant growth. It also had the effect of healing wounds. This time, fighting their way out of the supermarket and slashing zombies all the way, Jiang Heng's hand had been rubbed red by the handle. He looked at Li Ming. "Try using your ability on my palm." Li Ming was surprised. "Are you sure? I've never used it on a human before. What if you turn into a blade of grass?" Jiang Heng chuckled. If it could change the structure of matter, it wouldn't be a Drank ability, it would be at least Srank. And being able to turn anyone into a blade of grass would be invincible. "Don't worry. Although your spirit is high, your ability isn't powerful. Go ahead." Jiang Heng rolled up his sleeve. Li Ming placed her hand on his palm, and a faint white mist emerged. The red-worn skin on Jiang Heng's palm wriggled slightly. It healed completely, as if never injured. Even the calluses thickened by several layers. Not bad." Jiang Heng was very satisfied. This subordinate was truly a good deal. Li Ming was also slightly surprised. "My ability can actually heal wounds. That's a pleasant surprise." There was joy in her eyes. Her role was now greater, and she could help more in the future. She rolled up her sleeve and looked at the wounds on her own palm. It was covered with cracks, bruises, and bloodstains from dragging the sacks. She activated her ability. A warm feeling emerged, and the flesh on her hand gently wriggled, quickly healing and closing. Soon the two arrived at the ground floor of the residential building. Jiang Heng pulled out the electric scooter key and led Li Ming to the rooftop room. Just as they reached the door, they heard a fierce dog barking from inside, so vicious that one could imagine a ferocious dog baring its teeth. "Woof! Roar!" Li Ming's face showed slight fear. From the sound, it seemed like a giant, ferocious dog inside. Jiang Heng coughed twice. "Ahem, it's me." The barking inside stopped abruptly. Then they heard the dog jump up and the door handle clicked open. Jiang Heng and Li Ming walked in. The big dog immediately pounced into Jiang Heng's arms, nuzzling affectionately. It was heavy, and Jiang Heng nearly fell over. Having not seen him for a while, the dog was afraid he had died outside, so it was especially excited. It's okay, I'm back." Jiang Heng patted its head. Li Ming saw the big dog bent down slightly and rubbed its head. "Wow, I thought it was an ugly, ferocious Tibetan Mastiff. Unexpectedly, it's quite handsome." Upon hearing the compliment, the big dog immediately lifted its head. Its blue eyes shone with intelligence. She rubbed its belly. The big dog looked pleased, as if it too had no resistance to a beautiful woman. "Does it have a name?" she asked, looking at Jiang Heng. "No name. I just call it Dog." Li Ming was speechless, with a face full of disapproval. "That was too casual. It's black and white with sturdy bones. It's a Siberian Husky. Around here it's commonly called a Husky," she said. Jiang Heng nodded. "All right, from now on it's called Era." Li Ming was speechless at this. Jiang Heng was indeed too simplistic in naming. So many supplies. No less than the 2 sacks we brought from the supermarket. "Did you collect all of this by yourself?" she said, staring at the supplies all over the floor with shocked eyes. Jiang Heng nodded. Li Ming was filled with admiration. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began. Understanding the situation so quickly and starting to gather supplies, such initiative and insight were rare in the world. Following Jiang Heng was indeed the right decision. The two had a simple meal. Jiang Heng ate several instant steaks pan-fried with olive oil, filling the air with aroma. After his physical enhancement, he also clearly felt his appetite had greatly increased. Li Ming only ate a piece of bread. After all, she was a girl with low energy consumption. The moon was bright and stars were sparse. The night fell into darkness. Jiang Heng lit a candle. Li Ming let out a sigh of relief, lay down on the floor finally at ease, and fell into a deep sleep. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in days. Jiang Heng looked at her shapely figure, caught a faint scent, and his gaze sharpened. Now he was in absolute dominance. But after a whole day of killing zombies and walking the edge of life and death, he had no interest in that now. It would only waste energy. Survival is the only thing that matters. To survive, he'll kill everyone and take all the supplies. Jiang Heng dreamed he had become a ruthless villain who would stop at nothing to stay alive. Beneath his feet, he crushed the head of an innocent survivor. He jolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. If it ever comes to that, I suppose I could accept it. A sharp glint flickered in Jiang Heng's eyes. Dark clouds gathered outside the window, and torrential rain poured relentlessly. The moment he woke, he sensed a faint stench of blood in the air. The rain falling from the sky was tinged with a murky blood-red hue. Jiang Heng splashed his face with bottled water. Drip! Drip! The sound of dripping water echoed through the room. Looking up, he saw the ceiling leaking. The blood-tainted rainwater was seeping down the walls. The water was filthy and turbid. A hissing sound rose as the walls began to emit smoke, releasing a corrosive stench. Acid rain. Jiang Heng's expression turned grim. It wasn't pure sulfuric acid, but the effect was nearly the same. It was undoubtedly linked to the apocalypse. He touched a droplet with his finger. Instantly his skin corroded, emitting wisps of white smoke. Fortunately, his calloused hands were thick enough to prevent severe burns. Based on its strength, it couldn't eat through steel, but concrete was another matter entirely. Moreover, the building was old and decrepit, its roof riddled with cracks. The acid rain seeped through the gaps in the concrete and dripped into the room. Acid rain and zombies. This apocalypse is a nightmare. Jiang Heng's face darkened. He woke Li Ming. Wake up. Something's happened. Li Ming sat up abruptly, her hair slightly disheveled. She looked dazed. It's acid rain. The roof is leaking and we can't stay here, Jiang Heng said, packing all their belongings into his system space. Li Ming snapped to full alertness. He led her quickly into the hallway, heading for the rooms below. The husky trotted along behind them. However, this neighborhood was in a prime location with most units rented out and few vacancies. Every room they checked was occupied by zombies or decaying corpses. The bodies had been rotting for days, writhing with maggots and reeking of decay, completely uninhabitable. The two were forced to take refuge in the hallway. But the violent rain poured down the stairwell, nearly corroding the husky's hindquarters before Jiang Heng snatched it up in time. We can't stay here long. We need to find another shelter. Jiang Heng's voice was heavy with urgency. Li Ming nodded in agreement. He pulled out a city map he'd found in a hardware store and began marking it with a pencil. The city center is out of the question. Too crowded and the zombies are densest there. His strokes were rough, but clear enough to convey his meaning. He circled several zones, eliminating them one by one. The Southern Sports Stadium is no good either. The zombies there were once strong athletes. Who knows what they've mutated into? Jiang Heng stroked his chin, caught in a dilemma. It felt like there wasn't a single safe haven in the entire city. Just then Li Ming spoke up. What if we find a vehicle to live in? Her words made Jiang Heng's eyes light up. Had always wanted to live in an RV, and Li Ming had reminded him of that. A vehicle could move, staying wherever it was safest. It was more reliable than any villa or house. Flexible and convenient. It had everything Jiang Heng wanted. They could get an RV first, and if they later found a more permanent settlement, they could drive there. Solid plan. Good thinking. Let's find an RV to live in, Jiang Heng said immediately. With his mind made up, he waited for the acid rain to stop. It took hours for the drizzling acid rain to finally cease. Only after the ground had completely dried did Jiang Heng and Li Ming dash out of the neighborhood. The rain was highly corrosive. They had to wait for it to evaporate before venturing out. After being drenched, the zombies were rotting and hideous, their skin peeling away. Many had their skulls corroded off, exposing quivering jelly-like brains. Even Jiang Heng felt a wave of nausea at the sight. The visual horror of zombies with their skin burned away by acid was too much for most people to stomach. Li Ming gritted her teeth against the disgust, swinging her steel pipe to smash through the undead. The two fought their way through two streets. They headed straight for the intersection a block away where a large used car dealership stood. They had all kinds of SUVs and trucks. Jiang Heng had worked part-time near there and remembered seeing RVs on the lot. Finally, he led Li Ming and the husky to the dealership's entrance. His eyes brightened. At the entrance, he spotted a black off-road RV with thick wheels and a sturdy steel frame. Its roof was reinforced with a layer of galvanized iron, incredibly tough. It could even resist the acid rain with only slight discoloration. This was without a doubt the ultimate vehicle for the apocalypse. A sign hung on the windshield listing the price. 4-cylinder off-road RV priced at $1.27 million. A contact number was written below. At this point the price was irrelevant. Jiang Heng stepped forward ready to smash the window and inspect the RV. But suddenly the door swung open. A long-handled machete swung straight at his face. Jiang Heng's eyes sharpened, and he sidestepped to dodge. As a first-tier evolver, his reflexes were far beyond ordinary humans. He retreated 3 steps, drew his straight blade, and stared intently at the RV. With quick reflexes, a cold voice sneered from inside. The next moment, several men with distinct appearances piled out of the RV. Some were burly, others skeletal thin. They were all idle thugs. They surrounded Jiang Heng, Li Ming, and the husky. "Sorry, kid, but we got here first." The bald leader wore a sinister grin. He fixed his gaze on Li Ming, licking his lips with a glint of greed in his eyes. Jiang Heng's gaze remained calm as he scanned the group. There were 7 men in total, 3 over 6 feet tall and 4 skinny ones, all armed with steel pipes, machetes, and axes. If a fight broke out, he wasn't afraid for himself. But Li Ming and the husky could be gravely injured or even killed. Jiang Heng's face was grim as he spoke slowly. "Sorry, I didn't know someone was in the RV. We'll leave now." He shielded Li Ming and the husky, backing away. But the burly man frowned. "Oh, you think you can just walk away? Nothing's that easy. You scared my brothers. Don't you owe us something?" He sneered, raising his machete and closing in step by step. "What do you want?" A murderous glint flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes as he asked. He could tell these men were trouble. A fight was inevitable. "If I see you've got nothing on you, how about you leave that woman behind for me?" He burst into laughter. The surrounding thugs joined in, their eyes gleaming with lecherous intent. Li Ming's face turned pale at the sight, but she forced down her fear, gripping her weapon tightly. She knew that showing weakness would only hold Jiang Heng back. Seeing their insatiable greed, Jiang Heng was done wasting words. If they'd just asked for supplies, he might have considered it. But trying to take a person, that was suicide. There was no room for negotiation. Jiang Heng's eyes flickered. His spiritual energy surged within him. Time around him suddenly froze. Within a radius of 20 meters, everything came to a standstill. After enhancing his spiritual power, his abilities' duration and range were beyond what they used to be. All their ugly smiles were suspended in midair. These men were likely unemployed drifters even before the apocalypse. Jiang Heng was doing society a favor. He swung his blade, the straight sword whistling like a gust of wind. In mere seconds, heads circled halfway around and cut down 4 of them. Almost 1 kill per second. Time resumed its flow. Jiang Heng's clothes rustled in the wind. From massive heads thudded to the ground. Blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone stared in shock. When something beyond comprehension happens, the first reaction isn't usually shock. It's a frozen stupor. They only felt a blur before their eyes, and then the scene changed. Heads rolled on the ground, and 4 bodies lay sprawled. Blood gushed freely. It was a terrifying sight. Well, what the hell is this? One man, his will to fight shattered, turned to flee. But Jiang Heng's physical prowess made escape impossible. In 2 quick strides, he closed the distance and drove his blade through the back of the runner's skull, killing him instantly. The body fell backward, eyes wide open in death. Jiang Heng wasn't a saint. He would never let an enemy escape and haunt him later. When he struck, he made sure to eliminate every threat. The last 2 men trembled, their pupils dilating in terror. Thigh speed. This strength. They stared at Jiang Heng drop their weapons and raise their hands high. The power Jiang Heng displayed was monstrous. WWE surrender. They said, backing away step by step. Jiang Heng's pupils narrowed. In that instant, he noticed something off about their eyes. That wasn't the look of surrender. The next moment, the 2 men lunged forward, closing the distance to Li Ming. They drew daggers from their waists and pressed them tightly against Li Ming's throat. Mad grins spread across their faces. "Surrender? We've lived 30 years. No way we're bowing to a punk like you. Drop your weapon now, or we'll kill this woman." Their voices were harsh and menacing. Jiang Heng remained expressionless, advancing slowly. He could use his time-stop ability again. These men had crossed the line. "Threatening me." His voice was ice cold, sending a chill down their spines. He showed no fear, stepping forward 1 pace at a time. Watching him approach, panic began to set in. Damn it, why won't this guy back down? Screw it. We'll go down fighting. If I die, I'm taking one of you with me. With a furious roar, they swung their daggers, lunging madly at Li Ming's chest. Li Ming's face was pale as she tried to block with her steel pipe, but with 2 men pinning her down, she couldn't break free. Jiang Heng was about to activate his time-stop when a brilliant blue arc of lightning erupted from the ground. He looked closer. The husky leaped into the air, its body crackling with blue electric currents that flashed in midair. The electricity surged along the ground and climbed up the 2 men. It sent them into violent convulsions, shaking uncontrollably. Foam bubbled from their mouths, and they soon collapsed. Then the husky pounced, sinking its teeth into one man's neck. It tore through flesh and bone, snapping the spine. Woof! The husky, jaws dripping with blood, let out a fierce bark that sent chills down the spine. The last man was already unconscious from the electric shock. An electric dog. Jiang Heng's mind raced. Li Ming stared in utter disbelief, unable to snap out of her shock. Dogs could have abilities too. The husky paid no mind, still baring its teeth at the unconscious man ready to strike again. Jiang Heng stepped forward, gently patting its head to stop it. Easy there, big guy. Let it go. Leave him to the zombies. With that, Jiang Heng kicked the man a dozen meters away. He landed right where the zombies were thickest. He was instantly swarmed, and within moments he was torn apart, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Where did that lightning come from? Li Ming looked at Era in shock and said. Jiang Heng stared at Era. It seems Era is not an ordinary dog. With that, he also scanned Era's information. Era subordinate. Loyalty 99. Physique 8. Spirit 3. Ability biological current drank. Description can stimulate and amplify the bioelectricity stored in cells, converting it into electric current to attack enemies. Jiang Heng nodded to himself. In terms of pure lethality, Era's ability was even stronger than his own time stop. This was an excellent asset. Moreover, dogs truly are humanity's best friends. He had only raised Era for a few days, yet its loyalty was already 99. Just a little more, and it would be completely loyal. Then he could use infinite extraction to extract Era's ability for himself. The biggest limitation of infinite extraction was that it could only extract things that belonged to him. Thus, Jiang Heng couldn't simply press his hand on the ground to extract the earth, since the earth didn't belong to him. Zombies were gradually gathering around after all the previous battle had made quite a commotion. We can't stay here long. Let's get on the RV. With that, Jiang Heng led Li Ming and Era onto the RV and locked the doors. Outside, the vehicle corpses lay scattered in disarray, providing a feast for the zombies. They wouldn't come to pound on the RV's door for a while. Jiang Heng scanned the RV's cockpit. The dashboard was dusty, the cabin somewhat empty, with only a few simple daily necessities. The driver's seat was leather, comfortable to sit on. The entire RV had 2 floors and was very spacious. In the rear rooms, there were an onboard washing machine and a bathing area. The toilet even had an incinerating toilet to save water resources. It was indeed an RV designed for wild camping in every aspect. No car keys. I guess that's why those people didn't drive it away. Jiang Heng crouched down, pulled open the manual transmission's gearbox, and looked at the interior space. The wiring inside was intricate and complex. The vehicle driving mastery skill brought him not only driving ability. It also gave him professional vehicle maintenance knowledge, making him a versatile driving expert who could also repair vehicles in emergencies. He directly used his straight knife to cut open 2 wire terminals and tried to connect them several times. Buzz. Sparks flew, almost burning out the motor. This wasn't a movie. You couldn't just connect 2 wires randomly and expect it to work. If the motor burned out, the engine cylinder would be hard to start and the vehicle would be ruined. Having finally found such an RV, he couldn't take any risks. Jiang Heng dared not act recklessly. He reconnected the wires and looked at Li Ming. They'll go to the second-hand car shop to find the keys. You and Era wait for me in the car, Jiang Heng said. Li Ming nodded. Jiang Heng directly opened the window and jumped out of the vehicle. After getting out, he turned around and closed the window tightly. This RV was an off-road type with bulletproof composite glass. The zombies couldn't break through in a short time. Holding his straight knife, Jiang Heng slashed his way through zombies rushing quickly toward the second-hand car shop. In just a few strides, blood dripped from the blade like oil. Finally, Jiang Heng charged into the shop. There, the shop owner and his wife had already been infected into zombies wandering around the store with a few other zombies in suits. Even successful people in suits have to buy second-hand cars. Jiang Heng's expression was calm, but his heart was full of emotion. Some people were just superficially glamorous. Ugh. The weak moans of zombies came. The zombies in the shop all staggered toward Jiang Heng, their steps unsteady. The foul fluids and pustules on their bodies looked extremely disgusting. Drool swayed and stretched into strings. Jiang Heng raised his knife and delivered a perfectly precise horizontal slash. Swish. This slash perfectly split open the skulls of 3 zombies, their skull caps spinning away with brains. Then a straight thrust precisely shattered the owner's head. After clearing the zombies inside, Jiang Heng quickly rushed to the counter. He rummaged through drawers and cabinets, but found no trace of the keys. Finally, Jiang Heng looked down and saw that the keys were right on the owner's waist. He snatched the key ring, which had dozens of keys on it. Grabbing the keys, Jiang Heng turned and rushed toward the RV parked by the roadside. By now, zombies had densely surrounded the RV. There were about dozens of them, all wandering from the vicinity. Their black fingernails frantically scraped at the RV's windows, pounding like mad. Li Ming sat on the sofa, her expression calm. Having killed many zombies with Jiang Heng, she was no longer surprised. Jiang Heng ran over directly, his figure swift. While Li Ming wasn't paying attention. Time stop. All zombies within a dozen meters froze in place. Jiang Heng raised his knife and brought it down, the narrow straight knife whistling through the air. In the frozen time, he killed 7 or 8 zombies in a row. Their frozen blood splattered in midair, forming a strange trajectory painting. Finally, time resumed its flow. Then Jiang Heng charged and slashed again. Within just 30 seconds, all the zombies were slain by him. Jiang Heng rushed onto the RV and immediately took out the keys. There were over 100 keys that would take half a day to try them all. Jiang Heng's face darkened, and he immediately used infinite extraction on the key ring. Extraction successful. Obtained item master key 1. The next moment a golden key that felt cool and smooth like jade appeared in Jiang Heng's hand. Master key. A key that can open any lock. Jiang Heng's pupils slightly widened. This was definitely a divine artifact. He inserted the key into the RV and turned it. Buzz. The RV trembled, and the sound of the engine running came out. Success. He looked at the dashboard. The fuel level was still at 10. It seemed the second-hand car shop owner hadn't refueled this vehicle, but it was enough to drive away from here. That's great. We can survive with the RV. Li Ming said with a surprised expression. You even know how to repair cars. Amazing. Li Ming's eyes widened in admiration. She thought Jiang Heng's action of opening the gearbox and connecting wires earlier was repairing the RV. He could both kill zombies and fix cars. Truly all around. A poor child learns to manage early. Jiang Heng replied without further explanation. Then he drove the RV away from the area. The road was a mess, congested and chaotic. Vehicles were tightly jammed, many owners had been infected while driving, so their cars were abandoned on the road. This caused great inconvenience for Jiang Heng's driving. Fortunately, the RV had off-road tires with wide rims and strong handling. Combined with Jiang Heng's superb driving skills, he could still barely navigate through the twists and turns, though it was a bit bumpy. I'm planning to go to a gas station to refuel, then see what else we need to stock up on for the vehicle, Jiang Heng said. Li Ming picked up a notebook and began listing items. A stove and gas cooker, a microwave, and era also needs a doghouse. Generator, iron pot. She listed them as if counting family treasures. All these supplies of yours can be obtained at the department store you'll encounter on the way to the gas station, Jiang Heng said. On the way to the gas station, there was a department store. There were wholesale goods and many second-hand stalls. When money was tight, Jiang Heng often went there to buy daily necessities. The RV had only 10 fuel left. That was just enough to reach the nearest gas station, only half an hour's drive away. For the next half hour, Jiang Heng drove toward the South City gas station. He was a skilled driver and drove very smoothly. Soon they arrived at the department store. Looking inside, countless zombies wandered and gathered, the scene somewhat chaotic. The ground was littered with intestinal fluids and brain matter. Because the zombies were so numerous and densely packed, a stampede had occurred, and many zombie corpses on the ground had been trampled into pulp. Ugh. Hiss. The zombies' terrifying roars rose and fell in succession. There are quite a lot of zombies. Li Ming looked at the rotting, wandering corpses with a grave expression. Jiang Heng estimated that there were at least 500 zombies densely packed, lurking within the market. If they forced their way in, they would probably die horribly. Inside this department store, there had originally been over 100 stalls. They sold counterfeit phones, computers, and all kinds of miscellaneous goods. On ordinary days, it was bustling with noise. After the apocalypse, all the people inside had become infected zombies. Forget it, cancel the plan. It's too dangerous here. Jiang Heng sighed softly. Although he had the times top ability, he couldn't use it multiple times in a row. If they forced their way in, the risk was too high. In this apocalypse, the key was to stay alive, and one must never take risks lightly. Let's slowly gather our supplies from the shops on both sides of the street, Jiang Heng said. Li Ming agreed. Then Jiang Heng continued driving, hitting the road. Around them was a commercial street with many miscellaneous shops. The RV moved in fits and starts, with Jiang Heng and Li Ming getting off from time to time to scavenge for supplies. Soon they had collected a great deal of supplies. Plenty of clean clothes and food. High-brightness tactical flashlights, whetstones, spare knives. Many kitchen utensils. Clean bottled water. They had taken almost all the necessities of daily life. They even found a high-frequency electric baton from the corpse of a security guard. Before his death, the guard had apparently been a student at some University of Science and Technology who had illegally modified the baton into a high-frequency stun baton with a voltage much higher than ordinary products. The baton was extremely lethal. This electric baton became Li Ming's weapon. A single strike, though unable to kill a mutant zombie, could temporarily paralyze it, making it tremble and ooze pus. Against ordinary zombies, its destructive power was also formidable. Inside the RV, everything was soon arranged in an orderly manner. Suddenly, while driving, Jiang Heng saw a large pet store. Large pet store selling all kinds of dog food. Reading the words on the sign, his eyes lit up. That's right, they were still short of dog food. Era was also a member of their team, so they had to take good care of its daily life. The pet store was very spacious with few zombies around, so the risk was low. Jiang Heng stepped on the gas, executed a slick drift, and arrived at the pet store across the street. He got out of the car and rushed into the pet store. Jiang Heng began a frantic collection. Pure meat, large breed dog food, eat like crazy, and grow fast, easily turning Era into a Tibetan Mastiff. Looking at the promotional slogan on one kind of large breed dog food, Jiang Heng grinned and swept it all into his system space. From now on, these will be your food. Jiang Heng patted Era's doggy head and said, In the entire store there were at least several thousand caddies of dog food, enough for Era to eat for several years. Jiang Heng tore open a can of dog food, and a strong smell of meat wafted out. Jiang Heng smelled the raw meat's peculiar rank odor and didn't like it. But to Era this smell was a divine delicacy. It suddenly kicked off with its hind legs, wagged its tail, and drooled almost uncontrollably. It rushed to the can and devoured it greedily. In a few quick mouthfuls it licked the can clean. It even licked up the residue. After finishing there were actually tears in its eyes. The moment it saw Jiang Heng get out of the car and storm into the pet store, sweeping everything it knew. This dog is sticking with him for good. Only by following Jiang Heng could it enjoy such delicious food. Its tail wagged as it circled around Jiang Heng, feeling ecstatic. Era's loyalty increased to 100. Jiang Heng's eyes lit up. Animals were indeed simple. A single meal was enough to win them over. Now loyalty was at 100%. Jiang Heng smiled and rubbed the dog's head, then immediately performed an extraction. Extraction successful. Ability obtained. Bioelectric current drank. Suddenly a strange force surged within Jiang Heng's body. He frowned slightly and abruptly raised his hand. Swoosh! A blue electric spark flickered at his fingertip. A crackling arc of electricity floated in his palm, constantly changing shape. He raised his hand and pointed at a large tree outside the window. Boom! The trunk instantly turned scorched black and smoked, leaving a fist-sized dent. Well, not bad power. Era, seeing this, was startled and quickly ran away. It stared at Jiang Heng in disbelief, as if saying, "How the hell do you know my skill?" Li Ming was also somewhat surprised by this scene. Jiang Heng, isn't your ability to store items in a space? How can you also use lightning? Her eyes showed surprise. Who said a person can only have one ability? Jiang Heng said. Hearing this, Li Ming's pupils trembled slightly. 2 abilities in one body. He truly was the chosen one. She didn't know that her own ability would eventually belong to Jiang Heng as well. As long as loyalty reached 100 and she became Jiang Heng's possession, he could extract infinitely. We're only missing a generator. We need to find a nearby hardware store. Li Ming noted in her notebook. Jiang Heng also nodded. A generator was indeed a necessity. The RV's battery was almost depleted. The RV needed regular charging, and obviously there were no charging stations in the apocalypse. They had to keep a generator on hand, so with diesel, they could generate electricity, raising their quality of life by more than one level. I remember there's a hardware store near that gas station. Let's go, Jiang Heng said. Driving the RV, the two made their way through the city. Soon, just as the RV was about to run out of fuel, Jiang Heng drove up to the entrance of the gas station. We're here, Jiang Heng said. He parked the RV near a fuel dispenser. Jiang Heng looked out through the window. Around this small gas station, many vehicles were parked haphazardly. Many cars were still refueling, but the attendants and owners had all turned into zombies. The nozzles kept running and fuel spilled out, covering the ground. Inside the cars, zombies feebly clawed at the doors, seemingly trying to break out. Fortunately, the gas station was still operational, and the scales on the pumps were still lit. Jiang Heng grabbed his straight blade and stepped down from the RV. Several zombies in employee uniforms lunged at him like mad. At that moment, an electric baton thrust out from behind. Li Ming, holding a long baton, struck the zombie with a single blow, paralyzing it with electricity. Gurgle. The zombie made a strange trembling sound from its mouth, its hair, standing on end, shaking violently. It foamed at the mouth and the pus all over its body twitched from the electricity. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Heng slashed 3 times in quick succession. He cut down the paralyzed zombie in front of him along with a few unlucky zombies that had rushed in from around. Corpse blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Heng picked up the icy fuel card dangling from the chest of a deceased employee. He walked to the fuel pump, inserted the card, and directly entered 500 yuan. Enough to fill any vehicle to the brim. He inserted the nozzle into the RV's rear fuel tank and began refueling. This oil alone isn't enough. They'll look for some barrel diesel, Jiang Heng said to Li Ming. Era, protect her. The husky wagged its tail, barked once, and lingered beside Li Ming with vigilant eyes. The vicinity was saturated with oil, making it impossible to recklessly use lightning abilities. A single spark could trigger a massive explosion. So Li Ming took Era and left the oil area waiting outside for Jiang Heng. He strode swiftly toward the inner part of the gas station where a small supermarket stood. The RV constantly consumed diesel, and it wasn't feasible to come here every time. Eventually this place would be abandoned. Stockpiling barrel diesel was the optimal choice. Bursting into the supermarket, he encountered several employee zombies letting out feeble roars. Jiang Heng struck with several swift slashes. His movements were rapid, and within seconds, all were dead. Blood flowed freely. Then his gaze fell upon the wall. Large drums of diesel, packed in liters, excellently packaged, and exorbitantly priced. But now money had become worthless paper. Jiang Heng approached the diesel and first activated infinite extraction. Since the diesel was ownerless, having claimed it, he could extract it. Extraction successful. Acquired flat concentrated diesel X. Suddenly, a pitch-black oil drum, square and compact, appeared in his hand. It felt extremely heavy in his grip. He checked its data. Concentrated diesel drum description: concentrated from 100 drums of 30-liter diesel capable of dispensing 300 liters of pure high-grade diesel. Not bad. Jiang Heng nodded, inwardly thoroughly satisfied. This way he wouldn't have to worry about diesel for a while. He stored all the drums into his system space and hurriedly left. Just as he prepared to withdraw, he suddenly sensed a chilling, murderous aura behind him, accompanied by a hoarse monster's roar. Ugh! A shiver ran through him, and he reflexively activated time stop. A resonant hum spread as his mental energy rippled outward. Time froze. Even the dust in the air ceased to drift. Jiang Heng turned around and saw a hideous four-armed zombie behind him. He drew a sharp breath. The creature was terrifying, its tongue like a serpent's forked tongue, half a meter long and tipped with armor-like skin. Pus oozed from its body, and its virus-laden tongue had nearly pierced the back of his skull. He immediately checked its data. Four-armed giant tongue zombie, first-order mutant, a product of gene and zombie virus fusion mutation, possessing 4 powerful arms with muscle strength capable of tearing concrete, and a long tongue that can pierce bones. This zombie had been hiding on the ceiling unnoticed. When he let his guard down while leaving it struck, Jiang Heng had nearly been caught off guard. Fortunately, he had developed the habit of activating time stop the moment something felt wrong. Otherwise, he would have become its victim. His face-cold Jiang Heng swung his straight blade directly. A crisp sound of bone cracking echoed, briefly unable to spread. His full-strength strike only managed to cut halfway through the zombie's brain. This mutant is really tough. He spun around and delivered another vertical slash, this time infusing it with his bioelectric current ability. Arcs of dazzling electricity like slender threads crawled along his blade in the frozen time. They flickered and surged, igniting the air into sparks with ions shimmering midair. A squelch. This time he completely split the zombie's head in two. Scattered charred brain matter splattered everywhere, faintly carrying the smell of cooked flesh. Jiang Heng flicked the blade. Time resumed its flow. Ugh! The zombie let out a feeble groan and collapsed, dying a wretched death. Its limbs twitched as if trying to resurrect. But with its brain destroyed, even gods could not save it. Jiang Heng gazed at the powerful mutant zombie's corpse and used infinite extraction. Extraction successful. Acquired physique. 2. A surge of heat coursed through his limbs and strength welled up. He had grown stronger again. Suddenly he noticed something translucent embedded in the zombie's forehead, a white crystal-like block. Jiang Heng pried it out with his blade. The blood-stained crystal fell into his hand. He examined it closely. It was only palm-sized, slightly translucent, with many impurities appearing murky. First-order mutant crystal absorbing, it can slightly evolve your genes. A glimmer of light shone in Jiang Heng's eyes. Mutant zombies might drop such things from their heads. He decided to hunt more in the future. He extracted it. Extraction successful. Acquired spirit 2. Satisfied, he pocketed it and turned to leave. Time to go back. Jiang Heng walked out of the store and headed toward the RV. Li Ming clutched the electric baton, her gaze tense as she scanned the surroundings. Era also glared with wide eyes, its limbs spread in a powerful stance. There was blood on its chin fur, and beside it lay 2 zombie corpses with their necks bitten through, evidence that it had killed 2 zombies that tried to harm Li Ming. Jiang Heng strode forward quickly. Got the diesel. Let's drive to the hardware store across the street. Li Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had heard strange zombie roars from the store and feared something had happened to Jiang Heng. Fortunately, he was unharmed. He removed the nozzle, locked the fuel cap, and got back into the RV. Glancing at the fuel gauge, he saw it was 100. Excellent, he nodded inwardly with satisfaction. In his system space, he had a concentrated diesel drum and dozens of barrel drums, enough to drive tens of thousands of kilometers. Even considering the RV's higher fuel consumption, it would still last at least 10,000 kilometers. In the coming years, he wouldn't have to worry about fuel. Moreover, in critical moments, he could use this oil to burn and massacre zombies on a large scale. Driving the RV, he executed a sharp turn and reached the opposite side of the street. That single turn crushed several unlucky zombies wandering the road. You two wait in the car. This hardware store is small, so there shouldn't be much danger. Jiang Heng stepped out and approached the hardware store. He grabbed the handle of the rolling shutter door and yanked hard. The lock snapped, the metal curled, and the locked door was forcibly pulled open by Jiang Heng. His arm strength had reached the point where he could tear metal sheets with his bare hands. Of course, tearing steel plates was still a stretch. Upon entering the hardware store, he was greeted by a smell of rust. Tools, screwdrivers, wires, electrical components. Everything lined the walls. Jiang Heng selected some tools and materials, storing them in his system space. In this apocalypse, modern tools and components were of great use. Venturing deeper into the store, he began to detect a putrid odor. Not the stench of zombies, but the smell of ordinary corpses. With his keen sense of smell, he could barely distinguish it. He moved cautiously to the back of the store, where he saw a young man around 23 or 24 curled up in a corner, trembling with terror. Before him lay a decaying corpse. Spotting Jiang Heng, the young man thought a zombie had come and nearly raised a cleaver to swing at him. Jiang Heng coughed to reveal his identity. Calm down. The young man's swinging motion was weak and unsteady, his legs barely able to support him, trembling with fear. Spotting Jiang Heng, the young man thought a zombie had come and nearly raised a cleaver to swing at him. Jiang Heng coughed to reveal his identity. Calm down. The young man's swinging motion was weak and unsteady, his legs barely able to support him. Now that social order is collapsing, the military is struggling to fight the zombies. If you want to live, you'll have to go to the shelter in the north of the city yourself. No army will go door to door searching for survivors. They don't have the manpower. Jiang Heng's voice, like a shard of ice, pierced the young man's illusions. His face turned pale. He slumped onto a stool, his heart ashen with despair. What's going on? Jiang Heng looked at his cowardly demeanor and didn't bother to say much. He pointed with his straight sword at the rotting corpse on the ground. The deceased was a middle-aged man whose body had already begun to bloat, covered in mold and writhing with maggots. No external injuries. My father. He had a heart attack and died here. I didn't dare touch his body, so I just left him here. There was sadness in his eyes. Jiang Heng slowly shook his head. They'll be straightforward. I'm here to scavenge supplies. You'd better not try to stop me because you're not capable of it anyway. Jiang Heng said, directly brushing past him and heading deep into the back warehouse of the hardware store. Inside there was a large array of hardware tools. Oh, a chainsaw. Jiang Heng's eyes lit up as he saw a shiny red chainsaw, 2200W high power with a chain blade and a safety lock sliding to unlock. Once started, it would cut down anyone or anything in its path. Even a mutated zombie with a tortoise-like shell would hardly withstand it. The saw teeth could even cut through iron. Jiang Heng immediately stowed it away. In the corner there were also two generators. They were identical models. Obviously one was for sale, and the other was kept as a backup. Jiang Heng walked over to the two generators and used infinite extraction. Extraction successful. Your ability bioelectric current D-rank power increased by 50. Jiang Heng immediately felt currents flickering through his body, a tingling numbness. A generator strengthening the current ability? Makes sense. Jiang Heng nodded to himself. Then he packed the two generators into his bag. He turned and left the warehouse, glancing at the young man's cowering form, let out a soft sigh, and walked away. This guy, too cowardly, too useless. He wouldn't survive. Even if the zombies didn't get him head start to death. Just as Jiang Heng was about to leave, the young man suddenly spoke up. Brother, wait. After all, the things in this store are still my family's property. You barged in and looted everything. Shouldn't you at least exchange something for them? As he spoke, he averted his eyes, not daring to look directly at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng remained silent, quietly staring at him. If you don't want to give anything, then forget it. Just remember to close the rolling shutter door when you leave. His voice trembled, afraid that Jiang Heng would slash him with his knife. Jiang Heng found it both amusing and exasperating. This kid was really too timid. How about I leave you 2 boxes of instant noodles? Is that okay? Jiang Heng walked to his blind spot, took out 2 boxes of instant noodles from his system space, and handed them to him. The young man's face showed surprise, then joy surged. Good. Thank you, big brother. He was so excited that he hugged the noodles and wouldn't let go. This stranger had only taken some useless hardware accessories and had given him a whole box of instant noodles. Food was the most dangerous resource in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, those accessories required a lot of diesel to use. If he kept them, they would never be of any use. Only food was truly valuable. He felt that he had made a great deal, in fact a huge profit. He could survive a few more days. However, cold water instant noodles really didn't taste good. He knew he couldn't survive in this world, so he was just waiting for death. Jiang Heng's gaze was indifferent. He left directly, pulling down the rolling shutter door as he went. In passing, he hammered the bent lock back into shape with the handle of his knife and locked the door. This way the zombies outside couldn't break in and harm the young man. As for the young man, if he wanted to come out, there were plenty of tools inside to pry the door open. Jiang Heng had done his utmost. The young man's fate was no longer his concern. He walked back to the RV, took out a generator. Li Ming saw the generator, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. With a generator, we can boil water and use the electric stove. She was full of joy. Jiang Heng directly installed the generator at the rear of the RV, where there was a generator compartment. He lifted the floor panel and connected the power cables to the battery terminals under the chassis. Then Jiang Heng fixed the exhaust port of the diesel generator to the exhaust port at the rear of the chassis. All RVs are equipped with exhaust ports, especially off-road models. In the wilderness, if you need to cook inside the RV, carbon dioxide poisoning could occur without a ventilation exhaust. So this was standard equipment for the RV. Now the installation was complete. Once the generator was started, it could charge the RV. Jiang Heng took out a barrel of diesel and poured it into the generator. It was just enough. He pulled the switch. Hum. A sound like a tractor suddenly rang out. The generator began to tremble and operate, making a clattering noise. Thick black smoke poured through the exhaust pipe to the rear bottom of the RV. The dashboard of the RV flickered with light. The battery level was slowly rising. He stepped out of the RV and listened from outside. He found that outside the RV the generator made no noise at all. He nodded. This way there was no risk of attracting zombies. This generator model is very new using the latest technology, so it's much quieter than ordinary ones. Back in the RV, Jiang Heng plopped down on the sofa and closed his eyes. These past days had been truly exhausting and finally, he could rest a bit. All the necessary survival equipment had been secured. Li Ming looked at the dusty stove in the RV and took out a pot. You've worked hard these days. Let me show you my cooking. She looked confident. Now that they had a stove, she could finally show off her skills. She went to the storage compartment and took out some beef chunks. After blanching them, she put them in the pot to stew. She added thyme 13 spice soy sauce, and so on. Jiang Heng watched her bustling around. Soon a steaming pot of beef stew was ready. The bright red beef was tender and chewy with the spicy broth sealed within the meat. Paired with a bowl of steaming rice, it soothed the soul. Jiang Heng took a few bites and exhaled a puff of hot air. He felt that life was actually quite bearable. Li Ming, your cooking is really good, Jiang Heng said seriously. She was a bit embarrassed and said, I used to work in a restaurant and learned a little. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day from now on. The husky, smelling the fragrance, couldn't help wagging its tail. Its breathing was rapid and drool was everywhere. Come on, eat, Jiang Heng said, taking out a large bowl and scooping a big bowl of spicy beef. The husky immediately began to devour it frantically. No matter how good dog food smelled, could it compare to this? Jiang Heng, I put in quite a bit of seasoning. Will it be bad for the husky? Li Ming said with some concern. Dogs can't eat too much salt that can cause salt poisoning. Jiang Heng shook his head. In this apocalypse, times are hard. People don't even have food to eat. We can't let a dog be picky. If it's that fragile, then it's a burden and should be eliminated. Jiang Heng took a sip of the broth and said, his voice indifferent. Hearing this, Li Ming's expression was complicated, but in the end she nodded. What Jiang Heng said indeed made sense. After eating, the husky was still bouncing around, proving it was very Jiang Heng drove his RV, seeking a safe haven with few zombies and no nearby survivors, planning to lay low until the situation stabilized. On the streets, he occasionally spotted living survivors. They all bore weathered faces, struggling to survive, with children and the elderly in tow. In this zombie-infested city, survival to this point was 70% luck and 30% skill. When they spotted the RV, they rushed forward, eagerly waving their arms frantically. Save us. Please stop the car. Take my child. A weathered middle-aged man, cradling a baby in his arms, pleaded with tears in his eyes. It was just him and the child. His wife had likely already met her end in a zombie's jaws. Jiang Heng naturally felt compassion, but he couldn't afford to stop. Though his supplies were ample, they were only enough for himself, Li Ming, and the husky. Taking on more people simply wasn't feasible. In this world, self-preservation always came first. Through the RV's glass window, Li Ming saw the baby's innocent, yet fearful eyes, and couldn't bear to look. She knew these people might be corpses by the next day. But there was nothing to be done, truly nothing. The apocalypse was too cruel. Jiang Heng drove the RV towards the outskirts. As he passed the baby, he suddenly noticed something. The infant was missing a finger, the stump wrapped in bandages, but still seeping blood. On its pale arm, purple veins stood out. His gaze turned cold. This father knew the baby had been bitten by a zombie, yet still wanted him to take the child. It was a ticking time bomb. He floored the accelerator, bypassing the father in an instant. Meanwhile, he pulled out his phone and started browsing forum posts online. He noticed that the government had recently begun deploying the military to relocate surviving residents into underground shelters. There were too many zombies on the surface, and conventional firearms couldn't effectively eliminate them. Only large-scale weapons exceeding 12 mm caliber, or nuclear weapons, could potentially wipe out all the zombies in the city in a short time. For now, the only option was to house residents in underground facilities first, then clear the monsters on the surface. It was a lengthy process. Jiang Heng clicked on some videos. The scenes were horrifying. Someone had live-streamed their own death, recording themselves being devoured by zombies. Others had recorded their companions being abandoned and eaten alive by zombies. Heart-wrenching screams, footage of tendons and nerves being torn by zombie bites. All of it was easily found online. The corpses of zombies satisfied people's morbid curiosity. The spread was rapid. The world was already in chaos. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's attention was caught by a headline. It's not just zombies. It's not just zombies. Everyone must stay away from the coastline. This is my final warning. He clicked on the video. A colossal creature emerged from the deep sea, making landfall. Its skin was pitch black, covered in pockmarked bumps. Its mouth was filled with dense, serrated teeth. Its appearance was bizarre, like a relic from the Jurassic era, its body covered in fish scale-like patterns. Its gaping maw held the mangled limbs of the dead, both human and fish. Over 5 meters in length, 4 powerful fin-like limbs allowed it to glide swiftly across the land. The monster moved so fast that even in 60 frames per second high-definition video, it left afterimages. Its speed was at least 20 meters per second. Such velocity surpassed all known terrestrial creatures. Moreover, its massive spread-out form resembled an inverted triangle. The black-skinned monster rampaged across the beach, demolishing every structure in its path. The dense horde of zombies lingering by the shore was utterly massacred by it. Lightning-fast tentacles, dozens of them, extended from its spine, piercing through all flesh in their vicinity. A pure killing machine. That was the only thought in Jiang Heng's mind. If he collided with this monster, even his RV would be reduced to scrap metal. The black beast soon spotted through the glass the video recorder, hiding in a seaside building. It charged over in an instant. With a scream from the person recording the video abruptly cut off. In the final second, Jiang Heng saw the building's glass, so close, shatter to pieces. Presumably the witness was torn to shreds. Perhaps some survivor had found that phone and uploaded the video. Li Ming had been watching alongside him, her expression turning grim. What kind of monster is that? Her lips were turning pale. Zombies were already tough enough to deal with, and now there were these giant monsters. Based on its size, small caliber guns and explosives would likely struggle to seriously wound it. Only the military possessed effective weapons capable of killing it. This meant that for civilians encountering it was essentially a death sentence. Jiang Heng's expression was equally grave. Better stay away from the coastline. I doubt there's only one of these things, he thought to himself. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he looked at the RV. He hadn't yet used infinite extraction on the RV's engine. It wasn't a rare item, just a standard off-road engine. But still, it was a marvel of human technology. Jiang Heng walked to the driver's cabin and lifted the floor panel. The engine was located in the chassis below. The streamlined cylinders hummed with a surging roar. He placed his hand on it and initiated extraction. Extraction successful. Acquired ability: muscle overload E-rank. Muscle overload E-rank burns oxygen in the blood at an excessive rate, stimulating cellular power. Can greatly enhance physical attributes for a short time, increasing physical capacity by 50. Jiang Heng was slightly shocked. This ability was truly impressive. It could increase his physical stamina by half, temporarily effectively boosting his combat power by half. Tearing zombies apart with his bare hands was now a possibility. If he further strengthened his base physical attributes and combined them with this ability, even withstanding bullets wasn't out of the question. He checked his own status. Jiang Heng, First Order Evolver Physique, 27 Spirit, 12 Talents, Infinite Extraction, Eye of Truth Abilities, Time Stop, S-Rank Bioelectricity, D-Rank Muscle Overload, E-Rank Skills Expert, Driving Hand of Fate, Basic Blade Mastery. He could now be considered a versatile expert. With 3 abilities and 2 skills at his disposal. His physique was also at a terrifyingly high level. Arg! Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the side of the street. The hoarse bellow of a zombie was deafening, making Jiang Heng's eardrums tremble. The sound was more terrifying than any zombie he had encountered. He looked over gravely. There by the roadside, in the doorway of an abandoned bar, a pregnant zombie stumbled out. Around her, a dozen zombies lingered, protecting her. Her lower abdomen was torn open, and a bloody mass of flesh connected by the umbilical cord dragged along the ground. The surrounding zombies moved with her, as if following her commands. Jiang Heng immediately scanned the pregnant zombie's information. Mother zombie special mutant, a special mutant created by the fusion of reproductive genes and the zombie virus. Can attract, command, and enhance surrounding zombies. It moved towards the RV, letting out loud roars. The scattered hundreds of zombies on the street, as if hearing a mother's call, began to converge and gather. These zombies didn't move at the usual slow, shambling pace. They were fast. It was like they were running. So this is the enhancement the mother provides. Jiang Heng clenched his fists, his expression grim. Seeing this, Li Ming immediately grabbed her long electric baton. She opened a crack in the RV window and extended the baton. Thump! Zazzup! Her movements were swift and precise. She pierced the eye sockets of several zombies, frying their brains from the inside out into charred mush. But she was just one person, and with the zombies surging to surround the RV, she was killing them far too slowly. The husky looked anxious, its tail wagging like a windmill. But it couldn't just jump out. That would be suicide. Hold on tight, I'm driving. Jiang Heng quickly slid into the driver's seat and floored the gas. He cranked the wheel hard, initiating a sharp drift start. A large group of zombies was crushed beneath the tires. Leaving a trail of blood and brain matter, the RV shot forward. But looking in the rearview mirror, the zombies were relentlessly pursuing, and the RV couldn't shake them off. The mother zombie pressed the attack, leading its horde to form a small zombie tide. The mother could enhance the speed of all surrounding normal zombies, multiplying their movement speed several times over. All the zombies ran as if possessed. Saliva flew, pus splattered, and several zombies with missing arms even flung their detached limbs away in their frenzied sprint. Jiang Heng's gaze was intense as he sped through the congested roads. The street was littered with abandoned vehicles, making it impossible to gain speed no matter how skilled a driver he was. So he couldn't lose these zombies in the short term. Damn it, Jiang Heng cursed inwardly. If this kept up, the mother zombie would attract all the zombies from the streets they passed. Soon a horde of hundreds, even thousands of zombies would form. And then he'd be done for. At this moment, Jiang Heng truly had no good way to eliminate this massive horde of zombies. Although he possessed supernatural abilities that made slaughtering ordinary zombie clusters a trivial matter, this was a small-scale zombie tide with an extremely dense population. Moreover, with the enhancement from the mother zombie, the strength and speed of all the zombies had been amplified. Jiang Heng considered combining his abilities, time stop, muscle overload, and electrical discharge, simultaneously. Unleashing multiple powers at once might indeed grant him a fighting chance. Yet the risk was too high. Jiang Heng was a cautious man who wouldn't easily court danger. Besides, unleashing all his abilities at full power would rapidly deplete his mental energy. Witnessing the enhanced speed of these zombies, Jiang Heng knew clearly that charging into the fray on foot would spell doom. "He'll run you all over," he muttered, glaring at the ever-growing horde in the rearview mirror, his heart hardening with resolve. He slammed the gearshift into reverse and floored the accelerator, the RV lurching backward. Inside, Li Meng and the husky nearly stumbled from the sudden movement. The RV was a behemoth, a pinnacle of human engineering, wielding immense mechanical force. The impact was devastating. This single reverse maneuver sent dozens of zombies flying while others were crushed beneath the tires. Blood and severed limbs littered the road. Unfortunately, the mother zombie, incredibly agile, had already leaped aside, escaping the crushing fate. Jiang Heng sneered coldly. With enough driving skill, even an RV could be a weapon. He planned to repeat the tactic, executing a drift to mow down more zombies. Screech. The sound of tires skidding against the asphalt echoed through the street. However, this time Jiang Heng was stunned. The zombies had started dodging the RV's attacks. They had learned. Enhanced, their speed far exceeded that of normal humans, their physical prowess multiplied several-fold, making them incredibly agile. They could leap several meters in a single bound, easily evading the RV's crushing path. Jiang Heng whipped the RV back and forth several times, yet only managed to hit a scattered few zombies. The same trick doesn't work twice. His face darkened. The zombies, agile and swift, regrouped their scattered formation and charged towards the RV once more. Ugh! Hiss! The frenzied cries of the zombies rose and fell. The mother zombie, its eyes glowing crimson, ran on all fours, sprinting towards the RV. It had long craved fresh meat. With no other choice, Jiang Heng floored the accelerator, continuing his desperate flight. If he could find a sufficiently open road, he might just shake off this zombie tide. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's eyes lit up. Ahead, around a corner, he spotted a group of people wearing green uniforms, armed with firearms, striding quickly towards him. Their movements were professional, their weapons, fitted with silencers and protective goggles, shielded their eyes. They exuded an aura of deadly seriousness. In that moment, Jiang Heng's eyes gleamed with hope. Only when you find yourself in dire peril do you truly understand how reliable such people are. This was a platoon of 30 soldiers, all armed with Type 069mm submachine guns equipped with optical sights. Large magazines, lightweight design, and sustained firepower. They were the most effective light weapons against zombies. Jiang Heng recognized them instantly. The soldiers, spotting the moving RV, were momentarily surprised. There were still survivors driving an RV, no less. The platoon leader, a middle-aged man with a resolute face and stubbly beard, took the lead. Survivors spotted. Everyone, battle formation. Protect that RV. He gestured to the soldiers behind him, then charged forward, rifle in hand. The entire squad followed his lead. Hearing the soldiers' voices, Jiang Heng felt a surge of warmth. He quickly pressed the accelerator, steering towards the military unit. As the soldiers neared the RV, they immediately saw the surging, roaring zombie tide chasing behind it. Attention, there's a mother zombie forming a small-scale tide. All units open fire. The platoon leader knelt on one knee, raised his weapon, and gave the order. Behind him, all 29 soldiers raised their guns, aimed and fired. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang. In an instant, muzzle flashes erupted everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. Despite the silencers, the simultaneous discharge of so many submachine guns was not completely silent. Still, it wasn't loud enough to attract zombies from several streets away. Jiang Heng drove the RV past the military squad. As the gunfire erupted behind him, the tension in Jiang Heng's heart finally eased. The military knows about the mother zombie variant. He pondered upon hearing the leader's words. It seemed the official organization's understanding of zombies might rival his own. It appeared that experts across the entire nation were now dedicating their efforts to research. He brought the RV to a stop and looked back. The acrid smell of gunpowder hung heavy in the air. The zombies now lay strewn across the road, lifeless. Including the mother zombie. It had been riddled with bullets, reduced to a mangled mess. The zombie horde it had led also lay in pools of blood, limbs scattered everywhere. Truly modern firearms were pure instruments of death, equally effective at slaughtering zombies, despite their speed and agility. If the firepower net was dense enough, they were still doomed. He stepped out of the RV, gazing at the soldiers with gratitude. The platoon leader lit a cigarette, walked up to Jiang Heng, and looked him up and down. "Young man, are you all right?" Jiang Heng nodded. "Thank you all," he said sincerely. "No need for thanks. Protecting you is our duty, the platoon leader replied with a faint smile, cigarette dangling from his lips. The soldiers approached slowly, their eyes fixed on Jiang Heng. They had been deployed to this city to clear zombies from the streets. Throughout their journey, they had exterminated thousands of zombies across several streets. Yet they hadn't encountered a single living soul. Jiang Heng was the first. And he even had an RV. Looked like he was living comfortably. The platoon leader took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaled deeply, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Heng and advised, "Young man, you should drive to the shelter in the northern part of the city. There's a military garrison and heavy weapons for protection. It's safe there. Though, food might be a bit scarce," he added, his expression turning grim. "But still it's safer than this rickety RV of yours." Jiang Heng nodded, agreeing outwardly. But in truth he had no intention of going to the shelter. A man with a system was destined to wander. Besides, the shelter was too crowded. If a viral outbreak occurred, their escape would be nearly impossible. Jiang Heng trusted himself more. "Sir, may I ask your name?" Jiang Heng inquired. These soldiers had saved his life. It was only proper to know their names. If their paths crossed again, he hoped to repay the favor if he had the means. The platoon leader stared at Jiang Heng, stubbed out his cigarette, and snapped a salute. "Zhang Jun, platoon leader, 3rd Platoon, 7th Company, Special Operations Battalion." Jiang Heng. The two shook hands. Then Jiang Heng took out his phone and held it up for the soldiers to see. "You saved my life, so I have something to show you." With that, he played the video of the colossal black-skinned monster on the shore. After watching the footage, the soldiers drew in sharp breaths of cold air. "You all must be careful," Jiang Heng warned. "This thing is far more terrifying than zombies. It moves so fast I'm not even sure I could get a bead on it. Guns might not be effective against it." Someone muttered under his breath. Zhang Jun took a deep drag of his cigarette, lost in thought. This kind of monster is indeed troublesome. Judging by the hardness of its outer shell, anything below 10mm caliber probably won't penetrate it. If this video isn't fake, then this monster could definitely trigger a new crisis. I don't know if the higher-ups have seen this footage, but it'll report it up the chain. Zhang Jun's gaze was heavy. "Young man, thank you for this intel." He patted Jiang Heng on the shoulder. Jiang Heng nodded, then took his leave. The elite squad continued their advance, clearing out zombies. Laden with ammunition, they were highly professional, their mission to purge the zombie presence from this small urban area. After they departed, Jiang Heng sprinted to the mother zombie's corpse. He crouched down and extracted a crystal from its shattered brain matter. The crystal was blood red, completely different from ordinary first-tier mutated crystals. He scanned the data. Special mutated crystal, the core of a mother zombie, containing chaotic evolutionary cells. Upon absorption, it causes random genetic mutation. Random mutation. It even sounded like it could have negative effects. Jiang Heng stored the crystal in his system space. Then he performed an extraction on the female zombie's corpse. Extraction successful. Ability obtained. Zombie control. Drank. Zombie control. Drank. You can control up to 3 zombies around you to fight for you, or you can control a single first-tier mutated zombie. A new drank ability. Jiang Heng's eyes gleamed. If he maxed out this ability, he might just become the zombie king, commanding a legion of millions of zombies. It was a terrifying thought. A slight smile touched his lips as he boarded the RV. He rinsed the mother zombie's crystal clean with water and held it up to inspect it. "Li Meng, can you drive?" Jiang Heng asked, turning his head. Li Meng was staring out the window at the bodies strewn across the road, still in a daze. She blinked, then turned to look at Jiang Heng. "I got my driver's license the summer after high school, but I'm probably pretty rusty." Jiang Heng nodded. "That's fine, just drive slowly. Head towards the Volvo supermarket in the west of the city," he instructed. It wasn't far now, and that supermarket was well stocked with supplies. Food, drinks, daily necessities. Everything was available. Now that he had the system space, his goal was to hoard supplies like crazy. He intended to fill all 1,000 cubic meters of space. He himself lounged on the sofa, toying with the special crystal. A special mutation could have negative effects. I can't just swallow it blindly. What if I mutate into a monster? Jiang Heng stroked his chin. He'll just try extracting from it directly. Extraction successful. Ability muscle overload. A rank has mutated. Ability obtained. Physical burst. Drank. Jiang Heng immediately felt a scorching heat surge through the muscles of his limbs. Physical burst. Drank. Muscles contain excessive protein and oxygen. By focusing your mind, you can burn blood to instantly triple your physical capabilities. After this mutation, the ability could no longer be maintained for extended periods. But its effect had strengthened, allowing for a momentary tripling of physical power. When facing powerful enemies, that single instant of explosive power is often what matters most. Sustained enhancement, on the other hand, was less practical. So Jiang Heng was quite satisfied with this mutation. Moreover, his mental strength was already high, allowing him to use this ability multiple times. Jiang Heng felt a surge of relief, then lowered his gaze to the blood-red crystal in his hand. "Not bad. No risk for me. I can just keep extracting from it. It'll gain its power without any danger." Just as he was about to put the crystal into his system space, the husky wagging its tail came bounding over. It opened its mouth wide and snatched the crystal from Jiang Heng's hand. With a loud crunch, the husky chewed it up and swallowed it. Jiang Heng's forehead darkened. What the hell? This thing is that tempting to you? He immediately kicked the husky. A large dark footprint appeared on its back, looking utterly ridiculous. The husky didn't seem to feel any pain, instead it looked utterly blissful, as if it had just tasted the most delicious thing in the world. A red glint flickered in its eyes. The next instant the husky began to tremble violently, its pupils shaking intensely. Jiang Heng watched closely. Don't you dare turn into a monster, or I won't go easy on you, he said, eyes narrowing. The husky backed away step by step. Its fur began to shed and fall off, replaced by denser, thicker hair. Then its body started to swell, its bones seeming to thicken. A full few minutes passed before the husky completed its transformation. The husky has evolved into a first-tier mutated creature ability, obtained zombie virus immunity. Jiang Heng's pupils contracted in shock. Zombie virus immunity. That was practically a divine skill. The husky was now a full-size, larger, comparable to an adult Tibetan Mastiff, with clearly defined muscle contours. Husky, you've undergone genetic evolution, Jiang Heng said. Roar. The husky let out a roar, its voice much deeper and harsher than before. The resonant growl from its chest was full of power. Its body was significantly stronger than before. Its forelegs were at least twice as thick. Its vicious fangs had become even sharper, glinting with a cold light. A hint of blood-red violence appeared in the husky's eyes. However, it hadn't lost its sanity, it still remembered its master. It trotted over to Jiang Heng's side and let out a wild bark. A woo. It sounded like a wolf's howl. Jiang Heng smacked it on the head. Take that, see if you'll act crazy again, he scolded. The husky let out a pitiful yelp. Jiang Heng pulled it close and grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Good, you haven't gone mad. Looks like you have a strong resistance to this kind of genetic enhancement. Jiang Heng rubbed its head, noticing it felt much harder than before. This dog was truly extraordinary, naturally gifted with lightning abilities. Now it had even survived the genetic modification of a special mutated crystal and gained virus immunity. The husky tried to lick Jiang Heng's clothes affectionately. Jiang Heng wrapped his arms around its head, holding it still. Your tongue has grown barbs now. No licking your own people from now on, he said. The husky, with a loyal look in its eyes, retracted its tongue obediently. Despite its increased power, it still held a primal fear and respect for Jiang Heng. That was a loyalty of 100. In poverty or wealth, and strength or weakness, it was willing to lay down its life for Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng set the husky down, and out of the corner of his eye glanced under its tail. Huh, you look so mighty and handsome, but I didn't expect you to be a girl, he said with a slight smile, giving it a pat on the rear. The husky bared its teeth, then trotted to the back of the RV to enjoy its dog food feast. After its physical enhancement, its food requirements had multiplied. In a few quick bites, it devoured half a bag of dog food. Jiang Heng then checked the husky's stats. Husky subordinate loyalty 100, first-tier mutated creature, physical 22, mental 3, ability bioelectricity, drank, description can stimulate and amplify the bioelectricity stored within cells, converting it into an electrical current to attack enemies. Skill zombie virus immunity, through genetic evolution, it has produced antibodies against the zombie virus, rendering it immune. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in surprise. After its genetic evolution, the husky had become a first-tier mutated creature. Its physical capabilities had more than doubled compared to before. Its powerful muscles combined with its sharp teeth could easily crush a zombie's skull. The most impressive part was its newly awakened virus immunity. It was likely a very rare ability. Jiang Heng immediately performed an extraction. Extraction successful, passive skill obtained zombie virus immunity. The cells in your body are now resistant, allowing you to ignore zombie virus infection. Jiang Heng felt a sharp pain throughout his body, and a bloody scent flashed through his mind. He nearly lost consciousness, but a searing heat surged within him the next second, pulling him back. The sensation then subsided. Not bad. Now I have antibodies against the zombie virus too. Jiang Heng clenched his fist, feeling the change in his body. The husky has gotten stronger too. From now on I can bring it into any battle. A slight smile curled at the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth. If something had no new changes, he could only extract from it once. But if there were new extractable traits, he could extract multiple times. Take the husky for example. The first time he extracted the bioelectricity ability, the second time he extracted zombie virus immunity. While driving the motor home, Li Ming caught sight of the scene behind her through the rearview mirror. Jiang Heng, what's wrong with Era? I thought it was turning into a zombie dog. Her palms were slick with sweat as she had been on edge the whole time. It's fine. It just consumed a crystal and underwent an evolution. Li Ming was taken aback by his words. Evolution. That was a term reserved for science fiction films. After a moment of contemplation, she let out a wry smile. Perhaps this apocalypse virus is Earth's way of forcing humanity to evolve. Jiang Heng said calmly, you might be right. It's just a pity that the frail human body can't withstand the viral transformation, so they end up as zombies instead. The apocalypse was indeed terrifying. Still, they were fortunate to have each other to rely on for survival. He took out a first-tier mutated crystal he had acquired earlier and held it before his eyes. He began to extract its essence. Extraction successful. Obtained Spirit 2. Instantly a wave of coolness washed over Jiang Heng's mind as his spiritual power surged once more. He was thoroughly satisfied. This crystal had no side effects and was safe for Li Meng to consume. Her ability could heal injuries. With a higher spiritual power, she could support him in battle without worry. Li Meng, let me drive. With that, Jiang Heng switched places with her and settled into the driver's seat. He began driving towards the Volvo supermarket. At the same time, he handed the first-tier mutated crystal to Li Meng. Absorb it, Jiang Heng instructed. Li Meng hesitated for a moment. The crystal felt cool in her hand like a piece of cloudy glass. But she knew Jiang Heng would never harm her. She held it before her, focusing her gaze upon it. Suddenly her pupils contracted. A biting cold surged through her mind. The crystal shattered, dissolving into a wisp of white vapor that rushed into her brain. At that instant her cells felt as if they were being seared by flames, a searing agony unlike anything she had ever felt. She clenched her jaw, enduring the torment with all her might. A full half-hour passed. When she opened her eyes again, her 5 senses felt remarkably sharper. Moreover, her physical strength had increased significantly. This was extracted from a first-tier mutated zombie's brain. It can strengthen your spiritual power. Jiang Heng explained. Li Meng's expression shifted to one of shock. From a zombie's brain? That was disgusting. Well, it's too late to regret it now, haha, Jiang Heng teased. A flicker of annoyance crossed Li Meng's face. Jiang Heng, that's really underhanded of you. Subordinate Li Meng loyalty 10. At that moment, an untimely prompt popped up from the system. Well, her actions and thoughts were at odds. She appeared angry on the surface, but was deeply grateful to him inside. Jiang Heng wore a knowing, barely suppressed smile. He didn't call her out on it. Wait, Jiang Heng, my ability. It seems to have advanced. Her eyes sparkled. Jiang Heng immediately checked her ability. Cell replication crank. She can replicate biological cells either harmfully or harmlessly. She can create massive cancerous tumors within enemies or replicate flesh and blood cells within allies to heal wounds. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in surprise. It had advanced from drank to crank. After Li Meng's ability evolved, it had gained an offensive edge. She could even directly mass replicate the cancer cells within an enemy's body. Everyone carries cancer cells, it's just a matter of how many. Her ability was now tantamount to being able to pronounce a death sentence on anyone at will. Although cancer would take time to become lethal, the potential was undeniably formidable. Your evolved ability allows you to replicate cancer cells inside a creature's body to create tumors. It's terrifying, Jiang Heng stated. Li Meng was astonished by the revelation. It was incredibly powerful. She stepped forward and gave Jiang Heng a gentle hug. I know you did this for my sake, giving me something so precious. Her earlier feigned anger faded, replaced by a slight blush on her cheeks. Jiang Heng caught a faint elusive fragrance from her close proximity. His expression sobered slightly. He cleared his throat and checked her status. Li Meng subordinate loyalty 94, first tier, evolver physique 7, spirit 10. Besides the 10 loyalty gained from this incident, their time together over the past few days had also steadily increased her loyalty. Once it reached 100, Jiang Heng could directly extract from her. By then the person would be his and the ability would be his as well. Not bad. This crystal not only boosted your ability level, but also increased your spiritual power by nearly half. It also made you a first-tier evolver and increased your physique by 3 points, Jiang Heng elaborated. This single crystal had directly added 3 points to Li Meng's spiritual power, bringing it from 7 to 10. Her physique had also been enhanced by 3 points. Her abilities were now significantly enhanced. Li Meng clenched her fists, feeling the surging power within her. She walked over to the mirror. She could see that her body now had the faint outlines of muscles. She was no longer the frail girl she once was. Of course, the muscle definition was subtle, not overly pronounced. She retained her feminine grace. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. He spotted a combined fruit and vegetable store by the roadside. The interior was in disarray, with rotten fruit covering the floor and a thick, foul stench emanating from it. Flies and insects swarmed everywhere. A group of elderly zombies shuffled around inside. Their aged, wrinkled bodies combined with the zombie virus had formed blood-purple creases all over their skin, occasionally oozing with pustules. They were far more visually unsettling than ordinary zombies. Jiang Heng, why are you stopping here? Li Meng asked, puzzled. Jiang Heng's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at the rotten fruit scattered on the ground. I need to go in. You stay in the motorhome. Era, come with me. Jiang Heng grabbed his bone cleaver sword and charged out of the motorhome with Era. The man and his dog moved without hesitation, bursting straight into the fruit store. A horde of zombies surged towards them. Jiang Heng's eyes crackled with azure lightning, his steps light and swift. His speed now surpassed that of 2 Usain Bolts combined. He moved across the ground, as if gliding like a master of lightness kung fu. He swung his lightning-wreathed blade, transforming into a whirlwind of death, mercilessly cutting down the zombies. Having fully mastered the basics of swordsmanship, Jiang Heng wielded his blade with exceptional skill. He could even discern the weakest points on a zombie's body and pierce through them with minimal force. With a flick of his wrist, his blade spun, and he swiftly dispatched half of the zombies. Bodies lay strewn about, dismembered limbs scattered everywhere. The scene was utterly gruesome. Turning around, he saw Era was even more ferocious. After its evolution, its physical capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary zombies. The biting force of its jaws could shatter concrete. It could easily crack open a zombie's skull. Its fangs crackled with electricity, arcs of current dancing in the air around it, as it moved with blinding speed. It quickly tore through several zombies, its pace rivaling Jiang Heng's. Jiang Heng nodded in approval. Good boy, Era. Keep it up. He gave a mental thumbs up. Then he strode quickly towards the refrigerator in the back of the store. This refrigerator was originally a specialty counter for pre-made fruit and vegetable salads. Inside, dozens of different fruits were neatly displayed in separate compartments. The power had gone out relatively late, so the fruit inside wasn't completely rotten. Of course, it was still inedible, having turned into a mushy pulp. But Jiang Heng's goal wasn't to eat them anyway. He pulled open the refrigerator door. A concentrated wave of rotting produce assaulted his senses. He grabbed a handful of watermelon mush, which had turned a deep red resembling blood. It was filled with densely packed, slightly rotten black watermelon seeds. Jiang Heng activated his true sight ability to scan it. Rotten watermelon flesh, completely decomposed watermelon pulp containing a massive dose of aflatoxin and rotten seeds. Only safe to eat at noon, because you'll be dead by morning or evening. He roughly estimated that there were at least several hundred such seeds in the fridge. If he extracted them all, he might get some good seeds. Then he could start farming. Combined with Li Ming's ripening ability, Jiang Heng would soon enjoy an endless supply of fruit. Extraction successful. Obtained mutant watermelon seed X1. A small pale red seed suddenly appeared in Jiang Heng's palm. It felt cool and light to the touch. Mutant watermelon seed, the superstar of watermelons. Produces fruits weighing 10 to 18 kilograms with a growth cycle shortened by half. Vibrant green rind, crisp and sweet, seedless. Ignores seasons, can repeatedly mature and bear fruit. Jiang Heng's pupils contracted as he read the description, utterly stunned. It defied biology itself by maturing and bearing fruit indefinitely. This meant that with just this one seed and Li Ming continuously ripening it, they could produce an infinite number of watermelons. Jiang Heng glanced back at Li Ming in the motorhome, his eyes filled with a hint of sympathy. Ahem, for the sake of my fruit freedom, I'll have to ask you to be my hard-working farmer. He pocketed the seed and wiped the rotten pulp from his hands. Then he turned his attention to the large quantity of fruits and vegetables in the freezer. He immediately began extracting them all. Extraction successful, extraction successful. The notification sounds rang out continuously. Obtain mutant dragon fruit seed X2, mutant cantaloupe seed X1, mutant strawberry seed X1. Along with seeds from many vegetables. Chinese cabbage seeds, broccoli seeds, and potato sprouts. Jiang Heng obtained seeds for 5 or 6 types of fruit and several types of vegetables. All of them possessed the ability to repeatedly mature indefinitely. The rest of the fruit was too rotten to yield anything decent. This was more than enough. Jiang Heng was extremely pleased with the haul. He stuffed the handful of seeds into his pocket and returned to the motorhome with Era. After washing his hands with bottled water, he took out the seeds and showed them to Li Ming. What are these colorful things? She asked, blinking her big eyes in confusion. Jiang Heng placed the seeds in her hand. These are mutated seeds I found in the fruit store. They can bear fruit indefinitely and have a shorter maturation period. Combined with your ripening ability, we'll have a steady supply of fresh fruit, Jiang Heng explained. Li Ming nodded in understanding. She had a knack for growing plants, having kept various flowers and herbs. Seeing her innocent expression, Jiang Heng was quite pleased, already scheming about how to put her to work. She had no idea that she was about to be subjected to intense labor. Squeeze her dry and produce giant watermelons. Jiang Heng found a wooden planter from a flower shop measuring 2 by 3 meters, filled with copious soil. These were all concentrated soil he had extracted from the flower shop and roadside tree stumps. Enriched soil. It contains abundant nutrients capable of providing crops with the nourishment they need to grow without the need for fertilizer. Of course, watering was still necessary. Jiang Heng placed the makeshift planting platform at the rear of the RV, and the task was as good as done. Sunlight happened to stream in through the rear glass window, nourishing the plants and enabling photosynthesis. Li Ming came hurrying over and began planting fruits. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as if she truly enjoyed this work. Perhaps this was a girl's natural talent. The small planting platform was just big enough to hold all the seeds. After she finished planting, she watered them. Then she pressed both hands onto the soil and focused her mind. All at once the compacted earth loosened and tender sprouts burst forth from the ground. Jiang Heng's pupils contracted slightly. These fruits and vegetables were actually growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Ming persisted for over 10 minutes. Most of the plants had grown to a considerable extent. The watermelon in particular grew the fastest. expanding from a tiny bead to the size of a child's rubber ball at a clearly visible pace. The melon's rind bore distinct stripes alternating black and green, a healthy specimen resting heavily in the soil. Li Ming, drenched in sweat, slowly withdrew her hands. Her clothes were soaked through. "I can't hold on much longer," she said. "But after I rest a while, a batch of fruits and vegetables should ripen today." She spoke with some weariness, though delight flickered in her eyes, proof that she was tired and happy at the same time. Jiang Heng had assumed he would have to push her into ripening the plants. To his surprise, she had actually taken a liking to it and shown such initiative. That saved him the trouble. Jiang Heng only needed to be in charge of eating. A single day could yield this much fresh fruit, and Jiang Heng was profoundly satisfied. This was something others wouldn't even dare to dream of. Thankfully, they had fought their way into the fruit store and secured these seeds. Afterward, Jiang Heng drove on, continuing the journey. Jiang Heng. While resting, Li Ming suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. "What's wrong?" Jiang Heng asked. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, "I don't know how my little sister is doing. I'm really worried about her. I want to go see her." She was visibly worried. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened slightly. She actually had a little sister. After living with Jiang Heng for so many days, she had been thinking of her sister all along. As for her parents, she didn't worry about them in the slightest. Because her father was a womanizer who dallied with every flower he saw, and she had long severed ties with that man. Her mother had also fallen ill from overwork and died of cancer. Now the only person in the world worthy of her concern was her little sister. However, she knew that Jiang Heng, saving her alone, had already been extremely difficult. If he were to save her sister as well, the burden would only grow heavier. Jiang Heng surely wouldn't be willing to take that risk. That was why she had never brought it up until today. Jiang Heng's expression turned grave. Worrying about one's sister was only human. He handed over his phone. "Give her a call and ask how she's doing. If you can't get through, she has most likely met with misfortune. If we go looking for her, there's a good chance we'd only find a corpse, and instead put ourselves in mortal danger. The risk and reward, I'm afraid, are not proportionate. I can go, but Li Ming, you need to think it through." Jiang Heng said slowly. He hadn't refused outright, but between the lines he was utterly rational. Right now, gathering supplies is the most important thing, Jiang Heng stated. Li Ming's eyes were complicated. She knew the risk was indeed rather high. After all, to cross half the city to a hospital for someone whose fate was unknown. Never mind Jiang Heng. Even she herself felt the risk was immense. Jiang Heng saving her was already an immense kindness. She couldn't let him walk into danger again. All right. Then she dialed the number. Beep. 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 "The number you have dialed is powered off." She called several times in a row, and every time the result was the same. In truth, Li Ming hadn't held much hope in the first place. Her eyes reddened slightly, teardrops glistening within them. She returned the phone to Jiang Heng. The two fell into silence. Jiang Heng said nothing. They passed a block, turned a corner. Volvo supermarket came into view. A massive shopping complex standing 4 stories tall. A colossal supermarket where each floor occupied over 300 square meters. As one of the largest supermarket chains on Blue Star, Volvo supermarket was extraordinarily well stocked. Men's and women's clothing, all kinds of medicine, instant food. Even all sorts of electronic tools. Too much. Too complete. This wave could be very dangerous. The number of zombies in this supermarket is bound to be substantial. But if we succeed, we'll never have to worry about food or clothing in this apocalypse. Jiang Heng said solemnly. Li Ming nodded upon hearing this. She took out her long-handled electric baton and gripped it in her hand. "Then, let's move out." Her eyes were bright and spirited, utterly devoid of fear. After fighting alongside Jiang Heng for so long, her fear of zombies had faded. She transformed the grief and fury over her sister's uncertain fate into motivation. Jiang Heng ruffled the husky's head and swung open the RV door. A man, a woman, and a dog charged straight out of the RV. The husky was utterly ecstatic. Ever since its evolution, it always felt bursting with energy, itching to tear into something. Jiang Heng had already removed the master key from the RV's cockpit, so no one could start the vehicle now. He stored the key in his spatial storage, able to retrieve it at any moment. Because when entering every corner of the supermarket, he might need this key that could open any lock at any time. Many zombies lingered at the supermarket entrance. A rough estimate put them at 1 to 200. Not a dense crowd. Killing them all would consume a great deal of stamina. Well charged through with speed. Li Ming, you and the husky stay behind and cover me. He'll open the door. We enter the supermarket as fast as possible. Jiang Heng analyzed the situation and spoke immediately. Li Ming nodded. Then Jiang Heng sprinted toward the mall's glass doors. The distance was roughly 100 meters. Jiang Heng could cover it in just a few seconds. But considering Li Ming's stamina wasn't that formidable, he deliberately slowed his pace. The supermarket's enormous glass doors were locked tight. Jiang Heng took out the master key and dashed forward. Zombies gradually surged from all around. Their eyeballs bulged, their bodies dripping with pus and blood, their steps unsteady, their clothes in tatters. Jiang Heng, however, didn't even spare them a glance. He calmly waited for Li Ming and the husky to strike. Having lived with them for so long, the trust between them ran deep. Sure enough, Li Meng didn't let Jiang Heng down. Her stamina had reached 7 points, surpassing that of an ordinary adult male. Her movements were ruthless and decisive, no longer the little girl she once was. The electric baton swung with fierce whistling momentum. After days of zombie-killing training, she could paralyze a zombie with a single strike, then pierce through its skull. She truly had the air of a tough woman. The husky was even more terrifying. After its evolution and mutation, its frame was now larger than a Tibetan Mastiff's, a giant dog in every sense. Its eyes gleamed with ferocity, its body rippling with muscle. It looked even more dreadful than the zombies. A single pounce would send a mutated zombie crashing to the ground, followed by a frenzy of savage biting. Azure electric arcs flickered as its zombie-killing efficiency now rivaled Jiang Heng's own. The husky was clever. It never ate zombie flesh because it didn't taste good, so it only bit them to death. Bang! Jiang Heng, escorted by one woman and one dog, reached the supermarket's main entrance. He inserted the golden master key directly into the lock. A gentle twist. Silky smooth. The massive revolving glass door opened. They immediately rushed inside. They had successfully made it into the supermarket. Turning around for a look. Outside, the zombie horde swarmed forward, utterly frenzied. They had been starving for far too long. The zombies scrambled over one another, desperate to squeeze into the supermarket. But Jiang Heng, already inside, gripped the glass revolving door with both hands. He pulled with savage force. Boom. The revolving door began to turn. The zombies' limbs became wedged in the door's gaps. They were instantly crushed and snapped apart, exposing torn nerves and muscle tissue. One could even see several zombies whose heads had been squeezed flat, eyeballs bulging and distorting in the crevices of the glass door. This was Jiang Heng's formidable strength attribute at work. After several rotations, the zombies caught in the door were reduced to mangled flesh and severed limbs. Jiang Heng locked the glass door from the inside. This time the zombies outside couldn't get in for a while. All right, let's explore the supermarket, Jiang Heng said with a cautious gaze. The number of zombies in here is certainly not small. We need to be careful. Li Meng nodded. Holding the electric baton with both hands, she stepped lightly. The husky, with all four paws on the ground, took the lead. Its powerful sense of smell could detect the scent of zombies up ahead. It bounded forward in a flash, darting across. It charged straight behind a rack of men's clothing and began biting madly. Blood sprayed. A hidden zombie fell to the ground with a thud. The husky, mouth full of blood, looked utterly ferocious. It trotted briskly back, still sniffing. Good job, Jiang Heng whispered. The supermarket had no electricity. It was pitch black inside. It would be extremely easy for zombies to launch a sneak attack. But with the husky's sense of smell, it functioned like radar in this environment, able to detect every zombie in the vicinity. The first floor of the supermarket was the general merchandise area, selling men's and women's clothing, cosmetics, and the like. There was no need to linger here for long. Jiang Heng rushed to an outdoor jacket store and swept his hand over a rack of black windbreakers, extracting them all at once. Extraction successful. Obtained bulletproof field windbreaker X1. In an instant, a pitch-black trench coat materialized on Jiang Heng's back. It felt heavy and thick, but its most important feature was its extreme hardness. The fabric was coarse and incredibly sturdy. Jiang Heng tried to tear it with his hands. Even with his formidable strength, he found it remarkably tough. Without using his full power, he couldn't tear it at all. To sum it up, this piece of clothing was big, black, thick, and hard. It was perfect, as the bulletproof vest on his chest was battle-worn and covered in scars. This coat would provide him with extra protection. Jiang Heng walked to another rack and repeated the process. He extracted an identical pitch-black coat. One for himself, one for Li Meng. Li Meng, put this on, Jiang Heng said. Li Meng took it and put it on her. It felt heavy, but it was also thick and gave a strong sense of security. Her eyes held a hint of surprise, wondering where Jiang Heng had gotten this windbreaker from. Perhaps he had collected it before and stored it in his ability space. She didn't ask further, just nodded and thanked him. Then Jiang Heng collected a few more pieces of men's clothing into his system space. He also gathered over a dozen articles of clothing for Li Meng. Of course, he also snagged a few lingerie items, just in case. Then Jiang Heng packed away more than 10 pairs of boots, as his own field boots were worn and full of scratches. After enhancing his strength attribute, every step he took, whether walking or running, was devastating to his shoe soles. Naturally, he needed to stock up on several pairs. Afterward, Jiang Heng scanned the area and found nothing else of value on this floor. It was time to leave. Zombies roamed all over this floor, but the husky was the most vigilant guard. While Jiang Heng was gathering supplies, it stayed nearby, slaughtering any wandering zombies that approached, killing them all. When Jiang Heng walked out of the outdoor jacket store, he saw 5 or 6 corpses lying haphazardly at the entrance. The dog food was definitely not wasted. Let's go to the second floor, Jiang Heng said. Then they rushed towards the escalator. The diagonal escalator had stopped working, and the pitch-black stairs were covered in bloodstains. The lights on the second floor flickered, occasionally spitting sparks. In this dim setting, the atmosphere was eerie and sinister. But Jiang Heng remained calm, leading the woman and the dog up the stairs. A low groan. A half-zombie was wedged in the gap at the corner of the escalator. Its cries were weak, barely breathing. Its pitch-black nails scratched wildly, still trying to bite people. It was unlucky having been caught in the running escalator. The lower half of its body was likely already mush. Jiang Heng's hand moved, and his blade fell. One straight thrust pierced through its skull, ending the zombie. Entering the second floor, a vast array of electronic equipment came into view: laptops, 4K home TVs, various phones, radio communicators, circuit boards, game consoles, and more. The second floor was the electronics specialty area. These things were mostly useless in the apocalypse as there were power outages everywhere. Finding a chance to use these devices was rare. But for Jiang Heng, these were not a problem. The RV had electricity. He could take 2 TVs and some TV series and movie discs. That way they could pass the time when bored. Jiang Heng moved swiftly among the display counters like a whirlwind sweeping through. Soon 2 expensive large color TVs, a game console, a few radio communicators, and a large number of movie discs had entered his system space. The space is only 1,000 cubic meters, not infinite. I must conserve it and use the rest for food. Jiang Heng thought to himself. Li Ming was no longer surprised by Jiang Heng's ability to collect supplies, but she still couldn't help but marvel. A few zombies dressed in clerk uniforms came running with hoarse screams. Lightning crackled in Jiang Heng's palm, and he struck out with 2 slashes. With a splat and a boom, electric sparks scattered, and the 2 zombies were paralyzed, their bodies twitching violently. Finally, their heads were chopped to pieces, and they fell to the ground, unable to move. As more zombies appeared, Jiang Heng's expression turned serious, and he directly used his zombie control ability. A red light flashed in his eyes. The 3 zombies nearby suddenly trembled all over. Pus dripped from their mouths, and for an instant a red light, identical to Jiang Heng's, flashed in their eyes. Then they turned and began to tear into the other zombies. Fighting their own kind, the scene instantly became chaotic. Stinking bone fragments and flesh were bitten off. Screams of agony filled the air. To think it could be cast instantly. This ability was truly extraordinary. We're done exploring here, let's go to the 3rd floor. Looking at the growing horde of zombies converging on this floor, Jiang Heng commanded. Li Ming and the husky immediately followed Jiang Heng's movements, running towards the upward escalator. The escalators in the mall were staggered to increase the time you spent inside. So every time you went up or down a floor you had to take a detour. This was fine on a normal day, but in the apocalypse it was dangerous. Luckily Jiang Heng was no ordinary person. After slaughtering over a dozen zombies that lunged at them, the group successfully reached the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was the food specialty area. Rice, flour, oil, chocolate, snacks. This was the apocalypse's grand warehouse. Jiang Heng led the woman and the dog charging straight to the back. Along the way, like a whirlwind, he swept all the food he saw into his storage. An entire shelf of carbonated drinks taken. Biscuits, rice, instant noodles, self-heating rice. Hot pot-based chocolate, dry tofu. Frozen fried chicken, beef meatballs, crispy ham sausages. Jiang Heng's hands were getting tired from all the collecting. This 3rd floor was vast with a huge amount of supplies. Jiang Heng traversed most of it, nearly filling his system space to the brim. That's about it. The system space is at 90. Almost full. It was packed to the brim, all with supplies. Anyone who saw it would feel a sense of security. These supplies should be enough for me, Li Ming, and the husky for a few years, Jiang Heng thought, with a surge of relief. From now on they wouldn't have to worry about food. A loud groan echoed. Suddenly hundreds of hoarse zombie roars came from the distance. In the darkness ahead, a huge figure emerged. Jiang Heng's pupils constricted as he felt a highly ominous premonition. The dense guttural sounds of zombies grew closer. The husky's fur stood on end, and a murderous intent surged in its blood-red eyes. It lowered its body, crouched on all fours, and bared its teeth. It had entered a combat stance. It meant it had smelled something there. Jiang Heng. At that moment Li Ming behind him suddenly cried out in alarm. Her pupils were fixed, her whole body numb. The massive monster stepped out from the darkness. In that instant Jiang Heng saw it clearly. He felt as if struck by lightning. The twistedness of this monster was beyond words. Hundreds of contorted zombies had merged together to form a colossal amalgamation. Their limbs were intertwined and tangled, creating a hellish tableau. Torn and fused flesh, pus-filled heads, and limbs were embedded into the same massive body. Hundreds of zombie hands extended from all sides of the fleshy mass, clawing menacingly. It was a giant lump of flesh formed from hundreds of zombies. Jiang Heng immediately investigated the information on this monster. Purulent 100-corpse mass, 3rd-order mutant formed. With a genetically mutated zombie at its core, it attracts hundreds of zombies to cluster together, the stickiness of the viral genes fusing them into one mass. Purulent mass, the virus concentration within this creature is extremely high, capable of corroding any hard substance. Be aware it also has another form. No wonder there were so few zombies on this floor, they had all gathered together into this nauseating thing. Judging by its size, it's already comparable to the blackthorn giant from that video. A 3rd-order mutant zombie. There was no telling where its weak points were with hundreds of zombie heads embedded within its massive body. Rotting fat-laden limbs crawled out from all over its form, flailing wildly. Jiang Heng's expression turned extremely grim. He hadn't even encountered a second-order mutant, and now a third-order one had appeared out of nowhere. Fighting above my rank, do you think I'm a superhero? Li Meng was scared pale. Jiang Heng. What do we do? She asked, her voice trembling with shock. Run! Jiang Heng barked. Li Meng turned and fled on the spot. She didn't possess a combat-type ability. Engaging this monster would only mean certain death, and would just hold Jiang Heng back. So she immediately sprinted towards the rear, escaping the creature's attack range. Jiang Heng also ran quickly. A heat-in fight is certain death, he thought to himself. There was no choice, this creature's size was just too immense. He swiftly retreated from the area as well. Ugh! Hiss! The terrifying roars of the zombies grew closer. What shocked Jiang Heng was this monster's appallingly fast speed. It suddenly lunged forward, pressing its bulky wide body flat against the ground, undulating as it advanced. Like a fat snake. No more accurately, a centipede. A zombie centipede with over 100 flailing arms. Just shorter and fatter. He could hear the sounds of bones breaking, flesh tearing, and tendons snapping from within its body. The countless zombie bodies inside were likely being squeezed into a pulpy mess with every undulation. Once the zombies became part of this abomination, they couldn't break free, a truly pitiable fate. Boom. Pus flowed profusely from within the creature, and wherever it passed, the floor began to emit scorching black smoke and cave in. Extremely corrosive. Wherever it slithered, it left behind a trail of thick, foul-smelling yellow pus. Jiang Heng's scalp crawled at the sight. If that venom touched his skin, it would definitely rot. Death would be the best outcome. The worst would be becoming a zombie. And not just any zombie, but one integrated into this creature's mass. I have to get out of here successfully today, no matter what. Jiang Heng's face was grim as he increased his speed by a large margin. When he passed Li Meng, he hoisted her directly onto his shoulder. With his current physique, carrying this 90-gene girl was like carrying a baby. It didn't even slow him down in the slightest. Seeing the elevator just ahead, a simple slide would get them to safety. However, behind him, the monster suddenly spewed out a massive gush of pus. It splattered onto the ceiling. Sizzle. Crackle. The intense sound of corrosion filled the air. Boom. The ceiling above the elevator collapsed in a heap. Dust and debris flew everywhere. It crashed down, burying the elevator entrance in rubble. Jiang Heng's pupils constricted as he stared fixedly at the spot. Damn it. The nearest exit was blocked off. This creature was massive, yet its speed was even faster than Jiang Heng's. Within just a few breaths, it closed the distance to within 5 meters of him. Jiang Heng could even see clearly how filthy and viscous the pus and blood clinging to its body was. The stench of decay was so close it made his hair stand on end. Over 100 zombie arms flailed towards him madly, trying to tear his body apart. Even if he kept running, it could easily keep pace with him. There was no escape. He had no choice but to fight. Jiang Heng clenched his jaw and spun sideways. He dodged the grasping limbs extending from the pus monster's body. Then he placed Li Meng on the ground and kicked her away. She slid across the floor for over 30 meters before stopping. Get to a safe spot, Jiang Heng said coldly. Li Meng was stunned. Jiang Heng wasn't running. He was going to take down this terrifying zombie alone. That was insane. But she also knew this wasn't the time for arguments. She quickly retreated to a safer area. Crouching behind a shelf, she clutched her stunned baton tightly and peeked out to watch from a distance. Calm down. Calm down, I have healing abilities, I must protect Jiang Heng. She stared intently at him, raising one hand in the distance, ready to use her evolved ability to heal his wounds at any moment. After her ability had leveled up, both its range and effectiveness had improved significantly. Jiang Heng gripped his straight blade tightly as azure electric currents surged from his body. Arcs of electricity coiled around the blade, radiating outwards for 5 meters. He began his basic sword forms. Jiang Heng stepped forward, narrowly dodging the swipes of several zombies. Then he swung his blade in a horizontal slash. Boom. A thunderclap resounded. The strike left a dazzling arc of lightning in the air. Blue-purple intertwined arcs of electricity crackled through the air, piercing the zombie's massive obese frame. Splurt. Pus and blood sprayed everywhere. The terrifying lightning surged straight through the creature's lower abdomen, blasting a huge hole in the flesh there. That was the power of lightning. Jiang Heng's mental strength was over 10 points, about 3 times that of Era. A single slash combined with electric current could shatter concrete like tofu, let alone flesh and blood. This attack was highly effective. The zombie horde let out a collective shriek, and its body convulsed violently. Woof! Era barked from beside him and charged forward fiercely. Era was incredibly fast, a black and white blur. It kicked up a gust of wind that ruffled Jiang Heng's hair. Fearless, it leaped directly onto the upper body of the giant zombie and began biting crazily. Era's massive jaws, opening to a diameter of over 20 centimeters, easily tore into the creature's flesh with its hooked fangs. Pus immediately splattered. A protruding head was bitten off, its brains bursting out on the spot, like a walnut crushed in a vice. But Era was also badly injured upon landing. The pus inside this zombie was too corrosive. Splashed across its body, the skin and flesh on half of its face began to corrode, blood streaming down. The muscles and tendons on one leg were exposed. But now its adrenaline was surging. Its determination to protect its master made it forget the pain. It bravely charged forward again, battling the giant zombie. Despite its severe injuries, Era was immune to the virus and wouldn't be infected. Li Ming, witnessing this from the side, quickly activated her ability. An invisible force surged out, transmitting through the air directly to Era. A scalding current stimulated its cells to divide frantically. Within seconds, its wounds healed at a visible rate. Era became even more ferocious, attacking with the reckless determination to trade 1,000 of its own to wound 1,000 of the enemy. Lightning crackled, and in just a short moment the colossal zombie was riddled with holes. Rotten flesh was strewn all over the ground, and the zombies wailed incessantly. There's a chance, Jiang Heng thought to himself. This zombie looked massive, but it was all show and no substance. It could be killed. However, that thought hadn't even lasted 5 seconds before this colossal zombie gave him a surprise. Its body trembled violently, flesh bubbling as if boiling. Then the flesh twisted and writhed. The zombies that formed its body contorted their limbs, screaming in agony. Finally, a zombie with pitch-black skin burst out from its chest. Its head was enormous, perfectly matching its giant body. The limbs of all the zombies twisted together into ropes, eventually forming 4 long appendages. It stood on all fours, looking grotesque and distorted like a giant long-limbed flea. So, this was its true form. Right, the data on this zombie mentioned it was a cluster formed around a core zombie. So this black one is the core. It can use the other zombies as limbs and flesh, transforming into this shape. Its very appearance was terrifying enough to induce fear. Boom. It stomped its 4 legs and leaped high into the air. The floor shattered beneath it. With limbs, its speed had increased significantly. The piercing screams of hundreds of zombies rose and fell, nearly bursting eardrums. Jiang Heng gripped his straight blade tightly, sweat pouring down his heart. Damn it, time to fight. He stood his ground, eyes locked on the zombie as it lunged towards him. Just as it was about to strike, Jiang Heng's pupils contracted. Time freeze. In an instant, time within a 20-meter radius came to a complete standstill, enveloping the entire zombie. Li Ming, watching from the side, was stunned. What is this? From the outside, the frozen time domain looked like a crystal ball with refracted slowed light. The objects within were suspended midair, incredibly clear. The husky Jiang Heng and the giant zombie were all frozen inside. The zombie was suspended in midair, looking utterly bizarre. From her perspective, nothing moved. Because even light was frozen, the scene remained fixed at the moment time stopped. But within the frozen zone, Jiang Heng had already acted. He moved swiftly, raising his hand and flipping the blade. Electric currents surged out, intertwining in the air, forming countless arcs that extended slowly. He gritted his teeth, muscles bulging violently. He activated his physical burst ability. In an instant, Jiang Heng's physical prowess tripled, reaching an incredibly terrifying level. He could even withstand bullets now. He swung his blade in a horizontal slash. At that moment, he simultaneously activated the Destiny's Hand talent. An invisible hand seemed to guide his blade, slashing fiercely down onto the zombie's weak point, its eye socket. A sound like snapping steel cables rang out as the blade cut through its scalp, but it failed to penetrate the bone. So hard, Jiang Heng's eyes widened in shock. This zombie had absorbed all the marrow and nutrients from over 100 zombies, making its skull far harder than steel. Jiang Heng couldn't cut through it. Instead, his own blade was chipped. His face turned cold, and he let out a sneer. Too bad you met your match today. He directly took out a 2,000-watt red chainsaw from his system space. He pulled the trigger. Whir! The sound of the saw blade spinning filled the air. Jiang Heng raised the chainsaw and slammed it onto the zombie's head. The moment the blade touched, brain matter splattered, pus flowed. Bone fragments flew everywhere. Thick black corpse blood sprayed into the air, hanging suspended, sticky and stringy. Jiang Heng's hands were numbed by the vibration. Gotta hand it to the chainsaw. Looking at the zombie's ferocious face, Jiang Heng wasn't sure if the blow had been fatal. He slammed the saw down several more times. Squelch! Squelch! The zombie's skull was completely shredded. Then Jiang Heng put away the chainsaw and continued hacking with his bone cleaver straight sword. Electric currents crackled with each swing. Finally, he chopped its head into countless pieces of charred, minced flesh. It smoked. Time resumed its flow. Bang! The colossal monster crashed to the ground, shattering a large section of the floor, sending debris flying everywhere. It lay there completely dead. Only the hundreds of zombies that formed its body and limbs continued to twitch weakly. But without the core, these zombies, whose spines were crushed and twisted, were just lumps of rotten flesh, completely lacking combat ability. Jiang Heng was covered in blood, panting heavily. Activating multiple abilities simultaneously was a heavy burden, even with his spiritual energy of over a dozen points. The strain on his body was immense. This zombie's skull was incredibly hard, comparable to steel. Fortunately, the physical burst ability could triple his physical stats instantly, and the chainsaw was a godsend. Otherwise, he might not have been able to cut through its skull. Jiang Heng raised his straight sword to check for damage. The blade was full of nicks, completely dull. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle. Clatter! The blade fell to the ground, shattering into several pieces. This sword was, after all, just ordinary iron, barely able to kill a Tier 3 mutant. The blade had served its purpose. Fortunately, it had successfully slain the Tier 3 mutant, so it could rest without regret. Jiang Heng's expression turned serious. Time for a new weapon. This time he needed something truly suitable and effective. Li Ming, hiding nearby, was pale with shock. She was too stunned to speak. In her view, a massive frozen time field had appeared. A few seconds later, the zombie crashed down. It smashed the floor tiles completely without warning. Her pupils trembled, her hair damp with sweat, fine beads of perspiration on her forehead. Jiang Heng was covered in blood. Fearing he was hurt, she rushed over to him. She patted him down, her face full of worry. Jiang Heng, are you okay? She asked, concerned. Jiang Heng's breathing was heavy, but his gaze remained steady. It was a bit close. That zombie was strong, but I'm not injured, Jiang Heng nodded, replying. Li Ming was still uneasy. She hugged Jiang Heng with both arms, activating her ability with all her might. A wave of warmth washed over him. Jiang Heng, who didn't have any wounds to begin with, felt even healthier. All right, time to loot the spoils. Jiang Heng, are you okay? She asked, concerned. Jiang Heng's breathing was heavy, but his gaze remained steady. It was a bit close. That zombie was strong, but I'm not injured, Jiang Heng nodded, replying. He began to heal. Jiang Heng walked over to the zombie's corpse. Looking at its twisted, grotesque body, he couldn't help but feel his stomach churn. It was a scene more disgusting than any horror movie director could dream up. It just goes to show human imagination can't compete with nature. From the zombie's brain hacked into a pulpy mess, Jiang Heng found a crystal the size of a palm. It was slightly yellowish like water gold. This crystal was larger than any he had ever seen. Tier 3 mutant core. Upon absorption, it can significantly evolve your genes. An incredibly valuable prize. Jiang Heng pocketed it, planning to absorb it later. Looking at the zombie's massive corpse, Jiang Heng initiated extraction. Since he had personally slain it, it was undoubtedly his spoils. Extraction successful. Ability acquired. Flesh division A rank. Flesh division A rank. You can perform lossless organic division of your genes and cells to create a clone identical to yourself, inheriting all abilities and skills. Clone duration increases with the host's physical and spiritual attributes. Currently lasts for 30 minutes. Jiang Heng's pupils contracted slightly. This ability is way too strong. It can inherit all abilities and skills. Although it can't inherit the infinite extraction talent, it's still incredibly powerful. This effectively doubles Jiang Heng's combat power. He focused his mind. Every inch of muscle in his body screamed with splitting pain. It lasted only a moment. Then a bloody, blurry figure was pulled out from his body. It landed on the ground and solidified into a human form. It looked exactly like Jiang Heng, with a sturdy build and determined brow. However, it was naked. Li Ming was dumbfounded by the sight. Her face flushed bright red. She had never seen such a scene and quickly turned her head away. Jiang Heng, what kind of ability is this? She stammered, her ears burning red. But her feminine curiosity compelled her to steal a glance from the corner of her eye. It was indeed quite impressive, leaving her inwardly astonished. Zombie fusion slimes have appeared, so it's only reasonable I awaken a clone ability, right? Jiang Heng said. His eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a wave of weakness. This ability consumed too much physical energy to use consecutively. If he forced out a second clone, his main body would lose combat effectiveness. And the clone created under such strain would be weak and useless. So for now, creating one clone was the best option. He stared at his clone. The clone studied him back. Identical, truly no flaws visible. The only difference was that this clone would obey Jiang Heng's commands 100%. Even if he ordered it to die, it would comply. Jiang Heng's eyes suddenly lit up with a bold idea. Clone, you wouldn't mind if I killed you, would you? Jiang Heng squinted, asking. The clone nodded. I have no self-awareness. I only follow your orders. I feel no regret, no emotion, no pain. The clone answered truthfully. Jiang Heng nodded. That made things easier. He acted immediately. With the broken blade, he slit the clone's throat. Blood sprayed into the air. The clone fell to the ground, eyes closing. The blow was clean and quick, causing no pain. Jiang Heng, what are you? Li Ming turned around and saw the bloody scene. Jiang Heng, however, remained calm. I'm checking if the clone leaves behind a corpse identical to mine after death. It seems the answer is yes. Staring at the lifelike corpse, a sharp glint flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. After this test, Jiang Heng came up with some new uses for this ability. He could leave a fake dead clone during battle to deceive enemies. This would be a divine skill, used while he could toy with any enemy in the palm of his hand. We've gathered just about enough supplies. Time for us to pull out. Jiang Heng walked over to Li Meng and said. The husky also ambled over slowly. All the wounds on its body had healed. It had been through a true perilous battle. Its fur was matted with dried blood, and its eyes had grown considerably more resolute. Let's move, Jiang Heng said, leading Li Meng towards the emergency exit. The emergency exit hadn't been destroyed, and there should be fewer zombies there. A few scattered zombies still wandered on the third floor. They were all swiftly dispatched by the husky's electrified fangs cleanly and efficiently. The fourth floor of the mall housed cinemas and restaurants. There was no supplies there, no point in wasting time going up. Using a master key, he unlocked the sealed emergency exit door. They entered the pitch-black stairwell. Just as Jiang Heng was about to leave, a voice suddenly echoed from above. Are you alive? It was the timid voice of a middle-aged man. Jiang Heng looked up. Standing on the stairs above was a portly middle-aged man. He wore a pair of glasses and looked haggard. Clearly he had been trapped here for days. Oh, you've been hiding here all this time? Jiang Heng asked, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected to find another living soul in this supermarket. It's not just me, we've been trapped on the fourth floor for over 10 days. Supplies are running low and several people have already starved to death. His lips trembled. You? Just came from the third floor, you must have scavenged quite a bit of supplies. Could you spare a little for us? As he spoke, a glint of hungry greed flickered in his eyes. Several men walked up behind him, all gaunt and sallow. Their eyes were bloodshot. It was a sign of extreme starvation. Jiang Heng shook his head. Figure it out yourselves. He had paid a heavy price, nearly dying on the third floor to gather these supplies. Why would he just give them away to complete strangers? You've been trapped on the fourth floor all this time and never thought to come down and scavenge for yourselves. If you'd rather starve to death than take a risk, then you deserve to be weeded out. Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. The group's faces flushed with shame. Boss, there were too many zombies on the third floor. None of us have awakened any abilities. Going down would have been suicide. The only ability user among us is dead. So we just didn't have the guts. Jiang Heng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A dead ability user. He could extract his power. You had an ability user? Where is his body? Jiang Heng's gaze burned with intensity. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. They couldn't fathom why this formidable man was so interested in a corpse. The ability user's body is in our camp. All right, take me there immediately, Jiang Heng said, leading Li Meng and the husky up the stairs. With his multiple abilities, he had no fear of an ambush. If these people had ulterior motives, he could unleash his power and annihilate them all in an instant. The husky stepped into the stairwell. Its massive, powerful frame, sharp fangs, and fierce mane immediately startled the group. Don't panic, this is my loyal companion. Jiang Heng reassured them, patting the husky's head. The people, trembling with fear, nodded, but dared not approach the husky. They ascended to the fourth floor. After passing through a narrow corridor, they arrived at a small cinema. Hidden inside were over 20 people. There were elderly, children, women, and young men. All were gaunt and emaciated, clearly starved for days. They looked in terror at the imposing husky covering their mouths. When the virus broke out, we were all here watching a movie. And we got trapped here. The bespectacled man chuckled bitterly. He led Jiang Heng to a corner. Here lay a pile of over a dozen zombie corpses along with the body of a young man. All the corpses had blue-purple skin and bulging eyes. They were highly decomposed, already attracting flies and maggots with a stench permeating the air. This ability user was called Zhang Yun. When the virus broke out, many people in the cinema mutated into zombies. He used his ability to kill those zombies and save us. But he was bitten by a zombie and infected. Then he felt himself turning, so he took a blade and ended his own life here in this corner. The bespectacled man recounted. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Jiang Heng. A deeply hidden chill flashed in his eyes. The husky's pupils trembled. It had keenly caught this detail, but it did not act immediately. Instead, it remained perfectly still, watching. Li Meng observed the 20-odd survivors around them. She noticed that the elderly, children, and women all had fear in their eyes. But this fear wasn't primarily directed at Jiang Heng or the husky. It was directed at the bespectacled man. This made her highly suspicious. She gently patted Jiang Heng's back, signaling that something was wrong. Jiang Heng subtly returned a glance, signaling he understood. He looked at the pile of rotting corpses in the corner, his gaze locking onto the body of the young ability user. He fell into deep thought. Something was off. The ability user's body was covered in bruises and knife wounds, as if he had been beaten and assaulted before his death. The knife wound on the young man's neck was also highly irregular. If it were a suicide, where did all these other injuries come from? Jiang Heng's expression turned grim. He felt an eerie atmosphere here. Just as he was about to turn around and subdue the bespectacled man to force the truth out. Now, the bespectacled man struck first. He let out a furious roar. Jiang Heng felt several killing intents rush at him from behind. The group shed their cowering, fearful facade, revealing their true nature. They brandished long knives, slashing at Jiang Heng's head. Jiang Heng's eyes hardened. These people were definitely up to something. He stood his ground unmoving as they rushed in for the kill. Roar. A beastly roar shook the entire cinema. The husky moved like lightning leaping into the air, its terrifying electric current exploding outward. It electrocuted the knife-wielding men rushing at Jiang Heng, leaving them paralyzed and convulsing violently. Then with its sharp fangs it tore several of them to shreds in an instant. Limbs and blood splattered everywhere. The bespectacled man was stunned. He knew the dog was formidable, but not this powerful. It had just killed several of his best men in one go. This had completely spiraled out of his control. Jiang Heng produced a cleaver from his system space. His eyes were cold as ice. He stared at the bespectacled man walking slowly towards him. I knew you were trouble. I could tell from the start that your shifty eyes held murderous intent towards me. Jiang Heng's voice was frigid. As he spoke, he scanned the man's information. Li Shi's. First Order Evolver. Physical 12. Mental 8. Ability Telekinesis A rank. His telekinetic force can manifest physically affecting the spatial coordinates of matter in 3 dimensions. Can move objects, levitate them, but cannot affect living organisms. Jiang Heng was slightly taken aback. An A-rank telekinesis ability. This power was extremely formidable and tricky. This fat man had been hiding his strength all along. The next instant, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several piercing sounds cut through the air. 3 small daggers from beneath various cinema seats flew out with startling speed. Their razor-sharp edges sliced through the air. The 3 daggers shot forth. Their targets were the heads of Li Meng the Husky and Jiang Heng. A cold sneer curled on Li Shi's lips. Even if Jiang Heng reacted now, it would be too late. His dagger was already about to pierce through Jiang Heng's skull. Soon he could directly seize their supplies. He had long known that Jiang Heng was not to be underestimated, because on the 3rd floor there was a massive 100-corpse fusion mass. The fact that Jiang Heng could scavenge supplies from the 3rd floor and escape unscathed marked him as a formidable opponent. So he had avoided a direct confrontation. He laid this trap, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush Jiang Heng. Clearly his plan was executed with great success. The only blemish was that his target was Jiang Heng. With a grave expression, Jiang Heng activated Time Stop. A hum resonated as time within a radius of over 20 meters came to a complete standstill. All the daggers hung motionless in midair. Jiang Heng walked over to the suspended blades, reaching out to touch them before storing them all into his system space. Then he approached Li Shi's and drew his blade. With swift and decisive strikes, Jiang Heng severed both of Li Shi's arms cleanly from the shoulders. Then with 2 precise thrusts he pierced Li Shi's eyes, blinding him. Deprived of sight, his abilities were greatly diminished, perhaps even rendered unusable. Blood clung to the blade, tracing solid arcs in the air, splashing into a grotesque painting. Jiang Heng's palm crackled with electricity as he slammed it onto the wounds. The current seared the flesh, charring it black. This cauterized the wounds, preventing Li Shi's from bleeding out. Jiang Heng still had questions to ask. As time resumed its flow, scorching blood splattered onto the ground. The burly man's face went blank. A moment later he let out a heart-wrenching scream. He collapsed to his knees, his arms gone, his eyes ruined. Where are my daggers? The searing pain nearly overwhelmed his senses. Blind and covered in blood, he stared into the void, seeing only darkness. He tried to sense his daggers with his mind, but they were gone, as if they had vanished into another dimension. This sight stunned everyone. The 20-odd survivors in the cinema collectively gasped, some letting out shrill screams. Anyone who disobeyed Li Shi's met a gruesome end. Over the past few days many had paid with their lives, so they dared not warn Jiang Heng. Yet they never expected the tables to turn so quickly. What kind of ability was that? They couldn't even comprehend it. They only saw a flash of white light, and then Li Shi's arms dripping with blood flew into the air. Li Meng's eyes widened in shock. She had seen the 3 daggers too. She had nearly died by those daggers. Fortunately, Jiang Heng's powers were invincible. Still shaken, she felt a surge of anger towards Li Shi's. She strode over to him, the switch on her stun baton already flipped. A terrifying crackle of electricity filled the air. Tell me what exactly happened here, Jiang Heng demanded. Li Shi's lost in his wailing didn't hear him. Seems I need to be more persuasive, Jiang Heng said, nodding to Li Meng. Li Meng raised her baton and jammed it against Li Shi's neck. A vicious crackle. The horrific current racked his body, causing him to foam at the mouth, tremble violently, and bleed even more profusely. The agony brought him to stark clarity, and he immediately begged for mercy. Please, please stop. Li Shi's cried, tears and blood streaming down his face. Li Meng finally withdrew the baton. Good. Now answer my questions. Jiang Heng's voice was cold and brooked no argument. Li Shi's face was ashen. He still couldn't fathom how he had lost. One moment victory was in his grasp. The next he was in this state. He could rack his brains and never guess the truth. Jiang Heng had the power to stop time. Where did you get your ability? What's the story with that corpse in the corner? Jiang Heng asked. Li Shi's lips trembled as he gritted his teeth, fighting the agony of his severed arms. The pain was pushing him to the brink of unconsciousness. He stammered, I wasn't lying to you. The corpse in the corner. Zhang Yun was indeed the only ability user among us. He awakened a super strength ability when the apocalypse began, killing many zombies with his bare hands and saving our lives. He even killed a mutated zombie, and it dropped a crystal core. As he spoke, Li Shuz's teeth chattered audibly. The pain made his whole body shake. Then, like I said, he was bitten by a zombie. He was afraid he'd turn and hurt us, so he chose to kill himself. Li Shuz fell silent. The next second, a young girl's clear voice cut through the air. He's lying. A girl of about 13 or 14 stepped forward from a corner, pointing at him in fury. Her eyes burned with anger and were rimmed with red as she spoke. Zhang Yun wasn't bitten by a zombie. You killed him in his sleep to take the crystal core for yourself. She nearly shouted the words. As her accusation echoed, the other survivors began to step forward one by one. Yes. Yes, he's lying. That girl is telling the truth. Among them were elderly men and women. They finally found the courage to speak out. Their fists were clenched, their faces etched with anger. They had been cowed by Li Shuz's power. They had endured so much humiliation during those days. Now they could finally let it out. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Jiang Heng's eyes. That ability user had risked his life killing zombies to protect them. And Li Shuz was a monster. Do you have anything else to say? Jiang Heng's voice was icy. Li Shuz's face contorted, his body trembling. Fine. I killed him, so what? I took and absorbed the crystal core, awakening the power of psychokinesis. A crazed look took over Li Shuz's face. He knew that once his despicable deeds were exposed, Jiang Heng would never let him live. He dropped all pretense. What does it matter if you know? If I'm going down, we're all going down together. You'll all be buried with me. With a bitter laugh, he unleashed his psychokinesis to its fullest extent. Over a dozen razor blades flew out from his clothing. They spun and shot out in all directions. At that speed, they could easily pierce a person's neck. A single hit to an artery would be fatal. In that instant, Jiang Heng's eyes turned sharp. He moved swiftly, casting a small-scale time stop. It was only a meter in diameter, yet it was enough to freeze all the razor blades in midair before they could scatter. Then he raised his blade and struck. With a swift motion, he sliced open Li Shuz's neck, ending his life. Blood sprayed. The time-stop field dissipated. The blades, now unsupported by telekinetic force, clattered to the ground, scattering everywhere. Jiang Heng stared at Li Shuz's corpse and directly initiated extraction. Extraction successful. Ability acquired. Telekinesis, A rank. Your psychic force can now materialize, influencing the physical coordinates of objects in three-dimensional space. It can move objects and cause them to levitate. Jiang Heng felt a tremor run through his body, as if his thoughts had manifested into a tangible force. He focused his mind. Whoosh. The dozen or so blades were lifted, suspended, and floating before him. He crooked his fingers slightly. All the blades spun in unison, nearly launching forward. This power is formidable. Jiang Heng retracted his force, and the blades clattered to the ground with crisp sounds. He turned his gaze towards the group of survivors. He must have been using his ability to threaten you all along, Jiang Heng stated. The crowd nodded. These innocent survivors were mostly the elderly and children. Because when the apocalypse broke out, this cinema hall was playing the animated movie Sheep Out. It was mostly parents and grandparents who had brought the children to watch. Naturally, they dared not defy Li Shuz, nor did they have the strength to resist. Jiang Heng's arrival was in a sense their liberation. Now that he's dead, what are your plans? Jiang Heng asked. The survivors exchanged helpless glances. We don't know. We're starving, said a haggard woman, clutching a baby in her arms. Her clothes were disheveled, her body covered in filth, and the light had faded from her eyes. Clearly she had endured much during this period. If you stay here, you'll likely starve. Jiang Heng's gaze turned somber as he fell into thought. There were still many zombies in this supermarket that he hadn't killed. If he just left, these innocent survivors would surely die. Should he lead these people out of here? But leaving with so many carried significant risk. Jiang Heng's expression was grim, but in the end he abandoned the idea of saving them. This was just the way of the world now. He didn't have the power to save everyone. One had to be ruthless to survive. Jiang Heng's eyes were calm as he stopped paying attention to the survivors. He walked to the corner to the corpse of the deceased ability user named Zhang Yun and initiated extraction. Extraction successful. Ability acquired. Super strength drank. This ability has an extremely high compatibility with physical burst drank. The two abilities have undergone a fusion mutation. Suddenly Jiang Heng felt his body tremble, every cell within him seeming to ignite. He clenched his fist, feeling immense power surge within him. Overlord's body. C rank. You can overload your cells for a short period, enhancing your physical capabilities up to 5 times your normal limit. While active, your body gains resistance to low-rank mental and viral attacks. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in shock. That's intense. A direct 5-fold increase in physical prowess, plus resistance to mental and viral attacks during its duration. It's almost invincible. Astonishment flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected extracted abilities to be able to fuse. That's incredible. With his physical ability quintupled, the toughness of his skin could now directly withstand pistol fire. He checked his status. Jiang Heng, First Order Evolver Physique, 27 Spirit, 14 Talents, Infinite Extraction, Eye of Truth Abilities, Time Stop, S-Rank Telekinesis, A-Rank Flesh Division, A-Rank Overlord's Body, C-Rank Zombie Control, D-Rank Bioelectricity, D-Rank Skills, Expert, Driving Hand of Fate, Zombie Virus Immunity, Basic Blade Mastery. Now, with 6 abilities at his disposal, he could be considered invincible on a small scale. Jiang Heng was thoroughly pleased. He turned to look behind him. The survivors were staring at him with hopeful eyes. Jiang Heng remained silent for a moment. Li Ming tugged at his sleeve. His gaze sharpened. He expected Li Ming to ask him to save them. After all, women were prone to sentimentality and emotional decisions. But unexpectedly she gritted her teeth and said, Jiang Heng, there are too many zombies on the road. Our supplies won't last. We can't take them with us, the RV won't fit them all. I know you want to save them, but we truly don't have the capability. You have many abilities, but don't risk your own life for this. Li Ming spoke with a grave expression. There was sadness in her eyes, and in her heart, she was loath to abandon these elderly and mothers to their fate. But she chose to be the villain. By speaking up first, she relieved Jiang Heng of any psychological burden. Jiang Heng was inwardly surprised. Li Ming was thinking more clearly than he was. Bringing her along was definitely the right call. What Jiang Heng hated most were saints. Still, they were all humans. Leaving them to die like this was too cruel. Jiang Heng walked over to the group and produced several dozen kitchen knives from his system space. He had grabbed them from the cookware section just in case. I'm sorry I can't take you with me. You'll have to rely on yourselves. Take these knives as weapons and fight your own way out. Only by relying on yourselves can you survive. The strongest zombie on the 3rd floor has already been slain by me. There aren't many zombies left now, probably just a scattered few. As he spoke, Jiang Heng took out a map and scribbled on it. First go to the 3rd floor and scavenge for supplies. Then follow this route towards the north of the city. Zombies are scarcest there, and the chance of encountering mutants is lowest. It's about a 5-day journey. You'll reach a refuge zone, a military stronghold. Once you're there, you'll be safe. The apocalypse has arrived. May fortune favor you all. Jiang Heng's voice was cold and detached. The little girl who had first spoken up and accused Li Shuz of lying stepped forward to take a kitchen knife. Her face was still childlike, but her eyes held an extraordinary determination. She was the bravest of them all. Thank you, big brother. She stared at Jiang Heng, speaking earnestly. Jiang Heng nodded, then left with Era and Li Ming. A man in a black trench coat carrying a blade. A mighty dog with gleaming fangs and a fierce appearance. That day this image was forever etched into the little girl's memory. After Jiang Heng left, a cold glint flashed in the young girl's eyes as she stood in place. A layer of frost formed on the kitchen knife in her hand. The blade became brittle and cracked. She extended her hand and clenched it in the air. Several sharp ice spikes materialized out of thin air, radiating chilling mist as they hovered over her palm. Her eyes widened in surprise. She had awakened an ability. And it was an extremely powerful elemental one. She resolved to survive no matter what. The other survivors also shakily came forward to pick up weapons. Jiang Heng and Li Ming returned to the RV via the same route. No further incidents occurred. The scattered zombies on the way were easily dispatched by Era. Jiang Heng drove the RV away from the area. As he drove, he browsed his phone. His bone cleaver was broken, and he urgently needed a suitable new weapon. Our Longquan City was originally an ancient sword-forging town. Many famous blades and swords have been unearthed here. Jiang Heng mused. Let's check out Tian Nanxiang Street first. It used to be the blacksmith street. Might get lucky there. If any master smith is still alive, he'll commission a blade from them. A week later, Jiang Heng drove the RV to Nanxiang Street. After all, it was a journey spanning the entire city, compounded by traffic congestion, so it took considerable time. Li Ming was at the stove searing tin steaks in a hot pan. They sizzled in their own fat, their aroma wafting through the air. After many days of this life, she had grown accustomed to cooking and preparing meals while the RV was in motion. She had settled into the role of a housewife. She also washed Jiang Heng's socks and clothes. She was fully aware of her place. Whether she had been the student council president or a postgraduate student before the apocalypse was now meaningless. In this new world, she was Jiang Heng's subordinate. Under his protection, she could live this well. Jiang Heng, the steaks are ready. She plated them and set them on the table. Jiang Heng acknowledged her, turned off the engine, and came over to wolf them down. The savory, sizzling fat burst forth, and the exterior was crispy from the Maillard reaction. There was no denying that Li Ming's culinary skills were quite impressive. After reaching a physical fitness of 27, Jiang Heng's appetite had grown to be over 5 times that of a normal person. 10 steaks were far from enough, and were devoured quickly. Li Ming then cut a slice of watermelon and placed it before him. The vibrant green rind encased a plump, crisp, and sweet flesh that was a translucent, bright red. Most importantly, there wasn't a single seed. The entire flesh looked like red jade, free of any impurities. This was the watermelon grown from the mutated seed, accelerated with Li Ming's cellular replication. Its taste surpassed every hybrid variety by far. Taking a bite, Jiang Heng felt a cool, refreshing sweetness that reached the depths of his heart. Who else could enjoy an iced watermelon during the apocalypse? Probably only him. After finishing, he gently patted Li Meng's shoulder in satisfaction. We've arrived. Come on, let's get out, Jiang Heng said. Despite Li Meng's weak combat abilities, she was a mobile healer and had to stay close to him. Accompanied by the husky, the trio walked down Nanxiang Street. This place was Longquan City's blacksmith district, once a scenic spot that drew a constant stream of tourists before the apocalypse. Shops selling unsharpened swords and knives were everywhere. Longquan blades were a national and tangible cultural heritage, famous swords forged through ancient methods renowned worldwide. So when Jiang Heng needed new weapons, this was the first place that came to mind. The alley was narrow, making it the perfect setting for filming ancient alleyway battle scenes. Sword and knife shops lined the path. Inside the shops, there were many dismembered corpses of zombies along with swords and knives hanging on the walls. Of course, there were also many living corpses. Several blades flew from Jiang Heng's sleeve, spinning outwards under his telekinetic control. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades, crackling with electric currents, sliced through the air and flew into the zombies' heads, entering directly through their eye sockets and shredding their brains. With ease, he exterminated the zombies in several shops. Jiang Heng walked into the stores, searching one by one. However, he discovered that most of these blades were unsharpened. Furthermore, many were purely decorative. Their tangs were constructed using the inferior rat tail method, and they would snap after just a few wild swings. They were utterly useless for combat. Although this was the intangible cultural heritage Blacksmith Street, there were still many shop owners who were dishonest, deceiving tourists. Jiang Heng pressed forward, having to delve deeper into the alley. The alley twisted and turned thick with the stench of corpses, yet Jiang Heng felt no fear. The further he went, the better the quality of the blades became. Many were old, hereditary forges passed down through generations. Only in the depths could one find good swords. Soon they encountered a few more wandering zombies. They were covered in pus and blood, bearing numerous wounds from blades. One zombie had a long knife embedded in its stomach. In the corner lay a corpse gnawed beyond recognition, its flesh and blood blurred into a horrific mess. Flies and insects swarmed everywhere, creating a nauseating scene. Intestinal fluids had flowed onto the ground, and after days of fermentation, had formed a dried, crusty patch of pus. It was evident that someone unaware that the zombies' weakness was their heads had futilely slashed at them with their sword, ultimately dying from exhaustion. Jiang Heng stepped forward and pulled the long knife from the zombie's belly. Holding it in his hand, he felt it was too light and unbalanced. It would have to do for now. With a couple of strikes, he easily killed these zombies. After clearing them out, he continued deeper into the alley. Jiang Heng walked with steady steps, his posture slightly lowered. As he went further in, he saw many more zombie corpses. They had all died from the slashes of swords and knives, and the slaughter of bullets. There were living people in this alley, and they had firearms. That was the first thought that crossed Jiang Heng's mind. The further he walked, the more solemn his expression became. Because besides the zombie corpses, Jiang Heng also found many human corpses. There was a woman's body shot in the forehead, curled up in a corner, and a child's body in her arms. At another corner, there was also an elderly person's body riddled with bullets. The periphery of this alley seemed to be a dumping ground for bodies. These people weren't zombies, as could be determined from the color of their skin and veins. Shooting living people. A sense of foreboding rose in Jiang Heng's heart. There was definitely an organization within this alley. And it wasn't a benevolent one. Suddenly Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. In that instant, he sensed a gaze from the heights firmly locked onto him, thick with murderous intent. Before he could react, bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, echoing through the alley. Approximately 4 or 5 bullets shot down from above. The targets were Jiang Heng, Li Meng, and the husky. Jiang Heng's pupils contracted. He could even faintly track the trajectory of the bullets as they flew through the air. After all, his reaction speed was several times that of an ordinary person. The bullets scraped against the air, leaving trails of fiery light. The sensation was scorching hot. Although Jiang Heng's eyes could track the bullets, his body couldn't move fast enough to block them. The bullets were simply too fast. His expression darkened. At this distance, if he were to use his time-stop ability, he wouldn't be able to encompass the shooter. This meant that using it would expose his most powerful skill. And while it seemed there was only one person lying in ambush, within these deep alleys, the number of his accomplices was sure to be significant. If he revealed his time-stop trump card, now the ensuing fight would become much harder. And since he had only just mastered telekinesis and wasn't proficient yet, he had no way to intercept objects as fast as bullets. Jiang Heng's face was icy. He chose the most dangerous tactic. A glint of golden light flashed in his eyes. His muscles trembled throughout his body. He directly activated his overlord body ability. In an instant, his physical prowess increased 5-fold. His reaction speed multiplied by 5 as well. At this reaction speed, he could even see the trajectory of the bullets with extreme clarity. the air distorted from the friction of the fiery trails looking like shimmering waves. His eyes gleamed with sharp light as he took a single step forward. He stood in front of Li Ming. At the same time, he drew the broken cleaver from his system space. It was now just a handle with only 10 centimeters of blade remaining, but it could still be used as a dagger. Jiang Heng placed the blade vertically against his own brow. Clang! A crisp sound echoed to the end of the alley. Then, bang, bang, bang. The cleaver's blade shattered instantly upon impact. Using a knife to block a bullet demands exceptional quality. An ordinary cleaver was naturally incapable of such a feat. However, that bullet which was meant to hit Jiang Heng between the eyes was deflected, grazing past his ear. It embedded itself in the floor, emitting a wisp of white smoke. That was enough. Then 3 more bullets struck his lower abdomen, shoulder, and chest. But Jiang Heng was already under the effects of his overlord body. His skin's defensive power had multiplied 5-fold, making it extremely difficult for pistol bullets to penetrate. Furthermore, he wore a black, bulletproof trench coat, and beneath that a battle-hardened bulletproof vest. Those 3 bullets impacted the vest without harming a single hair on his head. Even the pain was negligible. The bullets fell to the ground. Only the husky had been hit. The bullet struck one of its hind legs. After its mutation, the husky possessed formidable physical prowess and a massive frame. When the bullet pierced its calf, the husky didn't cry out. Instead, it was enraged. Absolutely furious. The husky bared its teeth, and a murderous glint shone in its eyes. Small sharp claws extended from its paws, and it launched itself straight up the wall. It ran vertically, climbing the wall with ease. Due to its mutation, its claws could penetrate the concrete, anchoring it for traction. In a few bounds, it reached the rooftop and charged at the shooter. The shooter, a man, was shocked to his core by the sight. He fired repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, the husky was completely unharmed. It dodged left and right, evading the 3 bullets with incredibly agile movements. Although its calf was wounded and bleeding, the husky, fueled by adrenaline, ignored the pain entirely. When the man tried to fire again, his gun clicked empty. Click! He pulled the trigger, but no bullet came out. The magazine was empty. The man fumbled to reload. The husky pounced, tearing one of his arms clean off. Its claws raked across his chest, leaving 4 long, bloody gashes. He let out a scream and tumbled from the rooftop, crashing down in front of Jiang Heng. He lay there with multiple fractures, blood pouring from his wounds, his eyes filled with despair and terror. Li Ming suddenly raised her hand and activated her ability. Hum! A strange sound resonated within the man's mind. Then a mass of flesh suddenly burst from his eye socket, rapidly expanding and covering half of his eye. It was a tumor formed by the rapid replication of pure cancer cells. At this point, his death was merely a matter of time. The husky was still furious, its jaws wide open, ready to tear out his throat. Jiang Heng stepped forward, stopping the husky and Li Ming. Not yet. The husky let out a low, angry growl, but slowly backed off, its eyes still full of hostility towards the man. Li Ming stepped forward, crouched down, and placed her hands on the husky's leg, healing its wound. Jiang Heng grabbed the man's arm and dragged him into a corner of the deep alley. There might be others who would come to investigate the noise, but it was best to stay out of sight. In the corner, Jiang Heng loomed over the man. Please don't kill me," the man stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Jiang Heng's face was cold. "But you just tried to kill me." As he spoke, Jiang Heng inspected the man's information. Yang Changming, survivor, physical fitness 6, spirit 5, no ability, just an ordinary person. Jiang Heng was somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to find an ability user to kill and extract from. Using his telekinesis, he snatched the gun from the man's hand. The black pistol wrenched free from Yang Changming's grip, floated up, swayed, and landed in Jiang Heng's hand. This extraordinary ability was displayed right before Yang Changming. Yet his eyes only showed slight surprise, not overwhelming shock. This indicated he had seen abilities before. It all but confirmed that there were ability users behind him. "Tell me, who do you work for, and why did you shoot at me?" Jiang Heng's voice was icy. He stepped forward and placed his foot on the man's broken arm. Blood flowed, and searing pain shot through his entire body. Yang Changming's face contorted horribly. Who tortures someone before even asking a question? Isn't the standard procedure to ask first, get refused, and then torture? They'll talk. The man couldn't endure any more suffering. He wasn't an agent, hadn't undergone professional training, and couldn't withstand torture. His voice trembling, he spoke. "I'm just an ordinary survivor ordered by the boss to keep watch on the roof to shoot anyone who approaches. I was just following orders." A glint of killing intent flickered in Jiang Heng's eyes. "So ruthless, killing anyone who comes near?" Jiang Heng remarked. The man looked somewhat bewildered, as if Jiang Heng's question was unreasonable. "It's simple for supplies. Besides, this is our territory. We make the rules. If a survivor passes by, we shoot. Isn't that only natural? So far we've already shot dead 7 or 8 survivors passing through. Old people, children. In this apocalypse, do you still care about that?" The man said, then seemed to realize his words might bring doom upon himself. He said sullenly, "Boss, if you have a problem, don't blame me. Blame our boss." The man's face turned grim. How many people are on watch on the rooftops of these alleys? Jiang Heng squinted, asking. Just me, the man replied. Jiang Heng stabbed out directly, the blade piercing through his lower abdomen. The strike penetrated a kidney, sending excruciating pain through him. You're lying. Jiang Heng's gaze was icy cold. The man writhed on the ground in agony, his voice trembling, lips turning pale. Boss, I'm not lying. Sweat poured down his face from the pain. Jiang Heng smiled faintly. Sorry, just testing you. The man was on the verge of tears. This was utterly brutal. He hadn't even been doubted, and yet a blade came straight at him. How many of you are there? Jiang Heng asked. 13. 13 people in total. If he got this just for telling the truth, daring to lie would mean being flayed alive by this man. Yang Changming's eyes were earnest, gritting his teeth against the searing pain as he answered. Where is your stronghold located? At the corner at the end of the alley, shop number 127, which used to sell swords. How many guns, how many ability users? Jiang Heng asked. Including mine, 3 guns and total 10 boxes of ammo. Only 2 ability users. My boss. And. The man's eyes gradually glazed over, blood gushing from his severed arm. Slowly his breath grew faint, and he could no longer speak. Massive hemorrhage, he went into shock. Further interrogation was pointless. A razor blade flew from Jiang Heng's sleeve, propelled by his telekinetic power. It pierced through his neck. Yang Changming was dead. For those who had already intended to kill him, Jiang Heng showed no mercy. Moreover, these people were no good. Shooting indiscriminately at passers-by was just a disguised form of murder, and looting for supplies cloaked under the pretext of defending their territory. He performed extraction on the corpse. Extraction successful. Mental strength 1. Something was better than nothing. Jiang Heng looked down, idly playing with the gun he had seized. A Glock 30 magazine, capacity of 9 rounds. Caliber 11. 43 millimeters. Hammer and trigger link, producing precise clicks as he handled it. Indeed, a fine piece of modern weaponry. Though Jiang Heng was a military enthusiast, he had never had the chance to handle a real gun before. Now he finally had one. Jiang Heng crouched down and searched Yang Changming's pockets, finding a pack of cigarettes and a box of ammunition. After filling the magazine, Jiang Heng handed the gun to Li Meng. I don't know how to use it. Li Meng took the gun, weighed it in her hand, and hesitated. It's simple. This is the trigger, this is the hammer. Jiang Heng held her hand, guiding her to familiarize herself with it. See a zombie, line up the sights, shoot. Aim where you want to hit. With a real gun, as long as you aim, it hits what you target far more accurately than people imagine. In movies, groups fire wildly at each other for ages without hitting a thing. That never happens in reality. Li Meng nodded. She engaged the safety lock and tucked the gun into her belt. If the situation demanded, she would draw and fire without hesitation. The husky's wounds had already been healed by Li Meng. Though the fur at the injury site was gone, the flesh had grown back. Luckily, it was a rough hand-throw wound. If the bullet had lodged inside, I'd have had a hard time. Li Meng leaned against the wall, her expression grave. Jiang Heng, what do we do now? Jiang Heng remained calm and said, we charge straight in and find those people. Having come this far, Jiang Heng wouldn't give up until he found a good blade. This group had been entrenched here for a long time. They had the advantage of proximity. They had guns, but limited ammunition. A good blade was an indispensable weapon for any survivor group. He estimated that all the finest blades from every weapon shop along this alley had already been plundered by them. That was why his search along the way had yielded nothing. He had no choice but to confront them. He advanced deeper into the alley. The road became increasingly clean and tidy. Not a single living zombie. Even zombie remains and corpses were scarce. Seems these folks are quite particular about cleanliness. Jiang Heng sneered. This was actually a basic necessity. Any stronghold must ensure proper disposal of corpses in its vicinity. If zombie corpses were left to rot, the stench would be unbearable and people would fall ill. And you could never be sure whether the zombie virus might spread through the miasma. So for a shelter to remain stable, long-term corpse disposal was essential. Yang Changming's leader was definitely not a good person, ordering his men to shoot anyone they saw without a second thought. Needless to say, he was utterly brutal. Jiang Heng was prepared for a confrontation. Soon Jiang Heng spotted shop number 120. Shop 127 is right ahead. Jiang Heng's expression turned solemn, his steps more deliberate. At the same time, he focused his attention on the rooftops. The commotion from killing Yang Changming had certainly alerted them. They must have set up an ambush. They still had 2 guns, so he had to tread carefully. After turning a corner, Jiang Heng finally saw shop 127. It was an old wooden house with an antique charm bearing a large plaque above its entrance. Longsword shop. The characters were written in ancient calligraphy, suggesting a long history. The shop's doors were wide open, revealing walls lined with swords. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out from a nearby alley entrance. Over a dozen bullets shot out in rapid succession, aimed straight at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's eyes sharpened. In a flash, the bullets had already traveled dozens of meters. In the next instant, they would pierce through his body. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Heng's eyes. These bullets had an incredibly high muzzle velocity, far faster than those from a Glock pistol. They must be from a different firearm model, likely a submachine gun or rifle. More powerful, more destructive. Taking such a bullet heat-in would mean serious trouble. He couldn't afford to be reckless. Though Li Ming could heal him with the situation still unclear, getting wounded rashly would put him at a disadvantage. Jiang Heng's mastery over his telekinetic ability wasn't refined enough to intercept bullets midair. His expression turned cold. He raised his hand directly. Bang! In the next instant, a 2 by 1.5 meter mattress materialized in front of him. He pulled a huge silicone mattress from his system space. It was something he had scavenged from the bedding section of a supermarket. He had a total of 5 large mattresses in his space. Each mattress was 30 centimeters thick, filled with 60A hardness silicone. Moreover, they were reinforced with countless layers of wire mesh. Steel core wire reinforcement combined with high-hardness silicone. Its bulletproof capability even surpassed that of body armor. Against such thick silicone, only sniper rifle rounds could possibly penetrate. Ordinary pistols and submachine guns could hardly get through. Thump, thump, thump. Sparks flew. Ripples spread across the mattress surface like waves, then the bullets lost their kinetic energy and remained embedded within. Jiang Heng held up the mattress and charged forward with Li Ming. The husky barked furiously, bounding off the wall. It knew the woman beside its master possessed healing abilities, so it always fought fearlessly, unafraid of injury. It would never allow anyone to harm its master. Its powerful legs moved in rapid strides, running along the wall, kicking up dust and debris. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 hidden figures' faces filled with terror had no choice but to keep firing. If that mutated hunting dog got close, they were done for. Now Jiang Heng saw them clearly. A man and a woman hiding at the alley entrance. The weapon model. It was a UMP-45 submachine gun. The bullets it fired were identical to those of the Glock 30, but the velocity was entirely different. Under such rapid suppressive fire, the husky's movements were hard to evade. It let out a yelp, struck 4 or 5 times, blood streaming from its wounds. But it didn't stop, continuing its relentless charge. The husky was gravely wounded, yet it had successfully diverted the attention of the 2 gunmen, buying Jiang Heng ample time for his telekinetic assault. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, 2 thin razor blades shot out. They pierced through both their necks, severing arteries, windpipes, and tracheas completely. Blood sprayed. The nerves in their necks were sliced open, and both collapsed instantly. Horrific streams of blood jetted from their throats. The neck is close to the heart, where blood flow and pumping pressure are highest. So once an artery is severed, the blood loss is terrifying. Their faces were filled with utter shock. What just happened? They hadn't heard any gunshots. They only saw 2 flashes of cold light, and the next moment they were down. Their eyes were confused and terrified, hands frantically clutching their wounds, but unable to stem the bleeding. The husky, bleeding profusely, breathed heavily. It pounced on the 2 bodies, tearing with its sharp fangs. It bit through their necks, ending their lives completely. The husky limped towards Jiang Heng, who put away his silicone mattress and hurried forward with Li Ming to meet it. From a distance, Li Ming used her cellular regeneration ability to heal the husky's wounds. The husky was drenched in blood, riddled with 5 or 6 bullet holes. Even as a first-tier mutated creature, it couldn't withstand so many bullets. Blood gushed profusely from its body. Fortunately, its heart wasn't hit, or it would have died instantly. Sweat beaded on Li Ming's forehead as she exerted every ounce of her strength to heal it. Bear with it. With that, she plunged her fingers directly into the husky's wounds and fished out several bloody bullets, which clattered to the ground. The husky trembled in pain but gritted its teeth and endured it. Soon the husky's wounds began to heal. But Li Ming felt a wave of weakness and dizziness. She steadied herself, pinching her thigh. Healing severe injuries took a heavy toll on her mental energy. At that moment, a group of people burst out of shop. Now 127. One of the men snapped his fingers. A blinding white light exploded, flooding the entire alleyway. The light obscured Jiang Heng's vision like a flashbang. Once his sight was stripped away, he was as good as a lamb to the slaughter. Jiang Heng knew he was in grave danger. However, the distance was now sufficient. Shop No. 127 was within the range of his time stop. Jiang Heng raised his hand and clenched it. A strange hum filled the air. All the noise and battle cries in the alley vanished. The time-stop domain had expanded, a sphere nearly 30 meters in diameter, enveloping everything. A golden gleam flickered in Jiang Heng's eyes as he activated his tyrant body ability. Using its mental attack immunity, he repelled the blinding effect of the white light, and it worked. His vision was clear. So the white light isn't physical, but a burst within my mind. This is a mental type ability. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. He stared at the man who had snapped his fingers and used his scan. Zhang Jun, first tier, Evolver Physique, 12 Spirit, 8 Ability, Mind Flash, rank description, can detonate a white light in the enemy's mind, blinding their vision and hearing on a spiritual level for 1 second. A first tier Evolver. After evolving, his physique and mental strength were far beyond ordinary humans. However, his ability was the lowest rank. Its effect was too lame. Jiang Heng then looked at the others. There were 11 in total, all charging at him with long sabers and swords. They looked fierce and menacing, burly, and covered in tattoos clearly not to be trifled with. Jiang Heng's face was cold. Their blades were just inches from his neck. But even if he let them strike, given their physique, they'd be hard-pressed to cut through his tyrant body-reinforced skin. Jiang Heng threw a punch, and in the frozen time, he pulverized one man's sword-wielding hand into a pulp of bone and flesh. The narrow blade spun in the air, suspended. It had a clay-tempered pattern, a straight razor-sharp blade. Jiang Heng grabbed the hilt of the hovering sword. Indeed, its weight and feel were on another level compared to the other weapons. This trip wasn't in vain. A sword in his left hand, a sword in his right. Jiang Heng wielded both. He slashed through the crowd. But they weren't densely packed, and the alley was too narrow for him to fully extend his movements. He estimated that he couldn't kill them all with the blades within the time stop. Only a few seconds, not enough. So he used his telekinesis to kill simultaneously. Blades crackling with lightning shot out from his sleeve. 3 in total. As Jiang Heng swung his swords, the 3 blades spun through the air with incredible speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blades flew and sliced with Jiang Heng's movements dancing wildly. 5 seconds passed. Blood splattered everywhere, suspended like a frozen rain. Severed limbs hung in midair, trailing viscous crimson. Jiang Heng stood in the alley, his black clothes stained with blood, a veritable god of death. When time resumed, the thick blood began to flow. It poured down like a torrential downpour. The alley turned into a river of blood, stained red everywhere. Thud, thud, thud. One by one the bodies toppled like dominoes. Severed limbs rolled, heads stared wide-eyed, none of them closing their eyes. The dozen or so men who had been shouting and brandishing weapons moments ago were now cold corpses. Jiang Heng's blade had been too fast. Li Ming only saw a blur. In the next instant the scene had changed. It was as if time had stopped. She stared blankly at the scene before her as a drop of hot blood splattered onto her face. This was that domain ability Jiang Heng had used to kill the pus zombie horde. Being inside it, she felt it was utterly bizarre. Zhang Jun, the white light ability user, lay on the ground with a dazed look. A line of blood appeared on his neck. He was dead beyond doubt. Even in death, he couldn't figure out how he had lost. Jiang Heng performed an extraction on the corpses. Extraction successful. Physique 8, Spirit 4 ability, acquired Mind Flash. A rank host's current rank can carry a maximum of 6 abilities. This ability exceeds the limit. Host choose to discard or fuse. Another ability obtained. However, there was a limit to the number of abilities. This one was quite useless and of little benefit to Jiang Heng. Fuse it or discard it. Jiang Heng thought for a moment. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, he decided to fuse it. After deliberation, none of his other abilities seemed to have good synergy with it. He had to pick randomly. Fuse this ability with Tyrant Body, Jiang Heng said slowly. Fusion successful. Ability acquired Tyrant Body Burst. Crank upon activation, blinds the minds of all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in surprise. The fusion was successful. The new ability was called Tyrant Body Burst. It retained the full effect of the original Tyrant Body while adding a mental blinding effect. That was quite good. Jiang Heng was rather satisfied. He checked his current stats. Jiang Heng first tier, Evolver Physique 35, Spirit 19, Talents, Infinite Extraction, Eye of Truth abilities, Time Stop, Strength, Telekinesis, rank. Skills, Hand of Fate. Jiang Heng was very pleased. Host stats meet the requirements. Promotion to second tier, Evolver. Ability slot 1, new talent acquired, Divine Choice. When encountering special events, you may trigger 2 options, each offering different rewards. Rewards from Divine Choice cannot be extracted. Every time an Evolver's rank increases, a new talent is granted. This Divine Choice was a passive talent. It couldn't be activated manually. I'd have to wait to see what it did. The system space also expanded to 2,000 cubic meters, much more spacious. Feeling the surging power in his limbs, Jiang Heng looked up at shop no. 127. There was still one more ability user. According to Yang Changming's intel, there were 2 ability users total, and he had only killed 1. That meant there was another lurking in the shadows. And this person was likely the leader of the group. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. He spotted a man in the corner of the shop staring at him. He wore a black fireproof suit, his face filled with murderous intent. Jiang Heng took a step forward, about to charge into the shop and drag him out. Boom. A torrent of flames erupted from beneath his feet. The blaze surged, engulfing Jiang Heng's body. Every pore on his skin was scorched by the searing heat. Jiang Heng's face twisted in shock. The intense heat evaporated the moisture in his body. White smoke rose from him. Crackling sounds filled the air as his flesh burned, fierce flames consuming him whole. The torment of burning was one of the most agonizing punishments known to man. The fire had engulfed him, and the agonizing pain made every nerve in his body tremble. A fire ability user. And the flames appeared out of thin air, incredibly hard to guard against. This was a troublesome ability. Jiang Heng immediately activated his tyrant body ability, enhancing his physical attributes. But no matter how strong the body, it couldn't withstand the ravages of fire. He estimated the flames on his body were at least 700 degrees Celsius. That temperature was enough to incinerate all flesh and blood. In 10 seconds, no more than 10 seconds, all his muscle tissue would be destroyed by the heat. Then he'd be at their mercy. Jiang Heng. Li Ming cried out in horror, frantically using her ability to heal him. But the fire's rate of destruction was far faster than her healing could keep up with. Besides, she had already expended much of her mental energy healing the husky earlier, and was now extremely weak. Yet she still tried her utmost to heal Jiang Heng, ignoring the blood streaming from her nose. Era let out an angry bark and lunged forward. It charged straight through the flames, intent on tearing into that man. The man merely sneered, raising his hand and clenching it again. Another burst of flame erupted from Era's fur, igniting it spontaneously. In an instant, Era became a blazing fire dog. Jiang Heng's face was icy cold as he endured the searing agony of the flames. He surged forward abruptly, enveloping the man within his time-stop range. A hum echoed as the time-stop domain expanded. The flames froze. The suspended firelight and flickering shadows refracted twisted rays of light. Jiang Heng lifted his foot and stepped away from where he stood. The flames, still shaped like a human figure, hung frozen in midair. Jiang Heng looked down at his hands. They were charred black. His entire body was scorched. Such terrifying heat. This ability was truly formidable. Even Jiang Heng had been caught off guard. Now his whole body throbbed with searing pain, a piercing agony so intense that he could barely keep his eyes open. From his system space, he retrieved a huge cube of water which materialized in midair. He enveloped Era in the water, extinguishing the flames on its body. Fortunately, the fire on Era had only burned for an instant and hadn't reached its skin. When the time stop ended, Era would emerge unharmed. But Jiang Heng himself was not so lucky. His burns were severe. Jiang Heng's face remained icy as he raised his hand and clenched it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The long blade in his hand shot forth, wrapped in a streak of lightning, and pierced straight through the man's throat. Then time resumed its flow. The flames died out. A massive body of water materialized out of thin air, crashed to the ground, and drenched both Jiang Heng and Era. The man coughed up a great gush of blood. His ability could no longer be used. He collapsed to the ground, groaning weakly. Blood sprayed from his throat. Jiang Heng stepped forward slowly. His body was charred, black wisps of white smoke rising from his flesh, and only his eyes still gleamed with golden light. He looked like a vengeful ghost emerging from hell. "Don't kill me," he whimpered, struggling to speak. His voice was extremely muffled, for his vocal cords had been pierced by the lightning blade. His flesh was charred black. Even with his throat and arteries torn through, he still prayed for a way to live. It had to be said, when faced with death, people forget all logic. The craving for life can scatter every thought. Jiang Heng swept his gaze across the shop. In the corner, he spotted several half-naked women lying dead, their bodies already lifeless. There were even children. In the apocalypse, a world without rules, the evil of human nature was magnified without limit. Jiang Heng's eyes were devoid of any emotion. A way to live? How could someone like you ever change? With that, Jiang Heng raised his hand and clenched it. Crack! The long blade embedded in the man's throat twisted violently, tearing through his spine and flesh, snapping them apart. His head fell to the ground and rolled away dead. In the instant of death, a red gleam flashed in his eyes. It was a desperate counterattack using his flame ability. But on the verge of death, his consciousness was already blurred. So he chose the wrong target and ignited himself. Then his corpse burst into flames. Spontaneous combustion. Jiang Heng stared at him, his gaze icy cold. No wonder he had worn fireproof clothing. Although his ability was fire, he himself had no resistance to it. Jiang Heng directly extracted from the corpse. Extraction successful. Ability sourceless combustion. Crank can cause nearby objects to spontaneously ignite out of thin air, with temperatures reaching up to 730 degrees. This ability had no startup gesture whatsoever. It was simply spontaneous combustion. That was why even Jiang Heng, with his lightning-fast reflexes, found it hard to defend against. Battles between ability users were like this. Lives could be taken in the blink of an eye. This ability was extremely powerful. Jiang Heng's expression turned serious as a bold idea formed in his mind. He asked inwardly, "System, can I actively fuse two abilities?" Yes, the system's reply was concise and clear. Having advanced to a second-order evolver, Jiang Heng now had 7 ability slots. But he still wanted to reserve one in advance for emergencies. Fusing on the battlefield would be too troublesome. In that case, fuse this ability with bioelectric current. After much deliberation, Jiang Heng concluded that this was the only ability with strong compatibility with fire. Fusion successful. Obtained ability Flame Thunder. Brink can create and manipulate lightning wrapped in flames out of thin air, dealing burn and paralysis damage, with flame temperatures reaching up to 1000 degrees. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of fire and lightning flashing in his eyes. Before he had a chance to test it, Li Ming rushed over, tears in her eyes. Jiang Heng, don't die. Don't die, she pleaded as she desperately tried to heal him. Blood gushed from her nose. Gradually, even her ears began to bleed. I'm fine, Jiang Heng said through the pain of his burns, looking at her. You're consuming too much mental energy. You won't be able to hold on. Jiang Heng said with concern. No, your injuries are too severe. I don't matter. She gritted her teeth and poured all her strength into healing. Soon the charred black crust on Jiang Heng's skin fell to the ground, revealing the deep red flesh beneath. In many places, bloody sores were left oozing. Burns were extremely difficult to treat. With modern medicine, such extensive burns would essentially be a death sentence. Even if one survived the initial trauma, death would come later from infection. When the skin is destroyed, the body loses its protective barrier. Even the weakest germs can invade. But for a cell replication ability user like Li Ming, even cells that had withered and died could be healed. Soon Jiang Heng's skin began to slowly regrow. Pink, tender membranes and flesh like a baby's. The process was slow, but it was happening. Enduring the pain, Jiang Heng put on a fresh set of clothes and looked at her. The girl was now unsteady on her feet, her eyes bloodshot. Stop now. You're about to collapse, Jiang Heng said solemnly, wiping the blood from her nose with his sleeve. Her lips were pale, and she slowly shook her head. But the next second her vision went dark and she fainted. Her clothes were soaked through and fine beads of sweat covered her face. Era dashed over and caught the unconscious Li Ming on its back. Carrying a slim girl like Li Ming was effortless for Era. You did well, Jiang Heng said softly, patting Li Ming's shoulder in comfort. Even unconscious Li Ming was murmuring something. Jiang Heng clenched his fist. He felt weak and the burning pain on his skin still lingered. Fortunately, thanks to Li Ming's healing, it was no longer as unbearable as before. Now Jiang Heng somewhat regretted not using his clone ability to scout ahead first. Next time he faced a powerful enemy, he must send out a clone first. Jiang Heng looked around the room. A wall was covered with blades and swords. All of them were sharpened, exactly what Jiang Heng wanted. He collected them all into his system space. There were over 100 exquisite blades here. Short daggers, long swords, tang blades, heavy-edged knives, ring pommel swords. All kinds of fine weapons sharpened and displayed in glass cases on the wall. They were in excellent condition. Jiang Heng was very satisfied. He walked toward the back of the display cases. Behind the shop was a door. When he pulled it open, he found a forging workshop, a hidden world of its own. There was a 1,000-degree furnace capable of melting steel and hydraulic machine tools for hammering steel billets. Although this was a traditional sword forging shop, the addition of modern technology doubled the efficiency with half the effort. Why not? Stubbornly clinging to outdated methods, refusing modern machinery would only result in inferior blades. Suddenly, a muffled whimpering sound came from the corner. Jiang Heng looked over. To his surprise, he saw a middle-aged man and a young man bound up here. Using telekinesis, Jiang Heng removed the cotton cloths stuffed in their mouths. The cloths floated up on their own and fell to the ground. The two were startled. Are you the shop owner? Jiang Heng asked the middle-aged man. Yes. The man was burly with dark skin and well-developed bronze muscles. His body was covered in wounds and burned scars. His back was bloody and raw, the flesh torn open. It was clear he had been tortured severely during this time. Both the middle-aged man and the young man were weak and pale, likely starved for days. From the thick calluses on their hands, it was obvious they were indeed the swordsmiths here. The middle-aged man was the owner who had inherited the shop from his ancestors, while the young man was probably a forging apprentice. Jiang Heng checked and found that neither of them had abilities. No wonder they had been kidnapped by that gang. Jiang Heng took out a knife and cleanly cut the ropes binding them, freeing them. They slowly stood up, their wrists marked with bloody welts from the ropes. Clearly they had been bound for days. Thank you. My name is Zhang Yu, and am the owner here, the man said, shaking Jiang Heng's hand. This is my apprentice Li Yuhua. Thank you for saving our lives, Li Yuhua said, his face overflowing with gratitude and his eyes red. He had truly thought he was going to die. After all, these people actually killed without hesitation. This was no joke. He had personally witnessed many women being raped and murdered by the gang. The visual shock of that was enough to shatter any person's moral compass. My name is Jiang Heng, he said briskly, leading the two outside. The first thing they saw was the huge dog Era carrying the unconscious Li Ming on its back. After its mutation, Era was massive and looked extremely aggressive. Its sharp teeth seemed capable of biting through steel, and its reddened eyes gleamed with killing intent, making the two men's faces tremble with fear. Don't worry, it's my dog, Jiang Heng said, patting Era. Era let out a rumble, acting very affectionate. Only then did the two relax. Seeing the corpses of the gang, Zhang Yu was shocked. You killed all of them? Jiang Heng nodded. A flicker of surprise passed through Zhang Yu's eyes. He now knew that this strange young man also possessed abilities. But his character was far better than that gang's. These bastards escaped from prison, snatched the guards' guns, and fled all the way here, Zhang Yu said, glaring at the corpses and spitting in disgust. Then they robbed my shop and turned this place into their hideout. Shopkeeper Jiang, why didn't they kill you and your apprentice? Jiang Heng asked curiously. These men were vicious and ruthless, killing innocent survivors they came across to take their supplies. There should have been no reason to spare the shop owner. Jiang Yu gave a bitter smile. I lied to them, telling them I had an ancestral heirloom sword hidden in the shop, he said. A blade that could cut through iron like mud, sever steel and jade, and slice a zombie's skull like tofu. They had guns, but bullets were ultimately limited. They all coveted that sword, but they turned the place upside down and still couldn't find it. So they kept pressing me about where the ancestral sword was hidden right up until today. As Jiang Yu spoke, a grave look appeared in his eyes. However, they weren't fools. They'd already realized I was playing them. If you had come a day or two later, you might have found my corpse instead. Jiang Yu walked to the corpse of the fire ability user. The flames had subsided, charring the body into a blackened husk. His gaze burned with hatred as he kicked it fiercely. His burly frame was the result of years spent hammering iron as a blacksmith. The kick tore away the last shred of flesh, connecting the already broken neck to the head, spilling blackened muddy blood. Jiang Heng's eyes flickered with curiosity. A heirloom sword. So, Boss Jiang, is this heirloom sword you mentioned real or fake? He seized upon the key point and asked. The sensitive question hung in the air. Jiang Yu was silent for a moment. Surprisingly, he slowly nodded. It's real. His expression was solemn. Jiang Heng's eyes showed a flicker of surprise. Li Yuhua also tensed. Having studied sword forging under his master for so long, he had never heard of any heirloom sword. He had assumed it was a lie. Jiang Heng was immediately intrigued. He hadn't expected the man to admit it. If Jiang Yu had kept his heirloom sword hidden, Jiang Heng would have had no way to obtain it. He had already collected all the swords and blades in this shop, enough for his needs. But if Jiang Yu revealed its existence, Jiang Heng could easily seize it by force. He had killed these criminals. Killing a man for his sword was no different. Jiang Yu seemed to read Jiang Heng's thoughts. He gave a faint smile. You saved my life. If I still deceived you, would I even be human? His voice was full and resonant, revealing an open and honest character. However, one part was false. It's not an heirloom sword. It's a blade. With that, Jiang Yu walked to the counter, opened his mouth, and took out a short key he had hidden in his throat. The key was oddly shaped, forged from ancient blue bronze. It's a skill passed down from our ancestors. Every generation of our family has mastered it. Jiang Yu coughed, rubbed his throat, and said. Jiang Heng was shocked. The key could be lodged in the throat without affecting speech. A truly remarkable skill. If he had resorted to force, he could have killed the man, and still never found the hidden heirloom blade. He was glad he had treated the man with courtesy. Jiang Yu inserted the key into a slot beneath the counter. With a click and a creak, the cabinet swung open, revealing a dust-covered long box resting inside. Its surface was carved with ancient patterns of dragons and phoenixes, now oxidized by the passage of time. He lifted the lid, and a musty, ancient odor filled the air. A narrow, straight, long blade in a pitch-black ebony scabbard fell into Jiang Yu's hands. He drew the sword from its sheath. Clang! A blade as deep and dark as ink. Exquisite patterns were etched along the edge, gleaming with a cold light. Jiang Yu swung it twice. His movements were light and agile, the blade's gleam biting and cold. The sword was so sharp it seemed to slice the very air, leaving ripples like waves in its wake. These two swings showed that Jiang Yu was a practiced martial artist. As a scion of a sword-forging family, he must have inherited some ancient martial arts. But no matter how skilled one was, they were no match for guns and abilities. Li Yuhua couldn't help but speak up at the sight of the blade. Wow, what a blade. Master, I didn't know you really had an heirloom sword. An amateur watches the spectacle, a master watches the craft. Li Yuhua could discern its quality at a glance from the hammered texture, the longitudinal grain, and the material of the handle. It was definitely a peerless blade, one in a million. Even Jiang Heng's gaze turned fervent at the sight of it. With a blade like this, he wouldn't have been so hard-pressed against that horde of third-tier mutants, the 100+ corpse cluster. My ancestor was named Zhang Yajiu, a swordsmith of the Tang dynasty. This was his final work before he died, kept privately in the family and passed down to my generation. As he spoke, Jiang Yu sheathed the blade. I present this blade to you, Master Jiang. He walked over and offered the sword. Jiang Heng didn't decline. He took it and weighed it. It was heavy. At least 10 jin, 3 times the weight of an ordinary blade. Greater weight meant greater density, making it harder and tougher. Such a precious gift, Boss Jiang, is truly generous. Jiang Heng's fingers moved slightly, feeling the handle smooth as jade with an excellent texture, and spoke. Jiang Yu just smiled faintly. If I had died here, this heirloom blade would have rotted away in storage, never seeing the light of day for ages. That would have been a true waste. My ancestors would probably be slapping me in the underworld. You saved my life, you deserve it, Jiang Yu stated. Though it's an heirloom, it's not worth more than my life. I don't regret giving it away. His carefree demeanor had a touch of the Jianghu heroes from the stories. Perhaps this was deeply tied to his background in a sword-forging family. When the criminals had interrogated him, he had considered handing over the blade. Survival was paramount after all. But then he thought if he gave it up, he'd lose his value to them and be killed anyway. So since death was inevitable either way, he'd rather not hand it over. Giving it to the man who saved his life meant the blade could finally see the light of day. Then I thank you, boss Jiang. Jiang Heng drew the blade and stared at the patterns on it. The crisscrossing hammer marks gave it an ancient rustic charm. The handle was inlaid with a dark green jade, and the scabbard was of ebony. The whole blade looked extraordinary. The edge was narrow and straight with a perfectly balanced weight. When he placed a finger 3 inches from the guard, the blade maintained perfect balance, staying perfectly horizontal. The Tang Dao was primarily designed for armor piercing, making it exceptionally effective for cleaving skulls. It was the ultimate weapon for killing zombies. The technique used to forge this Tang Dao has been lost to time. Even I cannot replicate it. The so-called Tang Daos circulating in our dragon country now are mere imitations. This one is the true Tang Dao. After 1,000 years without sharpening, it remains incredibly sharp. It can cleave through the hardest stone without chipping and requires almost no maintenance. Zhang Yu said with a hint of pride. I wonder what methods my ancestor used to forge this blade. I'm truly curious, but the secret art is long lost. He slowly shook his head and said. Jiang Heng inspected the blade's information. Ancient relic, true Tang Dao, forged in the year 841 AD during the Tang dynasty. This ancient Tang Dao has over 1,000 years of history. It was hand-forged from dark bronze, refined gold, black iron, and other materials using special techniques. Its edge is supremely sharp, a worthy masterpiece of a grand master. Does this blade have a name? Jiang Heng flicked the edge, producing a pleasant hum. My ancestors left no name for it, Zhang Yu said. Jiang Heng nodded. In his heart, he silently gave the blade a name. He would call it the ancient relic blade. After all, it was a relic of antiquity. What are your plans now, benefactor? Zhang Yu asked, looking at Jiang Heng. To do everything in my power to survive, Jiang Heng replied earnestly. Let us both strive for that. Zhang Yu nodded. Afterwards, Jiang Heng left several fine swords and blades for the two men, as they were rightfully theirs. He also left them one of the 2 submachine guns from the criminal gang, along with several boxes of ammunition. He kept only 1 submachine gun, Li Meng's pistol, and 4 boxes of ammunition for himself. After all, Jiang Heng had telekinesis, giving him ranged killing power, no less than a gun. Keeping so many firearms was useless to him. But guns were powerful thermal weapons for the other 2. Leaving them 1 gun would give them a better chance to survive. Then Jiang Heng also left behind enough supplies to last the 2 of them for a month. They had given him such a magnificent blade, holding nothing back. He couldn't be stingy in return. Boss Jiang had some skill with a blade, perhaps even matching Jiang Heng's. From the way he handled the sword earlier, Jiang Heng could tell. As long as he didn't encounter ability users, he was confident the man would survive. Perhaps he might even awaken an ability in the future. Jiang Heng then took his leave and returned to the RV with Era. Era carried Li Meng, carefully gripping her clothes with his teeth, and dragged her onto the bed. Her face was pale, covered in fine beads of sweat. Her muscles were convulsing and trembling. There was blood on her face. It was the sign of forcibly using an ability after exhausting one's mental energy. Jiang Heng fetched a hot towel and gently wiped her down. Jiang Heng draped a thin blanket over Li Meng and drew the curtains, allowing her to rest and recover her spiritual energy. He walked to the mirror and examined his own body. His face was healing well, with new flesh gradually growing over the wounds. However, his body had not yet fully healed. The skin, red and raw, stung with a fiery pain whenever it rubbed against his clothes. It was no longer the agonizing, heart-wrenching pain of the initial burns, though. Large bloody sores still covered his calves, wounds that would not heal on their own anytime soon. He would have to wait for Li Meng to wake up. Jiang Heng let out a sigh. He then sat on the sofa and took out the Tang saber. It was a blade that had not rusted in a millennium, as sharp as the day it was forged. The folded steel patterns on its surface crisscrossed in a complex, extraordinary design. A jet black blade forged from some unknown steel. Jiang Heng examined it with curiosity, though metallurgy was hardly his field. He focused on the weapon and initiated an extraction. Extraction successful. Basic blade, art upgraded. Gale blade. In an instant, a golden manual appeared in his mind. For bold and vigorous characters were inscribed upon its cover. Gale blade. Jiang Heng opened the manual in his mind. A torrent of saber techniques, stances, and essential insights flooded his consciousness. In that moment, his eyes reflected countless golden phantom figures executing the forms with wild, sweeping movements. The saber style was like a violent storm. Jiang Heng shuddered, breaking out in a sweat. It took over 10 minutes for him to fully digest the art. He had achieved mastery. He had completely grasped the technique. The basic blade skill in his status was gone, replaced by this new manual. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. He looked at the blade in his hand with a new understanding. He stood up, his joints cracking. Holding the ancient saber, his expression turned serious. He moved with a subtle grace, unleashing several quick slashes. The saber's aura was so cold and fierce that it visibly disturbed the air. A faint whistle of wind followed his movements. It was as if he had practiced with this blade for decades. His movements were incredibly familiar. A few tufts of the husky's fur drifted away from a slash. Jiang Heng retracted, his momentum fluidly spun on his heel, and sheathed the saber in one smooth motion. He caught his reflection in the rearview mirror. Looking sharp. Hiss. But at that moment a searing pain shot through his skin. He had just recovered from massive burns, and had immediately engaged in such intense activity. It was only natural that his skin would protest. Jiang Heng took a deep breath to suppress the pain. He stared at the blade in his hand. With this saber art, even 300 zombies couldn't get close to him. What shocked him most, however, was the faint sound of wind that accompanied his strikes. This was no ordinary blade technique. It bordered on the level of low-tier martial arts. One could call it true martial arts. After mastering the technique, Jiang Heng's breathing had become slower and steadier. He now carried himself with the bearing of a grandmaster. This saber art has a total of 108 forms, he said slowly. It encompasses 8 major stances. Slashing, cleaving, thrusting, stabbing. It covers everything. If I were to face that pus corpse colossus again, I wouldn't even need the chainsaw. I could kill it with this blade alone. He took out a sturdy black nylon rope and strapped the saber to his back. The ancient blade was plain without any flashy decoration, housed in a simple ebony wood scabbard. He felt uneasy keeping his weapon in his system space. Jiang Heng preferred to have it within arm's reach, ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. Next he retrieved the television and game console he had scavenged from the supermarket. He hadn't had the time to set them up until now. In the living area of the RV, he pulled a massive 4K TV from his system space. It had a huge 100-inch screen. He connected the cables linking it to the game console and TV box. He inserted a movie disc. The film was I Am Legend. It told the story of a man and his dog surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. Jiang Heng and the husky lounged on the sofa taking a brief rest. After watching for about 10 minutes, he got up and drove the RV away from that place. He had seen the movie before. Driving with the movie's dialogue playing in the background was a pleasant enough soundtrack. But the husky remained glued to the screen, completely engrossed. When the protagonist Smith pushed the female zombie into the horde, awakening a glimmer of their buried humanity, the dog's eyes grew a little red. Though the husky wasn't human, it was intelligent and understood some basic concepts. But it knew a movie was just a movie. The zombies of reality were emotionless monsters that had to be torn apart with fangs and claws. Jiang Heng drove the RV to a remote small supermarket. He rushed inside and swept all the supplies into his inventory. A few zombies lurched towards him. With a calm expression, Jiang Heng raised a hand and beckoned. The ancient saber on his back unsheathed itself, floating in the air, guided by his will. Swish, swish, swish. It cut through the air with ease, slicing through zombie skulls like tofu with no resistance at all. After decapitating 3 zombies, the blade spun back and slid neatly into its scabbard. Blood was flung away by the momentum, unable to cling to the edge. The blade's unique quenching process with hot oil was so effective that even the thick, viscous zombie blood slid right off the metal. One last zombie staggered forward, intent on biting him. Jiang Heng raised his hand and summoned a bolt of flame lightning. Boom! A flash of orange-red lightning crackled, seeming to contain blazing fire within it. It struck the zombie, instantly blasting its head into a fine mist of blood and charred bone. The scattered mist was then consumed by the lingering arcs of lightning. Electricity sizzled in the air. The blood mist sublimated into white smoke from the heat. The zombie fell stiffly to the ground, meeting a clean end. Jiang Heng entered the supermarket and loaded all the supplies into his system space. After advancing to a second-tier evolver, his storage capacity had expanded to a full 200 cubic meters. That was nearly a third of an international standard soccer field. It could hold a staggering amount of supplies. Returning to the RV, he glanced out the window. The blood-red sun had already sunk below the horizon. The city streets were a desolate, broken landscape. Dust swirled in the air, and the roads were stained with blood and pus. Tattered papers with final words written on them tumbled down the streets in the wind. Zombies wandered aimlessly. Soon night fell, and the city was plunged into darkness. Zombies became extremely aggressive at night. Driving the RV at night was essentially suicide. Jiang Heng turned off the RV's headlights and waited for the next day. Help! A hoarse, muffled voice came from the bed. It was Li Meng. She was having a nightmare. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened with concern. This could severely hinder her spiritual recovery, which in turn directly affected the healing of his own wounds. He gently held her and patted her back. "Don't worry, I'm here," Jiang Heng said in a steady, reassuring voice. Li Meng nodded in her sleep. "Jiang Heng." "Thank you," she mumbled. The rest of the night was silent. The next morning, Jiang Heng woke up early. Li Meng was still sleeping. She slept for 3 full days and nights before she finally opened her hazy eyes. Her complexion was much rosier, no longer so pale. Jiang Heng checked her status and was surprised to find that her spiritual energy had been diminished. Li Meng's subordinate loyalty, 99, survivor physique, 7, spirit, 8, diminished. Jiang Heng felt a pang of guilt. If he had been more cautious, he might have avoided the attack from that flame-wielding mutant. Li Meng had endured bleeding from her ears and eyes to heal him, pushing her body beyond its limits. Overloading her ability had exceeded her brain's capacity, leading to intracranial bleeding. A mistake could have been fatal. You've worked hard, Xiaoming, Jiang Heng said, giving her a gentle pat. Li Ming could only muster a frail smile. It's all right. You gave me shelter and protection. It's only right that I give everything in return. Her eyes were filled with sincerity. At that moment her loyalty reached the absolute pinnacle of devotion. Rest now, don't speak, Jiang Heng said. Li Ming noticed the red, unhealed burns on his skin. No, let me fully heal your wounds, she said, reaching out to place her hand on his shoulder. Jiang Heng, however, stood up and walked away. He returned with a bowl of warm 8-treasure porridge and handed it to her. Drink this. I have my own ways of dealing with my injuries. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, but didn't refuse. She was too weak now. Using her power to heal him completely would likely leave her unconscious again. While she drank the porridge, Jiang Heng performed an extraction on her. Extraction successful, ability acquired, cell replication C rank. Suddenly Jiang Heng felt a mysterious power within the cells of his body. This ability can be fused with corpse manipulation D rank. Fuse. Jiang Heng chose to fuse. Ability fusion successful, ability acquired, corpse cell devourer B rank. You can extract cells from corpses and convert them into healthy living cells to heal your wounds and enhance your physical strength. Additionally, you can command zombies of a lower rank than yourself up to a current maximum of 5. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed. This ability was incredibly powerful. He opened the window of the RV and saw a zombie wandering near a utility pole. Jiang Heng pointed his finger. Whoosh. The ancient relic blade behind him unsheathed and flew forth, slicing through the air. Whoosh. The sharp blade pierced the zombie's head, blowing it apart. After the zombie fell, Jiang Heng reached out and made a grasping motion in the air. Hum. An invisible force surged forth. Blood flowed from the corpse, transforming into a wisp of white smoke that flew into Jiang Heng. He absorbed the smoke. In the next instant, countless healthy cells flooded his body, beginning to nourish his wounds. Before long, all his unhealed burns were completely cured, his skin returning to its normal fair complexion. With this ability, zombies are like walking medkits for me, ready to heal my wounds at any time, he thought with delight. Furthermore, after evolving, Jiang Heng could now control 5 zombies of a lower rank simultaneously. As a second-rank evolver, he could now command 5 first-rank mutated zombies at once. This would make a formidable team. Li Ming saw Jiang Heng's wounds completely healed, but she was no longer surprised. She merely smiled calmly. She had long known that Jiang Heng possessed many powers beyond the natural. One moment, it was one thing, the next another, seemingly without limit. But she never asked. If Jiang Heng didn't mention it, it must be his secret. As his companion, she just needed to support him. She didn't care about anything else. Jiang Heng drove the RV to a remote area. It was a garbage dump, quite safe and desolate. Though a faint foul stench occasionally wafted through the air, zombies were scarce here. It was very safe. Li Ming's depleted mental energy had recovered to its peak, back to 10 points. She was in top form. Jiang Heng took out a crystal from his system space and held it in his hand. It was cool to the touch, with countless golden cellular particles flowing within, carrying mutated evolutionary genes. This was a 3rd-rank mutated crystal core, a trophy Jiang Heng had dug out from the 100+ corpse group. He hadn't absorbed it yet, and he didn't plan to. Since he could extract from anything, he had limitless ways to grow stronger. But Era and Li Ming, his subordinates, could only grow by devouring such crystals. They were his support, and their strength would give him peace of mind. So Jiang Heng was deliberating whether to give it to Li Ming or Era. After much thought, Jiang Heng finally decided to let Era devour it. Era's ability was the more lethal bioelectricity. Moreover, its physical prowess was already formidable. Strengthening it further would make it even more ferocious. First, Jiang Heng extracted the crystal himself. Extraction successful, ability flame lightning upgrade A rank. In an instant, a stream of fiery orange lightning crackled and exploded in Jiang Heng's palm, emitting a thunderous roar. Jiang Heng nodded in approval. The power was several times greater. Now if he condensed this flame lightning into a blade, he could easily kill mutated zombies. He retracted the flame lightning and walked over to Era, placing the crystal before it. Era sniffed it and swallowed it in one gulp. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the golden cellular fluid rushed down its throat. Then Era began to transform. Its white fur fell off completely, gradually replaced by black-red mane. It looked as if a layer of gory blood had been splashed over its body. Era's body trembled, and it let out a low, guttural growl. Its appearance became increasingly wild, its size growing another size larger, now approaching that of a tiger. Its limbs were strong and powerful, its claws like steel blades. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. Era's subordinate has advanced to 2nd-rank evolver. A message flashed in Jiang Heng's mind. Era shook its head violently. Now there was no trace of a dog left in its appearance. It looked like a ferocious mutated wolf. Its fur was no longer white, now a mix of blood red and black. Its fangs were long and sharp, emitting a faint blue glow. Jiang Heng scanned Era's data. Era subordinate loyalty 102nd rank evolved creature, physique 44 mental 6 ability, zombie virus immunity, special ability bioelectricity, C rank Era's bioelectricity ability had also advanced to crank. Its physique had more than doubled, reaching a staggering 44 points. Even Jiang Heng felt a chill while looking at it. He had extracted so much himself, yet his physique was only a little over 30. It seemed animals were indeed naturally far stronger than humans. Jiang Heng patted Era's head. Era looks like you'll have to rely on you from now on, he said with a faint smile. A hint of aloof arrogance appeared in Era's eyes, as if the evolution had gone to its head. This evolution was even more intense than the last, granting it immense physical power. Jiang Heng gently patted it again, not wanting to dampen its spirits. As a warhound that slaughtered zombies, a bit of pride and fighting spirit was only natural. Jiang Heng then looked at the RV beneath his feet, a bold idea forming in his mind. Right. I've never extracted the entire RV. All this time Jiang Heng had only ever extracted the RV's engine. He had never extracted the whole vehicle. His eyes sharpened, and he pressed his palm against the RV's wall. He initiated the extraction. Extraction successful. RV upgrade, powerful engine, fine steel armor, blast-proof, alloy tires, autonomous, driving assistant. In the next moment the RV shook violently. Li Meng, who was tending to the watermelons and vegetables in the agricultural area, almost lost her balance. Jiang Heng jumped out of the window and walked outside the RV. The sight before him left him stunned. The RV's outer shell began to shift. Then countless pitch-black fine steel armor plates assembled, mechanically covering and enveloping the entire RV. Clank, clank, clank. The sounds of machinery and metal colliding rang out. The RV's outer shell was completely replaced. With its spiked exterior, it looked like an apocalyptic war machine. Then the RV's tires suddenly deflated. They were then replaced with tires made of some unknown material. It was pure thick steel devoid of any rubber. This steel was extremely special, something Jiang Heng had never seen on Blue Star. It perfectly replaced the tires, and incredibly thick hydraulic tubes were connected to them for shock absorption. This way the tires would be impervious to impacts, and there was no need to worry about blowouts anymore. As Jiang Heng stepped onto the RV, he was astonished. The cockpit had transformed entirely into a different appearance. A small display screen appeared on the dashboard, occupying the entire central position. On it, a virtual blue model of a human head emerged. "Hello, I am the intelligent AI of your RV." A crisp female voice reached Jiang Heng's ears, quite pleasant. "If you need to go to any destination, you can communicate with me." So this is the autonomous driving AI. This extraction gave Jiang Heng an overwhelming surprise. He quickly scanned the RV's information. Steel Fortress RV, originally an off-road RV, it became a Steel Fortress RV after one extraction upgrade. The engine was reinforced, the glass was 4-layer thick and bulletproof. The exterior was covered with a layer of 10 centimeters thick XH129 rolled homogeneous armor steel, and the tires were explosion-proof, composite memory steel tires. It is the perfect choice for home travel and killing and arson in the apocalypse. Jiang Heng was overjoyed. With this vehicle, what zombie in the apocalypse could harm him? Even if faced with a zombie horde, he could now crush through them. The interior walls of the RV also had a layer of composite steel armor reinforcement. Both inside and out were defended. The most terrifying was the XH129 rolled homogeneous armor steel. This steel was used on tanks, not to mention bullets. Even incendiary armor-piercing shells could withstand several hits, covering the entire RV. This vehicle could undoubtedly be called a steel fortress. The RV's glass had also been replaced with extremely hard 4-layer composite bulletproof glass. Hardness surpassing diamond, the teeth of zombies couldn't even leave a scratch. Li Meng was also somewhat shocked. This RV? What's going on? No matter what other abilities Jiang Heng had awakened before she could accept it. But this time the evolution of the RV was simply too absurd. You only need to know that this RV will always be your safe haven. Jiang Heng walked up to her and said. The implication was not to ask what shouldn't be asked. Li Meng didn't press further but walked to the glass and tapped it a few times. How sturdy. She revealed a bitter smile, but in her eyes there was a hint of melancholy. She was enjoying such perfect protection here while her sister was still unknown whether alive or dead. In her heart, she was always worried. At this moment her phone suddenly rang with a message. She was slightly startled. The signal was now extremely weak and the network was basically paralyzed. Only occasionally in some corners could there be signal transmission. The apocalypse had come, but the end of the network was not instantaneous, but a gradual process. The networks in major urban areas would gradually break down, not like in fictional novels where everything goes offline instantly. Li Meng picked up her phone. What was displayed was a message from yesterday. Sister, where are you? When you called me, my phone was dead. I'm at the hospital now. Staying with the patients and doctors. Our supplies are running out, we're about to starve to death. I probably have no future, I hope you can live on. My phone battery is about to run out again, we've used the last power bank. Don't come looking for me. You must. Live on. Li Meng stared at the phone screen, tears welling up. Her sister was still alive. Jiang Heng. She looked up at him with a plea in her eyes. Jiang Heng naturally saw these messages and stared quietly. Jiang Heng, can you? She started to speak, but stopped abruptly. She pondered for a moment and said, no, I don't want you to take risks. I know how chaotic this apocalypse is. Asking you to take risks for my sister is too selfish. Li Ming put away her phone. She walked to the electric bat and placed it behind her. Then she took out the pistol from her waist and loaded the magazine with bullets. The smell of gunpowder resembled her inner state at the moment. Full of determination. I only hope you can let me go alone. If my sister is already dead, I can naturally ignore it. But since I now know she's alive, I cannot give up no matter what. Her eyes seemed to burn with a spark as she stared at Jiang Heng. Even if you want to drive me away later, I accept it, she said. Without waiting for Jiang Heng's answer, she directly opened the RV door and stepped out. She was going alone. Jiang Heng's eyes glinted. He could naturally understand Li Ming's feelings. Li Ming not wanting him to take risks was indeed a good girl. She paid the price of exhausting her mental energy to heal my burns. How could I let her down? Jiang Heng's face was solemn. Having lived together for so long, he had decided to help Li Ming. Now his strength was already powerful enough. The next moment a voice echoed in his mind. Triggered divine choice. Choice 1, as a ruthless apocalypse lone wolf, you abandon Li Ming and let her fend for herself. Rewards: second stage, mutant zombie servant X1. Choice 2, with greater power comes greater responsibility. You now have mighty strength, help her find her sister whether dead or alive. Reward: upgrade any ability once. Jiang Heng did not hesitate and directly chose the second reward. The second stage zombie servant was not attractive to him at all. He had even killed third stage zombies. The ability upgrade opportunity was more appealing. Jiang Heng looked at the RV and said just one word: chase. The RV AI responded. The engine started and there was a sudden spin. Dust kicked up on the spot. It even completed a U-turn in place. This was an action that an ordinary driver could never accomplish. The intelligent driving AI skills were already on par with Jiang Heng, or even stronger. The RV drifted and arrived beside Li Ming. Li Ming was somewhat shocked. She looked up and saw the RV's door wide open. A young man in a black coat was leaning by the door lighting a cigarette. He had stubble and carried the ancient relic blade on his back. While smoking, he couldn't help but cough a few times. After all, he was a beginner. Get in, Jiang Heng said calmly. After the apocalypse, he had no pastimes and learned to smoke. Jiang Heng, are you coming with me? Li Ming asked, somewhat shocked. Jiang Heng's personality had always been extremely cautious. He actually took the initiative to take risks. Was it for her? Jiang Heng took Li Ming's hand and boarded the RV. Sorry, I'm only ruthless to outsiders. To my own people, I can't be hard-hearted. Li Ming's eyes turned slightly red. Thank you. Jiang Heng waved his hand, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and asked, where is she? Li Ming immediately replied, Longquan First People's Hospital. RV, you heard that, get there immediately. The blue model head on the RV's display immediately flickered. Then a map appeared on the screen. The route, speed, and travel time were all planned. Received, it will take 3 hours, please sit tight and hold on. The crisp AI voice said. Then the RV's engine roared and shot out directly. Extremely fast. It barged through the streets, full of abandoned vehicles. The RV was now completely different, with composite steel armor, and even colliding with cars left it unscathed. Not a scratch would be left. Li Ming looked at the blurry scenery flashing outside the window. This meant the RV was carrying her swiftly to where her sister was. That was an extremely dangerous area. Yet someone was willing to forge ahead for her. She was extremely moved, and the emotions in her eyes could no longer be restrained. She suddenly threw herself onto Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng casually threw the cigarette on the ground. He locked the bedroom door with a backhand. Only left Era outside looking bewildered. What's going on? Why did I suddenly become a single dog? The bumpiness of the vehicle became an aid at this moment. An hour later, Jiang Heng sat on the edge of the bed, using his telekinetic ability to levitate his clothes and dress himself. Why is your sister in the hospital? He asked while putting on his shirt, his breath still slightly ragged from the fierce battle moments before. In the apocalypse, this was one of the few remaining pleasures, one that both he and Li Ming savored. Hospitals were the most dangerous places in this ruined world. They were filled with the sick, and the viral genes within their bodies, once exposed to the zombie virus, had a high probability of triggering a mutation. The number of mutant zombies in hospitals was bound to far exceed that of any other location. This was precisely why Jiang Heng was so curious. Why was his sister here? Li Ming's face was grave. She has leukemia. She was hospitalized for treatment before the apocalypse. The medical costs were exorbitant, and my father never cared. I paid for everything myself, working odd jobs and using my scholarships. Jiang Heng slowly nodded upon hearing this. From those few words he could tell she was a devoted sister. Working alone to support her family, her circumstances mirrored his own. Don't worry. She'll be fine. He'll do everything in my power to rescue her, Jiang Heng declared solemnly. Li Ming nodded. Their bond was such that words of thanks were unnecessary. Jiang Heng then opened the bedroom door and stepped out, met by the husky's resentful stare. He pulled open the window, gazing at the zombies shambling through the streets. He noticed that as time passed, the zombies were undergoing subtle transformations, growing increasingly powerful. The number of mutant zombies was incomparable to the early days of the apocalypse. It had multiplied several-fold. Now every few blocks Jiang Heng could spot several first-tier mutant zombies roaming about. Previously, such mutants were an extreme rarity. The air in the streets was thick with the stench of decay and rot. Suddenly dark clouds gathered overhead, and acid rain began to fall. Murky pale green torrents poured down. This rain could corrode even walls, and contact with human flesh would inflict unimaginable damage. Moreover, Jiang Heng noticed that this acid rain was far more intense than the first had witnessed. The downpour was several times heavier, and its corrosive power was greatly amplified. Fortunately, the reinforced steel armor of the RV was exceptionally durable, resisting even this acidic assault. The evolved RV was practically impervious to the acid rain unless it persisted for days on end. Jiang Heng formed a sword gesture with his fingers, tracing a slow circle in the air. The ancient relic blade at his back unsheathed itself, rising autonomously. It slashed through the air. Swoosh! The blade cut through the atmosphere, producing a sharp whistle. Jiang Heng was using this method to refine his swordsmanship, while simultaneously honing his telekinetic control. His spiritual power was immense, far surpassing that of ordinary people. As long as he diligently mastered this ability, he could unleash far greater strength than other psychics of the same class. Swoosh! The blade executed a sudden diagonal slash, flying out the window and cleaving through the heads of several zombies. The ancient blade danced and cut alongside the speeding RV. Wherever it passed, blood splattered, brains sprayed, and the stench of corpses permeated the air. Zombies fell one after another. The blade, wielded by telekinesis, was a veritable harvester of the undead. Jiang Heng also wanted to test whether the acid rain would have any effect on this ancient weapon. The result was that the acid rain had no impact whatsoever on the blade. The steel of this sword was exceptionally unique. Its pitch-black body was not due to a layer of carbon paint on the surface, but rather a blackness that emanated from within. This ancient forged composite steel repelled both rain and blood. Water formed into beads, refusing to coalesce, rolling off the blade's surface. Jiang Heng nodded inwardly. It was truly a relic-grade treasure. Otherwise, how could it have yielded such a technique as the Gale Blade? As the RV continued its journey, zombies in every street it passed were cut down. Jiang Heng noticed that this acid rain was different from before. When it fell on certain zombies, instead of rotting their flesh, it caused them to let out heart-wrenching screams as their skin began to twist and contort. Evolution. Some zombies have genes suited for evolution. This acid rain acts like a catalyst. Jiang Heng had discovered the true effect of the rain. As it descended, many ordinary zombies began to scream, their flesh warping. They then transformed into first-tier evolved forms. Jiang Heng wasted no time, cutting them all down with swift strokes of his blade. Then, using the edge, he dug out the mutant crystals from within them. With his telekinesis, he extracted the glistening crystals from the gore-soaked brains. They floated through the air and landed in Jiang Heng's palm. As the RV sped on, the slaughter continued. Crystal after crystal suspended in the air dropped into his hand. In total, he collected 7 first-tier mutant crystals. Jiang Heng directly initiated a unified extraction. Extraction of 7 first-tier mutant crystals successful. Spirit, 3 physique, 4. Jiang Heng immediately felt a surge of evolution in his physical prowess. His physique now stood at 39, and his spiritual power was as high as 22. A single punch could now shatter the skull of a first-tier mutant zombie. At this point, tearing apart steel plates with my bare hands is no longer a problem. Jiang Heng mused, feeling the surging power within his body, his muscles burning with energy. But this wasn't all. Reward skill mutation upgrade X1. This was the first time Jiang Heng had extracted such a reward. He reviewed his skills. Zombie virus immunity was of immense value. The Hand of Fate was a skill that could turn the tide of any situation. But there was one skill that had become useless: vehicle mastery. Now that the RV had autonomous driving AI, his hands were free. Then let's mutate and upgrade vehicle mastery, Jiang Heng declared. This was a skill mutation upgrade, not an ability mutation upgrade, so his options were limited. Upgrade successful. Vehicle mastery. Parkour Pro. In an instant, a torrent of parkour knowledge flooded Jiang Heng's mind. He was instantly transformed into an expert with over 2 decades of parkour experience. Vaulting walls, wall running, and various acrobatic maneuvers came to him as naturally as breathing. Moreover, with his physique surpassing human limits at 39, he could perform feats that no ordinary parkour enthusiast could ever dream of. With his newfound mobility and the Gale Blade technique, Jiang Heng now had no weaknesses. He stared out the window. The ancient relic blade continued to hover and slash at zombies under his psychic control. His mastery over the telekinetic ability was growing more and more refined. If someone were to fire a gun at me right now, he mused, as long as I could see the muzzle flash at the moment of discharge, I'd have an 80% chance of freezing that bullet midair with my mind. Jiang Heng murmured to himself. However, if someone fired a sneak attack, he still wouldn't have time to react. He'd need to be prepared in advance to intercept the bullet. 4 bullets aimed at him from ambush time freeze was still the most reliable. Arriving at target location in 100 meters. Please prepare. The RV's AI suddenly decelerated and announced. Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow. Jiang Heng turned around. The ancient relic blade outside the window, its chilling edge now sheathed, flew back in a spin, landing in the scabbard on his back. A blade master who never touches his weapon. How dashing he looked, like a cultivator of ancient times. Li Ming was already fully armed. The acid rain falling in a drizzle gradually ceased. The RV came to a screeching halt directly in front of the hospital. They looked toward the entrance. This hospital, the largest in Longquan City, stood 4 stories tall, covering an area of over 500 square meters. It boasted cutting-edge medical equipment and a plethora of renowned physicians and experts. Consequently, the hospital was always teeming with patients. No matter when you arrived, it was packed to the brim. At this moment, the entrance was swarming with a dense horde of zombies. It was like stepping into a zombie nest. Rough estimates suggested at least several thousand zombies had gathered within the hospital. Among them were nurse zombies in white uniforms and elderly zombies in patient gowns. A stench of decay permeated the air, so nauseating it made one retch. This was the most dangerous place Jiang Heng had ever been. One zombie even had a massive gash on its belly, blood oozing out with intestines and organs clearly hanging outside its body. When the apocalypse struck, this zombie had been a patient on the operating table undergoing a cesarean section. But it turned into a zombie and instantly bit the lead surgeon to death. Li Ming, gazing at this hellish scene, had a flicker of terror in her eyes. Her sister had been surviving in such a horrifying environment all this time. Jiang Heng took out a pair of walkie-talkies. He clipped one to his chest and placed the other in the RV's cockpit. RV, I'll use this walkie-talkie to command you if anything comes up, Jiang Heng said. The RV's AI immediately replied, as long as it's your voice, I will obey. This way Jiang Heng could command the RV remotely. Then he pulled open the door and jumped out with Li Ming and Era. The moment they stepped out, the zombies surged toward them in a frenzy. The terrifying horde scrambled, desperately eager to tear into fresh flesh. The stench of pus and decay was overwhelming, making one's very soul tremble. The zombies' yellow pus and dead fish eyes were clearly visible. Even the air at the hospital entrance seemed tinged with a faint bloody mist. Jiang Heng did not draw his blade. Facing such a terrifying horde heathen was too risky. He pressed the walkie-talkie and commanded the RV behind him, RV, carve a bloody path. As you command, came the crisp reply from the walkie-talkie. The next instant, the RV's engine roared to life. This massive steel beast performed a sudden drift, charging straight to the hospital entrance. With sickening crunches and squelches, the zombies' screams rose and fell in a chorus. The RV surged forward without hesitation, executing a lateral drift that mowed down countless zombies, crushing them into lifeless forms. Limbs and severed parts flew into the air, leaving a trail of bloody smears on the ground. Brains and shredded flesh littered the ground like a grotesque paste. The RV had carved out a bloody path. Jiang Heng and Li Ming immediately dashed through it toward the hospital. Jiang Heng's physical prowess, already beyond ordinary human limits, combined with his parkour talent, made his speed astonishingly fast. Li Ming struggled to keep up, but Era was there. Era had evolved into a second-tier creature now as large as a tiger. It swiftly ducked under Li Ming, hoisting her onto its sturdy back. Then it followed closely behind Jiang Heng. Riding Era and wielding a stun baton, Li Ming struck down zombies. Soon they successfully charged into the hospital. Inside, it was packed with zombies so dense it was nearly impenetrable. Which floor? Jiang Heng asked with a grave expression. Her ward is on the 3rd floor. Li Ming said. Stay close. We'll fight our way to the stairwell and head straight up. Jiang Heng shouted. Li Ming acknowledged. Jiang Heng produced 4 narrow swords from his system space. These blades were light and sturdy, each with a distinct design, some with serrated edges, others with octagonal cross-sections. Their only common trait was their extreme thinness and lightness. This minimized the strain on his telekinetic control. These swords were forged by Boss Zhang of the weapon shop, a man from a family of blacksmiths. Though not comparable to the ancient relic blade, they were still exceptionally sharp. Jiang Heng used his telekinesis to levitate the swords, suspending them midair. Then he struck. The 4 blades whirled and slashed, supported by his psychic power, forming a screen of sword light around him. The flashing edges were dazzling. Soon zombies were wailing and falling in droves. Blood splattered, drenching Jiang Heng. With the ancient relic blade in hand, he drove the 4 floating swords with his mind, while his own blade continued its relentless slaughter. He charged straight for the stairwell. His eyes icy, he unleashed the gale blade technique. With a whoosh, fierce winds howled with each swing, thunderous echoes hidden within the blade's glow. The ancient relic blade danced in his hands, making him look like a chi cultivator of the pre-Qin era, a sword-wielding immortal. His black robes soaked in blood, he cut through 1,000 zombies as if they were nothing. Behind him, a trail of gore quickly formed, with severed limbs piling into a small mound of corpses. Era, carrying Li Ming, had a crimson glint flashing in its eyes. He charged straight for the stairwell. His eyes icy, he unleashed the gale blade technique. With a whoosh, fierce winds howled with each swing, thunderous echoes hidden within the blade's glow. The ancient relic blade danced in his hand. Suddenly Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. Ahead, several mutated zombies were advancing slowly through the crowd. He didn't pause. His left fingers twitched violently. The 4 narrow swords pointed forward, their blades trembling like arrows on a bowstring ready to unleash. A golden arc of lightning flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. With a thunderous crack, blue and orange currents intertwined, surging across the 4 floating swords. Flame lightning coated the blades, amplifying their power. The sword shot forth. They left trails of crackling arcs in the air. With a wet thud and a scream, the 4 mutated zombies had their heads pierced through, collapsing on the spot. White smoke rose and a pungent stench of burnt flesh filled the air. Jiang Heng clenched his hand. For first-tier mutation crystals flew into his palm, stored away in his system space. Then with a subtle shift in his gaze, the 4 swords continued their slaughter. The ancient relic blade in his hand also became wreathed in flame lightning, releasing bolts of orange and blue current with every strike. Terrifying sparks exploded across the floor, arcs of electricity dancing and flickering everywhere. The stairwell was just 20 meters away. Jiang Heng unleashed his flame lightning power to its fullest for the final sprint. With a thunderous boom, the ancient relic blade blazed with intense lightning. He spun and slashed the flame lightning, forming a chain that leaped across the zombies' bodies, numbing a massive swath of them. A single strike had paralyzed over 80 densely packed zombies. Jiang Heng carved out a bloody path to escape. Era and Li Ming seized the opportunity to follow him through the emergency exit. Once they were inside the stairwell, Jiang Heng slammed the door shut behind them, locking it tight. A few zombies crashed against the door with a heavy thud. The sheer force of the door sent them flying backward, their heads split open by the iron slab. Outside, a horde of zombies surged forward, their sounds rising like crashing waves. Guttural groans, hissing rasps, and mournful wails. The zombies let out hoarse, sickening cries that sounded like weeping. Their bodies were covered in festering pustules, their decayed flesh marked with morbid skin patterns. They were dead creatures driven solely by the zombie virus within them. Jiang Heng peered through the glass door. Behind him lay a trail of severed limbs and corpses. The floor was slick with blood, a revolting sludge of gore and flesh. The bloody path Jiang Heng had carved out was quickly swallowed by a fresh wave of living dead. This door won't hold for long, Jiang Heng muttered, his face grim. He turned to look behind him. Several zombies in the stairwell had already spotted the 2 living humans. They shuffled forward slowly, letting out hoarse growls. Era was about to pounce and tear them all apart, but Jiang Heng gently held him back. Wait, Era, they can still be useful. As he spoke, a red glint flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. In that instant, 5 beams of crimson light flickered across the eyes of the 5 zombies. They were all under his control. The corpse cell devourer ability not only allowed him to extract zombie cells to heal himself, it also let him command up to 5 zombies. Any evolved being of a lower rank than him had to obey his orders. He pointed his blade toward the iron door. Guard this door with your lives, Jiang Heng commanded. The zombies shuddered, then let out raspy sounds like soldiers receiving orders. They lunged at the iron door, pressing their bodies against it with all their might. Among these 5 zombies was a first-rank mutated zombie. Its frame was a full size larger than a normal zombie, its skin bearing rock-like patterns that looked incredibly tough. With it there, the door wouldn't be breached for several minutes. Let's head upstairs, Jiang Heng said. Okay, Li Ming nodded, climbing off Era's back. She immediately dashed toward the 3rd floor. Many zombies still lurked within the stairwell. Without electricity, the emergency stairway was plunged into near total darkness, so dark it was almost impossible to see one's own hand. Only a faint sliver of dim light filtered through a small window in the deep, shadowy corridor. The muffled groans of zombies echoed from every direction. It was enough to make one's skin crawl. Jiang Heng pulled out 2 high-powered flashlights, handing one to Li Ming and keeping the other for himself. A blinding, glaring artificial light blazed to life. These were explosion-proof flashlights with a brightness of up to 3200 lumens. If shown directly into someone's eyes, they could blind them for several seconds, leaving their vision a stark white void. Era didn't need a flashlight. He shook his head vigorously. With a crackle, azure electric currents sparked from his eye sockets. His blood-red eyes transformed into a brilliant sapphire blue, casting dazzling electric light in the darkness. It illuminated everything in his sight, allowing him to see clearly in the dark. Era took the lead, tail held high, and charged straight up the stairwell. Era moved with incredible speed like a gust of wind. The sounds of squelching and crunching rang out in rapid succession, zombie skulls shattering, bones snapping. Severed limbs and corpses tumbled down the steps, while thick viscous blood streamed down the stairs. Era was like a primal beast from the ancient wilderness, tearing through zombies without hesitation. A hellhound straight out of the underworld. Soon he was drenched in blood, his fur soaked crimson. In no time, he had cleared a path for Jiang Heng and Li Ming. Jiang Heng and Li Ming immediately followed Era up the stairs. Along the way, they came across the corpses of several mutated zombies. One of them had a long, razor-sharp tongue with edges like a blade dripping with festering green viral pus. Yet Era had circled behind it and shattered its spine with a single bite. Another zombie had 20-centimeter-long claws as sharp as steel daggers. Era had dodged its attacks effortlessly and killed it without a scratch. He was now capable of taking down a first-rank, mutated zombie single-handedly. Jiang Heng nodded to himself. This was good news. All those mutated crystals he had fed Era were paying off. As they passed the two mutated zombie corpses, Jiang Heng used his telekinesis to extract the mutated cores from their brains. They landed in his hand heavy and solid. Extraction successful. Physical strength 2. The extraction pushed his physical strength past the 40 mark, bringing it to 41. Now a full power punch from him could crush the skull of a first-rank mutated zombie with ease. They rushed up to the third floor and pushed open the door to the emergency exit. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed. This floor was spacious and sparsely populated with zombies. No wonder Li Ming's sister had managed to survive. If the third floor had been as densely packed as the hospital lobby, no one would have survived. The hospital's first-floor lobby spanned only about 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, but it held at least 5,000 zombies. That meant over 2 zombies per square meter. An incredibly dense crowd. Which department is your sister in? Jiang Heng asked. Li Ming's gaze was tense. She's in the hematology department, room 3087. With that, she dashed out ahead of him. Her worry for her sister drove her to take the lead. Jiang Heng followed closely behind her. The hospital's internal layout was a complex maze. This third floor housed the consultation areas for hematology and oncology doctors. The radiation therapy machines for cancer treatment were also on this floor, along with the chemotherapy department. This meant that this floor was filled with many critically ill patients. Their genetic makeup was inherently flawed, riddled with instability. If the zombie virus were to combine with their cells, the likelihood of mutation would be extremely high. Although the number of zombies here was currently sparse, if there were any, it was highly probable they would be mutated variants. So Jiang Heng was extremely cautious. He moved quietly, following behind Li Ming. Suddenly Era let out a sharp bark. A surge of electric light gathered in his throat. Crack! A bolt of azure lightning shot toward the ceiling. A hideous zombie was lurking there, clinging to the ceiling. With the lights out, and this floor shrouded in darkness, even Jiang Heng hadn't noticed it. Good thing Era's sense of smell was sharp. The lightning bolt pierced through the zombie's head, but it merely smoked and fell to the ground. It wasn't dead. Its frame was massive, over 2 meters tall, far surpassing an ordinary zombie. The flesh on its forehead was charred black as it slowly rose from the floor. Its mouth was no longer human. It had split into 4 segments, writhing with countless fine tentacles and razor-sharp teeth. It opened its massive maw, thrust its head forward, and let out a piercing, hoarse shriek. Roar! The zombie emitted a dangerous aura. A large gash marred its abdomen. Its upright ribs formed a structure resembling teeth, revealing its blood-soaked internal organs. It resembled a large vertical maw of blood. Judging by its size, it wouldn't be a problem to swallow Li Ming whole. Jiang Heng quickly deduced that it had definitely surpassed the first-level mutated body. Checking its data. Abdominal brutal corpse, second-level mutant physical ability, 53, a zombie infected and mutated during an abdominal tumor removal surgery, its body greatly enhanced by the virus. Its abdomen features a large mouth capable of swallowing an adult hunting dog. Skill putrid exoskeleton, it can activate the zombie virus within, covering its body with an extremely hard putrid shell. Jiang Heng's expression turned grave. The zombie's physical ability had reached 50, although Jiang Heng had previously killed third-level mutants. But that didn't mean Jiang Heng could easily crush a second-level mutant. Each type of zombie has different abilities. He must respond with caution. The husky charged forward, first engaging in a fierce battle with the zombie. However, this time the husky's powerful bite ended up failing. This zombie didn't even need to use its putrid exoskeleton. With a physical ability of 50, its skin was already extremely tough, and the hardness of its bones surpassed that of steel. The husky frantically tore with its teeth and paws. However, it could only leave a few 3 to 4 centimeter deep wounds. It failed to injure the source. In the end, the husky was sent flying by a punch. Jiang Heng's expression turned icy as he raised his hand and waved. Boom! The cells within him burst forth and flesh violently split apart. On the ground, a youth identical to him took form. Jiang Heng directly retrieved 5 long knives from the system space and handed them to his clone. Kill! With a single command from Jiang Heng, the clone's expression hardened as it grasped a long knife. Then it used telekinesis, causing the other 4 long knives to levitate. Crimson lightning flickered, entwining all the blades. The clone's gaze turned cold as it raised its fingers resolutely. The 4 levitating long knives shot forth. The clone also stepped forward with incredible speed. 5 blades struck together. Jiang Heng stood still, his eyes fixated on the zombie. He let his clone engage first while he observed from the rear, thereby minimizing his own risk. He aimed to ascertain all the abilities and combat techniques of this zombie. The knife in the clone's hand stirred up a sound of thunder. With a fierce strike, even the abdominal putrid core would have to think twice. Let alone this second-level zombie. A strong wind surged, causing hair to flutter wildly. The clone surged ahead, charging towards the zombie. The clone could only last for several dozen minutes. Once the time was up, it had to disappear regardless of whether its stamina was exhausted. Therefore, it did not need to conserve mental energy. It just needed to unleash its full power and engage in fierce combat. The mutated zombie roared in anger in response to such a vicious and violent strike. Saliva dripped from its mouth, and its murky eyes looked as if they would burst from their sockets. It charged forward, throwing a punch at the clone. Crack, crack, crack. Bang. A dull sound echoed. The 5 lightning knives manipulated by the clone all struck the zombie's body. Slap. Slap. Blood gushed forth and flowed out. But it wasn't the zombie's blood. It was the clone's. Jiang Heng's pupils trembled as he saw 2 long knives cleave into the zombie's shoulders. Electricity flickered and the flesh charred black. Yet it only left a black mark without penetrating. The other 2 knives pierced into the zombie's abdomen. They indeed penetrated directly, chilling the core. However, the clone had yet to use its telekinesis to make these 2 knives rotate and cut. At that moment, the zombie's massive mouth in its abdomen had already clamped shut. The rib-like teeth crushed the steel knives. The 2 knives broke into segments and fell to the ground. Only the knife held by the clone cut into the zombie's neck. However, it only penetrated 2 centimeters deep and could go no further. A trickle of pus and blood seeped out, causing no substantive harm. Instead, the zombie's full-powered punch smashed into the clone's lower abdomen, piercing right through. Blood flowed from its lower abdomen. The moment the mutated zombie unleashed that punch, Jiang Heng clearly saw it. Countless streams of putrid liquid oozed from the zombie's fists, pores intertwining together. Ultimately, they completely enveloped the fist, forming a hard steel-like armor. This strike could crush not just flesh, but even steel. Although the clone's theoretical combat power was identical to Jiang Heng's, it still fell short. Because the clone lacked one crucial thing compared to Jiang Heng's true self. That is, the fear of death. If it were Jiang Heng, he would have sensed death approaching in that instant and activated his body of domination. In an instant, his physical abilities would quintuple, allowing him to withstand the zombie's punch. The clone remained expressionless, silently enduring. The zombie roared in fury, murky bloodlight erupting from its eyes as it lunged to bite the clone's neck. The clone suddenly raised a hand, activating time stop. Buzz. In an instant, time around them completely froze. Only the clone and Jiang Heng could move in this realm. The zombie's movements were entirely halted. Although this zombie is tough, with time stop, everything is over. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes as he did not strike. Instead, he quietly watched the clone. The clone trembled slightly as it activated the body of domination, channeling flames and lightning that flowed around its blade. Using the second form of the Gale Blade, Wind Strike. This blade was faster than lightning, directly invoking slowly flowing electricity in the frozen time, weaving into arcs. Whoosh. This blade swung down. It directly severed the head. The zombie's hideous head spun in midair. Blood spurted from its neck, splattering as it spun. Blood splattered all over the clone. Even though this zombie had over 50 in physical ability, far surpassing Jiang Heng and the Husky. Moreover, it had putrid armor. It still had to die, because it hadn't managed to cover its entire body with putrid armor before being slain. A single strike with 5 times the physical ability could kill a 3rd-level zombie, let alone this mere 2nd-level one. Jiang Heng's clone snapped his fingers. Buzz. Time resumed its flow. The zombie's body jolted violently. Its 2-meter-tall, burly figure crashed down like a mountain. Its head struck the ground with a dull thud. It was extremely heavy. The zombie's head, though not yet dead, rolled about on the ground. Its mouth opened and closed, emitting crackling sounds as its teeth ground against each other. Simultaneously, a layer of dark green putrid liquid began to spread from its face, ready to cover its entire body in the next moment. Unfortunately, the clone acted faster. It stabbed a knife, vertically piercing through the zombie's eye socket. It killed it outright. Blood flowed wildly from the clone's lower abdomen, yet it seemed oblivious to the pain. Go clear the path ahead, Jiang Heng commanded. The clone immediately rushed forward towards Li Meng's hospital room. In the corridor, the sounds of zombies' wails and screams echoed endlessly, along with the crisp sounds of zombie heads bursting. The clone completely inherited Jiang Heng's superhuman physical abilities. Even with a serious injury to its lower abdomen, it could still maintain combat for over 10 minutes. Li Meng swiftly followed Jiang Heng's clone and charged inside. A white glow emanated from her hand, healing the clone's wounds. Era, go with her first. He'll collect the spoils, Jiang Heng said. Era barked once and bolted after Li Meng. Jiang Heng paced over to the hulking corpse of the zombie. Though this one wasn't as formidable as the third-tier 100+ zombie cluster, it was still terrifying enough. Jiang Heng activated his infinite extraction ability. Extraction successful physique 5. The zombie's skills, however, were beyond his ability to extract. The pus armor's essence was condensed from the zombie virus, and since Jiang Heng was human, he couldn't obtain it. Still, the 5 to physique was a fine gain. He then drew his ancient relic blade and drove it straight into the zombie's brow. From within, he pried out a second-tier mutated crystal. It held a faint trace of blood red mixed with gold. Second-tier mutated crystal. Upon absorption, it can moderately evolve your genes. Jiang Heng performed an extraction. Spirit 3. This time he decided to absorb the crystal himself. As he pressed it to his brow, a wondrous sensation seeped into his mind. A chill spread through his head, and the crystal naturally fractured, dissolving into wisps of white smoke that surged into his body. After a wave of searing heat, his physique increased once more. He checked his status. Jiang Heng second-tier evolver physique 47 spirit 25 talents infinite extraction true sight a divine choice abilities time stop strength telekinesis a rank flesh division a rank flame thunder a rank corpse cell devourer rank overlord burst crank skills parkour master hand of fate zombie virus immunity galeblade. As a second-tier evolver, Jiang Heng currently possessed 7 ability slots. If I break through to the 3rd tier, I should gain another one, he mused, stroking his chin. Then he set off after Li Meng and Era. The path was strewn with corpses. The 3rd floor ward was vast, shrouded in darkness and thick with the stench of decay. Yet not a single living zombie was in sight. Only mangled limbs and lifeless bodies. Over 100 zombies in patient gowns and doctor's coats had been slain by Jiang Heng's clone. Incredible. The clone had been wounded, but as Li Meng followed, she realized his injuries were gone. It wasn't her healing. Her cell replication couldn't mend such penetrating wounds so quickly. It was entirely the clone's own power. With every zombie it slew, the clone activated its corpse cell devourer ability, absorbing the cells to heal its wounds and replenish its stamina. Along the way, several wandering first-tier mutants were subjugated and turned into his undead minions. A grotesque squad of zombies formed, charging alongside the clone in a relentless slaughter. The zombies' roars were no longer a nightmare for the survivors. They were the nightmare of every zombie on this floor. As a second-tier evolver, Jiang Heng's corpse cell devourer allowed him to control zombies of a lower tier. So second-tier zombies were beyond his control, but first-tier mutants were easy to subdue and recruit as underlings. Jiang Heng followed Li Meng and the clone, pushing deep into the ward until they reached room 3087, where Li Meng's sister had been. Yet upon bursting in, they found no trace of her sister Li Miao. Only 2 empty beds remained. In the corner lay the corpse of a female zombie in a nurse's uniform, her head grotesquely twisted. Her skull resembled a burst cauliflower-like tumor, the brain matter long gone. Inside and out it was pitted with black cancerous growths, and the brain cavity was filled with pus-filled maggots that had exploded. This zombie was definitely killed by an evolver, Jiang Heng muttered. And a cell-type ability, he murmured. It bore a striking resemblance to Li Meng's power. Since they were biological sisters, their cellular similarity was high, making it likely they'd awakened similar abilities, both influencing cells. Li Meng's eyes trembled at the sight, but she remained strong, refusing to panic. She immediately began searching. However, all the patients wore clean hospital slippers and gowns, leaving little in the way of footprints or traces. A flicker of panic seized Li Meng. What if her sister wasn't in the room? Would they have to search the entire hospital? With so many zombies lurking, even Jiang Heng might not have the strength for such a task. Just then Jiang Heng walked over to the wall, crouched beside the zombie's corpse, and lifted its hand for a closer look. His gaze hardened. He found human flesh lodged under the fingernails, bits of tissue stained with blood. This meant the zombie had already injured someone. The situation was grim. Li Meng's sister had likely been scratched, which meant the chances she'd been infected with the zombie virus were extremely high. At that moment, Era lowered his head and began sniffing at the floor. Era, do you smell a living person? Li Meng asked, startled. Era barked once, wagging his tail, and trotted out of the ward. This reignited a spark of hope in Li Meng. Era was after all a hound that had undergone 2 mutations. His sense of smell was leagues beyond any humans, or even any ordinary dogs. Even the faintest scent couldn't escape him. The zombies on this floor were mostly cleared out, so the clone was no longer needed. Jiang Heng raised a hand, and the 5 undead minions turned on each other in a frenzy. He then recalled his clone, which dissolved into crimson flesh and remerged with his body. A wave of searing heat washed over him as the divided flesh rejoined, restoring some of his stamina. Jiang Heng and Li Meng then followed Era. The hound led them swiftly to a glass-enclosed room. Along the way they encountered numerous zombie corpses, each killed in a different manner. Some were pale and stiff, as if frozen to death. Others were reduced to charred skeletons by fire. Still others had been killed by surgical blades piercing their necks or eye sockets. It was the report printing hall, sealed off by a formidable glass door, a seemingly safe haven. It was naturally an excellent refuge. Era reached the door, scratched at the glass with his paw, and let out a low whine. The scent era picked up ends here, Jiang Heng said, his voice grave. Bang bang bang. Jiang Heng rapped his knuckles against the glass door. Anyone here? His voice was soft, but loud enough to be heard by anyone inside. If anyone was there. A long silence followed. No answer. Li Ming's heart was in her throat. Just as Jiang Heng was about to break the door, down a voice came from within. Hey, are you people alive? A youthful voice deliberately lowered to mimic an adult man trying to intimidate those outside. But a hint of childishness was still evident. Li Ming's eyes trembled violently. A living person. That meant her sister might still be alive. Hello, we're here looking for someone, Li Ming said softly. Could you open the door? The survivor inside was silent for a long moment. How do you prove you're good people? The boy's voice was cold. Jiang Heng remained silent. He used his telekinetic ability, directly unlocking the lock from inside the glass door. Then he moved the cabinet blocking the door aside. He had no time to explain himself. With a creak, the glass door slid open. Jiang Heng's power startled everyone inside. Then Jiang Heng and Li Ming stepped into the room. The moment he crossed the threshold, Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From all directions, several scalpel blades flew through the air, hovering and pointing directly at his head. The blades trembled, seeming unsteady. An ability user. Jiang Heng surveyed the room. The sight before him was shocking. The room was filled with children. They looked about 12 or 13 years old, dressed in patient gowns, all looking sickly and starved. Among them, a young girl with short hair dressed in white was pointing at him from a distance. She was the one controlling the floating scalpels. It was rare to see a child awaken as an ability user. Jiang Heng scanned her abilities directly. Yang Xiaofeng. First Order Evolver. Physique 4. Mind 4. Ability Metal Manipulation. Her cells can resonate with magnetic fields to a certain degree, allowing her to control the levitation and projection of metal objects with her mind. The girl was only about 1.5 meters tall, looking frail, yet she had a physique of 4 points, nearly that of an adult male. It seemed the First Order evolution had strengthened her body. As she grew older, her physique would surely become even stronger. Becoming an evolver wasn't limited to devouring crystal cores. Some gifted individuals could naturally evolve over time. This little girl was clearly one of them. Not a bad ability, Jiang Heng said calmly. The next instant he raised his hand and clenched it gently. Whoosh. The scalpels violently broke free from the girl's control. Clang, clang, clang. Seized by a far more powerful force, they flew up and were pinned against the ceiling, unable to move. As if held down by an invisible hand. Yang Xiaofeng's eyes widened in shock. She strained, but the blades only trembled slightly, unable to break free. Jiang Heng's mental strength was several times greater than hers, so he could easily use his telekinesis to cancel out her metal manipulation. Jiang Heng looked around and noticed that there was only one adult woman present. She appeared to be in her 20s with her hair tied up and a haggard expression. Wearing a white doctor's coat, she shielded the children behind her, nervously clutching a small scalpel, staring intently at Jiang Heng and Li Ming. Jiang Heng saw the nameplate on her chest and learned her identity. He Xiaochun, pediatric internal medicine doctor. He used his truth sight to inspect her information. He Xiaochun. Survivor. Physique 4. Mind 5. No ability, just an ordinary survivor. Dr. He, and I mean no harm, Jiang Heng said calmly. He had already demonstrated his power. If he had ill intentions, why wouldn't he have acted sooner? Hearing this, the scalpel in He Xiaochun's hand stopped trembling. She forced herself to remain calm, staring at them. Who are you? She asked. Ordinary survivors just like you, Jiang Heng replied. Li Ming stepped forward, slowly addressing everyone. My sister has leukemia. She was in room 3087. We're here to find her. Have you seen her? Her name is Li Miao. At Li Ming's words, the doctor and the others all tensed up. So these two were here looking for someone. So you're Li Miao's sister. A young girl's eyes widened slightly as she stepped forward from the group of children. Li Ming's eyes narrowed when she saw her. This girl was named Zhang Yujia. She was the same age as her sister, 13. She had been a ward mate in the same room. Both of them had leukemia. The two girls had been neighbors for months and were very close friends. When Li Ming visited her sister, she often saw her and would occasionally bring her some fruit. Li Miao, she's not in a good state. Zhang Yujia led Li Ming over to a curtain and pulled it aside. On the hospital bed lay a coffin made of ice. The girl inside was sealed within it. Meow meow. Li Ming's legs gave way at the sight. Her sister had been reduced to this state. The girl inside looked about 13 or 14 years old. She was thin and gaunt. Her face was pale and a bloody scar marked her shoulder. She was sealed inside a block that resembled an ice coffin. It was Li Ming's sister Li Miao. Jiang Heng was stunned by the sight. Freezing a person in ice. What kind of method was this? Meow meow. She got scratched by a zombie while protecting me, Zhang Yujia said, her eyes reddening. She might get infected and turn. I had no choice but to use my ability to freeze her. Jiang Heng immediately scanned the girl's information. Zhang Yujia. First Order Evolver. Physique 3. Mind 6. Ability Absolute Ice A rank. can instantly lower the temperature of an area and extract water molecules from the air to condense them into ice. Minimum temperature can reach 200 C. Jiang Heng's pupils contracted in shock. This girl's ability was incredibly powerful. Minus 200 degrees Celsius could freeze almost anything solid. At that temperature, even microscopic cells couldn't move. International cryonics companies use equipment at minus 200 degrees Celsius to freeze cancer patients, hoping that future medical advancements might revive them. 273. 15 degrees Celsius is absolute zero. Theoretically, no substance in the universe can be colder than that. If this girl's ability evolved again to S rank, it would probably reach absolute zero. Jiang Heng fell silent, staring at the ice block that held Li Miao. Finally, they had found Li Miao. Even though she was frozen, at least they had found her. Choice 2 completed. Find Li Meng's sister dead or alive. Reward 1 opportunity to upgrade any ability. Jiang Heng felt a wave of relief. He had finally completed the task. Although Li Miao's condition was dire, at least she was still alive. He didn't use the ability upgrade opportunity, immediately choosing to save it for when it might be needed. Jiang Heng walked up to Li Miao and examined the data of this poor girl. Li Miao: dying, dormancy, first order, evolver, physique 1, depleted, spirit 1, depleted ability, cellular autolysis, crank. This girl, kept in a near-death state, had both physical and mental attributes extremely withered. But fortunately, she still had a breath, still alive. This girl also had an ability. Cellular autolysis, crank. She can influence the way cells work, causing white blood cells to gather and explosively proliferate in an instant, damaging surrounding normal cells. Her ability was probably what killed the zombie in Ward 3087. Like her sister Li Meng, it was a cell-affecting ability. Why did you freeze her? Li Meng's eyes filled with tears as she stepped forward, looking at her sister's icy face, her heart aching. Zhang Yujia's face turned slightly pale, and she quickly apologized. Sorry, Sister Meng, but she was already infected with the zombie virus. I had no choice. Zhang Yujia was flustered. She was just a young girl, never having seen such a scene. Don't blame her, I ordered it. At that moment, a voice came from behind the door. Turning around, they saw a 14-year-old youth holding a long-handled fire axe stepping forward. His eyes were calm. The youth had been hiding behind the door, gripping the axe. If Jiang Heng had any malicious intent, he would have immediately attacked with a sneak strike. Only after confirming that Jiang Heng and Li Meng were not bad people did he step out. I have observed the process of several living people turning into zombies. It can be concluded that as long as one is injured by a zombie, whether bitten by teeth or scratched by nails, it will cause virus infection and turn into a zombie. I believe that only freezing her can slow down the infection. This is risky, but it's the only way. If I had to choose between certain death and a glimmer of hope, I would choose to give her a glimmer of hope. Li Miao had also agreed beforehand. The boy said solemnly in a low voice. Jiang Heng nodded inwardly. He had sensed the boy hiding behind the door from the start, but he hadn't exposed him. This youth was very smart. He looked only 14 or 15, yet he could remain so calm amidst the apocalypse. When he grows up, he would definitely be a talent in the apocalypse. Jiang Heng looked at Li Meng and said slowly, Li Meng, freezing your sister was actually the right thing to do. If he hadn't used ice to seal Li Miao's Bodis activity, then Li Miao would inevitably be infected and become a zombie. Now, although she was in a dying coma, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Though it was very slim. Li Meng's eyes were sparkling with tears, and she just nodded. She wiped away her tears. I'm sorry, I was a bit emotional, thank you all. She looked at Zhang Yujie, then at the boy, and said. Although worry for her sister made her lose composure, she hadn't lost her rationality. Since Jiang Heng said this was the correct approach, she naturally believed it. Li Miao is still alive. This frozen state can slow down the zombie virus in her body. But we need to find a way to remove the virus before thawing her. For now, we can only keep her in this frozen state. Jiang Heng said thoughtfully. Thawing a frozen person like this was an extremely difficult task. Absolutely could not directly roast over fire or slowly melt. That would kill Li Miao on the spot. The range from 0 C to 60 C is extremely dangerous. This temperature will damage human cells, causing countless tiny ice crystals in the blood to destroy cell structures. It must be directly raised from 200 C to normal body temperature, skipping the 0 C to 60 C process. One must complete the thaw in an instant, directly reaching a normal body temperature of 36 C. Jiang Heng currently did not have such a means. Even time stop wouldn't work. After stopping time, using fire to melt and thaw seems feasible. But even in frozen time, fire requires a heat conduction process. It takes a long time to transfer from the skin to the internal organs. Even within time stop, this process must be followed. The zombie virus Jiang Heng also couldn't handle yet, so he could only let her remain in this state for now. Jiang Heng looked at the boy and noticed he was so hungry he could barely stand. He took out some bread and distributed it to these people. When Jiang Heng pulled out a dozen or so pork floss sandwich breads from his system space, the children's eyes widened. Even the female doctor He Xiaochun unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Here food resources were extremely scarce. These children had almost survived by drinking saline solution. Many had abdominal fluid starting to accumulate on their stomachs. This was a sign of extreme hunger. He Xiaochun, as the only adult, naturally prioritized the little food they had for the children. So now she was the hungriest. She didn't care about table manners. She wolfed it down, stuffing her mouth full in a few bites. The children in the room also began tearing at the bread, like a pack of hungry wolf cubs. Jiang Heng looked around. There were a total of 7 people in this room. Dr. He Xiaochun was the only adult. The rest were children under 15. All wore patient gowns. Zhang Yujie, Yang Xiaofeng, Li Miao, and the calm boy. There was also a pair of twin brother and sister. These twins were the youngest, only 8 years old. The siblings huddled together, timidly curled up in a corner, eating bread, not daring to look at Jiang Heng. Are these children all patients? Jiang Heng asked. The female Dr. He Xiaochun, while wolfing down bread, couldn't swallow in time and didn't answer Jiang Heng. It was the boy who stepped forward. Yes, except for Dr. He, we all originally had serious illnesses and were hospitalized. Li Miao and Zhang Yujie have leukemia. Yang Xiaofeng has autism, the boy said solemnly while chewing bread. He tore the bread, gently not gulping it down. In extreme hunger, suddenly wolfing down could upset the stomach. He knew the principles of survival in the apocalypse, because in his spare time he liked to read books or watch movies about apocalypse survival. These twins, the sister is called Yu Ying, the brother Yu Ling. They both suffer from lupus erythematosus. The boy said. Jiang Heng looked at the 2 children. Indeed, their bodies had blood-red scars. Their faces were flushed in patches, somewhat alarming. Lupus erythematosus is an autoimmune disease. After contracting it, scars like wolf bites appear on the body. Hence the name. Besides damaging the skin, it can also affect major internal organs. It is definitely a difficult disease to cure. Scanning the data of the twin siblings. Yu Ying, first order, evolver, physique, 2 spirit, 3 ability, telepathy, rank. She can sense her twin brother's thoughts with no distance limit. Looking at her brother, it was the same. Ability, telepathy, rank. He can sense his twin sister's thoughts with no distance limit. This ability was somewhat mysterious. Jiang Heng thought that if he could extract and fuse it, then it was highly likely he would obtain the power of mind reading. At that time, the enemy's thoughts would not escape his perception, making him nearly invincible. The doomsday virus, when combined with the genes of those suffering from severe illnesses, could produce miraculous chemical reactions. This had been Jiang Heng's hypothesis. But today it was confirmed. Every child in this room possessed an ability. At the same time, their common trait was that they all suffered from severe illnesses. The mutated zombies I encountered before, several of them had cancer when they were alive. It seems that when disease-carrying genetic material combines with the virus, it indeed increases the probability of evolution. Whether for zombies or humans. Jiang Heng thought to himself. In the apocalypse, these originally frail, sickly children were actually the first batch to evolve. They had all become first-tier evolvers. Although due to their young age, their physical abilities hadn't evolved significantly. But as they grew older, it would surely gradually manifest. At this moment, He Xiaochun finally managed to swallow her bread. Her face was full of gratitude. Her eyes looked as if she had been saved as she stepped forward. After Xiao Jie evolved, the leukemia inside her miraculously healed itself. I checked her with every instrument, and everything is normal. But the lupus disease of the siblings Yu Ying and Yu Ling didn't completely heal. It only improved somewhat, and their resistance became stronger. It's basically no longer life-threatening for them. Doctor, he said. Jiang Heng listened, his expression turning grave. It seemed everyone's degree of evolution was different. As for that withdrawn little girl Yang Xiaofeng, she remained silent, not speaking a word. Her illness was autism. Whether she had evolved or not, it was hard for anyone to tell if she had improved. Jiang Heng looked towards the youth. He was about 1.7 meters tall, a full head shorter than Jiang Heng. But his shoulders held some muscle, his skin was fair, he wore a patient's gown, and held a long axe stained with dried blood. His face was resolute. What about you, what illness? Jiang Heng checked one by one. Asthma, the youth said. Evolution didn't completely cure it, but it improved quite a bit. Chopping up some zombies isn't a problem, he stated. Jiang Heng stepped forward and shook the youth's hand. My name is Jiang Heng. This young man had a strong will. He displayed a steadiness and maturity that belied his age. He seemed more like the pillar of this group than even Dr. He. So Jiang Heng was willing to get to know him. The youth nodded. Hello, uncle, my name is Jiang Ming. Jiang Heng was unshaven and dressed in black. He looked like he belonged in a wasteland. It was no wonder Jiang Ming called him uncle. Jiang Heng released his hand. He stared at Jiang Ming and asked, Jiang Ming, do you have an ability? Jiang Heng's gaze was piercing, as if it could see through a person's soul. But Jiang Ming remained calm. No. Whether it was true or false, Jiang Heng used his truth-seeing eye to see through the youth completely. Jiang Ming, first tier, evolver, physique, 8 spirit, 10 ability, copy strength, can copy the ability of anyone within 10 meters for his own use. However, he can only copy one ability at a time. Copying a new one overwrites the current one. Current copy telekinesis, or rank. Jiang Heng was extremely shocked, his pupils trembling slightly. This small youth was truly hiding his talents. He possessed a top-tier strength ability. and it was copy. He could assimilate anyone's ability within 10 meters. With this ability in hand, the world was his. He could copy any ability he saw instantly. Not to say he was invincible, but at the very least he could go toe-to-toe with anyone in the world. It all came down to spiritual power. He grew stronger when facing stronger opponents. And this kid had already secretly copied his own ability without anyone noticing. Such deep schemes. Earlier, Jiang Heng had used telekinesis to nullify Yang Xiaofeng's metal manipulation. So this youth had secretly copied it on the spot. While his cunning and calmness far exceeded other children his age, this young man was definitely promising material. He also knew how to hide his light, burying his ability deep. He didn't trust this stranger unconditionally, just because Jiang Heng gave them a few pieces of bread. One could say his meticulousness surpassed even that of an adult. A hint of appreciation showed in Jiang Heng's eyes. Good, it's best if you don't have an ability. Jiang Heng lightly patted his shoulder and said calmly. He didn't expose him. Jiang Ming was still a bit nervous, merely nodding. After all, he was still young. I understand. A person always needs a trump card, Jiang Heng added. This sentence made the youth a little uneasy. His pupils constricted slightly. He couldn't tell if Jiang Heng had seen through his lie. Jiang Heng, what do we do next? Li Ming asked. Jiang Heng stroked his chin, staring at Li Miao's ice coffin. Li Ming's sister definitely had to be taken along. But this raised a problem. If they took her, who would maintain this extremely cold ice coffin? Left alone, the temperature would naturally dissipate and the ice would melt. So they had to bring this ice ability user Zhang Yujia. Bringing just this one extra little girl wasn't a big problem. Jiang Heng's supplies were very abundant right now. Taking her, a child, just meant one more mouth to feed. But Jiang Heng had ambitions. He wanted to extract the abilities of all these children. How could he waste so many abilities? Not to mention, there was strength copy ability among them, absolutely the best of the best. If he missed this chance, Jiang Heng would never forgive himself. But the biggest weakness of infinite extraction was that he could only extract from things he owned. Unless everyone in this room became a corpse, he couldn't extract them. But these were all children. Except for Jiang Ming, none of them were even over 14. If Jiang Heng could bring himself to kill such young children, he wouldn't be human. No matter how cruel, there had to be a line. He truly couldn't bring himself to brutally murder children just to snatch their abilities. He was silent for a long time, engaged in a mental struggle. At this moment, Jiang Ming slowly stepped forward. Uncle Jiang, you are very strong. I don't ask that you take us all to survive, since we are just kids and would be a burden. I know that with the apocalypse, everyone is afraid for themselves. Jiang Ming stared into Jiang Heng's eyes and said seriously, but could you please take us to a place? That is my only request. Jiang Heng frowned and asked, what place? The Ambition prison in Longquan City. Jiang Heng's pupils contracted in surprise. Why did this youth want to go to that prison? Jiang Ming pulled out a map from his chest. I've been thinking about our way out during this time, and I finally found a place. Ambition prison, it covers a vast area and has complete defense facilities. Most importantly, it has an armory with firearms, ammunition, and other equipment. You could say it's the ideal refuge stronghold. If you can just get us there, we can rest and recuperate and establish a shelter. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed sharply upon hearing this. He never imagined that Jiang Ming would be so bold as to think of building a refuge in a place like a prison. It must be said, it does sound feasible. The Ambition prison occupies vast grounds capable of housing thousands of inmates and hundreds of guards. It is equipped with absolutely impenetrable blockade gear and electrified barbed wire. Moreover, it is located in a suburban area far from the city center, where the surrounding zombies are relatively scarce. Most people indeed wouldn't think of this place. Jiang Heng glanced at Jiang Ming, his eyes narrowing. Jiang Ming, your idea is indeed very good, I must admit, Jiang Heng said in a grave tone. But why haven't you considered the city north shelter? There are troops there, along with various large-scale thermal weapons. There are also military facilities like armed helicopters and tanks. It is a large refuge base specially built by our Dragon Kingdom. Before Jiang Ming could react to these words, he stepped forward in surprise. Don't you know? The city north shelter has already fallen. Her words startled both Jiang Heng and Li Ming. The city north shelter fallen. What a joke. Under the government's control, with tens of thousands of iron-blooded troops, high-tech precision military facilities, large thermal weapons, armed helicopters, tanks, and cannons. Could zombies break through such a facility? Jiang Heng refused to believe it. One should not underestimate modern thermal weapons. Impossible. How did you get this information? Jiang Heng frowned and asked. Jiang Ming slowly stepped forward, pulling out his smartphone. Uncle Jiang, it's true. It fell a few days ago. There are videos all over the internet. Although the network is down, I downloaded the videos earlier. He tried to turn on his phone, but it was out of battery. But my phone is dead now, so I can't show you. The power bank we found only allowed each of us to charge our phones to the last 2 to send farewell messages to our families. Li Miao's message was sent with that 2 charge. Jiang Ming gave a bitter smile. As for me, I didn't send a farewell message to my family, though I want to do my utmost to survive and embrace them in person. So I used that last 2 charge to search for information online. and I happened to see the video of the City North shelter's fall. Jiang Ming's words made Jiang Heng and Li Meng's pupils tremble. This news was too shocking. During this time, Jiang Heng rarely took out his phone to search for online news, so he had never heard of it. Jiang Heng took Jiang Ming's phone. Crackle. A very faint tiny electric arc surged from his fingertip, flowing toward the charging port. Instantly the phone screen lit up. Battery 1. And it kept climbing rapidly. Super fast charging. After reaching the rank of Flame Lightning, Jiang Heng's control over his Flame Lightning ability was extremely precise. He could even suppress the current milliamps to around 60 AOE, safely charging the phone. However, the phone's charging port began to overheat, and the plastic started to melt, because Flame Lightning also possessed a fire attribute. It couldn't be charged many times, only for emergencies. The children and Dr. He were stunned by this display. Jiang Ming could barely contain himself. Isn't your ability telekinesis? Why has it turned into lightning? His gaze flickered with uncertainty. Could it be that a person can have multiple abilities? Or maybe this isn't an ability at all? He had no time to ponder as Jiang Heng turned on the screen. Jiang Ming opened the video and showed it to Jiang Heng. The video was recorded by a soldier in a helicopter. Rumble. The video came with the whir of rotors. The soldier first pointed the camera at himself, said some farewell words, then aimed it downward. It was the City North shelter. Jiang Heng could see below smoke and dust flying everywhere. Countless buildings collapsed. Dense swarms of zombies roared and howled. They ran everywhere, slaughtering the living. There were also mother zombies, enhancing the speed of these zombies. Jiang Heng could tell at a glance. People screamed as they fled. There were survivors and soldiers. Bullets flew, flames shot into the sky. Gunfire rang like thunder. There were sounds of bomb explosions and screams. Limbs littered the ground. These zombies were not coming from all directions, they were rushing out from inside the shelter. It was an internal infection. It seemed that some selfish person had contracted the zombie virus, but concealed it, eventually spreading from within. One infected 10 infected 100. However, ordinary zombies alone could not withstand modern human thermal weapons. So this must not be the main cause of the City North shelter's downfall. Sizzle. Suddenly a huge beast's roar echoed through the streets. The sound was like a roar from ancient times, full of wild, killing intent. There was even a heavy tone, a piercing shriek that hurt the eardrums. Then several huge black tentacles emerged from the smoke, slaughtering dozens of soldiers from the heavy firepower battalion in one go. Even the tanks on the street were dented by a single blow. Blood flowed from the iron skins. The driver was probably crushed into pulp. The huge monster revealed its true form from the smoke. A blackthorn skin giant. Jiang Heng recognized it at once. He had seen this monster in other online videos. A colossal creature that had landed from the sea. Its massive body was covered with pitted, wrinkled bumps. Its mouth was filled with fine serrated teeth, like a saw blade. Its appearance was strange, with fish scale patterns on its skin. It was over 7 meters long, and its fin-like limbs made it move swiftly. A pure killing machine. With its massive triangular body, it could smash a sturdy tank in one hit. Ordinary bullets could hardly penetrate its skin. The armed helicopters in the sky and the tanks on the ground all opened fire to suppress it. For a moment, the military's concentrated fire shifted from the zombies to the blackthorn giant. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shattered cement. Jiang Heng saw from the footage that high-power weapons like incendiary armor-piercing shells and white phosphorus bombs directly pierced the monster's body. The monster finally fell, buried in thick smoke and flames. At a great cost, they managed to kill it. But before the soldiers could catch their breath, the smoke cleared. In the distant streets, more such monsters appeared. Vaguely one could see. It was not alone. A second. A third. There were dozens in total. Dense, overwhelming, they engulfed half the city. As far as the eye could see, they were everywhere. The towering, terrifying monsters brought utter despair. Finally, even the filming helicopter was grabbed by a tentacle and pulled down. The footage cut off abruptly. After watching, Jiang Heng broke out in a cold sweat. So it was this kind of blackthorn skin monster, and there were so many of them. Coupled with the zombie outbreak inside the shelter, no wonder the City North shelter fell. The soldier Zhang Jun that Jiang Heng had met earlier said the shelter was safe, just short on food. Now it seemed that food was indeed insufficient. It was possible that someone, due to uneven food distribution, deliberately brought the zombie virus inside to retaliate against society. The exact reason Jiang Heng could no longer know. Could even the Dragon Kingdom's military hardly resist this apocalypse? A sharp pain surged in Jiang Heng's heart. The sheer power of these monsters was truly despairing. He returned the phone to Jiang Ming. The battery had reached 100. However, the charging port was slightly melted. Jiang Ming marveled. This ability was very useful, but he chose not to replicate it. He believed that telekinesis still had greater killing power. Jiang Heng's expression darkened. Days ago, he had directed those survivors at the cinema towards the shelter in the north of the city. Now it seemed he had only guided them down a death path to hell. Yet not much time had passed, they likely hadn't arrived there yet. That was his sole consolation. Jiang Heng's gaze swept over Jiang Ming, Dr. He, and the group of children. Their only remaining option, it appeared, was that prison. Just then a voice echoed within his mind. Divine choice triggered choice 1. This is a prime opportunity to establish your own power base. Lead them to the prison and help them forge a sanctuary, but you must become the one in charge. Reward 5 smart auto-targeting turrets, 100 rounds of ammunition system space expanded by 100 times. Choice 2. Refuse Jiang Ming's request. Reward skill Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Jiang Heng fell silent. The Little Leaf Flying Dagger. That skill was undoubtedly formidable, a technique of infallible accuracy. However, he already possessed the Hand of Fate, which guaranteed a hit on any single attack. After a long moment of deliberation, Jiang Heng finally spoke. I can take you to that prison. But there is one condition. His voice was calm. The others listened with grave expressions. What condition? Please speak freely. Jiang Ming stepped forward and said, You must become my subordinates. I will be the true leader of your base. Of course I won't just lead you there. I will also help build the base and provide additional assistance. Jiang Heng stated slowly. He had weighed the decision for a long time before making it. Firstly, Li Miao was in a frozen state, and drifting in the RV was ultimately unstable. Having a fixed settlement was preferable. This was a perfect opportunity to start building his own faction. Jiang Ming was a highly gifted child, deep-thinking, wise, and bold. He would definitely become a capable lieutenant when he grew up. Jiang Heng understood the cruelty of this apocalypse. He had seen too many evil people. If he remained alone, no matter how powerful his abilities, there would come a day of negligence. He needed a powerful force standing behind him to ensure his safety forever. Moreover, with a faction, many future endeavors would become easier. Killing all the weak ability users in this room to seize their powers for short-term gains was certainly tempting. But Jiang Heng preferred to play the long game. This way he gained not only their abilities, but also a group of loyal subordinates he had personally cultivated. One must not drain the pond to catch the fish. The youth's pupils constricted slightly upon hearing this. We have no reason to refuse this condition. Jiang Ming stated, staring at Jiang Heng. If you leave now, we would starve here. He said with a bitter smile. I accept, he declared. Jiang Heng looked towards Dr. He. He Xiaochun with a calm expression also nodded. All right, we have no other choice. This hospital. We are practically the last survivors here. Their survival was largely thanks to Jiang Ming. When the apocalypse erupted, Jiang Ming realized something was wrong upon hearing the screams. In the first instant, he rushed into the corridor, smashed the fire safety glass, and grabbed the fire axe. He fought his way through, killing several zombies. Even as an asthma attack hit him, he pushed through to the pharmacy and secured his medication. Furthermore, he managed to slay a first-tier mutated zombie while it was still in the process of infection, seizing and absorbing its crystal. That was why his physique was stronger than the other children's. Jiang Ming was both brave and resourceful. In the early days of the apocalypse, when zombies were weaker and mutants rarer, he had gone from room to room gathering the living and bringing them to this one safe place. Without him, these children, including Doctor, he would have long become zombie fodder. However, luck also played a significant part. Jiang Ming was, after all, just a teenager, physically no match for a zombie. Many of his narrow escapes were also thanks to the abilities of the other children. All right. Since Brother Jiang is willing, we are all willing. And you're here too, Sister Li Ming. Zhang Yujie said. Yuing hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She had retracted her ability, ceasing her mental struggle with Jiang Heng. In that instant, a long string of information flooded Jiang Heng's mind. Subordinates acquired: Zhang Yujie, Yuing, Yuling, Jiang Ming, He Xiaochun, Yang Xiaofeng, loyalty 30. She had retracted her ability, ceasing her mental struggle with Jiang Heng. In that instant, a long string of information flooded Jiang Heng's mind. Subordinates acquired: Zhang Yujie, Yuing, Yuling, Jiang Ming, He Xiaochun, Yang Xiaofeng, loyalty 37, loyalty 35, loyalty. Everyone's loyalty was around 30. After all, they were just children, naive and open. They would even grant a stranger they just met over 30 of their trust. Dr. He was the same. Her whole life was spent buried in books, from undergraduate to graduate school, all the way to a PhD and finally becoming a doctor. She had never encountered anything worth being wary of, so she wasn't guarded. Only one person was the exception. Jiang Ming, his loyalty was only 19. However, this was normal. The more cautious a person is, the less readily they trust strangers, for that would be foolish. After all, Jiang Heng had only just met him. Jiang Heng knew this youth had no ill intentions. He simply wanted to protect himself and the children. If he were truly a bad person, Jiang Ming would be the last line of defense for these kids. Jiang Heng asked inwardly, System, what would the loyalty be if someone wanted to betray me? If any subordinate harbors the slightest intent to betray, their loyalty will directly drop to between 1 and 100, depending on the severity of the intent. If loyalty reaches 100, that person will never betray you. Jiang Heng's eyebrow rose. Loyalty could be negative. Well, he could definitely use this to his advantage. With the ability to monitor this at all times, he truly needn't worry about betrayal. Get ready and follow me out of here. Jiang Heng took out a cigarette, about to light it. But then he remembered that Jiang Ming had asthma. He slowly put the cigarette away. This small gesture warmed Jiang Ming's heart. Chief, did you deal with that second-tier mutant zombie outside? Jiang Ming asked. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback by the address. This was the first time he had been called chief. Well, he would have to get used to it. Already killed it. Jiang Heng said casually, as if it had taken no effort at all. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in shock. That zombie was incredibly powerful. Its presence had kept him from venturing out for supplies, forcing them to hide all these days. He had assumed Jiang Heng had either avoided it or gotten lucky. He never expected Jiang Heng had already killed it. This chief was exceptionally strong. He could tell from observing Jiang Heng's muscles, the high-quality blade on his back, and the look in his eyes that this was a battle-hardened veteran. In this apocalypse, being with such a formidable person was a stroke of luck. Moreover, Jiang Heng had a good heart. He was willing to share food with starving children, clearly not a cruel man. Following this man was definitely a fortunate turn of events. In that instant, Jiang Ming's loyalty increased once more, reaching 34. The first floor of the hospital is swarming with zombies, Jiang Heng said in a low voice. We absolutely cannot go back the way we came. If it were just him and Li Ming fighting their way out would be simple enough. But with so many people in tow, retracing their steps was out of the question. I know a route. A staff-only passage that connects to the back entrance of the hospital. Doctor, he suddenly spoke up. Regular patients and their families can't go near that area, so there should be fewer zombies there. Doctor, he hadn't been employed at the hospital for long, but as an internal staff member, she knew many obscure routes. All right, you'll lead the way later, Jiang Heng said with a nod. Then he called out to the group. He summoned Era, who was waiting outside the door. The group watched as a massive mutated wolf with a mane of red and black fur, its frame imposing and powerful, strode in. Everyone flinched in fright. A few of the children nearly gasped, stifling their cries with their hands. Yang Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed, barely restraining his impulse to activate his ability. Jiang Ming's pupils trembled, and he instinctively raised his fire axe high. Era had been guarding the door earlier and hadn't entered. Now that it was inside, its towering physique, muscles brimming with explosive power and chilling fangs left the group utterly stunned. Don't worry, he's a good dog, he won't bite. He only bites zombies, Li Ming said, patting Era's head as she addressed the children. Yet this did little to quell their fear. Era's size was overwhelming, far exceeding that of any ordinary large breed. Combined with his savage, razor-sharp teeth, he radiated pure aggression. Doctor, he watched Era's imposing demeanor, a flicker of awe passing through her eyes. Having a dog like this by your side would bring a sense of security even in the apocalypse. Provided, of course, that it didn't bite you. His name is Era. He's a dog, not a wolf, Jiang Heng stated. Era let out a bark. The group, upon closer inspection, could indeed see remnants of husky traits in him. For instance, beneath that wild and aloof exterior, there was a hint of intelligence in his eyes. Era, you'll be in charge of protecting the kids all the way through. Era barked in agreement. Then a chilling, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He turned and walked out. Li Ming approached the hospital bed where her sister Li Miao lay. It was a wheeled stretcher capable of carrying the ice coffin along. She gently touched her sister's cheek through the ice coffin. Meow meow. Your sister is here, don't worry. I will definitely save you. Her eyes were red as she spoke. A single tear fell, landing upon the ice coffin. Zhang Yujia's face remained pale. She had even suffered nosebleeds from the strain of maintaining Li Miao's ice coffin, forcing a child so young to overexert her mental energy to sustain another's life. It was an unimaginable burden. Li Ming looked at Zhang Yujia and suddenly spoke with earnest sincerity. Sister Yujia, thank you. I will protect you just like I would my own sister, she said. Zhang Yujia nodded, her young face filled with emotion. Then Li Ming began to push her sister's bed. Even though it was on wheels, the ice coffin was tremendously heavy. Doctor, he quickly stepped forward to help her push. Let's move out, Jiang Heng said. He then led the group of children out of the room. Jiang Heng took the lead. Head towards the compartment behind Ward 1. There's a staff elevator there. He Xiaochun instructed, helping to push the stretcher while guiding Jiang Heng. Li Ming, pushing her sister on the wheeled stretcher, finally had a glimmer of light back in her eyes. Within them a fire seemed to burn, filled with fighting spirit. No longer dim and lifeless. Though her sister's condition was grave, she was still alive. She was no longer lost in uncertainty. Her life now had a powerful purpose. She had resolved to find a way to cure her sister. Even attempting something seemingly impossible, like developing a viral serum, she would try. Era walked at the very front of the group. His canine nose twitched and moved, constantly sniffing the scents on the ground. He was checking for any potential threats. Suddenly, a zombie burst out from one of the wards. This zombie had bits of flesh in its mouth, its body drenched in blood. There were even half-chewed human tendons between its teeth. It was clear this zombie had already fed on human flesh. Era let out a guttural snarl, lunging forward and snapping the zombie's neck in a single bite. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. The zombie dropped dead on the spot, its limbs torn apart. The scene was gruesome. But the children remained strong. None turned away, and none cried. These were kids who had killed zombies before. Under Jiang Ming's command, they were braver than some adults. Yang Xiaofeng, using his metal manipulation ability, had killed the most zombies. Zhang Yujia had also frozen several zombies to death with her ice ability. Dr. He had killed zombies with her scalpel too. Only Yuing and Yuling, the young siblings, hadn't killed any. They were simply too young. As the group advanced, they saw corpses strewn all along the path. The zombies on this floor had mostly been cleared out. This was the handiwork of Jiang Heng's earlier clones. Their efficiency was ruthless. Dr. He looked at the scattered zombie remains and pools of blood, a hint of shock on her face. It was precisely because this floor had so many zombies and they were beginning to mutate that they had been trapped here. Yet Jiang Heng had already slaughtered them all preemptively on his way here. Ruthless. It wasn't long before they reached the staff elevator. The elevator was indeed in a remote spot. There weren't even any corpses nearby, let alone zombies. This elevator goes directly to the hospital's back entrance. It should be the safest route, Doctor, he said, pulling a key from her waist and unlocking the elevator's metal door. However, the elevator has no power, it's not operational. Her expression turned grim. Crack. Jiang Heng stepped forward. A loud screech echoed. He had pried the elevator doors open with his bare hands. The metal doors bent and groaned under Jiang Heng's immense strength. Finally, the doors were fully forced open. The group stared in awe at the display of raw power. Was this physical strength even human? Get in, Jiang Heng commanded. Li Ming and Dr. He were the first to push the sleeping Li Miao into the elevator. The children followed. Jiang Heng and Era entered last. The staff elevator was spacious, unlike typical civilian ones. It had a floor area of about 7 square meters. Heavy equipment like medical machinery was normally transported using this elevator, so there was plenty of room for everyone. Suddenly, a zombie's snarl echoed from atop the elevator shaft. With a screech, a hatch on the elevator's roof burst open. A zombie wearing a hard hat lunged down. Its grotesque claws nearly pierced Dr. He's eyes. In that instant, He Xiaochun's heart nearly stopped. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed sharply. This zombie was likely an elevator maintenance worker who tragically turned during the apocalypse's outbreak. Jiang Heng reacted with lightning speed. Electric currents crackled abruptly between his fingers, nearly electrocuting the creature on the spot. But suddenly his brow furrowed slightly. A glint of cold light flashed past. Jiang Heng retracted his lightning. A miniature surgical scalpel flew forth, incredibly fast, piercing directly through the zombie's eye. It penetrated the brain, obliterating its matter. The zombie didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground dead on the spot. The blood and brain-soaked blade flew back into Yang Xiaofeng's hand. She caught it with her fair, delicate fingers, showing not a hint of disgust. She merely wiped it with some gauze. Her expression remained calm, displaying a decisiveness that belied her petite frame. "Don't thank me," she said, coldly, seeming aloof. For a girl her age, her mastery over her ability was already remarkably advanced. A promising talent. Jiang Heng leaped up through the shaft. The zombie had emerged from landing on top of the elevator. Several steel cables came into view. These were what drove the elevator's movement. "Hold on tight," Jiang Heng said calmly. Then he activated his overlord physique ability. He grabbed the steel cables with both hands and began to pull. The terrifying force caused the cables to emit a loud groan. Slowly the elevator began to descend inch by inch. Inside the elevator, Jiang Ming stared up at Jiang Heng, his eyes filled with shock. If prying open the elevator doors had merely shown impressive physical strength, then using his bare hands to pull the cables and move a powerless elevator with sheer superhuman power. As everyone knows, when an elevator loses power, it enters an emergency state, where a mechanism locks the sliding mechanism to prevent movement and injury. For Jiang Heng, to pull the elevator meant he had to overcome the force of the emergency braking system as well. This physical prowess. Jiang Ming had no doubt that a single punch from Jiang Heng could punch through solid steel. Creak, creak. The piercing sound echoed. The group, along with the husky inside, descended steadily until they finally reached the first floor. Several zombies charged in from the door outside. Ugh. Hiss. Drooling with greedy saliva, the zombies lunged for the children's flesh. The husky shot forward. Lightning crackled and danced around its sharp fangs. With a single bite, the zombie's entire body convulsed, its hair standing on end. The zombies wailed in agony, quickly being torn apart. The husky was incredibly fast, like a gust of wind. In mere moments, it had cleared all the scattered zombies near the entrance. Dozens of zombie corpses lay scattered everywhere, limbs strewn about. The scene was undeniably gory. Jiang Ming watched the husky's valiant display, awestruck. Even a boy as composed as he was shaken by the creature's ferocity. Any man would dream of owning such a fierce hound. Jiang Heng leaped down. "Let's go," he said. There were some torn flesh wounds on his palms. After all, the elevator cables were rough, especially under such immense force. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. Even Jiang Heng's calloused hands suffered friction damage. He kept his hands behind his back, hidden from view. Only Yuing and Yuling, the siblings, saw the wounds on his hands. "Sis, Uncle John's hands are hurt." It was to save us. "He's a good man, right?" the younger brother asked. "Yes, he gave us bread and got us out of the hospital." He's a good uncle, Ewing said. No one could hear the siblings' voices. Because they were communicating telepathically, the siblings rarely spoke aloud, usually conversing only in private. To outsiders they seemed quiet and reserved. Jiang Heng walked out of the elevator surveying the zombies around him. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. Imperceptibly the cells within several nearby zombies turned to white vapor and surged into his palm, flawlessly healing his wounds. This was the power of corpse cell absorption. Doctor He led the way, guiding the group towards the hospital's back exit. With the husky escorting them, their journey was safe, albeit tense. Moreover, along the way the two young ability users Zhang Yujia and Yang Xiaofeng occasionally used their powers, killing a zombie or two each. Truly, youth proves its worth. Soon the group reached the back gate. Boss, how are we getting to the prison? Jiang Ming asked, looking at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng smiled faintly. He spoke calmly into the walkie-talkie against his chest. RV, pick me up at the hospital's south gate. Shortly after, an RV. No, not an RV. It was a steel fortress. It charged over from the street behind. Its fierce, thick steel armor was adorned with spikes from which dangling zombie limbs swayed precariously with the vehicle's movements. The faint rumble of the engine combined with the black smoke spewing from the rear made it clear to anyone that this was an ultimate apocalypse war machine. Despite its bulk, the vehicle was incredibly agile. With a drift and a tailswing, it came to a solid stop right before them. Several zombies wandering the street met their end under its tires. Blood trails stained the ground. Jiang Ming unconsciously swallowed hard, his eyes wide with awe. What man wouldn't be captivated by such a war chariot? Bang! The door swung open. Get on. He Xiaochun led the group as they boarded one by one. Jiang Heng brought up the rear. He helped Li Ming carry her sister's ice coffin into the vehicle, placing it in the bedroom. The husky followed with a leap, jumping onto the RV. Despite the group of children entering, the RV's interior didn't feel cramped. In the living room, a large LCD TV immediately captured everyone's attention. Yang Xiaofeng was stunned when she saw the PS5 console. For the first time, a glimmer of longing appeared in the eyes of this usually aloof and unsociable girl. She looked at Jiang Heng and said, "Uncle, can I play the game console?" Jiang Heng nodded. "Thanks." She was very restrained. She darted to the sofa and started playing a zombie-killing game. Fighting zombies in reality and then fighting them in games too. The other children watched with great interest. It was clear that Yang Xiaofeng rarely interacted with others. Gaming had likely been her primary pastime since childhood. Yang Xiaofeng's subordinate loyalty increased to 68. Jiang Heng was astonished when he heard this system notification. What? It increased directly to 68. This girl was definitely a hardcore gamer. Kids are so easy to win over. Despite her cold exterior, inside, she was still just a girl. Jiang Ming walked to the cockpit and found it empty, with only a display screen featuring an AI. No one's here. Boss, who was driving this thing just now? He asked, puzzled. The AI, Jiang Heng said. Jiang Ming was stunned. Was this something humanity's current technology could achieve? However, he didn't ask further. On the boss turf, one shouldn't pry too deeply. It's important to know one's boundaries. RV, head to Amma Mountain Prison, Jiang Heng commanded. Calculating route. A route appeared on the screen. Estimated time 4 hours and 7 minutes. The RV then started up, heading towards that unknown prison. Inside the RV, the twin siblings clung to each other, their gazes fixed intently on the scenery outside the window. Sister, will we ever see Mom and Dad again? Yuling suddenly asked his sister. His eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. I don't know. The world has fallen into chaos, and we are too weak. Ewing gently wiped the tears from the corner of her brother's eye with her sleeve. We can only survive until we grow up, then go find our parents. They sold the house to cure our illness. So we must live well to honor their sacrifice. Ewing said this in her heart. She knew that venturing out alone to find their parents at such a young age would be suicide. For now, they could only rely on this group. At least everyone here was kind. And Uncle Jiang was very powerful. Brother Jiang Ming was also very smart. Being under their protection made her and her brothers some of the luckiest people in this apocalypse. Hearing this, Yuling's eyes glistened with tears. But he did not cry. At 8 or 9 years old, children in this cruel new world were far more mature than one might imagine. Both siblings had already witnessed zombies devouring the living. Any child, no matter how naive, would grow up considerably after seeing such a sight. Before long, the RV arrived at the prison gates. Above the entrance, bold and powerful characters were inscribed. Amma Mountain Maximum Security Prison. Many zombies roamed within the prison grounds. The moment they spotted the RV, every zombie in the massive prison surged forward in a frenzy. They pressed themselves tightly against the electric fences and barriers. Their skin was lacerated into web-like wounds. The prison housed a large military-grade generator which kept the facility running even during power outages. Thus, the electrified fences designed to prevent escapes remained operational. This was why prisons were the most suitable sanctuaries in the apocalypse. They came with built-in generators and defensive systems. The zombies' grotesque, rotting fingers hooked onto the electrified rails. Instantly, they were charred black, their flesh seared and mangled. The high-voltage current tore through flesh and bone like a piercing arrow, unleashing explosive arcs of electricity. It could incinerate even bone. Dozens of zombies were electrocuted on the spot. The rest fared no better, foaming at the mouth as they collapsed one by one, their bodies racked with paralysis from the massive arcs. Jiang Heng witnessed this through the RV window, his fists clenched tightly. His judgment had been correct. The prison's defenses were formidable. He could survive here. This prison has everything. It's arguably the best haven in the apocalypse. Let's get off, Jiang Heng said. The others nodded in agreement. Now Jiang Heng was ready to establish his own power base. He would start by building his sanctuary here at Anma Mountain Prison. The husky leaped out of the RV, first letting out a bestial roar. It attracted all the zombies from the surrounding streets. Then the slaughter began. Squelch, crunch. With arcs of electricity crackling around its paws, the husky's speed rivaled Jiang Heng's own. Soon mutilated corpses littered the ground. Jiang Heng led the children off the RV. Yang Xiaofeng reluctantly set down her game controller. She didn't beg to play a little longer. She knew her duty. In this apocalypse, survival was the only thing that mattered. She stepped off the RV and surveyed the desolate street outside. It was devoid of life, haunted only by the shuffling dead. The ground was scarred by acid rain, the asphalt pitted and cratered. In the corners of buildings, white spiderwebs hung undisturbed. Everything was in ruins. She raised her hand. The blood-stained scalpel in her palm levitated on its own. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scalpel darted through the air, guided by her will. The blade spun, forming a disc in midair, reaping zombie heads with deadly precision. Her psychic power wasn't particularly high, but dealing with ordinary zombies was not a problem. Crunch. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. The blade embedded itself in a zombie's skull and stopped dead. It couldn't penetrate the bone. This was a first-tier mutant zombie. Its arms were massively developed and powerful, its spine protruding like sharp spikes. Yang Xiaofeng could handle regular zombies, but against a mutant, she was severely lacking. The force she could exert with her magnetic control wasn't enough to crack its skull. She still had a long way to go. Jiang Heng walked over and gently patted her shoulder. Retrieve your blade, I'll handle this. She nodded, and with a flick of her hand yanked the scalpel free. Jiang Heng approached the zombie, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. Whoosh. In an instant, a faint light flickered in the zombie's eyes. Its body trembled, and it was instantly under Jiang Heng's control, becoming his subordinate. The ability Corpse Cell Harvester allowed him to directly seize a portion of the zombie's hemophagic cells and rewrite its genes, turning it into his minion. Go try to pry open the gate. The zombie, now acting on Jiang Heng's will, walked towards the prison gate. It grabbed the massive thick lock with both hands, straining to pull the doors open, attempting to clear the way for the group. Jiang Heng watched in shock. The zombie wasn't attacking anyone. Instead, it was helping them open the door. It was as if it had become Jiang Heng's loyal servant. Just how many hidden abilities did his leader possess? Jiang Heng's curiosity was piqued endlessly. However, even with a first-tier zombie's strength, tearing open the prison gate was impossible. It was made of specially treated steel. While not electrified like the perimeter fences, it was incredibly hard metal. It was also 6 meters high, covered in spikes, impossible to climb. In the end, it was up to Jiang Heng. With a calm expression, he produced a universal key. He inserted it into the lock and gave it a gentle twist. The complex mechanism of interlocking gears and machinery clicked into place, and the massive prison gate swung open. A screeching sound of turning hinges echoed. A massive tide of zombies surged out from within the prison, bursting through the open gate. There were hundreds of them. They were densely packed, forming a long, twisting column of rotting flesh like a river of the dead. They charged at the group. The first-tier zombie met them heat and engaging its own kind in a brutal fight. Its 2 massive muscular arms swung like hammers, smashing down swathes of zombies with impressive ferocity. But soon it was overwhelmed and devoured by the horde. Its flesh was torn away, gradually reduced to dozens of scraps, becoming a meal for the hungry dead. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. One pair of fists was no match for so many hands. The husky's eyes crackled with electricity as it charged directly into the throng. Terrifying arcs of lightning exploded into sparks as it engaged in a bloody, merciless battle. Many zombies wore striped prison uniforms. Others were dressed in guard outfits. Some even had guns holstered at their waists. But their former identities meant nothing now. They were all just enemies to be dealt with. Jiang Heng joined the fray. The long blade on his back unsheathed itself, levitating into the air. It sliced into the zombie horde. In an instant, it was like carving through vegetables. Countless zombies fell. Yang Xiaofeng saw this, and her expression turned serious. So that was why her 3 scalpels had lost control back at the hospital. So this was the boss ability. It was so similar to her own. Yang Xiaofeng and Zhang Yujie, the 2 children, both activated their supernatural abilities to aid in the slaughter of the zombies. Surgical scalpels spun through the air while frost condensed around them. Zhang Yujie's ability proved immensely lethal. Once the zombies were frozen into ice sculptures, their bodies became brittle. Even a first-tier mutant would have its bodily defenses compromised under extreme cold, with bones becoming as fragile as glass. At that point, a single sweep of the scalpel could easily butcher them. It was a highly efficient tactic. The two worked in perfect tandem, making light work of the task. Seeing this, Jiang Heng felt compelled to join the fray. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. With a series of cracking sounds, countless shattered bricks from the ground, and the road levitated hurtling toward the zombies under his mental command. There were at least a dozen or so bricks. He aimed with precision, targeting the zombies' eyeballs to pierce directly into their brains. Alternatively, he would strike at their temples, crushing both bone and brain into pulp. The eyes and temples were the most vulnerable points on the head. Attacking from these two locations allowed him to kill zombies with the least expenditure of mental energy. Jiang Heng witnessed this and feigned surprise. "Oh, Jiang Heng, you have a supernatural ability too." Jiang Heng let out a bitter laugh. "Forgive me, Chief, but one must always be wary of potential threats. Now that you've led us to the prison, I can no longer conceal this from you. To do so would be deception. Since I've become your subordinate, it's only natural that I dedicate myself wholeheartedly to helping you take this prison. This is also for my own future." As he spoke, he activated his ability to its fullest extent. Countless stones from the ground levitated, swirling around him with his thoughts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many zombie heads exploded into clouds of blood mist. Li Meng drew the pistol from her waist. She aimed at the zombies and fired with deadly accuracy. The gunshots rang out, each one a perfect headshot. Li Meng was naturally gifted. Her innate mental strength was higher than that of a normal person. Consequently, her eyesight and reflexes were sharper and more precise. Even without prior firearms training, she could aim with uncanny accuracy. Simultaneously, a strange spiritual light flashed in her eyes. Many of the zombies lunging toward them suddenly grew massive tumors all over their bodies. These tumors locked up their elbow joints, hip joints, and other areas, immobilizing them and turning them into sitting ducks. This was Li Meng's formidable power. Her ability could within seconds affect the proliferation and replication of cancer cells within a zombie's body, forming massive tumors. The slaughter raged on for a long time. Suddenly, Jiang Heng noticed that some zombies had firearms holstered at their waists. He immediately used telekinesis to seize those weapons, suspending them in midair. Then the carnage truly began. Bang, 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 bang. Over a dozen pistols and several rifles floated behind Jiang Heng. The triggers were pulled, following Jiang Heng's while they shot wherever he directed. The terrifying firepower swept across the area, mowing down swathes of zombies in an instant. Flames and gunfire blazed. Jiang Heng alone could manipulate dozens of guns. His individual firepower was equivalent to an entire platoon. Soon the vast majority of the zombies were annihilated. Within the prison, there was a female inmate zombie. Her belly was distended, her abdominal skin covered in a web of purple veins with bloody amniotic fluid continuously seeping out. She was a mother zombie. Her eyes blazed with a vicious red light. She was disheveled, clad in a prison uniform, yet she had managed to become pregnant. Who knows what kind of means she had used? She had bolstered the physical capabilities of all the surrounding zombies. That was why the zombies in this prison were so ferocious. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Heng was present. Even with their enhancements, the zombies couldn't stir up any real trouble. He simply directed the husky to leap forward and bite her head clean off. After spending a considerable amount of time, the group finally slaughtered all the zombies lingering at the prison gates. There were over 1,000 zombies in total, many of them mutants. The children's mental energy was completely depleted. Blood trickled from Yang Xiaofeng's nostrils, and he was panting heavily. Jiang Heng's mental energy was also severely drained. It was rare to have such a bloody and exhilarating battle. Fortunately, they managed to hold on. The prison contained over 1,000 zombies. When the apocalypse broke out, it was during the free time for inmates in several wards, which was why these zombies weren't locked in their cells, but were wandering around instead. They eventually transformed and roamed the halls. Now that they were cleared out, the corpses piled up like a mountain. In Ward No. 1, where the main gate was located, the ground was littered with zombie bodies. As the largest prison in Longquan City, the Amishan prison comprised 5 wards. The zombies in the other wards were mostly locked within their cells, or had been attracted to the main gate by the commotion. So this wave was essentially a clean sweep. Jiang Heng had spared 5 first-tier mutant zombies, refraining from killing them. These 5 zombies, drenched in blood, now stood before him, their eyes glowing with a crimson light. They were covered in bite marks and scratches from their fellow zombies. One of them had its belly ripped open by sharp claws, its bloodied guts spilling out. Yet it wasn't allowed to rest. "You will move the zombie corpses one by one to the incinerator," Jiang Heng commanded. There was a designated incineration area within the prison. After death row inmates were executed, their bodies were thrown into the incinerator. This incinerator was perfect for disposing of the zombies. The high-temperature disinfection was the best way to sterilize, preventing the spread of bacteria and viruses from the dead. The mutant zombies acknowledged the order and immediately charged towards the piles of corpses with roars. They used their hands and teeth to tear at the bodies, dragging them towards the incinerator. Being mutant zombies, they possessed immense physical strength. A single hand could lift 2 corpses by their ankles, and each zombie could drag 4 or 5 bodies per trip. It would probably only take a few days to clear the area. Once dead, a zombie becomes inert matter, so Jiang Heng could move them with his telekinesis. He used his ability to drag the dozens of mutant zombie corpses out from the piles and stack them into a small hill. He proceeded to extract them in batches. Extraction successful. Physical strength 17, mental energy 14, skill acquired, elite zombie perception. You have slaughtered too many mutant zombies. Now you can use your mental energy to sense mutant zombies in your vicinity. This was a useful ability. He closed his eyes to feel this new power. His mental energy expanded, forming a detection field covering an area of over 100 meters. Within this field, the presence of any mutant zombie could not escape his perception. With this early warning system, I no longer have to fear sneak attacks from elite zombies. Jiang Heng thought to himself. Jiang Ming turned and secured the prison gates. With the zombies inside mostly dealt with, the next step was to prevent those outside from getting in. Subsequently, Jiang Heng and Jiang Ming fought their way to the prison's command center and obtained the facility's blueprints. A few scattered zombies remained along the way, but none could escape Jiang Heng's slaughter. The facilities in this prison are extremely well equipped. There's a food warehouse stocked with enough supplies to sustain dozens of people for years. Flipping through the prison's records, Jiang Ming remarked slowly. The prison was located in the suburbs, and every food delivery had to be transported from the city, a journey that took considerable time. To handle emergencies, the granary had been built exceptionally large, stockpiling vast quantities of food. Moreover, Block 5 isn't used to hold inmates. It's been converted into farmland where people can grow their own food. This prison is self-sufficient, saving the warden a hefty budget every year. Jiang Ming spoke in a measured tone. Jiang Heng unrolled the blueprint, scanning it meticulously. He nodded to himself in approval. Truly an ideal foundation for a base. They wouldn't even need to find a generator. The prison already housed a massive one. Its model was far more advanced than the generator in Jiang Heng's RV. In fact, calling it a generator was an understatement. It was a colossal power generation unit occupying an entire workshop. After all, it was a government prison. A power outage here would have far greater consequences than in ordinary civilian facilities. Thus, the power equipment was highly advanced, and its output wasn't measured in kilowatts, but in far more formidable units. It still consumed diesel fuel, but the prison had a vast diesel depot. In short, they wouldn't have to worry about electricity for decades. Even after the apocalypse, this place exuded a sense of security. Jiang Heng walked up to the enormous generator hall and initiated extraction. Extraction successful. Ability Flame Thunder upgraded to Strength. Supreme Flame Thunder. The next instant, a brilliant golden electric arc crackled at Jiang Heng's fingertip. The searing heat made the very air seem to boil, surging with waves of heat. This power was on an entirely different level from a rank. It was a qualitative leap. Cement and steel sublimated upon contact. Even the bones of mutant zombies would likely disintegrate at the slightest touch. Gazing at the thunder in his palm, a fighting spirit ignited within Jiang Heng. With his Shrank ability of such pure destructive force, perhaps that black-spiked skin giant wasn't so untouchable after all. Combined with the immense physical prowess had extracted from the horde of mutated zombies throughout the prison, Jiang Heng's physique now exceeded 60 points, equivalent to 12 adult men. Crushing a second-tier mutant zombie with a single punch was no longer a problem. Over the following days and nights, Jiang Heng led his group in clearing the prison of corpses. The mountains of zombie remains reeked of putrid decay. They burned them all. Black smoke billowed upwards, and the acrid stench of scorched protein choked the air. All the zombie remains were reduced to blackened charcoal, consigned to the flames of the incinerator. The blaze raged, its light leaping into the sky. Then all the ashes were ground to dust by the pulverizer and flushed into the sewers. The prison was essentially cleared of its dead. The 5 zombies under Jiang Heng's control were still not granted their freedom or peace. He dressed them in clean clothes and set them to cleaning the prison. Now the 5 zombies wielded mops and brooms, scrubbing the bloodstains from the floors. The sight was both absurd and unsettling. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Divine Choice mission complete. Rewards: auto-tracking sentry turrets, X5, 1-0 rounds of ammunition system space, expanded by 100 times. In an instant, Jiang Heng's 2000 cubic meter system space ballooned to 2000 cubic meters. Now what supplies couldn't he store? 100-fold increase. 20,000 cubic meters of sheer vertical space. It could easily hold the contents of dozens of large supermarkets. He could even store his entire RV inside the system space. The entire prison could fit inside. Then thousands of ammunition boxes and 5 auto-tracking sentry turrets materialized in the warehouse. Jiang Heng stroked his chin, his expression turning serious. Such powerful weaponry demanded a test. He walked over to the watchtowers by the prison gates. The prison was heavily fortified with a watchtower every 20 meters. Guards would normally be stationed in each one. Jiang Heng placed 2 turrets on the watchtowers flanking the main gate, and 2 more on the watchtowers along the side fences. Every direction was covered. 4 imposing auto-tracking sentry turrets now stood guard over the prison. The turrets were 2 meters long, pitch black, adorned with intricate mechanical engravings with a red targeting laser sighted at the muzzle. Beneath them sat a heavy base plate equipped with hydraulic swivel mechanisms allowing 360-degree rotation and targeting without blind spots. The hydraulic systems also maximized recoil absorption. They featured fully automatic loading and shell ejection. They looked like technology not of this earth. Jiang Heng inspected their specs. Auto-tracking sentry turret rate of fire up to 400 rounds per minute. Target discrimination via infrared ray thermal sensor and virus detector. Auto-aims and engages only zombies and monsters. Outer shell composed of composite ceramic resistant to acid rain. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. Several zombies wandering the streets outside shambling towards the prison gates suddenly had their heads blown off. A few others clinging to the electrified fence trying to get closer were instantly locked onto by a precise red dot. Bang. The next moment they collapsed into a pool of gore. Literally a pool. The bullets fired by these auto-tracking turrets were devastatingly powerful, like concentrated mini cannonballs. A single round striking a zombie would tear away that entire section of flesh. Even a hit to the shoulder would cause half its body to explode into pulp. Jiang Ming, Dr. He, and Li Meng, and the others stared at the 4 turrets in shock. This power was terrifying, and the auto-aim that only targeted zombies. But not humans. What kind of technology was this? They couldn't quite comprehend it. These are weapons I found in the armory, perfect for defending the prison. Jiang Heng explained, walking over to the armory and gesturing to the specialized ammunition head placed on the ground. These bullets are specifically made for these turrets. The armory was stocked with a vast arsenal of standard-issue weapons. There were over 1,000 firearms and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. Grenades, artillery shells, and more were also numerous. So this is the Dragon Kingdom's latest tech. Doctor, he murmured, his eyes wide with astonishment. Jiang Heng kept 1 auto-tracking turret and several thousand boxes of ammunition for himself, because he wanted to mount one on his RV. Then wherever the RV went, the turret could sweep the area. Wouldn't that be formidable? Jiang Heng pulled open the armory door and stepped inside. A powerful wave of gunpowder smell hit him. This armory spanned over 1,000 square meters, filled with rows upon rows of firearms and ammunition. There were armor-piercing rounds, submachine gun bullets, even explosives and grenades. The armory's door was sealed with extreme precision. Fortunately, Jiang Heng possessed a master key capable of opening any lock in the world, allowing him to break in successfully. Inside were all the nation's latest developed weapons. Jiang Heng directly extracted the firearms from this arsenal. Extraction successful, skill acquired. Gun god. In the next instant, a complex pattern flickered across Jiang Heng's eyes. He felt a cool sensation wash over his mind. Then countless knowledge of firearms and aiming techniques flooded into his mind. He became a firearms expert, capable of hitting a perfect 10-ring bullseye every single time, even at the level of Olympic shooting competitions, never missing a shot. He could even be called a sniper god. Countless aiming methods materialized in his mind. He could calculate the effects of wind speed on bullet trajectory in an instant. This gun god skill. It not only makes me shoot more accurately, but it can also make my telekinetic abilities more precise. Jiang Heng thought to himself. Indeed, it was highly practical. His aiming prowess now surpassed the vast majority of the world's. No, everyone's. Mastery of gunplay to the point of divine perfection. That is what it means to be a gun god. Even battle-hardened veterans with decades of experience were no match for Jiang Heng. Let's distribute the weapons, Jiang Heng said. He then handed out a suitable firearm to each person. Jiang Ming, being mature and level-headed, received the most powerful and controllable weapon, a Type 95 automatic rifle fitted with a silencer. Zhang Yujie received a pistol with low recoil, and Dr. He got the same model. Yang Xiaofeng, also possessing a calm and composed demeanor, was given a more powerful weapon. Jiang Heng handed her a compact submachine gun, which she slung over her shoulder. As for the siblings Yuing and Yuling, Jiang Heng did not give them weapons. They were too young and inexperienced to handle firearms. If they missed a zombie and accidentally shot their own people, it would be a tragic mistake. Jiang Heng himself stored thousands of excellent guns in his system space, along with hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. With this kind of firepower, there was no need to fear going anywhere. He could use his telekinesis to control over 100 guns and fire them all at once. The thought of that kind of suppressive firepower was exhilarating. At that point, he would be an army of one. Afterwards, Jiang Heng gathered everyone in the warden's office. Spreading out the building blueprints on the floor, he began to discuss how to make this prison safer and more self-sufficient. From today onward, this place is no longer a prison, he declared. It will be renamed Ammunition Survivor Base. Jiang Heng said slowly, "You are the first survivors to follow me. I will do everything in my power to ensure we all survive. to carry on the torch of human civilization in this apocalypse. He spoke solemnly, his voice brimming with conviction. Everyone's loyalty increased to over 70. Jiang Ming, what do you think we should do next? Jiang Heng asked deliberately. He wanted to see if Jiang Ming could lead these people and develop the entire base effectively. Hearing this, Jiang Ming stroked his chin and fell into thought. Our prison has farmland for cultivation and a vast amount of land. We have no shortage of diesel. Our generators are highly advanced, so we don't lack electricity. And for weapons, we have an entire armory. In fact, the only thing we need to do now is focus on strengthening our defensive structures, Jiang Ming said slowly. After a moment of contemplation, a frown of concentration crossed his face as ideas formed. He stood up and addressed the group. From now on, I suggest we start by clearing out the various rooms, eliminating all the zombies in the cells. If we find any prisoners who are still alive, we should secure them first. Then we decide whether to execute them or recruit them. First, we need to see what crime they committed. If it's something like theft or fraud, crimes that aren't heinous, we can consider letting them join us. But if they're guilty of crimes like child trafficking, rape, murder, or robbery, we will show no mercy and execute them on the spot. Jiang Ming said slowly. Jiang Heng nodded inwardly. This young man had the qualities of a leader. He was worth nurturing. All right. Jiang Heng suddenly stood up and said, Jiang Ming, I appoint you as the deputy leader of this base. Jiang Ming's expression remained unchanged as he gave a slight bow. Thank you, leader. His loyalty increased even further. It reached 83. There might still be some scattered zombies lurking in the corners of the prison that haven't been dealt with. Everyone needs to be careful when you go out, Jiang Ming warned the group. They then split up to carry out their tasks. Although they were just kids, they all possessed special abilities, making it easy for them to kill the zombies trapped in their cages. Jiang Heng and Li Ming also split up. Jiang Heng alone was responsible for 2 major cell blocks. The criminals in the 4th and 3rd cell blocks were all vicious felons, either serving life sentences or awaiting execution. Even as zombies, these creatures were far more ferocious and grotesque in appearance than ordinary ones. Jiang Heng stood by the cage, gazing at the ugly, despicable zombies inside. They clawed at the bars frantically, their rotting faces pressed grotesquely against the metal. Their hands reached out, grasping wildly. Jiang Heng merely placed his hand gently on the railing. Then he activated Flame Thunder. Boom. Terrifying orange lightning flickered and coursed through the entire cell block in an instant. The zombies inside were instantly charred black, dead beyond any doubt. Since reaching strength, the Flame Thunder's power had become exceptionally formidable. With ease, it could explode a zombie's head. Jiang Heng walked along, killing as he went. Although the zombies in these cages couldn't break free and weren't immediately dangerous. As their bodies rotted, the zombie virus within them would strengthen, potentially leading to mutations. So they had to be nipped in the bud. Many cages contained no zombies, only corpses, those who had starved to death. With the apocalypse, no one provided food, so even those uninfected could only starve. Suddenly, as Jiang Heng passed by one cell, he heard a voice. Hey, please, save me. Jiang Heng's brow furrowed. He looked closely. Inside one cage, there was actually a living person. His face was pale, and he was so weak from hunger he was barely breathing, calling out feebly. He was a middle-aged man, not bitten by a zombie, wearing a prison uniform. Clearly he was a prisoner here. Why should I save you? Jiang Heng asked, his brow furrowing slightly. I. The man's face fell, unable to come up with a reason. He had no special talents, no value in this apocalypse. I want to live. Please. The guards all turned into zombies. Without food, how have you managed to survive until now? Jiang Heng asked, puzzled. The man let out a bitter laugh. My ability is creating food. As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly. A small lump of paste-like food appeared in his palm. The ability to conjure food out of thin air. That was somewhat astonishing. Jiang Heng immediately checked his information. Zheng shouting, First Order Evolver Physique, 3 diminished Spirit, 3 diminished Ability, Digestive Conversion, A rank. He can recondense the nutrients from undigested food in his stomach and present them in his hand. The more nutrient residue there is, the better it tastes. Jiang Heng caught a faint foul odor emanating from the substance in the man's hand and immediately understood his ability. This was by no means the ability to conjure food. In other words, it was merely the power to make excrement more palatable. So he had been surviving by recycling, hadn't he? The man was already so feeble with hunger that he couldn't care less about taste. Give me a reason to save you, Jiang Heng said slowly. This man was in cell block 4, where the most vicious criminals were held. People like this Jiang Heng would try his best not to save. I was a drug trafficker in my past life. I've even killed people. I have excellent psychological quality. As long as you save me, I'll do whatever you say. If you tell me to kill zombies, I'll kill zombies. If you tell me to kill people, I'll kill people. The man still couldn't come up with a good reason, clearly not very sharp-minded. A murderer is a person without moral boundaries. In the apocalypse, they would only bring cruelty, not loyalty. Jiang Heng's expression remained calm. Since you've outed yourself, that makes things easier. Sorry, I have nothing to say to someone like you. Jiang Heng would never save a murderer. As he spoke, a blade flew from his sleeve. It shot out fiercely, piercing directly through the prisoner's forehead, killing him on the spot. Then Jiang Heng spent 2 days and 2 nights slaughtering all the zombies in this cell block and cell block 3. Walking into the assembly hall, everyone gathered one after another. All the zombies in every cell block have been killed and disposed of in the incinerator. Xiaochun held her gun and spoke slowly to Jiang Ming and Jiang Heng. Her gaze had grown much more resolute. Her white coat had turned into a blood-stained robe covered in blackened zombie blood. She had matured a lot. After personally slaughtering zombies, even the most naive and childish person would change. She had truly realized that the apocalypse had arrived. You did well. Jiang Heng gently patted her on the shoulder. This doctor, who had been a pediatrician at a major hospital, was undoubtedly skilled. Having such a technical expert join the team was truly his good fortune. Thus Jiang Heng valued her greatly. With her around, any injuries to the team members could be treated. Li Ming walked over slowly and said to Jiang Heng, "My sister has been settled. She's sleeping in Zhang Yujie's room, so she can remain in a frozen state and maintain her vital signs." Jiang Heng nodded. Letting the girl stay there was safe and secure. With that, Li Ming's mind was put at ease. Then Jiang Heng looked around. Behind Jiang Ming, dozens of unfamiliar prisoners were approaching. "Chief, these are survivors we found in the cafeteria of Cell Block 2. I've checked their records through the prisoner handbook and learned their crimes. Some are theft, some were deceived into Mianbei fraud, some engaged in virtual financial business. At least none of them have committed murder. I figured they weren't heinous criminals, so I didn't kill them. I brought them here for your decision," Jiang Ming said slowly. Jiang Heng listened, his eyes narrowing slightly. He scanned the survivors. "Hello. You must be the leader here, right?" The dozens of prisoners said somewhat timidly. They had already witnessed Jiang Ming's ruthless efficiency in slaughtering zombies. Moreover, this group had guns. How could they dare to disobey? The guns they had stripped from the guards and hidden had all been taken away by Yang Xiaofeng, using his metal manipulation ability. Indeed, Jiang Ming had searched them thoroughly beforehand, showing extreme caution. "My name is Jiang Heng, and I am the leader here. Tell me about your situation." Jiang Heng's gaze was cold as he spoke. "When the apocalypse broke out, it was free time, and we were eating in the cafeteria. Suddenly zombies rose up, and a few of us ran into the kitchen to hide until today. Please spare our lives. We will absolutely obey orders," they said. Jiang Heng inspected the information of these dozens of prisoners and discovered that among them some had abilities. Yang Yu first stage, Evolver Physique, 14 Spirit, 13 Ability, X-ray Vision. Drank his eyes can penetrate substances with a density lower than 7.84 grams per cubic centimeter. It was X-ray Vision. However, the density of steel is 7.85 grams per cubic centimeter. That meant he couldn't see through steel. And all building structures contained steel rebar. This meant he would have great difficulty seeing through houses and other buildings, making his field of vision very poor. Still, it was better than nothing, and it was certainly better than having no ability at all. After evolution, this ability might become quite useful. This person was suitable to be assigned as a sniper. Among the others, there were also a few with abilities, but they were all very mediocre. "We happen to need more hands. You can join," Jiang Heng said. The next instant, information flooded into his mind. Acquired subordinates Li Ying Song Jueshu Jiang 1. Then all these dozens of prisoners became Jiang Heng's subordinates. He checked their loyalty. 8-7, barely acceptable. After all, they were adults meeting for the first time. It was impossible to have much trust. Over time, their loyalty would gradually increase. As long as it wasn't negative, it would be fine. But just as this thought crossed Jiang Heng's mind, he scanned the information of the last person. Song Jueshu, this guy's loyalty was only 67. That meant he harbored rebellious intentions. And with a value of 60 or more, it was definitely a level where he was waiting for a chance to kill Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's face instantly darkened. He drew a pistol, aimed it at the man's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! He killed him without any mercy. Li Ying Jiang Wen Yang Yu and all the other prisoners were utterly terrified. "He wanted to kill me, though I could tell from his eyes," Jiang Heng said coldly. This was also a way to make an example of him. The prisoners were all shocked. They had only been imprisoned for minor crimes to support their families, never having seen such a scene. Naturally, they were stunned silly. All right. You can rest assured," they said. Jiang Heng walked slowly to Yang Yu. "Do you have an ability?" Jiang Heng asked, his eyes narrowing. Yang Yu was terrified. "Of all the people, why did you come specifically to ask me?" How could he dare to lie? "Yes, I can barely see through some substances like the human body and cement. But steel I can't quite see through," he said slowly. Jiang Heng nodded slightly. "Quite honest. What were you imprisoned for?" Jiang Heng continued. "I was a graduate student in civil engineering. Later I was driving, and an old man faked a collision. I couldn't afford the compensation, so I was locked up." Jiang Heng found it somewhat suspicious. Even if he couldn't pay, the court couldn't enforce it. He at most had be listed as a defaulter. How could he be directly arrested? Yang Yu let out a bitter laugh. "You wouldn't know. Back then, I was a naive student, utterly ignorant of how the world works. So, I was extremely agitated, considered myself righteous, and even filed a countersuit against the old man for defamation. Unfortunately, that old man had some relatives with influence. My defamation suit was twisted into fraud, and I was locked up. If I had just let it go then, even if I didn't pay compensation, I wouldn't have had to suffer imprisonment at the very least. As Yang Yu spoke, a glimmer of fear and regret surfaced in his eyes. It was a pity that a spirited college student had been reduced to this state. What he says is true, you have checked the case files. Jiang Ming stepped forward and said in a calm voice. After hearing his story, Jiang Heng's eyes flickered with solemnity. What a poor soul. Writing fiction requires logic, but reality often doesn't give you the courtesy of logic. Alright, you're an architecture student at talent. You can be tasked with strengthening our base's defensive structures. You'll follow Jiang Ming. Jiang Heng said. Yang Yu nodded. He understood that the leader intended to groom him. His loyalty immediately increased by over a dozen points. The preparations are mostly complete. Now I'll lay out the tasks ahead for everyone. Jiang Ming said, looking at the crowd. He had already sought Jiang Heng's approval for all of these plans beforehand. First, the leader and I plan to designate the first prison zone as the residential area. The second prison zone will be converted into a detention block. Anyone who breaks the rules will be thrown in there. Our rules are simple. No assaulting women, no bullying each other, no seizing supplies or equipment. Follow orders completely. Even though this is the apocalypse within the leader's base, I don't want you all living like beasts. Jiang Ming said slowly. Once the residential area is cleared, we'll start forming teams and heading out with gear to scavenge for supplies. There are military trucks in the base with bulletproof glass enough to take us to the nearest supermarkets and markets to gather resources. We also need people to tend to the crops in the fifth prison zone to ensure a sustainable food source. Finally, we must begin reinforcing our defenses. Although the electric grid and auto-targeting turrets keep regular zombies out, we must prepare for the worst. We'll fortify the base into a stronghold and find ways to withstand acid rain, extreme cold, and any other storms that might be coming. If you don't know where to start with the defenses, think back to the apocalypse movies you've watched. They provide good inspiration. Jiang Ming's words were logical and clear, giving everyone a sense of direction. The prisoners gradually felt a renewed sense of motivation. At the very least, they were no longer captives. Though they had erred in the past, they had already atoned through hard labor. Jiang Heng nodded to himself, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, an intensely severe pain surged into Jiang Heng's heart. First wave of red mist eruption, the system's voice flooded his mind. The next instant, a red mist seemingly from nowhere pervaded the entire world. This blood-colored mist invaded pores, skin, and internal organs, inflicting extreme agony. Gazing at the vast world, it felt like being in a bloody purgatory. Screams erupted all around. What is this thing? It hurts so much. Help! The crowd screamed, collapsing to the ground and writhing like worms. Jiang Heng had never felt such intense pain. His very brain seemed to tremble. At the same time, he looked around. Yang Xiaofeng, Jiang Ming, Li Meng, Dr. Hezhang Yujia. The prisoners. Everyone's face flushed crimson as they collapsed heavily onto the ground. Li Meng in particular looked terrified, gritting her teeth to stifle a scream. Yu Ying and Yu Ling, the siblings, even bit their tongues until they bled from the pain. This was agony beyond the limits of human endurance. What is it? Jiang Heng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, resisting the extreme torment. He was deeply shaken. He was the last one standing. Unfortunately, he eventually lost consciousness and collapsed. His consciousness faded into darkness. When Jiang Heng awoke again, he found the others still unconscious lying on the ground. Jiang Heng stared blankly at his own hands. They seemed somewhat stronger. Congratulations, host, for surviving the red mist eruption. Physical fitness breakthrough. Promoted to Tier 3 Evolver. System space capacity has reached 3 cubic meters. Ability, slot 1. Now totaling 8 slots. New talent, acquired death compensation, one-time use. When you receive a fatal injury, you will pay the price of half a heart to negate this damage. This talent will then disappear. This was a one-time talent that could save Jiang Heng's life once. The cost was losing half his heart. With his current powerful physique, Jiang Heng could barely survive losing half a heart. But it was predictable that his stamina would be reduced by more than 80%. Still, having a chance to cheat death was powerful enough. With the corpse cell devourer ability, this kind of injury could also be healed. Jiang Heng stared blankly. Could it be that this red mist contained genes that could evolve the human body? Perhaps there will be a second wave, a third wave. This definitely correlates with the arrival of the apocalypse. He wasn't excited by the evolution, but rather filled with worry. If humans can evolve, then the zombies within this red mist can surely evolve too. He had grown stronger, but his enemies were also constantly growing stronger. He checked his status. Jiang Heng Tier 3 Evolver Physique, 72 Spirit 42 Talents, Infinite Extraction, True Sight, Godly Choice Death Compensation Abilities, Time Stop Strength Flame Thunder Strength Telekinesis, A Rank Flesh Division, A Rank Corpse, Cell Devourer Brink, Overlord Burst Crank Skills Gun God, Elite Zombie Sense Parkour Master Hand of Fate Zombie Virus Immunity Gale Blade. This red mist eruption had provided him with a significant boost in physique, allowing him to break through to a Tier 3 Evolver. 70 points of physique should be the threshold for a Tier 3 Evolver, at least for me. Jiang Heng said, solemnly, feeling the surging power within him. He clenched his fists. Right now he felt he could kill several oxen with a single punch. He looked around. Li Ming was gradually waking from her coma. Jiang Heng checked her status. He noticed that Li Ming hadn't advanced a tier, but her physique had increased by 5 points and her spirit by 5 points. She was now a formidable person with both stats in the double digits. Physique 17, Spirit 15, she could now even engage in melee combat with Tier 1 mutated zombies. An ordinary adult male couldn't withstand a single punch from her. After absorbing a few more crystals, she should be able to reach Tier 2 Evolver. Jiang Ming let out a startled cry, waking up drenched in sweat. He panted heavily, his face pale, staring at his hands. What happened? That red mist earlier was. Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Heng in horror. That should be an eruption of the apocalypse virus capable of evolving our genes. Jiang Heng said slowly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming slowly stood up. Leader, I do feel much stronger. Jiang Heng looked at him and noticed that Jiang Ming's physique had indeed undergone a major evolution. Jiang Ming subordinate Tier 2 Evolver Loyalty 73, Physique 24 Spirit 21 Ability Replication S rank, currently replicated Telekinesis A rank. Jiang Ming had directly ascended to a Tier 2 Evolver. His physique had reached 24. This was undoubtedly a monumental increase. Cough cough. I feel my asthma has improved considerably, Jiang Ming said, in awe, feeling the surging power within his body. He took a deep breath, immediately sensing his enhanced stamina. In that instant his physique had increased by 5 points. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed in surprise. What was going on with Jiang Ming? He looked closer. Beneath Jiang Ming's status panel, an additional ability had manifested. Iron lungs. The asthmatic cells in his lungs, combined with the apocalyptic genetic evolution, have become far more powerful. His breathing can now provide him with a continuous supply of oxygen and strength. Jiang Heng was startled. This was akin to a husky evolving immunity to the zombie virus. This wasn't an ability, but a trait. Jiang Ming's asthma was not only completely cured, but he had also turned misfortune into a blessing, becoming even stronger. Looking around, the others were gradually waking up. However, some lay still, blood trickling from their orifices, their chests no longer rising. They had lost their vital signs. Clearly some had not survived the red mist. It brought evolution, but it could also bring death. Jiang Heng's gaze was solemn. Fortunately, none of the children had perished. Dr. He Xiaochun still hadn't awakened an ability, though her physique and mental fortitude had seen some improvement. It seemed her genes compared to these children born with illnesses were somewhat inferior, showing poor compatibility with the doomsday virus. Zhang Yujia also hadn't evolved, only gaining physical and mental enhancements. Yang Xiaofeng, however, like Jiang Ming, had directly evolved to a Tier 2 Evolver. Jiang Heng inspected her status. Yang Xiaofeng Tier 2 Evolver Physique 13 Spirit 14 Ability Metal Manipulation A rank. Her physique had evolved by a full 9 points. A 13 or 14-year-old girl now possessed a physique of 13. Furthermore, her originally brink metal manipulation ability had also been upgraded to a rank. Typically a Tier 2 Evolver's physique should reach over 20 points. But she only has 13. Jiang Heng muttered to himself, stroking his chin. This was likely tied to her age. After all, the girl was still a minor, her body not fully developed, so naturally, she couldn't compare to adult Evolvers. However, her current physique was already equivalent to 2 grown men, making her combat prowess terrifyingly formidable. Once she reached adulthood, her physique should be able to rival Jiang Ming's. At that moment, Jiang Heng took out his phone, checking for any global discussions about the red mist. Unfortunately, the network was severely damaged, almost to the point of total collapse. Survivors' posts were now rare. Yet there was still a discovery. After searching for a moment, Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed sharply. He spotted a post accompanied by a red image. It was the flag of the Dragon Nation. Survivors of the Dragon Nation, the network is now largely paralyzed. I am currently using my ability to transmit electronic signals to devices. Of course, my ability isn't this powerful on its own. It's thanks to the signal amplifier developed by our nation's tech experts that I can broadcast this, though its range cannot extend beyond a few provinces. Please, any survivor who sees this message, help spread the word. This is vital intelligence that could increase your chances of survival. 1. Stay away from the coastlines. All the black-spined aberrations are coming ashore from the sea. They are immensely powerful, and only large-caliber armor-piercing rounds and artillery shells can effectively harm them. Ordinary survivors will die upon encountering them. You can see the evidence in the videos from before the network went down. The Dragon Nation has now formed an expert team dedicated to researching the corpses of these black-spined aberrations. 2. The red mist that just swept through will cause unconsciousness for about a day, accompanied by severe pain. The Dragon Team experts are already investigating it. What is known so far is that the red mist can penetrate all matter, reaching directly inside living organisms. Furthermore, it contains trace elements of the zombie virus. The black-spined aberrations also contain a portion of this red mist component. It is highly likely that this red mist is connected to the very origin of the apocalypse. 3. Upon waking from the coma induced by the red mist, evolution may occur. Please remain calm. 4. For the human faction, the highest tier we have discovered so far is a Tier 3 Evolver with an S-rank ability. On the zombie side, the highest level we've encountered is a Tier 4 Mutant Zombie. 5. We have now established a preliminary assessment of zombie tiers. Normal zombies' physique is nearly identical to a normal human, but their bodies are more fragile due to the viral infection. Tier 1 mutants, a specific part of the body undergoes a special mutation with physique twice that of a normal zombie. Tier 2 mutants, more powerful mutants with physique several times greater than Tier 1 mutants, and they often possess a mutation skill. Tier 3 mutants possess powerful special abilities capable of turning the tide of small-scale group battles. Tier 4 mutants possess overwhelming physique and extremely powerful mutation skills. They can even clash head-in with the Black Spine Giants and can easily annihilate a small military unit. 7. We have also made preliminary assessments of human evolvers. Tier 1 evolvers agile with hardened bodies and strength far exceeding normal people. Their attributes are essentially at the peak of human physiological limits comparable to prime athletes like Tyson. Tier 2 evolvers, all attributes surpass human limits. Their skin is as hard as steel plates capable of withstanding blade slashes. Tier 3 evolvers, their speed is too fast for the eye to track. They possess formidable senses, superhuman reflexes, and terrifying strength. Their bodies can even withstand bullets. All the above data refers to adult evolvers. 8. Finally, do not give up hope. For the sake of the surviving populace, we have chosen not to employ nuclear weapons. No matter what happens, always remember the Dragon Nation will forever be your backbone. After reading the post, Jiang Heng's expression turned serious. The Dragon Nation's high command had already gathered this much intelligence. They had even begun researching the corpses of Tier 4 mutant zombies and Black Spine Giants. This meant the authorities had already successfully killed a Tier 4 mutant. They had also assessed the combat capabilities of evolvers at various tiers. Moreover, there were military ability users who could use devices to amplify signals and broadcast them widely to phones. It seemed human civilization wasn't entirely helpless in the face of the apocalypse. Human technology is one of humanity's greatest strengths. The Dragon Nation actually swore never to use nuclear weapons to protect its people. Jiang Heng's expression was grave, but it was good news. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about being taken out by a nuclear blast. Nuclear weapons. Even a Tier 3 evolver, no, even if he evolved into a superhuman, wouldn't dare to withstand one. However, the elites of other nations in their desperation to survive would likely stop at nothing to purge the zombies and monsters, even at the cost of their own citizens. Jiang Heng felt incredibly fortunate to be in a country like this. A low growl. At that moment, a beastly whimper came from the corner. The husky shook its head vigorously and stood up from the ground. Its fur had gained a few more patches of blood red. The bloodlust in its eyes had intensified. The husky's physique had also undergone a massive evolution, jumping straight to 55 points. It wouldn't be long before it reached the level of a Tier 3 mutant creature. Its ability bioelectricity had also evolved to B rank, making it far more potent. The husky bared its teeth, seemingly just recovering from the lingering pain. Jiang Heng frowned slightly. It seems this red mist doesn't just cause humans to evolve. Animals, zombies. They evolve too. Nature was indeed fair. At that moment, the dozens of prisoners also awoke. Shaking their heads and grimacing, they struggled to get up from the ground. Damn, it hurts like hell. What the hell is this red mist? People winced, many with blood trickling from their noses. Jiang Heng walked to the front of the crowd and looked around. Everyone's muscles had grown somewhat, even the most feeble prisoner known as the Skinny Monkey. Liang now had slightly bulging muscles on his shoulders and arms. It was clear that their physical ability had increased by at least 2 or 3 points. Such a small increase meant little to Jiang Heng, but for ordinary people, it was a boost of over 50. Your physical abilities should all have been enhanced to some extent. Has anyone awakened an ability? Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes and asked. No. No, Chief. No ability awakened. The crowd shook their heads. Chief, I've awakened an ability. A thin man said. He spread his palm and his fingers drooped like noodles. Jiang Heng shook his head. This couldn't even be considered a rank. Chief, I can turn my hair into steel needles and shoot them. A female prisoner stepped forward and said. Her short hair formed steel spikes that shot out violently, embedding into the wall before instantly softening. Jiang Heng nodded. This ability was decent. One by one a few others reported their awakened abilities, but they were all useless abilities that could be ignored. Does anyone else have an ability? Jiang Heng asked with a frown. The crowd fell silent. A mysterious glint flashed in Jiang Heng's eyes. He was about to use true sight to scan each one in case someone was hiding an ability that was particularly treacherous. What if he ended up being caught off guard? He had to scan everyone to be at ease. At that moment the siblings Yuing and Yuling hand in hand walked up to a prisoner with dark skin and a scarred face. Uncle Jiang, he's lying. He has an ability. The siblings pointed at him and spoke in their childish voices. Jiang Heng turned to look. The prisoner's face turned pale as if his lie had been exposed. Jiang Heng scanned his data. Qian Guangcai first rank, Evolver physical ability, 10 spirit, 9 ability skin ossification rank. His skin cells have undergone transformation capable of hardening into bone at will with formidable hardness that helps him resist damage. The ability to turn skin into bone. Against ordinary zombies this ability was indeed quite powerful, hardening the skin into a turtle shell-like bone structure. It was easy to imagine that zombies would have trouble biting through it. The defense was decent. When an adult man's fist hardened into bone, the power of his punch would be no small matter. Jiang Heng's expression was calm as he stared at the prisoner. You joined my organization, why did you lie? Having experienced bloody battles, Jiang Heng's eyes naturally carried a killing intent. Not to mention that he was now deliberately applying pressure, his invisible aura immensely intimidating. Qian Guangcai's loyalty had been only one from the start. Jiang Heng didn't want to kill indiscriminately, so he hadn't pressed him further. But now he had to force an answer. Under the pressure of Jiang Heng's interrogation, his loyalty actually dropped steadily all the way to 40. Jiang Heng's heart instantly stirred with murderous intent. However, before Jiang Heng could act, a fierce glint suddenly appeared in Qian Guangcai's eyes. Fuck. I've lived over 50 years. I used to follow my boss and slash people. How dare you, a young punk, boss me around? You may be evolved, but you're still flesh and blood. I'll fight you to the death. Qian Guangcai loyalty 100. As he spoke, a dagger suddenly appeared in his palm, and he lunged at Jiang Heng. Jiang Ming had already searched all the prisoners in advance, not allowing them to carry firearms. So the most he could produce was a dagger. Jiang Heng crossed his arms, completely unflinching, merely watching coldly as the attack approached. Yang Xiaofeng's eyes tightened, and she slightly raised her hand about to activate her ability to intercept the knife for the chief. Jiang Ming gently patted her shoulder and pressed it down. This is a perfect chance for the chief to establish his authority, Jiang Ming said solemnly in a low voice to Yang Xiaofeng. Yang Xiaofeng's eyes brightened slightly. She had never thought about it from that perspective. Brother Jiang Ming was indeed smarter than her. She withdrew her ability. The chief's ability to kill zombies was extremely powerful. Both Jiang Ming and she had witnessed it. Since the chief didn't dodge or evade, he must have his own assurance. It was better to hold back. The chief could take this opportunity to establish his authority over all the prisoners. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the dagger pressed firmly against Jiang Heng's chest. Yet the tip couldn't advance a single millimeter. Not even a millimeter. Jiang Heng's skin was as hard as steel. Qian Guangcai's hands trembled, veins bulging in his muscles. Yet even with both hands pushing, cutting his own hand on the blade, he couldn't pierce through. Good, thank you, Jiang Heng said, slowly nodding. Qian Guangcai's eyes were filled with horror and confusion. Why thank him? You gave me a chance to establish my authority. As he spoke, Jiang Heng reached out and grabbed the dagger, crushing it into pieces. The crisp sound of shattering steel reached everyone's ears. The steel fragments exploded and scattered everywhere. Then Jiang Heng opened his palm. The dagger had been crushed into a red-hot lump of iron. Jiang Heng had secretly activated his overlord body ability and a trace of thunder flame to achieve this, turning the iron into a red-hot billet. He also suppressed the white light as he needed everyone to see this. This scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. This physical ability. A monster, an absolute monster. No wonder he could be the chief of this group of fledgling ability users. Then Jiang Heng threw a full power punch. His speed was so fast that after images appeared before everyone's eyes. As a third-rank ability user, his speed was like a fast-forward to these people. Bam! With one punch, he sent Qian Guangcai flying backward. Not 10 meters, not dozens of meters. He was sent flying over 100 meters, slamming solidly into the concrete wall. Even in midair, a trail of blood from Qian Guangcai's mouth arced to the ground. With a thud, dust rose everywhere. Qian Guangcai fell to the ground limp and covered in blood. His eyes were blank, the shock indescribable. His skin had a pale sheen with twisted vein-like patterns reflecting a hard luster. He had activated his skin-hardening ability the moment the punch landed. Yet against Jiang Heng's punch, even his hardened skin shattered. His skin cracked like a porcelain vase, dropped to the ground, revealing bloody flesh beneath. Qian Guangcai's skin peeled off, violently falling to the ground in fragments. Half of his body was a bloody mess with a gaping hole in his chest. He stared grimly at the siblings Yuing and Yuling, the light of life fading from his eyes. It was these two siblings who had exposed his deception. They had brought him to this miserable end. His venomous glare made Jiang Heng deeply uncomfortable. "You have a problem with my people," he said, his expression turning stern as he stepped forward. He threw another punch. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Flames and lightning crackled, engulfing Qian Guangkai's body entirely. The terrifying thunderclap echoed, illuminating the entire factory. All the prisoners watched in stunned horror. In the end, all that remained was a large patch of scorched earth with a charred, bloody corpse lying within it. Qian Guangcai had died a gruesome death. Jiang Heng stood up straight, casually brushing the dust from his shoulders, as if he had just unscrewed a bottle cap. His back view was chilling. This scene was etched into the minds of every prisoner. At this moment he seemed invincible. Jiang Heng was not a bloodthirsty or cruel man, but he had chosen the most brutal way to kill Qian Guangcai. This was to assert his authority, to eliminate all betrayal. Jiang Heng turned to look. Li Ying loyalty 44, Su Wei loyalty 25, Jiang Wen loyalty 34, Wang Mingxue loyalty 46. The loyalty of all the prisoners had increased without exception. Indeed, sometimes sincerity is not enough. Fear is the best deterrent. Many leaders worry that their brutality will breed dissent among their subordinates. However, it is indecisiveness that truly does. Appropriate severity only fosters greater loyalty. Jiang Heng walked before the crowd and spoke calmly. "I let you join and gave you a place to stay. Without me you might have died in that rotting, stinking kitchen. The zombies in this prison number in the thousands, my men, and I cleared them all, carving a bloody path. I just hope no one seeks death, and we can all survive together. Follow me. There will be food, there will be supplies. Books, entertainment, cigarettes, they will all come in the future." Jiang Heng said calmly, ensuring his voice reached everyone's ears. Offering a sweet after a beating, promising future benefits, is a necessary means to win people's hearts. Even women are not out of the question in the future, of course, only with mutual consent. Jiang Heng joked, offering a faint smile, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. The crowd hurriedly responded with smiles. "I will do my best to provide you all with the best possible environment. I hope you will cooperate, work together, strengthen this base, and build it as our home. Perhaps we can be the humans who survive to the very end." As Jiang Heng finished his last sentence, someone among the prisoners suddenly started clapping. "Well said, Chief." It was Skinny Monkey Li Ying who took the lead. The other prisoners followed suit, and a thunderous wave of applause erupted. The prisoner's loyalty was now no lower than 60. Jiang Heng slowly raised his hand to quell the applause. It could be said that he had completely subdued and intimidated them all. Now manpower was not an issue. Jiang Heng looked at Jiang Ming, his eyes without reproach. "Jiang Ming, didn't you check the files and say these prisoners' crimes weren't very brutal? Then why did Qian Guangcai say he had once cut someone?" Jiang Heng was simply curious. This was a mistake. If someone with malicious intent or a flawed character were allowed to join the organization, it would be like a ticking time bomb. The cautious Jiang Ming should not have made such a low-level error. Jiang Ming's expression turned grave as he quickly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, Chief, but his crime was indeed just theft without harming others. I checked the file inside and out 3 times, there is absolutely no mistake," he said with a solemn expression. At that moment a man stepped out from among the prisoners. "Chief, I know about this." "Indeed, this brother Jiang cannot be blamed," said Wang Mingxue, who wore glasses. He had a somewhat refined air, not like a vicious criminal, appearing slightly out of place among the other prisoners. Judging by his demeanor, he must have been in telecom fraud back in the day. Scamming could be considered a talent in the financial industry. Qian Guangcai and I were originally in the same prison. He often told me about his glorious past deeds. This wasn't his first time being locked up. He had a record and had been in jail many times. Back then he was in the underworld and had blood on his hands, which is why he was so audacious," Wang Mingxue said, glancing at Qian Guangcai's corpse with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. A fair-skinned, refined man like him was quite sought after in prison. In the years he had been locked up, he had suffered plenty of Qian Guangcai's care. So seeing Qian Guangcai killed now brought him immense joy. Even the hidden pain he bore could be tolerated. Jiang Heng nodded slowly upon hearing this. No wonder. So Qian Guangcai had been imprisoned several times. It just so happened that this time his crime was theft, but in the past he had even killed. No wonder he was so ambitious. Jiang Heng scanned the crowd. "Who else among you has a prior criminal record?" Jiang Heng asked aloud. Murderers and rapists would absolutely not be accepted here. They needed to be weeded out completely. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. No, Chief, I really don't. This is my first time." The crowd spoke up. Indeed, no one else had a prior record. With the Ying and Yuling siblings watching from the side, no one dared to lie now. They had already witnessed the consequences of Qian Guangcai's lies. "Chief, no one is lying," the Ying and Yuling siblings said slowly. Jiang Heng nodded, quite satisfied. He then used his eye of truth to probe the abilities of all the prisoners, ensuring no one was hiding their powers. Jiang Heng was completely reassured. "Jiang Ming, take them and assign their tasks. Begin strengthening the base's construction now and implement the defense strategy." Yes. Jiang Ming nodded and led the group away. Some were assigned to external supply collection duties, others to sentry posts. Others were responsible for tending to the farmland in Zone 5. Some were tasked with facility maintenance. Jiang Ming also formed several construction teams, which under the planning of architect Yang Yu focused on reinforcing the base's defenses. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. A few unlucky ones were assigned to deal with Qian Guangkai's charred corpse. It was surprisingly quite crispy. Seeing the gruesome state of the corpse, the loyalty of these few men inevitably increased a bit more. Jiang Heng lowered his head and clenched his fist. After killing Qian Guangcai, he had already extracted the man's ability from the corpse. Qian Guangkai's ability, although only drank, was remarkably potent, capable of hardening his skin to the density of bone. After Jiang Heng seized it, when combined with his dominance technique, he could truly face any bullet without fear. Even an RPG rocket launcher might not be able to pierce his defenses. Having broken through to a third-rank awakener, Jiang Heng now possessed 8 ability slots. Extracting more abilities was never a loss. Activating all 8 abilities simultaneously would strain even his current mental fortitude, but in most situations he only needed to employ 1 or 2 to utterly crush his opponents. He turned his gaze towards the siblings Yuing and Yuling. You two have evolved abilities as well, eh? Jiang Heng inquired. The siblings nodded in unison. When we are together and concentrate, we can vaguely sense each other's emotions, the elder sister Yuing said softly. Jiang Heng inspected their data and noticed that both their physical constitution and spiritual power had increased somewhat. Although their rank as Awakener remained at the first tier, their abilities had directly upgraded. Moreover, it was a special evolution, not just a change in rank, but a transformation of the ability's name itself. Emotion Sense drank, she is mentally linked with her brother, and when they are together, they can concentrate to perceive the emotions of people within a 10-meter radius. It seemed this red mist could not only enhance physical prowess, but might also trigger unique mutations. This ability absolutely must be extracted. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous threat was often not the zombies, but humanity itself. With this ability, it would almost be like having mind-reading powers. It allowed one to see through anyone's emotions. The panic of a lie, murderous intent, and hatred were all forms of emotion. All right, go back and rest, Jiang Heng said. He then departed, ascending a watchtower with a cup of coffee in hand. He gazed at the bustling figures below. As a newly ascended third-rank awakener, his physical prowess was so immense that extracting from first-rank, mutated zombie corpses yielded nothing. Even extracting from second-rank mutants provided only a paltry gain in attributes. A somber look crossed Jiang Heng's face. This could be considered his bottleneck period. However, his combat strength was already formidable, so a brief respite wouldn't hurt. As time passed, higher-ranked mutant zombies would become more plentiful. There was no need for panic. Jiang Heng looked into the distance. Under Jiang Ming's direction, the prisoners were using cement rebar and other building materials to reinforce the outer walls. These common construction supplies were readily available in the prison's warehouse, as the facility often needed to expand. Yang Yu, a college student majoring in architecture, had a solid grasp of construction principles. He had planned for the perimeter wall to be 5 meters high. This height was just right. Ordinary zombies couldn't possibly scale it, and for mutant zombies, no matter how high you built, they could still climb. A height of 5 meters was the optimal choice for conserving materials. The double-layered high wall was constructed behind the electric fence, preventing accidental injuries to their own people while indirectly reinforcing the fence's integrity. Steel was embedded within the wall's core to enhance its toughness. 3 layers of steel rebar framework were built inside and out, granting exceptional strength. Yang Yu approached Jiang Heng, building plan in hand, and presented it. A troubled expression crossed his face. Chief Vice Chief, Jiang tasked me with planning the reinforcement of our prison's defenses. I've broadly planned the prison's layout. This is the architectural drawing. Please review it, Yang Yu said. Jiang Heng took it and flipped through the pages, nodding inwardly. Yang Yu had a sharp mind, proposing to reinforce the walls around the armory to deter any malefactors. He had also made plans to fortify all critical facilities within the prison. Not bad, this can be implemented, Jiang Heng said after careful review, finding it highly reasonable. However, Chief, the building materials in the warehouse are severely lacking. It would likely only suffice to enclose half the prison. The other facilities would be difficult to reinforce. Please consider this. Yang Yu had no intention of creating shoddy work. After all, although the prison belonged to Jiang Heng, a well-built defense protected him as well. He had no reason to cut corners. Jiang Heng waved his hand dismissively upon hearing this. Don't worry. In a few days, I'll personally go out and gather building materials. Your consideration of the material shortage and planning for a 5-meter wall is indeed prudent. But working with me, you needn't worry about supplies. Increase the height to 10 meters directly. 2 layers of walls aren't enough, in my view. Well, build 4. Jiang Heng lit a cigarette as he spoke. Yang Yu's expression shifted in surprise. Chief, the prison covers such a vast area. Following your standards, the materials required would fill several trucks. Jiang Heng looked at him intently and patted him on the shoulder. You just need to focus on directing the construction. Yang Yu hesitated for a few seconds, but eventually nodded. Since the chief had spoken, there was nothing more to say. All right, we'll do it according to your standards. However, there's another matter, Yang Yu said slowly. Since the apocalypse began, acid rain has fallen several times. Although our prison's roofs and walls are stronger than typical civilian buildings with embedded steel, they may not withstand years of acid rain. If you want a permanent solution, I have a bold idea. Jiang Heng was intrigued. Go on. Yang Yu nodded, took out a notebook, and scribbled some sketches. Chief, the best materials to resist acid rain are corrosion-resistant ones requiring chemically stable substances. After eliminating the extremely rare ones, I've summarized these: ceramics, copper, gold, and silver. If we could cover the entire prison's roof with them, our base would never have to worry about acid rain again. However, the required quantity is enormous. It might take a decade, or even decades to gather. I'm just sharing this preliminary idea with you for now, Yang Yu explained. Jiang Heng nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye out. Your idea is excellent, Jiang Heng praised. If they could gather enough materials, the prison could truly be forged into an impenetrable fortress. However, the sheer volume needed meant it would be difficult to amass anytime soon. Go on back now. Remember, focus on the construction. I'll handle the materials, Jiang Heng said, waving his hand to dismiss Yang Yu. Standing at an elevated vantage point, he watched the bustling efforts to reinforce the walls, a sense of calm settling within him. At last they had a place to call home. Everyone was working with great enthusiasm, and no one was slacking off. Dr. He and Li Ming had rolled up their sleeves to join in the effort. Yang Xiaofeng's metal manipulation ability proved to be immensely valuable. She could manipulate dozens of steel rebars, placing them into the cement molds, effectively doing the work of dozens of people single-handedly. Although with her current mental strength, simultaneously controlling dozens of heavy steel bars was slow and lacked offensive power. Precisely placing them within the construction was well within her capability. This also served as excellent training for her ability. Jiang Heng could even clearly sense her spiritual power growing steadily. Even the husky was carrying bricks, helping with the transport. Within just a few days, a rough outline of the wall near the main gate had taken shape, standing 10 meters tall. The materials in the prison warehouse were only about 80% left, barely enough to sustain the ongoing consumption. Jiang Heng's expression remained calm. His system space now held 3 cubic meters, enough to easily swallow up the contents of several building material warehouses. He could pack them all up and bring them back at once, which would certainly suffice. He decided to extract this base first, then head out to gather more materials. With a mere thought, Jiang Heng pressed his palm against the ground and spoke softly, "Extract." This prison now under his leadership was considered his possession and thus eligible for extraction. Extraction successful. Corpse Cell Devourer Rank Evolution. Zombie Sovereign A rank. A powerful mutation has occurred within your cells, granting you an overwhelming dominance over all zombies. You can simultaneously command 10 zombies of a lower mutation rank than yourself. Moreover, you can extract cells from any deceased zombie at any time to heal your wounds. He had evolved directly to A rank. Jiang Heng nodded to himself. I still have one chance to upgrade my ability, he mused. I might as well use it on this one. With that decision, he promptly selected the upgrade. This was the reward for the god-level choice that had brought Jiang Ming and his group to the prison, an opportunity he had yet to use. Ascend this ability. As the words left his mouth, a notification appeared. Upgrade successful. Zombie Sovereign S rank. Fear of you is etched into the very genes of zombies. You are their absolute master. You can now command 100 mutated zombies whose rank is equal to or lower than your own. Furthermore, you can extract cells from the dead to heal your own injuries. The wounds of the Sovereign shall be repaid by the dead. Jiang Heng was momentarily stunned. 100. And they could be mutated zombies of equal or lower rank. This meant he could control zombies of the same rank as himself. If he had 100 third-rank mutants as his subordinates, what would that mean? Slaughtering any army would be an effortless task. What enemy could possibly stand against him? Wherever Jiang Heng went, an army followed. In high spirits, he descended from the watchtower and headed towards the meeting room. Upon arrival, he found Jiang Ming meticulously writing on a densely packed form. The walls were covered in meticulously redlined plans, a testament to the rigorous organization of the prison's future. Jiang Ming had even begun to establish a hierarchical system where status was determined by one's contributions to the base, granting better treatment, supplies, and weapons. This was a way to incentivize the people's work ethic. Those who contributed exceptionally could even receive zombie cores as a reward. Of course, the base didn't yet have a large stockpile of zombie cores. These were still plans for the future, just a rough framework. Jiang Ming's eyes held a hint of exhaustion. Days of constant deliberation had taken a toll. But upon seeing Jiang Heng, he rose to his feet. A rare smile graced his face. Despite the fatigue, he felt a sense of security. Chief, things here are even better than I imagined. Everything is running smoothly now, and everyone is safe. We even have sewing machines in the prison, and the inmates are all skilled at using them. We can produce our own multi-layered bulletproof clothing. There's also a workshop wing with abandoned military lathes. I'm planning to repair and restart them, which will allow us to modify our guns and weapons. Jiang Heng nodded. Good, you've done well. He patted Jiang Ming on the shoulder. This young man was destined for greatness. Having him as a subordinate was a stroke of luck. Then Jiang Ming produced a personnel roster and handed it to Jiang Heng. Chief, I've assembled a few teams. They are individuals with strong physiques, high loyalty, and good mental fortitude selected from among the crowd. They will be leaving the construction crew to begin venturing out to scavenge for supplies. Although our base is resource-rich, there are certain items we lack, requiring people to risk going outside to find them, Jiang Ming explained. Jiang Heng nodded. Our base is safer than most places in this apocalypse. They shouldn't betray us easily. At least it's unlikely they take our guns and equipment and run. Out there it's far more dangerous. Once they leave, they won't find a better sanctuary than ours. Jiang Ming added. This was something Jiang Heng didn't need to be told. Even the government's northern district shelter had collapsed. Large fortified bases like this were now extremely precious. He could check anyone's loyalty at any time. Everyone's loyalty was now at an acceptable level. While they might not be willing to lay down their lives for him, he could trust them to carry out outside missions. Good. They'll also be going out personally to gather materials. The base's construction materials are running low, and he'll take full responsibility for that, Jiang Heng stated. Jiang Ming's eyes brightened at this. All right, I'll accompany you, Chief. But Jiang Heng shook his head. No, you are the vice chief. One of us must remain at the base at all times. Only then can we keep everyone in line, Jiang Heng said. Jiang Ming nodded, understanding the importance of this and not insisting. By the way, Chief, he added, Yang Xiaofeng has volunteered to lead a team of our most elite members to hunt zombies outside and gather evolution cores. She hopes our base can become the first in the apocalypse to stockpile mutated cores. I think the risk is too great. She is one of our few powerful ability users. Her metal manipulation ability is rare and devastatingly powerful. If something happens to her, our losses would be catastrophic. What do you think? Jiang Ming asked, his gaze cautious. However, Jiang Heng's answer was unexpected. Let her go. Our base is in need of mutated crystals. Zombie cores could be used to create ability users en masse. Soon the base's power would grow to a terrifying degree. Yang Xiaofeng is young, but she is exceptionally calm and has incredible combat talent. Since she's volunteered, we can send her. If she dies, it just means the apocalypse is truly too cruel. But if she survives, our base will have a monstrously powerful ability user, Jiang Heng said after a moment of deliberation. He had been quietly observing Yang Xiaofeng and noticed her remarkable combat aptitude. If she started hunting zombies at this age and continued to hone her skills until adulthood, she would become an unstoppable assassin. Then he would have another formidable lieutenant under his command. Of course, that was contingent on her survival. Jiang Heng was decisive, adhering to the philosophy of letting a fish leap in the vast sea and a bird fly in the open sky. He decided to give Yang Xiaofeng free rein. Jiang Ming hesitated for a long time. Deep down, he was still reluctant to let the young girl take such a risk, as she was so young. However, after a moment of silence, he nodded. In this apocalypse, he had no right to question the chief's orders. And Yang Xiaofeng did possess significant combat potential. He had recognized this long ago. Such talent was best nurtured from a young age. She had insisted on going herself, so he had no reason to obstruct her any further. Very well, then our base will provide her with our full support and assistance. And I will instruct her to be extremely careful, Jiang Ming stated. Jiang Heng nodded and retrieved dozens of first-tier mutated crystals from his system space. These were crystals he had accumulated over a long period. Now that his physique was incredibly strong and his evolution rank had reached the third tier, the cores of first-tier mutant zombies held no further value for him. They could no longer be extracted. These cores will serve as our base's reserve, enough for you to distribute for years. According to the ranking system you've established, the capable shall rise, Jiang Heng said. Jiang Ming stared at the pile of cores, astonishment clear in his eyes. With these, his reward system could be implemented smoothly. Driven by the desire to acquire abilities, everyone would give their all, and the base would reach a peak of construction. Furthermore, that very evening, Jiang Heng made his way to Yang Xiaofeng's room. The young woman was clad in a set of black combat gear layered with 2 bulletproof vests. In her hands, she deftly toyed with her standard-issue submachine gun, disassembling it, then reassembling it with practiced ease. The precise clicks and clacks of the mechanism emanated from her hands. She was preparing for the next day's expedition. Knock, knock. Jiang Heng rapped on the door. Who is it? The girl's brow furrowed slightly, her voice laced with caution. It's me, Jiang Heng said. Yang Xiaofeng's expression relaxed a little, and she nodded. Leader, please come in. Jiang Heng used his telekinetic ability to twist the lock from the inside and stepped in. Leader, I know Brother Jiang has already spoken to you. If you're here to persuade me. She set down her gun, looking at Jiang Heng earnestly. But Jiang Heng simply shook his head. No, I support your decision, Jiang Heng said. Yang Xiaofeng's eyes flickered with surprise. Then Jiang Heng produced 2 second-tier mutated cores. From the massacre of the prison's zombies, several second-tier cores had dropped, all taken by Jiang Heng. He gave 2 of them to Yang Xiaofeng. After absorbing them, her physical prowess should rival that of an adult second-tier evolver. Then Jiang Heng produced 2 second-tier mutated cores. From the massacre of the prison's zombies, several second-tier cores had dropped, all taken by Jiang Heng. He gave 2 of them to Yang Xiaofeng. Sometimes it's best to leave things unsaid. Despite her youth, Yang Xiaofeng possessed a mature mental fortitude. Jiang Heng could interact with her just as he would with an adult. Yang Xiaofeng nodded. Thank you. In that moment, her loyalty reached 90%. The next day, several military trucks rolled out from the prison's back gate. 21 carefully selected prisoners with the strongest physiques formed into 7 squads of 3 departed the base laden with powerful firearms and weaponry. Their loyalty was no lower than 60%, so they were expected to diligently scavenge for supplies. Additionally, Yang Xiaofeng led 4 others, forming an elite 5-person squad. They rode out on motorcycles from the back gate, embarking on their path to hunt zombies. The scavengers hailing from Jiang Heng's base were never short on firearms. After all, they were former prison inmates, with access to the armory's endless firepower and advanced equipment. What zombie could they possibly not kill? Thus, the squad members in the vehicles were raring to go, eagerly flexing their muscles. In their hearts, there was only a faint trace of fear, but far more excitement. For ordinary people, facing zombies might be terrifying. But with the support of modern technology, all those monsters seemed far less frightening. Moreover, going out to hunt zombies was an opportunity to earn contribution points, potentially leading to becoming a base squad leader with various rewards. Not to mention, if they got lucky and killed a mutant zombie, they could pry out its core. While they were expected to hand over most upon returning to the base, secretly pocketing 1 or 2 wouldn't be a big deal. This was a level of corruption that both Jiang Heng and Jiang Ming had anticipated and were willing to tolerate. Allowing them to gain immediate rewards from hunting mutant zombies would fuel their enthusiasm. As long as they didn't pocket everything, it was acceptable. However, few among them had ever encountered a mutant zombie. Some zombies possessed speeds that were incredibly difficult for firearms to track. Soon enough, they would witness this firsthand. At that point, they would gain a much deeper understanding of the apocalypse. Jiang Heng and the others watched them depart. Then Jiang Heng himself walked out of the prison's main gate. He arrived at the door of the RV. Jiang Heng, let me come with you. I can heal your wounds. Li Ming looked at Jiang Heng and said. Jiang Heng shook his head. Take care of your sister. I'm just going out to collect building materials. They'll be back soon. With that, Jiang Heng boarded the RV. Only Era, his loyal husky, followed him onto the vehicle. Era was his most faithful warrior, so of course he would bring him along. The man and his dog left the prison. With his zombie sovereign ability, Jiang Heng could extract cells from zombies. He no longer needed Li Ming's help to heal his injuries. Furthermore, there were very few things in the world now that could harm him. It was best to keep her at the base to look after her sister for a while, allowing the siblings some time together. The survivors watched Jiang Heng's retreating figure, a profound sense of reverence welling up within them. A leader who personally ventures out into danger to gather supplies. In this apocalypse, you wouldn't find another like him. Jiang Heng did not delegate the task of collecting building materials to his subordinates, because the quantity needed was immense. The entire prison complex covered an area of 248 mu. To reinforce the defenses of such a vast facility, you can only imagine the colossal amount of hardware and building materials required. Even with a fleet of military trucks, it would take over a dozen trips. Jiang Heng simply didn't have that kind of manpower. Only he with his system space could get it all done in a single trip. The system space of 3,000 cubic meters was an immense capacity. Now on the desolate streets. Hiss. The zombies let out feeble groans, oozing pus and blood staggering along. Some zombies had bloody, rotting flesh in their mouths. Perhaps the remains of someone's husband dead in their jaws for days. Others had human flesh embedded under their fingernails. The sheer cruelty of this apocalypse was starkly evident in this single street scene. A steel RV was making its way down the street. Its heavy tires pressed against the asphalt, moving along smoothly. It resembled a tank. Jiang Heng stood inside, gazing out at the scenery. He raised a glass of baijiu to his lips and took a sip. He lit a cigarette, the harsh, pungent smoke giving him a jolt of clarity. In the midst of the apocalypse, being able to drink and smoke is a rare luxury. Jiang Heng shook his head, slightly savoring the lingering spicy aftertaste, and sighed. Before the apocalypse, these were mundane, commonplace activities that anyone could do. Now they were precious. Cigarettes and alcohol had become scarce commodities in this new world. Humanity seemed truly insignificant in this terrifying environment. Jiang Heng had even made the decision to send someone as young as Yang Xiaofeng out with a team to hunt zombies. This was a decision he would have never made before the apocalypse. But now he had fully transformed into a survivor of this new world, subtly changed by his environment. One could say that a part of his human emotions had already gone missing. Jiang Heng put away the cigarettes and alcohol. He walked to the cockpit and gazed at the Azure City map displayed on the RV's AI screen. How many building material markets are there in our city? Jiang Heng asked in a stern voice. The image on the RV's display immediately began to shift. The map eventually revealed dozens of glowing points. Longquan City has a total of 37 large-scale building material factories and 108 small-scale building material markets. The nearest large factory is located in the suburbs 107 kilometers away, requiring a travel time of 1 hour and 7 minutes. The RV stated calmly. Let's head over there, Jiang Heng said. Subsequently, the RV's AI began to drive automatically towards the building material market. During the journey, Jiang Heng opened the RV's skylight, climbed up, and looked at the steel outer armor on the roof. Jiang Heng took out an auto-targeting machine gun from his system space. He had a total of 5 units leaving for at the prison. He decided to install this one on the RV. He placed the machine gun's base on the roof of the RV. Numerous buckles and intricate mechanical structures on the base began to automatically tighten and lock. In the end, the entire heavy machine gun mount was embedded onto the RV's roof. It was as if it had been welded solid, perfectly seamless with no visible gaps, so tight that even a cup of water couldn't seep through. Then a precise red dot ultraviolet beam lit up from the machine gun's muzzle. It began to rotate, aiming in all directions, searching for enemies. Soon it started targeting the zombies on the street, unleashing a massacre. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire rang out in rapid succession, the bullets incredibly precise. It shot far more accurately than any human. Every single bullet could precisely hit a zombie's head. Soon large numbers of zombies fell to the ground and blood flowed like a river in the streets. Jiang Heng adjusted the machine gun's mode to defensive posture. This way only zombies that approached him or the RV would be eliminated rather than indiscriminately slaughtering everything. After all, without a silencer installed, if it fired loudly all the way, the immense noise would attract a horde of zombies. It was best to switch to defensive mode and keep a low profile. During the journey, Jiang Heng checked his own status. Jiang Heng, 3rd Order, Evolver Physique, 72 Spirit, 42 Talents, Infinite Extraction, True Sight, Divine Choice, Death Compensation Abilities, Time Stop Strength, Flame, Thunder Strength, Zombie Sovereign Strength, Telekinesis, a rank, Flesh Division, a rank, Overlord, Burst Crank, Skin, Ossification, Rank, Skills, Gun God, Elite Zombie Sense, Parkour, Master Hand of Fate, Zombie Virus, Immunity, Gale, Blade. His current power could definitely face a 3rd Order Mutant Zombie Hedon. As the scenery outside the window changed, Jiang Heng suddenly noticed a large pharmacy by the street. It was stocked with countless medicines, its doors wide open. Jiang Heng stopped the RV. His expression turned serious as he said slowly, "The prison has an infirmary with a large supply of drugs, but they're mostly special medications like painkillers, morphine, and tranquilizers. After all, no one cares about the lives or quality of life of prisoners. When they get sick, they're just given the bare minimum, the most convenient drugs. But now the prison is no longer a prison. It's my survivor base. In the future, it'll expand it, and more people will join. I need to stock up on more medicine." Jiang Heng pulled Era along and stepped off the RV. Although he already had a large amount of medicine stored in his system space, he wanted to keep that for his own emergencies. He needed to gather extra medicine to place in the base. Since had encountered this pharmacy anyway, he might as well clear it out on the way. "Good dog, let's go." Jiang Heng patted Era and walked towards the pharmacy. To Jiang Heng, Era was no longer just a pet, but more like a battle companion. They had experienced too many life and death battles together. Zombies on the street gradually converged towards them. Jiang Heng's expression remained calm, too lazy to even make a move. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire came from the RV's roof. The precise auto-targeting machine gun, its cold, dark muzzle aimed, began to eliminate any zombie daring to approach Jiang Heng. There was no need for Jiang Heng to act himself. He simply swaggered into the pharmacy with Era. Inside the pharmacy, some zombies, oblivious to their doom, tried to charge at them. Era bared its teeth, ready to tear into them. Jiang Heng simply raised his hand. Buzz. An eerie sound in that instant echoed through the minds of the dozen or so zombies in the pharmacy. It was absolute suppression. A dim, mystical golden light in that moment flickered to life simultaneously in Jiang Heng's eyes and the eyes of the zombies. It was as if they were reflecting each other. The group of zombies trembled violently, then halted their movements completely. They then knelt on one knee before Jiang Heng, bowing in worship as if he were their king. Seeing this, Era's mouth dropped wide open, its eyes bulging in astonishment. It was as if it were saying, "What the heck, so many zombies?" Era's intelligent and shocked gaze brought Jiang Heng immense satisfaction. He had made the zombies strike this pose specifically to show off for Era. The zombie's sovereign ability. It could simultaneously control over 100 zombies. Among them were even mutant zombies, easily controlled by Jiang Heng. "Go gather up the medicine and bring it to me," Jiang Heng commanded with a slight smile. The zombies immediately sprang into action, running with near-frenzied speed, using their sharp teeth and fingernails to claw and scrape the medicine, piling it up from the counters before rushing back towards Jiang Heng. Having received the order, they immediately treated the medicine as something more important than flesh and blood, collecting it with the most efficient and swiftest movements. Jiang Heng used his telekinesis to levitate the medicine from the hands of the approaching zombies, storing it all into his system space. In less than 5 minutes, the entire large pharmacy was completely cleared of all its medicine. It was all collected and stored into his system space. This efficiency, this speed, was simply unparalleled. Then Jiang Heng said calmly, "Fight each other." The moment these words left his mouth, all the zombies immediately began to tear into each other, slaughtering one another. Hiss. Arg. In that instant, the zombies treated their own kind as bloodthirsty enemies fighting with their very lives. They killed each other, creating a bizarre and eerie tableau. In the end, the entire pharmacy was transformed into a sea of blood with severed limbs scattered everywhere. Jiang Heng walked out of the pharmacy without shedding a single drop of blood. Era followed closely behind him. It was evident that in Era's scarlet eyes there was now an even deeper shade of reverence for Jiang Heng. Just as he was about to return to the RV, Jiang Heng's ears twitched slightly, catching a faint, barely audible breath from a corner of the alley. His spiritual power had far surpassed that of an ordinary person, his senses razor sharp. Such a sound naturally could not escape his notice. Jiang Heng turned around, his voice firm. "Stop lurking in the shadows. Come out." His words rang out, carrying through the alley. Yet instead of approaching, the footsteps grew more distant, hurried. Jiang Heng focused his mind with a mere thought. Whoosh. A small pebble on the street shot out, flying straight into the alley. It pierced through the wall, grazing the person's forehead. The man realized he could not escape. Soon a young man carrying a backpack emerged from the alley. He was cautious, both hands gripping a blood-stained longsword. Keen senses, the young man uttered in a low voice. Jiang Heng immediately scanned his information. Supernatural abilities were myriad and bizarre. He had to scan everyone he encountered to avoid a disastrous misstep. Sometimes the weakest ability could gravely wound the strongest, so Jiang Heng, even with multiple powers at his disposal, never grew overconfident. Sun E survivor, physical 9, mental 10, not a supernatural user. It seemed that as the apocalypse progressed, ordinary people's physical capabilities evolved as well. This survivor, not yet having undergone first-order evolution, already possessed nearly 10 points in physical strength. "Why were you spying on me from the shadows?" Jiang Heng narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent surfacing. Sun E felt as if he were being stalked by a ferocious tiger. Jiang Heng's gaze was immensely intimidating, not to mention the terrifying giant wolf at his side, baring its fangs and staring at him. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine. He had journeyed far and was an experienced survivor, having killed not a few zombies and a fair number of men. He could tell from the look in Jiang Heng's eyes that this was a formidable figure he could not afford to provoke. "My name is Sunny. I just came to the pharmacy to get some medicine. I was waiting in the alley for you to leave. I always avoid direct confrontations, even face-to-face dealings if possible." He sheathed his longsword and spread his hands, signaling no hostility. Earlier he had heard the agonized screams of the zombies inside the pharmacy. Now, with a sidelong glance at the glass-walled pharmacy, his pupils dilated in shock. The dismembered remains of over a dozen zombies lay in a pool of blood. The man in the black trench coat was clearly not to be trifled with. One man and one dog in such a confined space had effortlessly slaughtered a horde of zombies. Though Sun E had not witnessed the massacre firsthand, he knew Jiang Heng was a formidable supernatural user. If a fight broke out, he would surely lose. It was best to feign weakness. Sun E's survival philosophy was to play the underling, to be utterly cautious and low-key. In this world, that was the only way for the weak to survive. "Then go get your medicine. Farewell," Jiang Heng said coldly, turning to leave. He and Era were about to board the RV. He had no grievance with this man, and they would likely never cross paths again. But Sun E stepped forward. "Brother, please wait." "What is it?" Jiang Heng did not turn around, only glancing sideways. Sun E gave a bitter smile. "Bro, you've stripped the pharmacy bare. Where am I supposed to get medicine? I'm in dire need of a box of aspirin and some silver sulfadiazine cream. Please have mercy." He bowed slightly, his eyes sincere. But Jiang Heng was not one to give things away for nothing. "Your business is none of mine." His tone was indifferent as he stepped forward. Sunny quickly said, "Don't go. He'll trade information for the medicine." He knew the ways of the apocalypse well. In this world, no one moved without profit. So he had prepared to barter. "What information?" Jiang Heng raised an eyebrow. Sun E stepped closer. "Big brother, I know this area like the back of my hand. Judging by your direction, you must be heading toward the building materials market outside Jobei Street, right? I can tell you about the surrounding situation." Jiang Heng thought it worth hearing. "Go ahead," he said calmly. Sun E was skilled at reading people. He saw immediately that Jiang Heng was interested, and the deal was as good as done. "Bro, the building materials market in the outskirts of Jobei Street has been taken over by a ruthless gang. I suggest you steer clear." With that, Sun E fell silent. Jiang Heng reached into his coat and pulled out a box of aspirin and several boxes of burn ointment, handing them over. Jiang Heng's stockpile was vast. These items were but a drop in the bucket. He did not consider it a loss to trade them for information. "Good, thanks." Sun Yi's eyes brightened as he eagerly took the medicine. Then he continued, I was part of a survivor squad. Every week my teammates and I would go out to scavenge supplies. Among my teammates were supernatural users, so ordinary zombies were no problem. But one time we ran into some of their people and were ambushed. Almost all my teammates died. Only one survived, crippled, now lying in my hideout. A burden, really. Sun Yi gave a bitter smile. They looted all our supplies and weapons. I barely escaped with my life. I can say they are more brutal than the zombies. To this day, I dare not set foot in that area. His expression was grave. Jiang Heng hesitated for a moment. How do I know you're telling the truth? Sun Yi lifted his shirt to reveal a bullet wound on his waist, grazing his kidney by a hair's breadth. A dangerously close call. The wound was still fresh with scabs starting to form, indicating it was less than a month old. They have a supernatural user who can paralyze you completely, leaving you immobile. Even a supernatural user would fall victim. I only managed to escape thanks to my teammates' desperate cover. A flicker of genuine hatred shone in Sun Yi's eyes. He loathed those people, but he had never thought of revenge. Not everyone was the protagonist of a story. Often one could only cling to life harboring hatred, barely surviving. Jiang Heng nodded. All right, you may go. Sun Yi packed the medicine into his bag and turned to leave. Thank you, brother, he said before departing. He walked away steadily, his steps betraying the experience of a seasoned survivor. Perhaps he would cross paths with this young man again. Then Jiang Heng returned to the RV, his expression solemn. It seems this building materials market is a perilous place. But I still have to go. He frowned slightly. Since he had come this far, he would not leave empty-handed. He would not be cowed when it came to supplies. He drove the RV onward, continuing his journey. 3 blocks away, Jiang Chen stepped off the RV with Era by his side. He placed his hand on the vehicle, and in an instant the entire steel fortress vanished into his system space. Such a massive vehicle was best hidden when not in use, lest it attract covetous eyes. Jiang Chen knew all too well how prized this RV was in the apocalypse. The area around the building materials factory might harbor more than one faction. It was wise to keep a card up his sleeve. With that, Jiang Chen and Era, 1 man and 1 dog, set off on foot toward the factory. Given his current combat prowess, even single-handedly wiping out a large squad of ability users shouldn't pose a problem if he remained cautious. Jiang Chen moved with the swiftness of the wind, weaving through the desolate, crumbling streets. The area now bore a heavy post-apocalyptic aesthetic. To conserve his and Era's stamina, he refrained from killing the zombies that loitered along the way. Instead, he leveraged the intimidating pressure of his zombie monarch ability, freezing them in place and preventing them from attacking. This allowed him to pass through safely while conserving his mental energy. More importantly, it kept his true power hidden from any survivors who might be secretly watching. Making the zombies openly slaughter each other would undoubtedly expose the nature of his ability. Soon Jiang Chen and Era arrived near the building materials factory. This was the outskirts of the city, a desolate and barren area. Before them stood a massive, sprawling complex covering 1,000 acres. It was a giant among factories with dedicated industrial zones for various materials, including a steel mill, a lumber yard, and a glass production facility, among countless other hardware and building material workshops. It was a comprehensive building materials megaplant. Before the apocalypse, it could house over 10,000 workers producing various hardware and construction supplies simultaneously. Due to the heavy pollution from its industrial processes, such a factory wasn't permitted within the city's inner districts. It had to be built in the desolate outskirts. Now a crude wall had been erected around the factory's perimeter, clearly built by its current occupants using whatever materials they could scavenge. However, without an architect among them, the wall was poorly constructed and looked flimsy. Jiang Chen doubted these walls could hold back the undead at all. A first-tier zombie could probably punch right through them. Such walls were merely a waste of materials. Era, circle around the side and scout the back of the factory. See how many people are inside. Jiang Chen commanded. Era grunted in acknowledgement, its blood-red body blurring into motion, a streak of crimson lightning. In a few swift strides it disappeared into a cloud of dust, charging toward the factory from the flank. Jiang Chen himself moved through the shadows of abandoned cars. Clad in a black bulletproof suit, he closed in quickly. He noticed the cars around here were stripped bare, nothing but burnt-out shells and frames. Inside these cars are compressors, engines. All raw materials for making kinetic weapons, he mused. That's why they had been gutted. Jiang Chen's gaze hardened. It was clear a group had indeed taken over this place. A few minutes later, he had a full view of the sprawling factory. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. He felt an unseen force press down upon him. He whipped his head forward. It felt as if his nervous system was being constricted, freezing him in place. An ability that disrupts neural signals. Jiang Chen's expression grew grim. It seemed he had found the ability users. He instantly activated his Overlord body ability, carefully suppressing its telltale glow. In a flash, his physical stats quintupled, reaching 365 points. What did that mean? At this level, the density of his triceps was like a hydraulic press capable of unleashing terrifying force. A third-tier mutant zombie had a physical stat of around 100. Jiang Chun could punch through 3.5 of them in one blow. Furthermore, Overlord body granted complete immunity to mental attacks, so he effortlessly negated the control. His body was his own again. But Jiang Chun pretended to stumble and fall, feigning paralysis. He wanted to lure them into a false sense of security. He focused his gaze forward and saw several figures emerge from behind the cars on the street. They walked out slowly. 3 men and 1 woman. "What do we do with him?" one of the men asked. "He's not carrying a backpack, no supplies on him." "There must be others behind him," the woman said. She wore camouflage, her muscles bulging, even more imposing than the men. It looked utterly incongruous with her face. "Killing him gets us nothing," she continued, her voice full of authority. "We use him as bait to lure out the other survivors and take them all at once." They were well fed and had supplies to last years. All of it looted from other survivors. They were old hands at this. The 3 men nodded in agreement and began to approach Jiang Chun. He lay on the ground, eyes narrowed, carefully sizing them up. He instantly scanned their information. The 3 men were ordinary survivors. But the woman was a second-tier evolver. Song Xiao, second-tier, evolver, physique, 26, spirit, 20, ability, neural blockade, crank. She can disrupt the electronic signals of the nervous system, causing full-body paralysis. No matter how strong a person who couldn't move was just a fish on the chopping block. Unfortunately for her, Jiang Chun's overlord body made him immune. The men approached him with a condescending air. "Wait, look at his build. He might be an evolver too. Just to be safe, put another shot in him to make sure he's out of commission," Song Xiao said coldly. She produced a dark, sleek gun and aimed it directly at Jiang Chun's chest. She fired. Swoosh. There was no gunshot. Instead, a syringe flew out. A tranquilizer dart. Jiang Chun sneered inwardly. Probably scavenged from a zoo. He let the dart hit his clothes. The needle pierced the fabric, but failed to break his skin by even a millimeter. His body was harder than iron. How could a tranquilizer dart harm him? From the outside, it looked like the dart had embedded itself. In reality, it was just caught in the thick layers of his clothing. The anesthetic in the syringe had been fully injected, soaking through the bulletproof vest. The needle had deftly avoided the steel plates within the vest, piercing the fabric of the coat, instead allowing it to embed itself successfully. It looked as though Jiang Heng had truly been shot. Even the heavens were aiding Jiang Heng. By feigning weakness, he could lull these men into complacency and be led straight into the tiger's den. This was far less risky than storming in from the front. Jiang Heng shuddered, then abruptly shut his eyes, pretending to be overwhelmed. "How that tranquilizer can take down a tiger. You're in for it now." Several men sneered, striding over to kick Jiang Heng, knocking the syringe away. They bound his hands with a rope coiled with steel wire. Then 3 of them hoisted him up and carried him towards a truck. "Damn, he's heavy," one of them blurted out in surprise. Jiang Heng's muscle density was far too high naturally, making him much heavier than the average person. "Are you that weak from too much self-indulgence?" Song Xiao stared at the man, her eyes filled with contempt. The man's face flushed with anger, but he dared not speak or show it. He couldn't defeat this woman, and his status within the organization was far lower than hers. He could only swallow his pride. Jiang Heng was thrown heavily onto the truck, which then drove towards the interior of the building materials factory. As they passed through the main gate, Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed sharply. He caught sight of a massive, blood-red dog crouched on the factory's roof beams, glaring hungrily at its surroundings. It had successfully taken a detour and reached the heart of the factory. With claws capable of scaling walls, it could move about as if no one was there. From its high vantage point, Era saw Jiang Heng bound and leaning against the truck. Fury blazed in its eyes, it bared its teeth, electric sparks crackling in its gaze, barely restraining itself from charging down to unleash carnage. Jiang Heng, however, just blinked, giving a subtle signal. He and Era were of one mind. Era instantly understood. The master had gotten himself captured on purpose. It suppressed its murderous intent and continued to lie in wait on the rooftop. It waited patiently for the moment Jiang Heng would command it to strike. The truck drove into the building. Splash! A bucket of water was suddenly dumped over Jiang Heng's head. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small, cramped room. A dim light cast a jaundiced glow. The air was thick with a pungent stench of blood that stung the nose. "Off, please. No." A woman's anguished screams echoed from the adjacent room. Jiang Heng's eyelids twitched. So he wasn't the only one brought here. The walls were adorned with a gruesome array of torture instruments, all stained with dried blood. Clearly they had seen frequent use. A gaunt man, almost skeletal, dragged over a stool and sat before Jiang Heng. A chilling smile was plastered on his face. Who are you people?" Jiang Heng feigned shock, his voice trembling with fear. Simultaneously, he covertly scanned the man's information. Suin, first order evolver, physique, 9 spirit, 10 ability, bone reversal, brink. He can turn a creature's bones and flesh inside out, inflicting extreme agony. This scrawny man's ability was certainly adept at torture. Jiang Heng's heart grew heavy. Suin wore a sinister grin, leaning in so close his pupils nearly touched Jiang Heng's. Any ordinary person subjected to such an oppressive posture would have been scared out of their wits. But Jiang Heng didn't even blink, staring right back at him. Suen showed no surprise in his eyes, merely letting out a soft chuckle. Before the torture began, everyone could pretend to be tough. But how long could they last? He was already looking forward to it. Suen slammed the door shut, then grabbed a fistful of Jiang Heng's hair, yanking his head back. You shouldn't have been in the area. You were just unlucky to have fallen into our hands. But don't worry, better luck next life. His voice dripped with amusement. You were out alone, so you're probably a survivor scavenging for supplies. But you didn't have a backpack, which means your supplies are with your companions. We brought you here for one simple reason: to extract information about your group and your organization. Cooperate and tell us where your teammates with the supplies are, and I can make your death quick and painless. Otherwise, you've seen the tools on the wall. I can keep you alive and entertained for weeks, savoring every moment. He licked his lips, a perverse glint flashing in his eyes. Don't think about lying. We know you have companions. As he spoke, Suen delivered a vicious slap to Jiang Heng's face. Start talking. To Jiang Heng, the slap felt like less than a gentle breeze. It couldn't even stir the slightest flicker of anger within him. The man was far too weak. Jiang Heng remained calm, silent, his eyes devoid of fear, instead harboring a slowly brewing murderous intent. Sigh. It seems I'll have to resort to more persuasive methods. Suen stood up, slowly shaking his head. Anticipation gleamed in his eyes. Yes, he loved torturing the living. It was a pleasure for him. A flash of white light crossed his vision. Crack, crack, crack. A bizarre sound erupted from within Jiang Heng's body. Yes, it was the bone reversal ability. A cacophony of crackling like firecrackers sounded from within Jiang Heng as bones ground against each other. Yet no bones burst forth from his flesh. Suen was bewildered. How was this possible? His ability had never failed before. Although he had held back to avoid killing Jiang Heng and losing the information, it should have been enough to flip a few of his ribs out. Jiang Heng merely furrowed his brow. This ability's power was far too feeble against him. With a physique surpassing 70, he could use his muscles to counteract the force of the bone reversal. In fact, even if he just stood there and let Suen try, the man couldn't harm a single hair on his head. You're even weaker than I thought. Jiang Heng suddenly stood up. Snap! Snap! The steel wire ropes binding his hands broke apart instantly. The stool toppled over. He advanced step by step. It was only now, standing up, that he realized how utterly small the man before him was. Suen's eyes were filled with utter shock. He instantly knew this was trouble, head bitten off more than he could chew. He opened his mouth to call for his comrades, but Jiang Heng had already struck. Thud! A devastating punch smashed into his mouth. Half of his lower jaw, along with the entire row of teeth, was sent flying. Flesh and muscle tore apart, exposing the raw tissue beneath. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. He let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. But with half his mouth missing, the sound was a gurgling, indistinct mess. Jiang Heng raised his hand, using his flame lightning to cauterize the wound, sealing the blood vessels to prevent him from bleeding out. Suen's eyes were filled with the terror of utter despair. He was dazed by the punch. Belatedly, he tried to scramble for the door to escape, but a bolt of lightning shot through, piercing both of his legs. Boom! A terrifying blast of scorching thunder, flashing with a fiery orange light, carved through Suen's legs like a long blade. Even the pain was swift, quick as lightning. His legs vaporized instantly. They turned into a puff of red mist rising into the air. The temperature of this glass flame thunder was so intense, it could vaporize flesh and blood directly. He crashed to the ground, his features twisted in agony. Aya! He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Meanwhile, outside, a group of people sat together. Hear that? That kid Suen, he's still as ruthless as ever. Headborn, a psychopath. Probably won't be long before that guy spills everything. The one sister song brought back this time. Just by looking at his muscle tone, you can tell he's been eating well. His companions must have plenty of supplies. Once we grab his buddy stuff to our base's stockpile, we'll be just about full. We can take it easy for a few years and enjoy ourselves. The group chatted and laughed, utterly unaware that the one screaming right now was Suen himself. Man, the leader's got a real head on his shoulders. Others hoard grain, we hoard guns. Everyone else is just our pantry. Plundering survivors to stock up this fast, isn't it way quicker than scavenging around like fools? Inside the room, Jiang Heng grabbed Suen by the hair, lifting him up like a helpless chick. This scrawny man, who once delighted in tormenting others, now found himself in the same predicament. He was utterly pathetic, his eyes blazing with sheer terror, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Heng set him down on the chair he had been sitting in. The tables had turned far too quickly. Now I have some questions for you, Jiang Heng said coldly. Half of Suen's jaw had been smashed off by a single punch, his tongue severed. He couldn't speak at all, now only able to nod in sheer fright. He never dreamed this lone young man could be so merciless. He had to be at least a second-tier evolved human in physical prowess. He regretted locking the door so tightly. How many people does your base have? Jiang Heng's face was calm as he stared at him. Suen's expression soured, and he quickly gestured with his hands. 67. That number was indeed a bit high. A flicker of caution crossed Jiang Heng's eyes. How many ability users? Su-In's consciousness was starting to blur from the pain. He lowered his head to think for a moment. Jiang Heng struck immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A razor blade shot out from his sleeve, piercing straight through one of Su-In's eyeballs. Don't you hesitate. They'll think you're making it up on the spot. Jiang Heng sneered. Su-In let out another squeal like a pig being slaughtered, trembling like a leaf in a storm. Ugh, ugh. He whimpered, signaling he would cooperate. This is way too damn cruel. How is this guy even more brutal at torture than me? He quickly signed with his hands. 6. Counting himself, 6 ability users. Jiang Heng stroked his chin, his face growing grim. A few drops of Su-In's blood splattered onto Jiang Heng's face, making him look somewhat terrifying in that moment. That's about enough. Jiang Heng slowly rose to his feet. In your state, even if I asked for more details, you couldn't answer anyway. He looked down at him from above. Su-In's jaw was already shattered, leaving him unable to speak. Detailed intel was out of the question. He couldn't provide it. There was only one option left: kill him. A chilling, murderous intent gleamed in Jiang Heng's dark eyes. Su-In's face went pale, realizing he had outlived his usefulness and was about to be put down. A desperate final flash of defiance sparked in his remaining eye. He would go down fighting. He immediately unleashed his bone reversal ability at full power. But Jiang Heng was faster. He delivered a flying kick. Thud! Su-In's last-ditch ability never even got the chance to manifest. His head exploded into a pulp of flesh, splattering against the wall, clean and swift. Killed by a single kick. His body crumpled into a pool of blood, dying a miserable death. Jiang Heng performed an extraction on the corpse. Extraction successful. Ability acquired: bone reversal brink. Jiang Heng immediately fused this ability with his skin ossification. Fusion successful. Bone twister rank. Your will can now influence the bones of living beings, causing them to twist, flip, snap, shift, or even detach from the body. Though the defensive properties of skin ossification were lost in the fusion, this new power was more than formidable enough. Jiang Heng's telekinesis had one major flaw: it couldn't control living creatures. But now with the ability to manipulate bones, it was practically equivalent to controlling living beings altogether. After all, the savage creatures of this apocalypse were all vertebrates with skeletons. Jiang Heng patted the blood off his clothes and gazed outside. The screams of the woman in the next room had gradually faded. She had likely met a grim fate, killed already. This place was indeed dangerous. Jiang Heng cracked his neck and stretched his body. Crack, crack. His flesh writhed internally, and finally a blood-formed humanoid figure peeled away from his body. This was a clone formed through flesh division. There were too many ability users and survivors in this place. Jiang Heng didn't want to get caught off guard, so he chose to send the clone out to fight first. He took out a black trench coat and draped it over the clone. Then he retrieved the ancient relic blade and strapped it to the clone's back. He also pulled several more blades from his system space and handed them to the clone. With a calm gaze, Jiang Heng issued a mental command. Without a word, the clone grabbed the blades and charged outside. Jiang Heng himself sat down on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. From outside, off. W8 he's. Shocked screams and cries erupted one after another. Then gunfire rang out in rapid succession. Off. Help. Where's Su-In? Su-In, damn it, this guy's too strong. Our bullets aren't even working. The group fired wildly, only to find they couldn't even hit the figure. Jiang Heng's clone moved like a shadow, a living arrow darting through the entire factory floor. The moment he activated his overlord body ability, a blinding white light exploded across everyone's vision. It paralyzed them for a full 5 seconds. Jiang Heng's mental power was far stronger than before. The dazzling flash from activating overlord body now blinded his enemies for much longer. This building materials factory held dozens of people, all hardened survivors who had taken lives, all battle-hardened elites. Yet facing Jiang Heng's clone, they felt utterly powerless. One man alone was effortlessly crushing dozens. The clone's movements were so fast they were nearly impossible to track. Even though their barrage of fire was dense enough to land a few hits here and there, Jiang Heng's physique was so tough that even high-powered rifle rounds could barely penetrate his flesh. Combined with the 5-second paralysis, countless bodies fell into pools of blood. The doppelganger manipulated several long blades, suspending them midair, dancing wildly, at its will, soaring and roaming about, reaping lives. Flaming thunder flickered, coursing along the ceiling and ground, its electric arcs shattering the light bulbs and melting the guns in people's hands into pools of red-hot liquid. Pandemonium erupted outside instantly. The husky perched on the rafters witnessed the scene, and a sharp glint flashed in its eyes. The master has finally made his move. A crimson light brimming with excitement flickered in the husky's gaze. It leaped down from its high perch, landing squarely in the fray, and joined the slaughter. The husky moved with incredible speed, transforming into a storm of blood-red fury that swept through the entire factory. In a mere moment, over a dozen people were torn into mangled corpses. Limbs and blood sprayed forth, staining nearly the whole building a ghastly crimson. It had to be said the fresh, bloody flesh of humans was far more delicious than the rotten meat of zombies. Though the husky wouldn't swallow its lethal fangs, always managed to taste the blood as it killed. It was an evolution of a carnivore, and it retained that primal craving for meat. It quickly became drenched in blood, its canine face smeared with gore and shredded flesh with strings of meat stuck between its teeth, making it look like a ferocious hellhound. It appeared even more sinister than a zombie dog. "Chief, quickly report to the chief. Chief, please act now." The crowd screamed in terror, but they soon fell one by one. The leader of this building material factory was at that moment entangled with a woman in the innermost room. He was a burly man, and upon seeing the chaos outside, he was jolted violently from his reverie. He hastily threw on his coat, his face ashen, as he stepped out of the room. The scene that met his eyes was one of utter devastation. Jiang Heng's slaughter was brutal. His men had suffered catastrophic casualties. "Damn it! Stop!" he shouted, raising his hand and stepping forward. In that instant, a complex pattern flickered in his eyes, an ability seemingly related to thought manipulation which he used in an attempt to influence Jiang Heng's doppelganger. However, while the doppelganger possessed a semblance of autonomy, that consciousness was forcibly imposed by Jiang Heng, existing without a physical form. Thus, thought-manipulating abilities were useless against the doppelganger. Schluck! The next moment, a long blade swept through the air, cleanly severing the leader's neck. Before the apocalypse, he had been a local tyrant. After the apocalypse, he had successfully taken over this factory, living a life of luxury. He had amassed a vast hoard of supplies by plundering and murdering other survivors. He thought he would live a life of ease forever. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would die so swiftly. I died just like that. He gasped, his mind reeling with shock. Even in his final moments, his eyes held an expression of utter disbelief. His head hit the ground, his eyes unable to blink as he breathed his last. He couldn't even fathom that he was killed by a mere doppelganger. The real Jiang Heng hadn't even spared him a glance. At this moment, the main body of Jiang Heng was sitting in a room, lighting a cigarette. He took a deep drag. He was simply too powerful, possessing multiple abilities. The people in this factory, though vicious and ruthless, were just not strong enough. So they could only die. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones tearing echoed from outside. Jiang Heng's doppelganger directly activated the bone twister ability, twisting and snapping the bones of several nearby people, turning them into bone spurs that pierced their own bodies. Those people instantly became human pincushions. Jiang Heng himself walked out of the torture room, coldly observing the massacre carried out by his doppelganger and the husky. One man and one dog threw the entire factory into chaos. Everywhere was blood and dismembered limbs. Some, even in death, had expressions of shock frozen on their faces. They could never have dreamed that one person, just one person plus a dog, could slaughter their way through their entire sanctuary. Jiang Heng felt no pity for these people. In the apocalypse, they acted without restraint, killing and plundering, even torturing people to death. They were more cruel than monsters. Even the black-thorn behemoth killed with swift efficiency. But these humans were even more vicious towards their own kind. It had to be admitted that among all creatures on Blue Star, none could match the cruelty of humans. These wretches deserved their fate. Jiang Heng walked towards the adjacent room. He then discovered that besides the torture chamber, there were several other cells nearby. Inside lay the corpses of several innocent women, all tortured and brutalized, their bodies a horrific sight. The bloodied, mangled flesh pained even Jiang Heng. Though he didn't have the same anatomy, the visual impact of such mutilation was overwhelming. A man stood trembling in a cell. He was covered in blood, and a puddle of yellow urine formed at his feet, having wet his pants in fear. He was one of the factory's torture specialists, responsible for interrogating lone survivors and forcing them to reveal the whereabouts of their companions. Then others would be dispatched to hunt down those survivors. It was a systematic operation. Having started by looting far and wide, the factory was stocked with an abundance of supplies, filling several warehouses. This man's role was similar to Suan's. He had been reveling in the pleasure of torture moments before, but then from the next cell a war god had burst forth, routing his comrades. Multiple abilities were being used simultaneously: flaming thunderbone, twisting, and telekinesis. Even bullets couldn't find their mark. Indeed, Jiang Heng's spiritual attribute had reached an extremely high level. He could even intercept bullets midair with his telekinesis. His growth was rapid. So now this man was cowering in the cell, not daring to move a muscle. When he saw a man clad in black enter the room, his gaze froze. It was Jiang Heng himself. You. He looked from Jiang Heng to the doppelganger still fighting in the main hall, his eyes filled with extreme shock. How could there be two identical people? He trembled, stepping back step by step. But the cell was cramped. Oh, where could he flee? You must have taken great pleasure in torturing others. Jiang Heng's gaze was calm, but he advanced relentlessly. Simultaneously, he activated his true sight ability to scan the man's information. Tan Chongxiong, survivor, physique 8, spirit 6, an ordinary person with no abilities. but you probably never imagined you'd end up in such a situation yourself. Jiang Heng's voice was icy cold. He acted without further ado. Crack, crack, crack. Dozens of torture instruments of various shapes hanging on the walls all levitated into the air. They flew towards the man, turning his own tools against him. An eye for an eye. For this man to be personally handled by Jiang Heng himself was simply the pinnacle of bad luck. His face a mask of terror, he drew a pistol from his waist and aimed it at Jiang Heng. But as he pulled the trigger, he found the gun barrel twisting against his will. It turned to aim directly at his own stomach. Bang! The shot pierced his abdomen. Blood soaked his clothes, and an excruciating pain tore through him. Dozens of torture instruments all fell upon Tan Chongxiang. Some gouged out eyes, some scraped off skin, some pierced into flesh. All were activated simultaneously. In that moment, Tan Chongxiang felt a piercing agony that pierced his very heart, the same agony he had inflicted upon others. Blood spurted into the air with a sickening squelch. The man flailed wildly like a chicken in its death throes. In this apocalypse I've witnessed far too much bloodshed. I feel my own heart growing twisted. It's perfect that I can use you to vent and ensure my own mental well-being. Thank you for that. Jiang Heng flashed a harmless, innocent smile, but in Tan Chongxiang's eyes it was utterly terrifying. No one in this place was innocent. Finally, Tan Chongxiang collapsed into a pool of blood, his body a ruin of torn flesh. He was tortured for dozens of seconds before death finally claimed him. Jiang Heng then cast his gaze upon the figures on the ground. The women Tan Chongxiang had tormented. They were not yet completely dead, clinging to their last breath, gasping weakly. They were a bloody mess, enduring unimaginable pain. Please, kill me. One woman begged with a voice as faint as a whisper. At this point, death was indeed the only release. Jiang Heng checked her information. No special ability, only a name. A beautiful name. Lu Qingrong. Jiang Heng's zombie sovereign ability could only heal himself. Only Li Meng's ability could heal others. He sighed and acted. The ancient relic blade on his back flew out at his will, transforming into a streak of pitch-black light that pierced the hearts of the pitiful women with precision and swiftness. He granted them a dignified death. In their final moment, a flicker of relief shone in their eyes. Having witnessed their tormentor's demise, their inner rage was quenched, and they passed away peacefully. Jiang Heng let out a soft sigh, turned, and walked out of the prison cell. Looking outside, he saw blood splattered across the walls and ceiling. Flame thunder had smashed machinery and scorched corpses, leaving a scene of utter devastation. The husky, drenched in blood, slowly walked towards him. The clone had already sheathed its blade and was looking at him. All dead. Woof! The husky barked in response. Jiang Heng nodded, inwardly impressed by its efficiency. Unfortunately, this place was remote with few zombies nearby. Otherwise, he could have used his zombie sovereign ability to command a horde to storm the place, which would have been far more convenient. Jiang Heng surveyed the area and walked straight to the building materials warehouse. He collected everything there. There were over hundreds of tons of steel-tempered glass, timber, composite panels, and rebar. The sheer volume filled the entire factory floor. It would take several truckloads to transport. With this much material, he could build several villas. Before the apocalypse, these materials would have been worth over 100 million. Though they were just common building supplies, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Jiang Heng stored it all into his system space. The space was instantly filled, bringing a sense of satisfaction. He then walked to a corner of the factory. His pupils narrowed slightly. He suddenly discovered an extremely strange object, a massive pitch-black steel cube. Each of its sides was 5 meters long, giving it a volume of 125 cubic meters. The steel gleamed with a polished luster. So this factory is called the Steel Cube Building Materials Factory. This giant steel cube is probably its centerpiece, a testament to its manufacturing prowess. It's likely used to showcase the factory's advanced processing technology, attracting investors and buyers. The technology required to machine such a massive steel cube perfectly was indeed state-of-the-art. Jiang Heng directly stored this giant cube into his system space. The weight of this steel was terrifying. It was made of Hastel's C276, a highly corrosion-resistant special steel, a polymer material with an additional anti-corrosion coating. With its 125 cubic meter volume, its weight reached a staggering 981.25 tons. What would happen if I dropped this steel block from my system space onto one of those enormous monsters? Could it crush them into a pulp? A bold idea took shape in Jiang Heng's mind. He stored the steel cube in his system space for future emergencies. Fortunately, the system space's capacity was based on volume, not weight. He then went through every warehouse and room, looting them clean until nothing was left. Jiang Heng took a deep breath, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Finally, the looting was done. These materials should be enough for the prison's expansion. He walked over to the factory's steel smelting furnace, woodworking equipment, and glassmaking area. These massive machines could all be brought back to the prison. With them, the construction of his base would be even smoother. Before packing them all, he decided to extract them one by one. First, he extracted the steel smelting furnace. Extract Steel Smelter Ability Flame Thunder S Rank Upgrade. Scorching Thunder S Rank can condense fiery lightning from thin air shining with a brilliant gold and can be freely shaped into solid forms. Maximum temperature reaches 3,000 degrees Celsius. Jiang Heng raised his hand and clenched his fist. Boom. In an instant, a brilliant bolt of lightning crackled in his palm, unleashing a terrifying thunderstorm. This lightning was no longer rearranged, but a dazzling golden radiance. It was like the initial flash of lightning on a rainy night, the purest point of gold. This was nearly the highest temperature a mortal ability user could achieve. 3,000 degrees was almost half the temperature of the sun's surface. No natural creature on Blue Star could withstand such heat. Double it, and you'd have the sun itself. The air around the lightning rolled with waves of heat, forming twisted worm-like patterns. A single glance felt like it could sear and scorch one's eyes. The chaotic, irregular lightning bolts crackled as electric arcs dancing and flickering in the surrounding air. With a mere thought from Jiang Heng, boom. The golden lightning left his palm and coalesced into a brilliant sword blade hovering beside him. The lightning sword had no hilt. It was a pure blade of thunder with arcs of electricity surging within. The original flame thunder could only exist in the form of electric arcs. But now the evolved scorching thunder could be freely condensed, even shaped into a sword with even greater power. After evolution, not only had its power increased, but its controllability had also improved dramatically. Jiang Heng commanded this golden lightning sword to hover by his side. With a flicker of thought swish, the lightning shot forward, wrapped in violent currents piercing through the factory's ceiling in an instant, leaving a trail of golden light in the air. The roof panels there were directly melted, sublimated, and vaporized. The lightning then exploded in the sky, scattering like fading fireworks. No wonder it's an S-rank ability after an evolution. The power is devastating. Jiang Heng felt a surge of ecstasy at the sheer destructive force. He then proceeded to extract the glass-making furnace, the woodworking machines, and all other mechanical devices in the factory. His formidable combat strength had secured this place, and everything within it now belonged to him. Naturally, he could extract it all. Extraction successful. Glass smelting plant, wood processing machine, steel forging machine, steel bar rolling machine, pressing machine, brick molding machine, blueprint processing machine. All equipment upgraded. New type glass smelting plant, intelligent wood processing machine, full-featured hydraulic steel forging machine, automatic steel bar rolling machine, energy-saving pressing machine, quadruple brick molding machine. In the next instant, all these mechanical devices changed their appearance. They became much more advanced. The sizes of the hydraulic machines, forging die, steel bar casting equipment, brick molding machine, and other devices had shrunk somewhat, but they were more refined. After the upgrade, everything, from efficiency to material conversion rate after processing, as well as power consumption conversion rate and yield rate, had evolved. Jiang Heng's expression turned solemn as he examined these items several times. He idly tapped them with his hand, producing the sound of solid steel, and the material felt cool and smooth to the touch, as if it were not steel from launching. After the upgrade, these machines were probably all uniformly made of extremely high-strength nickel alloy, which after the strength enhancement would not easily overheat. Jiang Heng nodded to himself. He would bring these things back to the base and install them later. His base would then become a processing plant. It would have farmland for cultivation, strong defenses, and even various large-scale mechanical processing equipment, allowing him to modify and forge weapons at any time. By then, Amma Mountain Prison would become a fully capable survivor base. It might even surpass the official shelter bases. Jiang Heng absolutely would not allow the destruction of the North City shelter to happen again, so he had to make more thorough preparations in advance. Jiang Heng stored all these items into the system space. TSK. Many things only look big, but they have many voids inside, so they take up much less space in the system space. All these supplies only occupy a few tens of thousands of cubic meters. Jiang Heng slowly shook his head. There was still so much space left. It seemed he needed to speed up the pace of collecting supplies. Then he walked to the warehouse and took all the supplies that this evil force had gathered over the days into his possession. It was almost equivalent to the supplies of a large supermarket. Era followed behind Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng waved his hand, dissolving the clone into blood and retracting it back into his body. All the people here had been killed, so there was no need to maintain it. Jiang Heng glanced at the corpses in the factory, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. There are a few ability users here, let me extract them. Jiang Heng directly used his telekinesis ability to drag the corpses over, eventually piling them into a mountain. Limbs rolled down, blood and brains splattered across the ground. These were all humans, but after death they were no different from zombies. Jiang Heng directly used his true sight ability to scan them one by one. Eventually he found 4 ability user corpses. He scanned their abilities one by one. Mind implantation drank. You can briefly influence others' thoughts and implant a conscious command. The duration and intensity increase with the gap in mental strength. The higher your mental strength and the lower the targets, the stronger the effect. If the gap is huge, such as 100 points of mental strength, you can even change their subconscious mind. This ability was quite good. It could directly implant thought commands. If the mental strength gap was overwhelming, it could even directly alter the subconscious. What did altering the subconscious mean? It meant Jiang Heng could directly implant the concept of life is unimportant into his mind and drive him to commit suicide. That was the most powerful use of this ability. However, Jiang Heng's mental strength was still far from 100. Jiang Heng directly extracted this ability. Extraction successful. Obtained ability mind implantation drank. A flash of white light passed through Jiang Heng's eyes as he took a deep breath. Then Jiang Heng looked at the remaining corpses. Their abilities were not as novel as this one. One of them was Eye Overload drank. After using it, one could instantly gain extremely fast visual reaction speed, even able to see the trajectory of a bullet. However, it did not provide the corresponding speed to the body. That meant even if you could see the bullet coming, you could only watch helplessly as it hit you and died. So this ability user had been killed instantly by the clone before death. Jiang Heng wanted to extract it, but his slots were full. All 8 ability slots were occupied. Then he'll extract it and fuse it with overwhelming burst. Jiang Heng said, both were abilities that temporarily enhanced performance, so they were quite compatible. Extraction and fusion successful. Swift Thought Iron Body Crank. You can boost your physical strength to 5 times normal for a longer duration, during which you can resist low-level mental attacks and virus attacks. And during the duration, your thought response speed is doubled. The flash effect of the burst body was gone. In fact, it had fused with Eye Overload. Originally, it only overloaded the speed of the eyes, but after merging with the thought flash, it became an enhancement of thought response speed. Now with both physical enhancement and thought speed enhancement, the effect was much stronger. Jiang Heng looked at the last 2 corpses. One of the abilities made his eyes light up. Optical Illusion rank. You can use the principle of light refraction to create an illusion clone that mimics your movements, exactly attracting the enemy's attention. This ability was only a rank because its effect was actually quite useless. The optical clone could hardly attract zombies. Zombies perceive humans through smell, hearing, and some strong light. Although sufficiently bright things could also attract zombies, compared to a living human, the attraction was not that strong. An optical refraction clone without substance could hardly fully divert the attention of zombies. It could only attract the attention of humans or other creatures. So this ability was not very practical in this zombie-infested world. But for Jiang Heng, it was extremely suitable. Both were clones. Jiang Heng had a blood split ability. It could fuse with this optical clone, and they would definitely be extremely compatible, with the effect likely to be greatly enhanced. Jiang Heng proceeded to fuse them. Fusion successful. Light Shadow Clone rank. Condense light particles into a flesh and blood entity to form a clone. This clone possesses 100 of your physical strength and mental strength attributes, inherits all abilities and skills. As long as mental strength is sufficient, the duration is unlimited, and after the clone dies, the body does not disappear, which can confuse the enemy. This Light Shadow clone had a much stronger effect. It no longer required splitting blood cells from the body, saving a lot of trouble. It directly condensed the surrounding light into a clone. It looked lifelike, almost identical to the blood split. Jiang Heng was very satisfied. He raised his hand and dissolved the clone. The last ability user corpse had a rather useless ability. It was an ability to block pain. Pain Numbness rank. This ability can disintegrate all pain nerves in the body, allowing you to ignore pain. Jiang Heng did not want to extract this ability. Pain is the most basic instinct of a living being. Without pain, you would lose perception of your body's condition. Unable to perceive pain. Some infants are born with this condition. Unknowingly, they gnaw their own fingers to a bloody pulp, or even bite through their tongues and suffocate to death. Without the sense of pain, such are the consequences. Without pain, one might be infected by viruses, or even contract cancer without noticing the body's distress signals, ultimately dying a miserable death. Thus, Jiang Heng would never extract this ability. It was undoubtedly a trap ability. Whoever extracted it would suffer. Jiang Heng checked his own information. Jiang Heng, 3rd Order Evolver. Physique 72. Mind 42. Talents Infinite Extraction, True Sight, Divine Choice, Death Compensation. Abilities Time Stop Strength, Scorching Thunder Strength, Zombie Sovereign Strength, Telekinesis, a rank Bone Twister, a rank Light Shadow Clone, a rank Swift Mind, Iron Body Crank, Thought Implantation Drake. Skills Gun God Elite, Zombie Perception Parkour, Master Hand of Fate, Zombie Virus Immunity, Galeblade. 3 Strength Abilities. It could only be described as invincible. Feeling the overwhelming power, Jiang Heng smiled faintly to himself. The trip was well worth it. The gains were substantial. However, as he surveyed the corpses on the ground, his expression darkened. He cracked his knuckles, his face turning grim. Suin said before he died that counting him, there were 6 ability users here. Jiang Heng knew the man wasn't lying. Under those circumstances, he had been utterly terrified. If he had dared to lie and been caught, he would have faced even more horrific torture. Moreover, under such excruciating pain, he wouldn't have had the wits to fabricate a convincing lie that could pass as the truth. One could tell from his eyes that he wasn't lying. Even if he was, the probability was very low. But with 4 bodies here plus Sue, and that's only 5. One ability user remained unkilled. Suddenly Jiang Heng's eyes sharpened. Song Xiao, that muscular woman who had kidnapped him, her ability was nerve paralysis. Her corpse wasn't here. Neither his clone nor Era had seen her. Since I've wiped out this organization, I can't leave any survivors. I must kill them all. Otherwise, what if she comes seeking revenge? Jiang Heng stared at the ground, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. He was a man who, once he acted, left no loose ends. Jiang Heng raised his hand, unleashing a golden scorching thunder that exploded outward. The lightning surged into the pile of corpses. It ignited all the remains, and a roaring blaze rose, waves of heat billowing. Soon the bodies were burned to ash. If left untreated, these corpses would breed massive amounts of viruses and bacteria, potentially spawning even more horrifying mutant monsters. Under the influence of the Doomsday virus, anything was possible. Jiang Heng had no intention of personally creating a monster. So every time he killed a large number of zombies or humans, he would burn them, all properly disposing of the bodies. Flames shot into the sky, eradicating the remains. However, this steel cube building materials factory was extremely sturdy and didn't catch fire immediately. After all, it was a large factory with comprehensive fire prevention equipment and facilities. All construction materials were fireproof. The flames from burning corpses alone weren't enough to cause a major conflagration here. Unless Jiang Heng attacked directly with scorching thunder. Jiang Heng turned and left the building. He needed to find Song Xiao and kill her. It was a simple matter, she couldn't have gone far. With Era's sense of smell, he would definitely find her. Era, find that woman. Jiang Heng commanded. She was probably still with her squad. Era understood immediately, its nose twitching as it sniffed the ground. Fresh truck tire tracks were visible on the ground. Did Song Xiao drop me off, then turn back and take her team out to search for other survivors again? Jiang Heng made a rough guess. He followed the tire tracks, chasing after them with Era. Jiang Heng and Era rushed towards the city. The truck's tire tracks were clearly visible on the dirt roads of the suburbs. But once they reached the urban area and hit the asphalt roads, all traces vanished. They could only rely on Era's sense of smell. Fortunately, after multiple mutations, Era's canine nose was incredibly acute. It could distinguish between the scent of zombies and humans from several kilometers away. With agile strides, it led Jiang Heng through the streets. Along the way, the scattered zombies all abruptly turned their heads, staring at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng carried the scent of fresh human flesh. The stronger a person was, the more they attracted zombies. Because strength meant higher hormone levels, higher adrenaline, and higher testosterone. All these emitted strong odors. To a zombie's sense of smell, this was extremely sensitive. So here's a piece of trivia. Women on their period were more likely to attract zombies. This wasn't just because of the smell of blood, but also because they emitted an intensely strong scent of hormones at that time. Fortunately, Jiang Heng wasn't a woman, so he didn't have that issue. Jiang Heng didn't even bother to glance at these zombies. What was Jiang Heng's status now? Zombie sovereign. He simply shot them a glare. A terrifying, genetically ingrained aura of dominance spread through the street. All the zombies trembled as if nailed to the spot, not daring to even look at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng followed Era, chasing for 3 streets. The setting sun was dim. The streets were a mess, the gutters filled with rotting water and dismembered limbs. The buildings along the street all showed varying degrees of corrosion, a testament to the frequent acid rain. Era's paws had evolved a thick layer of calluses able to resist the corrosive substances left on the ground. Jiang Heng and Era continued their pursuit. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's expression turned stern. He spotted a green cargo truck driving towards them from the distance. That green truck was Song Xiao's squad vehicle. At this moment, the truck was on its return trip. A man was tied to the back of the vehicle. Jiang Heng squinted. His mental strength was extremely high, so his eyesight was far superior to that of an average evolver. It was almost like a telescope. Even things hundreds of meters away, Jiang Heng could see with perfect clarity. Jiang Heng turned and leaned against the wall of an alley, pulling Era in with him, and crouched in hiding. He waited for the truck to arrive. This was the only road back to the building materials factory. Song Xiao sat inside the truck, puffing on a large cigarette. She had no idea that her base had already been completely wiped out. The sound of the engine grew closer. Jiang Heng's breathing was steady. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of mutated zombies behind him. In the alley, 2 mutated zombies were indeed walking towards him. Elite zombie perception allowed him to detect mutants in advance. Jiang Heng remained calm, not moving a muscle. Golden light flickered in his eyes. Zombie sovereign ability activated. The 2 mutated zombies trembled violently, becoming his subordinates. He'll use the zombies to kill them. Jiang Heng thought coldly. The 2 zombies lunged forward. One was a first-order mutant, the other a second-order mutant. Their bodies were hideous, covered in rippling muscle fibers. The virus thrived within them, strengthening their muscle tissue. They charged at the truck from the side. Boom. The truck driven by Song Xiao's squad was violently rammed by two mutated zombies that suddenly burst out from a narrow alley. The zombies, adopting a posture like a mountain-crushing charge, slammed their shoulders and hardened elbows into the vehicle. The physical prowess of the mutated zombies was extraordinarily formidable. Although this collision was not enough to completely shatter the truck's sturdy steel frame, it could certainly cause deformation. A deafening crash echoed from the truck. The iron door was dented and the man in the driver's seat was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. The deployed airbag further wedged his head against the collapsed iron door, the sharp edges of the metal cleaving his face in two. He died on the spot, his face a gory mess. He didn't even let out a scream. Only a muffled groan before he was gone. The physical strength of the two mutated zombies was terrifying. The vehicle veered off course and rolled violently, sparks scraping against the ground. On the diagonal side of the truck, two tires were crushed and deformed, bursting instantly. All the zombies in the surrounding streets heard the tremendous noise and began to converge. Inside the vehicle, Song Xiao's face darkened. She never expected to fall into such an ambush. She kicked open the door. She dragged her last two surviving companions out of the vehicle. As they crawled out, the first thing they saw were the two mutated zombies. And beyond them, more zombies from the surrounding streets were sprinting toward them, encircling them completely. These zombies had scorching golden patterns in their eyes, and their movements were incredibly swift, as if directed by some unseen commander. They were not scattered, but gathered like an army. Ordinary zombies never gave such an impression. A flicker of fear arose in Song Xiao's heart. Damn it, mutants. She immediately drew her rifle, her bulging biceps so massive that even men would be envious. Such muscular development indicated she had been training rigorously long before the apocalypse. Her two companions also drew their guns and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Muzzle flashes burst forth and the terrifying gunfire echoed through the streets. Ordinary zombies fell one after another. The first-tier mutant was also severely wounded. But the second-tier mutated zombie's skin was exceptionally peculiar. It had evolved a bone-like outer dermis. The bullets could barely crack this shell, failing to completely destroy the internal tissues. So although it was bleeding profusely from many wounds, this second-tier mutant still retained its mobility. It let out a hoarse howl and lunged forward with a speed that made it nearly impossible to aim. With a sickening crunch, it bit through one man's neck, blood filling its mouth. With its other hand, it snapped the spine of the other man. Their guns were sent flying along with them. In an instant, two people were dead. Damn it! A second-tier mutant. Song Xiao's eyes widened in shock as she tried to activate her ability. However, her nerve paralysis ability was most effective only against living organisms. Zombies were dead creatures, their neural pathways were driven by the virus. So her ability had little effect. Even when she exerted all her strength, it only briefly paralyzed the zombie for a mere instant, barely enough to make it shudder. The next moment, the zombie recovered and charged toward her. Her face pale with terror, she turned to flee. But how could her legs match the speed of a second-tier mutant? Though she was also a second-tier evolutionist, the physical prowess of a human of the same tier was unquestionably crushed by that of a zombie. No matter how much she trained her leg muscles, she could never surpass a zombie. The second-tier zombie leaped a full 8 or 9 meters in one bound, landing directly above her and swiping down with its claws. With a wet thud, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her spine cracking. Her back was a bloody mess, bone fragments and blood splattering. The torn muscle fibers of her back were clearly exposed. Such severe injuries left her incapacitated. Her pupils trembling, she collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The ordinary zombies on the street gradually converged, encircling her. The thick stench of decay and the roaring of the surrounding horde filled her with dread. At that moment, a flash of lightning suddenly streaked from the roadside. It slashed directly toward her legs. In an instant, her legs were completely charred. Trapped in the zombie horde, she was now crippled. She knew she was doomed. She closed her eyes, waiting for death. But after several seconds, no zombie came to take the first bite. Confused, she opened her eyes. A young man in black clothing crossed the horde and stood before her. Beside him stood a majestic blood-red wolf. Jiang Heng lit a cigarette and gazed down at her. This woman was the last survivor of the Steel Cube building materials manufacturing factory. You. It's you. Her face was a mask of utter shock and disbelief. She had clearly tied Jiang Heng up at the base. How could he be here now? And he seemed completely unharmed. Could he have broken through the siege of so many people from her base without a scratch? No way. Her teeth chattered as she prayed she was mistaken. So how does it feel to face death? Jiang Heng exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking slowly. There was no murderous intent or hatred in his eyes, only indifference. As if he were facing an ant. Despair filled Song Xiao's eyes. How did you survive? She knew all too well how cruel Su-An's torture methods were. None of the survivors she had sent back to the base had ever lived. Except for those who joined willingly. Killed them all, Jiang Heng said flatly. Killed them all. Song Xiao's eyes trembled. You killed everyone in the base and escaped. No. Impossible. There were so many ability users in my base. Impossible, impossible. Her lips quivered, her face pale, refusing to believe the outcome. Or rather, she couldn't bear to believe it. Because it was too despairing. One person annihilating a fully armed survivor base of nearly 70 people. What did that mean? Was Jiang Heng's power equivalent to an entire army? Then how had she captured him so easily before? Could it be that he had done it on purpose? That meant she had personally delivered her own base to destruction. You don't know how many innocent survivors were tortured to death in your base. So killing them gave me no burden at all. You die too. Jiang Heng took a deep drag of his cigarette, then turned and left with Era. Only Song Xiao remained lying amidst the zombie horde. Her pupils were vacant. Why didn't the zombies attack him, but only her? She wanted to scream hysterically. But the next instant countless zombies swarmed over her, tearing at her flesh. It was as if she were crushed under countless mountains. Song Xiao felt a heart-wrenching pain. She stretched out a hand, crying out in despair, toward Jiang Chun. Don't go, she begged. But Jiang Chun had already turned his back and walked away. Despair flooded her eyes. Just as she was about to close them, she saw Jiang Chun walking back. A flicker of impossible hope ignited in her eyes, yearning for a twist of fate. She knew Jiang Chun had no reason to save her, but her desperate craving for life had overwhelmed her reason. She saw him as a savior and forced a bitter smile, as if he were her ally. Save me. Quick. However, Jiang Chun merely stared down at her and muttered to himself. Almost forgot to extract. As soon as he said this, the second-tier mutant zombie smashed its fist directly onto her skull. She burst open, instantly splattering into a pile of brain matter. Jiang Chun performed an extraction on the corpse. Extraction successful. Jiang Chun's ability slots were now full, and he needed to fuse abilities to extract new ones. So Jiang Chun directly fused her ability with his mind implantation. Fusion successful. Absolute command. Brink. Your will can resonate with a creature's nervous system or thoughts, issuing absolute commands. The greater the gap between the target's mental strength and yours, the stronger the effect. Song Xiao's ability was a nervous system type, highly compatible with mind implantation, as both affected the brain. So Jiang Chun fused them together. The result did not disappoint him. Originally, it could only subtly influence thoughts without directly affecting the body. Now it could issue commands directly to the nervous system. In other words, it could control the body directly. No matter how strong your willpower was, your muscle nerves would obey Jiang Chun's ability command first. This ability wasn't particularly strong in the hands of an ordinary person. Their mental strength couldn't form an overwhelming numerical advantage, so they could only issue basic commands like raising a gun barrel by a centimeter. But Jiang Chun was different. His mental strength was so immense that even a brink ability felt like a rank in his hands, allowing him to issue terrifyingly absolute commands. After the successful extraction, Jiang Chun turned and left. Only Song Xiao's corpse remained swallowed by the zombie tide. A last glimmer of hope lingered in her eyes, but it was quickly consumed by despair and utterly drowned by the aura of death. In the end, she was torn into countless pieces, becoming a feast for the zombies. Jiang Chun looked at the second-tier mutant zombie and the first-tier mutant zombie, then gave his command. Dig out your cores and give them to me, Jiang Chun said. This was akin to ordering someone to scoop out their own brains. But now he was the sovereign of the zombies. These zombies had to obey. They lifelessly raised their claws sharp as daggers and slit open their own eye sockets, digging deep into their brains. They dug through their own eyes and pulled out the crystalline cores. Jiang Chun pocketed them. The two zombies collapsed on the spot, dead beyond any doubt. Their bodies twitched violently as the destruction of their brain tissue caused chaotic neural signal transmissions. All their limbs and joints began to contort in grotesque, unnatural ways. It took dozens of seconds for them to finally stop and expire completely. Jiang Chun commanded the remaining zombies to follow behind him. They stumbled along, drenched in blood and viscera. Following behind him, they made Jiang Chun look like a zombie monarch emerging from a sea of blood. Jiang Chun walked over to the overturned truck. He looked closely. The man tied up in the back was gone. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Chun's eyes. Earlier, he had clearly seen a man bound to the truck's cargo frame. He should have been a survivor that Song Xiao had recently captured. Now the man had vanished. Jiang Chun's expression turned grim. Just as he was about to turn around, an icy voice echoed from the street. Who are you? The voice was filled with caution as it addressed Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun turned to look. A middle-aged man stood behind him. He was completely naked, his eyes cold and piercing. He had old bullet scars on his shoulder, lower abdomen, and right chest. They had healed years ago. Behind him, a faint, watery web-like crack shimmered in the air like fractured glass, reflecting a distorted image of another space. This man had escaped from the truck and appeared behind Jiang Chun without leaving a single trace for him to detect. It was as if he had teleported. Jiang Chun immediately probed his information. Zhou second tier, evolver physique, 32 mind, 24 abilities, spatial rift brink. He can shatter space to teleport short distances. The maximum range is determined by mental strength. He can currently teleport up to 12 meters. After teleporting, a spatial rift is left behind that gradually heals. Jiang Heng looked back at the truck and indeed saw a spatial rift slowly mending. It was translucent and faint on the verge of collapsing. From start to finish, his teleportation left a rift in space. This ability, Jiang Heng's interest was piqued. Although he couldn't teleport across the world, the ability to make short-range jumps was already incredibly powerful. It meant he could escape from the very heart of a zombie horde. Even if he were swallowed by a black thorn giant, he could use teleportation to escape alive. How formidable was that? With this ability, Jiang Heng would be practically invincible and no one could kill him. Its only drawback was that he couldn't take anything with him. So after teleporting, the man's clothes and equipment were left behind. He had appeared here in a state of complete nudity. Zhou Ju's eyes held a hint of wariness. He stared coldly at Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng met his gaze with a calm, steady look. Regardless, I saved you. This hostile attitude of yours might just bring about your own demise. Jiang Heng said, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was already quite intrigued by this man's ability. If the man was looking for death, Jiang Heng wouldn't hesitate to kill him and extract the ability. The husky also let out a low growl, its formidable muscles rippling beneath its fur, adding to Jiang Heng's imposing presence. The dozens of ordinary zombies under Jiang Heng's control also turned to face him. The zombies' murky dead fish eyes gleamed with terrifying bloodlust. Zhou Ju, facing the blood-red wolf and the collective stare of the zombie horde, showed no fear in his eyes. There was only a hint of wariness. He slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness, and let out a sigh. How can you be so sure that I wasn't captured on purpose? Zhou Ju walked to the back of the truck, picked up his clothes, and began to dress. Jiang Heng's interest was piqued. Captured on purpose? I'm a survivor from around here. A few days ago I was out with my wife scavenging for supplies. Suddenly we were attacked by a group of people. It was that burly woman who took my wife away. As he spoke, Zhou Ju glanced at Song Xiao's corpse. It was already unrecognizable. I chased all the way here, deliberately letting myself be captured, hoping to reach her base. But you ruined my plan, Zhou Ju said with a grave expression. Only then did Jiang Heng finally understand. So this man had traveled a great distance to find his wife. That was why he had intentionally been captured, aiming to get to Song Xiao's stronghold. His teleportation ability made it nearly impossible for ordinary people to seize him. Had it not been deliberate, Song Xiao could never have captured him. Song Xiao's neural paralysis ability could indeed immobilize the body, making it impossible to move even a single finger. However, activating an ability did not require neural signals to be transmitted. It relied on the spiritual power of the brain, on thought itself. Even if Zhou Ju could not move a muscle, as long as he could still think, he could teleport away. Jiang Heng looked at Zhou Ju and asked, "What is your wife's name?" Zhou Ju hesitated for a moment before answering. He had witnessed Jiang Heng kill Song Xiao with his own eyes. At the very least, he knew Jiang Heng was not on their side. So it was safe to reveal some information. Lu Qingrong, Zhou Ju said slowly. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. He had seen this name before. The woman in the building materials factory, tortured beyond recognition in the adjacent room. That was her name. She had died a horrific death, tortured for a long time before succumbing. Beside her there were several other women, including a girl who appeared to be no more than 16. All had been mutilated, their bodies riddled with wounds and infections. A flicker of hesitation crossed Jiang Heng's eyes. Zhou Ju immediately noticed this. He stepped forward abruptly, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Have you seen her? He could tell from Jiang Heng's expression that the name had struck a chord. Zhou Ju clenched his fists, awaiting Jiang Heng's answer. She's dead. Jiang Heng's voice was calm. Zhou Ju's eyes narrowed slightly. You? How can you be so certain? He found it hard to believe, his face darkening. Jiang Heng spoke slowly. I was captured by Song Xiao and taken to her base, just like you. But I managed to escape. As he spoke, Jiang Heng lit a cigarette. As if escaping from a survivor base of dozens of people was a trivial matter. In truth, Jiang Heng didn't mention that he hadn't merely escaped. He had annihilated the entire place. Leaving no survivors was his way of ensuring a clean getaway. Before I left, I saw your wife's body in an execution chamber. She wore a jade pendant tied with a red string on her chest. Jiang Heng exhaled a plume of smoke. Zhou Ju's eyes widened in shock. The description matched perfectly. His wife had a jade pendant, a love token he had given her years ago. She always wore it. Yet disbelief still lingered in his eyes. No, there's still something off. How could you possibly escape from an organization like that alone? Zhou Ju had overheard Song Xiao and her men talking on the truck, gathering some intelligence. He knew the organization had at least 30 members and was heavily fortified. Moreover, the people there were brutally violent, taking pleasure in tormenting others. While gathering information, Zhou Ju had encountered a young man who warned him to be cautious in the area. Jiang Heng's ability was evidently controlling zombies. He had witnessed Jiang Heng command dozens of zombies to tear Song Xiao apart. Like a sovereign of the undead, commanding zombies with a wave of his hand. It was indeed awe-inspiring. But could controlling zombies alone truly destroy such a massive organization? Dozens of guns could easily mow down countless zombies. Even with the massive zombie dog at his side, it seemed impossible. Yes, he mistook the husky for a zombie dog. The husky's fur was blood red, resembling a highly evolved mutant zombie dog. If you don't believe me, I'm not obligated to explain further. Jiang Heng's voice was indifferent. You can go look for yourself. Her body is at the Gongli Building Materials Factory on the outskirts, just 3 streets away. Jiang Heng's gaze was cold as he finished speaking, then began to walk slowly toward the man. He fixed his eyes on Zhou Ju. In his mind, he pondered whether to kill this man and extract his ability. He walked slowly, giving himself ample time to decide. A flicker of sorrow crossed Zhou Ju's eyes as he reached into his pocket. It seemed he was pulling something out. Jiang Heng's eyes lit up at the sight. Yes, pull out a gun and fire at me. Then I can claim self-defense and kill you to extract your ability. It would be perfectly justified. Jiang Heng couldn't contain his excitement. But the next moment, Zhou Ju revealed what was in his hand. It wasn't a cold dark gun barrel. It was a crystal core, radiant and gleaming. Within it, dark golden cellular particles flowed like liquid. This is a 3rd-tier evolution crystal core. If you could escape their organization, you can surely get me back in. Please help me find my wife. This is your reward. Zhou Ju said slowly. Even if it's just her body. He added. Jiang Heng's brow furrowed upon hearing this. How much? A 3rd-tier evolution crystal core. With all his abilities, he had only managed to kill a single 3rd-tier mutant zombie. And Zhou Ju's ability had no offensive power whatsoever. How could he have killed a 3rd-tier mutant? Jiang Heng refused to believe it. He activated his true sight to inspect the crystal core's details. 3rd-tier mutant crystal core. Jiang Heng was inwardly stunned. It really was 3rd tier. How did he get his hands on it? Half a month ago, I came across a bloody battle between the military and a zombie horde. Both sides were decimated. I scavenged through the sea of corpses and found this 3rd-tier mutant crystal core. Zhou Ju explained. He had planned to give it to his wife to awaken her ability. But now if she was truly dead, he would have to absorb it himself. Yet compared to his own evolution, he would rather see his wife one last time, even if it was just her corpse. What if she was still barely alive? What if the young man in black had made a mistake? In his heart, he clung to a sliver of hope. Even if the price he paid far outweighed that faint hope. Even if he had to trade something incredibly precious for this insignificant chance. He was willing, even though his rationality resisted this hope. Sometimes people are stubborn like that. That's what makes them human. Some things cannot be weighed by profit or loss. Zhou Ju's eyes were earnest as he made his request. Jiang Heng was incredibly powerful. The city was vast, and so was the organization's territory. He knew that without Jiang Heng, finding his wife on his own would be nearly impossible. Finding a corpse in an unknown location under the watchful eyes of dozens of armed individuals. Zhou Ju knew he couldn't do it alone, so he chose to ask for help. What he didn't know was that Jiang Heng had already wiped out the entire group. So this deal was a massive loss for him. All right. After a moment of silence, Jiang Heng agreed. This man was truly devoted. Jiang Heng had already eradicated the entire base. Taking him, there was essentially getting the 3rd-tier crystal core for free. Helping him with such a trivial favor was a win-win situation. Jiang Heng led Zhou Ju toward the ruins of the Steel Cube Building Materials Factory. As they advanced, dozens of zombies shambled behind them, letting out piercing hoarse howls. The scattered undead lingering on the streets gradually joined the procession. Before long, the horde swelled into a massive throng of 100 zombies. Jiang Heng wasn't using these creatures to attack Zhou Ju. He needed them to dig through the rubble later to find his wife's body. Even if surrounded by the undead horde, Zhou Ju could escape with a mere thought. Thus, Jiang Heng had no intention of using zombies against him. His ability was far too potent for survival. But Jiang Heng had other ways to deal with him. Time freeze, for instance. The moment Zhou Ju's spatial rift extended, Jiang Heng could immobilize him within his temporal domain. So if Zhou Ju ever thought of reneging on their deal, Jiang Heng could strike him down instantly. Zhou Ju drew his pistol, gripping it with both hands as he stayed close to Jiang Heng. His expression was vigilant, his movements thoroughly professional. A battle-worn black rifle was slung across his back. Zhou Ju kept scanning the surrounding streets. Jiang Heng, the man said, offering Zhou Ju a cigarette. Zhou Ju accepted it, hesitating for a moment. He sniffed it to ensure it contained no alcohol or other chemicals, then lit it with his lighter and took a deep contemplative drag. Thanks. The taste was something he had missed for far too long. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't smoked a single cigarette. You were in the military, weren't you? Jiang Heng remarked, eyeing Zhou Ju's fingers. Calluses from years of pulling triggers adorned his index and middle fingers, something the sharpie Jiang Heng had immediately noticed. Moreover, Zhou Ju bore old bullet scars on his abdomen and shoulders. Civilians in the Dragon Kingdom could scarcely sustain gunshot wounds, unless had been military personnel before the apocalypse. At this, a flicker of light passed through Zhou Ju's eyes. I was in the military, but not as a regular soldier. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. Not a regular soldier. There was only one possibility. I was a mercenary for a few years. Zhou Ju said slowly. Jiang Heng nodded inwardly. No wonder Zhou Ju's firearm stance was so professional and had been following the recon protocol of 3 forward scans and 1 rear check while on the move, a hallmark of a seasoned battlefield soldier. This middle-aged man's eyes were as cold and fierce as a lone wolf. Clearly someone who had survived the crucible of war. A mercenary's caliber far surpassed that of an ordinary soldier. Tell me more, Jiang Heng said, his interest in Zhou Ju's past peaked. Zhou Ju slowly shook his head, his expression somber. There's nothing much to say. I got lucky, escaped death's door a dozen times on the battlefield. Saved up over 800,000, found a wife, and retired from that life. It's that simple. I was in the Afghan theater, the Battle of Libya. I fought in most of them, and took plenty of wounds. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in shock. Had survived all those famous campaigns. That made him a warrior of 1 in 10,000 caliber. Luck might account for 80%, but that remaining 20% of skill was enough to overcome nearly anyone. Mercenaries didn't earn as much as people imagined. After years of work, Zhou Ju had only saved 800,000. Still, it was a substantial amount. But who would ever choose to be a mercenary unless they were utterly desperate? If you find that your wife is truly just a corpse, as I said, what will you do? Jiang Heng asked. Zhou Ju fell silent for a long time, ultimately leaving the question unanswered. The two soon arrived at the gates of the Steel Cube building materials factory. In the desolate outskirts, thick black smoke billowed skyward. The acrid stench of charred flesh and scorched protein assailed their nostrils. Even Zhou Ju's normally steady gaze turned horrified at the sight. Wasn't this the lair of that extraordinarily powerful organization? How could there be so many corpses? He stared at Jiang Heng in shock. Jiang Heng merely shrugged. Forgot to mention, I wiped the place clean. With that, Jiang Heng strode toward the factory interior, the zombies trailing behind him. Zhou Ju's look toward Jiang Heng shifted. One man, annihilating this entire base. What kind of power was that? Zhou Ju felt his worldview beginning to crumble. Had spent years on battlefields, been a mercenary for so long. What kind of people hadn't he seen? Hadn't his old teammate, the famed sniper, met a gruesome end? She had been raped and murdered. No matter how skilled one was, still flesh and blood. She had died at the hands of just 3 assailants, her head displayed on the camp's ruins. He found it hard to believe Jiang Heng could have slaughtered this place alone. But the evidence lay before him. He hurried after Jiang Heng into the factory. The doors hung wide open, and thick black smoke racked his lungs with violent coughs. The fire inside had largely subsided. The factory boasted robust fire suppression systems. Its sprinklers and oxygen sealing mechanisms had activated in time, dousing the blaze of the corpse mountain and preventing further spread. But every body had been charred to cinders. Your wife is among them, Jiang Heng said, pointing toward the mountain of dead piled within the factory. Then he turned to the 100 zombies under his control and issued a silent command. Instantly, all the undead convulsed and surged forward. They swarmed the heap of remains, frantically clawing and digging through the bodies. All the zombies were searching for Zhou Ju's wife. Charred limbs tumbled down the mountain of corpses. Blackened, melted eyeballs seemed to carry expressions of despair as they rolled from the summit. The zombies burrowed into the pile, scouring the searing bones for that woman, as if hunting for a blood-red gemstone in molten lava. Many bodies were scorched black, reddened, and carbonized. When the zombies' hands gripped them, a sizzling sound erupted. Like meat on a grill, flesh oozed oil and shriveled from the heat. But no zombie retreated. The master's command was absolute. They dug with desperate frenzy. Even as their fingers and arms blistered and peeled, reduced to bone with tattered nerves and muscle, they kept searching. The scene was overwhelmingly shocking. Zhou Ju's pupils trembled. His heart pounded with dread. In that instant he felt true fear. Had known fear on the battlefield, but never like this. He was terrified of seeing his wife's disfigured corpse. Suddenly a zombie's jaw emitted a sharp crack. It emerged from the corpse pile, clutching a body, and tumbled down. It landed at the feet of Jiang Heng and Zhou Ju before the zombie shuffled away, leaving behind the broken female corpse. Because it had been at the center, at the very bottom of the pile. It hadn't been fully carbonized. Its skin was merely blackened and remnants of flesh clung to its face. One could faintly discern that she had been a strikingly beautiful woman. A jade pendant hung around her neck. Zhou Ju's gaze went vacant. In that moment, he seemed to lose all strength. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The burly man, nearly 6 feet tall, broke down in uncontrollable sobs. Jiang Heng observed Zhou Ju's weeping without deeming it cowardice, nor did he feel it diminish the man's rugged spirit. The apocalypse was cruel, and every soul bore its own suffering. Zhou Ju knelt upon the ground, reaching out a hand to gently caress his wife's scorched, blackened face. His palm instantly burned a livid red, nearly blistering and splitting open. Yet, he did not withdraw it for a long, long time. Tears welled and streamed from his eyes, while a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, as if he had returned to that night over a decade past, when he had first met his wife. Back then he had done the same, stroking her face with his rough, calloused hand. Jiang Heng was moved by the sight. My condolences, he said, crouching down, his voice calm and steady. Though they were but strangers thrown together by fate, Jiang Heng held this man in deep respect. He had pursued his wife across the desolate wastes, even risking everything to be captured deliberately. In this apocalyptic world, such an act was tantamount to suicide. Zhou Ju, a former mercenary, understood the perils far better than most. Using his psychokinetic ability, Jiang Heng carefully levitated the jade pendant from his wife's scorched chest. The pendant, blackened by the searing heat, landed in Jiang Heng's palm and began to cool. His physical attributes were now so formidable that even an object heated to over 100 degrees could not burn through his flesh. Instead, it quickly cooled in his grasp. His palm was only slightly reddened, and it would heal in moments. He personally placed the pendant into Zhou Ju's trembling hand. The departed are gone, but the living must carry on, Jiang Heng sighed. As the pendant passed through his hands, he quietly extracted its essence. Extracting Zhou Ju's token of love acquired Zhou Ju's ability, Spatial Rift, B rank. This pendant was currently a relic of Zhou Ju's deceased wife, its owner having passed away. For now, the pendant was masterless. Until Zhou Ju reclaimed it, Jiang Heng could extract from it, as the moment of handling made it his possession. But Zhou Ju, overwhelmed by immense grief, had yet to even think of the pendant. This pendant, a keepsake of Zhou Ju's wife, carried all his emotions and will. It was only fitting that it yielded his ability. However, Jiang Heng's ability slots were completely full. All 8 slots were occupied, not a single one vacant. Jiang Heng had no choice but to fuse this new ability with an existing one. He deliberated, but found no perfect match. Resolving to decide by a stroke of fate, he chose Bone Twister to fuse with the Spatial Rift. Fusion successful. Shattered Bone Blink, a rank. By breaking your own bones as a cost, you can shatter space to teleport. The greater the distance, the more bones you must break. Current maximum range is 21 meters. You may carry objects and creatures containing calcium ions during teleportation. Although the ability to break an enemy's bones was lost, significantly reducing its offensive power, such a loss was inevitable when fusing abilities with low compatibility. It was a necessary sacrifice due to the limited slots. Jiang Heng was content to retain the teleportation effect. After all, he possessed many powerful abilities. In terms of lethality, one more or less made little difference. The most crucial gain was that the fusion now allowed him to teleport with items. As long as an object contained calcium ions, he could carry it with him. This was the combined effect of bone manipulation and spatial teleportation. He could not only teleport himself, but also bring others along. This meant Jiang Heng wouldn't be left naked after teleporting like Zhou Ju. Zhou Ju's ability allowed him to teleport only himself. But Jiang Heng, after the fusion, could teleport with weapons and other people. The requirement that the object must contain calcium ions seemed like a significant limitation. Yet the vast majority of substances in the world contain calcium ions. It was merely a matter of quantity. Even the fibers of the clothes Jiang Heng was wearing contained them. So practically everything could be carried along during teleportation. This was undoubtedly a tremendous enhancement. Breaking bones was hardly a great cost for Jiang Heng. He could easily draw upon the cells of nearby zombies to heal himself, even fractures mending rapidly. Thus, as long as zombies were nearby, Jiang Heng could teleport consecutively with almost no penalty. Zhou Ju stood there dazed. He took the pendant Jiang Heng offered, clutching it tightly in his bloodstained hand. Brother Jiang, I have one more question. He suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on Jiang Heng. Was she in pain before she died? Jiang Heng hesitated. His wife had been tortured to death. He had granted her a swift end. Should he reveal this cruel truth? Jiang Heng fell silent. What she endured before her death was not easy. In the end, Jiang Heng chose to speak the truth. He abhorred kind-hearted lies, for they were a form of hypocrisy. Hearing this, Zhou Ju's hands clenched into fists, blood seeping from between his fingers. Even without Jiang Heng's words, he could see the signs from his wife's corpse. The body was broken and mutilated. She had undoubtedly suffered inhuman torment in her final moments. Thank you. He wiped away his tears and rose to his feet. His eyes forcibly regained their calm and resolve. His wife was gone, but he was still alive. He could not be broken. He had his responsibilities. To live well and care for their daughter was the only way to honor his wife's spirit in heaven. He pulled a bloodstained Tier 3 mutated crystal core from his pocket. Brother Jiang, this is your payment, Zhou Ju said, his voice heavy. Jiang Heng took the crystal core and immediately extracted it. Extraction successful. Ability Shattered Bone Blink upgraded, maximum teleportation distance doubled. In an instant, Jiang Heng's maximum teleportation range soared to 42 meters. It now matched his spiritual power value exactly. Jiang Heng then stored the crystal core away. Meanwhile, Zhou Ju lifted his wife's cooling body and carried her out of the construction site. In the barren soil, he dug a simple grave mound and laid her to rest. He gazed upon her remains in silence for a long while. He took out a flask of white liquor from his bosom and drained it in one go. Zhou Ju, what are your plans now? Jiang Heng asked, looking at this resolute man. I'm going back to my place to take care of my daughter. Zhou Ju said, his voice firm. Jiang Heng's eyes widened slightly in surprise. So Zhou Ju had a daughter. He hadn't brought her along on this perilous journey. No wonder this man could pull himself together so quickly. It all came down to two words. Responsibility. No matter how immense the grief he had to endure. Farewell, brother Jiang. Jiang Heng nodded. It was time for them to part ways. They might never cross paths again. Before leaving, Zhou Ju glanced at Jiang Heng and spoke. Brother Jiang, your strength is extraordinary. You even managed to annihilate this entire organization single-handedly. But I still want to tell you one thing, be careful. Zhou Ju said cautiously. Your ability to control the zombies certainly allows you to roam the city unimpeded. Whether it's survivor groups or zombie hordes, few things can threaten you. But I still have a word of advice. In this apocalypse, zombies are not the only threat. Be careful, Zhou Ju said with a meaningful tone. Jiang Heng had helped him find his wife's remains, so he was willing to offer him a warning. Jiang Heng's expression turned grave as he asked, besides the zombies, what other monsters are there? Speak plainly. As far as Jiang Heng knew, aside from various zombies and mutated creatures, the only truly terrifying large monsters in this apocalypse were the black thorn giants. Could it be that Zhou Ju had actually seen one? I once saw the corpse of a black thorn giant with my own eyes. It was colossal. Near its corpse lay an entire fully armed military unit of over 100 men. So I hope you will be cautious. Until we meet again. With that, Zhou Ju turned and left. Between men there was no need for excessive words. Jiang Heng stood in place somewhat astonished. Zhou Ju had actually seen a black thorn giant, even if it was just a corpse. He himself had never encountered such a creature. However, Zhou Ju had mentioned earlier that he had witnessed a great battle between the military and a zombie tide, and from that he had managed to obtain a Tier 3 mutated crystal core. This meant the black thorn giant's corpse was near that battlefield and had been killed by the military. What could be extracted from the corpse of a black thorn giant? Jiang Heng licked his lips, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The most he had ever extracted from was a Tier 3 mutated zombie. But a blackthorn giant was clearly a boss-level apex beast. Its corpse would definitely yield something far more terrifying. Jiang Heng watched Zhou Ju's retreating figure and called out to him. Wait, Zhou Ju. Take me to see the blackthorn giant's corpse. Jiang Heng said. It seemed their fates were not yet sealed. Zhou Ju's face showed a hint of confusion. Brother Jiang, that was over a month ago. That corpse has probably rotted away by now. What do you want to see it for? Jiang Heng shook his head. Just take me there. Zhou Ju was silent for a moment, then nodded. Having someone as powerful as Jiang Heng as a traveling companion was not something he would refuse. This way he could also return to his settlement more safely. It's near my settlement, a bit far. It'll probably take 4 or 5 days. Jiang Heng nodded upon hearing this. That's fine. Let's get moving. If we're lucky, we'll find a car on the street, and maybe we can get there in a few hours. Jiang Heng said. He didn't take out his RV, because he couldn't fully trust Zhou Ju yet. Revealing such a coveted item might bring him trouble. Although it would be convenient, Jiang Heng out of caution did not use the RV. Subsequently, the two headed towards the city. Their luck was quite good. After a few hours of travel, they found a car that could still start. The car hadn't been stripped for parts and still had some gas. Jiang Heng used his master key to start the vehicle. Then Zhou Ju took the wheel. The two drove towards the direction of Zhou Ju's settlement. Era the Husky was now too large to fit in the back seat. Fortunately, it was incredibly fit and could run alongside the car. It transformed into a streak of blood-red lightning racing alongside the vehicle through the streets. Era wasn't tired in the slightest. In fact, it ran with increasing vigor, even starting to compete with the car's speed. It's a dog's nature to be restless. Being able to run and expend energy made it happy. This is why dogs need to be walked. At nightfall, the two finally arrived at Zhou Ju's settlement. The car came to a stop. In the pitch-black night, they could only barely discern objects by moonlight. Zhou Ju switched on a powerful flashlight. They could see countless zombies wandering nearby. The monster's corpse is 2 streets over. They'll take you there tomorrow morning. For now, I want to see my daughter, Zhou Ju said. Jiang Heng nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Resting for a while was acceptable. Then the 2 men and the dog walked towards a narrow alley by the street. The zombies around them dared not move under Jiang Heng's intimidating presence. Turning a corner, Zhou Ju adjusted the flashlight, switching it from a focused beam to a broad dim glow. The light illuminated a pitch-black wooden board covered in nails. He took out a multi-purpose hammer from his belt and started smashing. Bang, bang, bang. After a few loud crashes, the nails fell out. Zhou Ju broke through the heavily sealed boards and pried them open, revealing a door riddled with holes. The defenses he had set up for his daughter were indeed secure, but they were also sealed shut. This meant that if he never returned, his daughter might starve to death inside. However, compared to the outside world teeming with zombies and malevolent survivors, starving to death was arguably a more merciful end. He pushed the door open and went in. Jiang Heng followed him inside, not forgetting to turn around and close the door. Era, you stay outside and guard. Don't come in, Jiang Heng said. Era let out a soft whimper and obediently sat by the entrance. Zhou Ju's daughter's age was unknown, and letting such a terrifyingly huge dog inside might frighten her. As he stepped into the room, Jiang Heng immediately smelled a scent like copper sulfate solution. This was a special chemical commonly known as aqua regia, which is concentrated sulfuric acid. It was highly corrosive. Whether used to dissolve bodies, to destroy evidence, or to dissolve certain metals, it was an excellent material. This kind of thing was typically used for corroding metal. Gold processing shops used large quantities of this chemical. Jiang Heng's gaze shifted to a small side room, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Inside, he saw several large barrels and crucibles made of graphite and carbon material. They contained some azure blue liquids and corrosive fluids. Various bottles and jars were also arranged around, containing fluxes, reducing agents, baking soda, and other chemicals. There was also an electric kiln and zinc wire, all the materials needed for alchemy. Jiang Heng looked intently towards the main room in the distance. This place was indeed a shop selling gold necklaces. The sight was dazzling. On the walls and in the bulletproof glass counters there were rows upon rows of gleaming gold ornaments. There were necklaces, bracelets, and pendants. In total, they were numerous, worth at least tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions. However, there was no sign outside. Clearly, it was a black market shop. The gold here was likely of dubious origin. After all, the processing methods were so archaic. Stepping deeper into the shop, they saw a young girl sitting at a simple iron table. A gas mask lay on the tabletop. The girl's actions made Jiang Heng and Zhou Ju's eyes widen in shock. This grimy little girl was holding a pitch-black handgun. The safety catch was completely off, meaning it could fire at any moment. The most terrifying part was the direction the muzzle was pointing. It was aimed directly at her own mouth. Inin. Zhou Ju's face turned pale with horror as he instantly teleported to his daughter's side. A spatial rift tore open and a ripple like water emerged. The next instant he appeared beside his daughter, snatching the gun from her hand. Dad. Zhou Inin stared at her father in astonishment. Her shock wasn't due to his superpower. She had long known what her father's ability was. What stunned her was that he had actually returned. Zhou Ju hastily grabbed a bedsheet to cover his body. What are you doing? His expression grim, he stowed the gun away and pulled his daughter into a tight embrace. Why would you think of doing something so desperate? His eyes were bloodshot. He had failed to protect his wife. If he had been even a moment later, his daughter would have been lost to him as well. He was consumed by self-reproach. Jiang Heng used his true sight ability to scan Zhou Yinyin's information. She had no superpower, and her physical capabilities were those of an ordinary child. Judging by her appearance, she was about 10 years old, similar in age to Yu Ying and Yu Ling. Zhou Yinin didn't cry, she just stared blankly. After a long moment, her eyes reddened slightly as she spoke. Dad, I wasn't trying to. I just heard someone banging on the door and thought it was zombies or bad people. So I got ready in case things got worse than death, where I couldn't even end it. In this world, superpowered individuals were everywhere. What if a metal manipulator prevented her from pulling the trigger, making even suicide impossible? To guard against that, the young girl had raised the gun early. This revealed just how pessimistic she felt inside. Zhou Yinin gently touched her father's face, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Didn't you say? If you weren't back in 10 days, I should shoot myself. Today is only day 8, so the time hasn't come yet. I wouldn't disobey you. She offered a mature, understanding smile. Seeing that expression, Zhou Ju felt a sharp pain in his heart. So did you find Mom? Zhou Yinin asked softly. Zhou Ju was silent for a long time, offering no reply. I see. A flash of sorrow clearly passed through Zhou Yinyin's eyes, but she didn't let it show, though a few glistening tears betrayed her. She knew that she was now her father's only pillar of support, so she couldn't show her sadness. Dad, who is this uncle? Zhou Yinin looked towards Jiang Heng and asked. This uncle is called Jiang Heng. He helped me out quite a bit. Zhou Ju wiped his tears with his sleeve and forced a smile. Thank you, uncle, Zhou Yinin said to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng nodded. The girl was pretty with bright, spirited brown eyes. She had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, giving her a mature little air that was rather endearing. Quick, put on the gas mask. As he spoke, Zhou Ju placed the mask from the table onto his daughter's face. Don't take it off. There are chemical agents in here. Breathing them in will make you sick. Zhou Ju said with concern. This tough man was extremely gentle with his daughter. He even tried to avoid touching her face with his rough, calloused hands, fearing they might scratch her. Zhou Yinin obediently wore the gas mask. She looked like a little soldier from Chernobyl. This sealed room was a small alchemy workshop. The smell of chemical agents was incredibly strong. An adult might endure it, but for a child it would surely lead to lung disease or even developmental deformities. That's why Zhou Ju gave the only gas mask to his daughter. His wife's death had been a heavy blow to him. For his daughter, it was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Zhou Ju knew that from now on he had to take care of his daughter with even more effort than before. Not just physically but mentally as well. He walked over to his clothes and got dressed. Then he said, I brought you a gift, that comic you used to love. With that, Zhou Ju pulled 2 crumpled comic books from his pocket. The cover read as Shui. It was a comedic comic in an episodic format which children loved. Zhou Yinin seemed rather uninterested in the comics, but she still pretended to be delighted and stepped forward to take them. Thanks, Dad. She acted as if she couldn't bear to put them down, sitting at the table and flipping through the pages with feigned interest. Enin, go to your room and sleep. I need to talk to this uncle about something. Zhou Enin nodded and left. Only Jiang Heng and Zhou Ju remained in the room. Brother Jiang, sorry you had to see that, Zhou Ju said, wiping his eyes and regaining his composure. It's all right, Jiang Heng said with a faint smile. He surveyed the supplies in the room. There were 3 boxes of instant noodles with only a few packets left. Several drink containers were almost empty. There was no electricity. They used candles for light, and the remnants of over a dozen candles littered the table. No wonder Zhou Ju had instructed his daughter to kill herself if he wasn't back within 10 days. Because the supplies were almost exhausted. When Zhou Ju left, he had completely sealed the door from the outside. If he didn't return, his daughter couldn't get out, leaving suicide as her only option. Sealing the door from the outside was a decision Zhou Ju had made after careful deliberation. If he died outside and couldn't return, his daughter would be alone. Even if she could get out, she wouldn't survive. Whether it was zombies or other survivors, they could easily kill her. And for such a pretty little girl, being alone in the world would likely lead to a fate worse than death, where even her dignity wouldn't be spared. Just like her mother. To prevent history from repeating itself, Zhou Ju chose to seal the door completely. Fortunately, he had returned. No tragedy had occurred. Zhou Ju, I'm curious, how did you decide to use this place as your safe haven? Jiang Heng asked. This was a black market shop, extremely hidden. Its defensive measures were also quite robust. It had only one exit, which was a multi-layered alloy door. Combined with the wooden planks Zhou Ju had nailed over it, no one would even notice a door was there. If not for the pungent chemical smell, this would be an absolutely perfect hiding spot. Hearing the question, Zhou Ju fell into memory. I knew about this place before the apocalypse. It used to be where a few of us veteran mercenaries would gather, Zhou Ju said slowly. From our entire unit, only 5 of us survived and were discharged as mercenaries. And apart from me, the rest are all disabled. 1 lost an eye to shrapnel from a grenade. 2 lost limbs and suffer from PTSD. Another is confined to a wheelchair. We used to gather here every 2 or 3 years. This gold shop was opened by the one who lost his eye. Even after retiring, he maintained connections with the underworld and the mercenary corps. This place handles some money laundering. But when I arrived, he had already turned into a zombie. I haven't seen the others since the apocalypse began. Zhou Ju's past experiences were nothing short of legendary. Every tale he told was a story in itself. The reason I brought my daughter here is because it's secluded and safe. Most importantly, my old gun is stored here with him. As he spoke, Zhou Ju walked to the corner of the iron table and struck it with his fist. A hidden switch was revealed. He pulled the lever and yanked it down. Click-clack. A concealed pitch-black metal cabinet emerged from the wall. Over a dozen guns were stored inside. All bore the marks of battle and personalized engravings. Some grips were wrapped in bandages, others adorned with pink stickers. Clearly, these were the weapons of veteran mercenaries. After the apocalypse, guns were the most crucial weapon. One could even say a single gun was more valuable than a truckload of supplies. To protect his daughter, he had to retrieve his own gun. That was why he chose to come here. Jiang Heng scanned the cabinet full of guns. A cabinet of veteran guns. This cabinet is filled with the prized weapons of seasoned mercenaries who have fought in over a dozen wars. While these 4 old soldiers might not have a whole body part between them, the souls claimed by these guns are undeniably real. The system's appraisal was high. Such veteran weapons were rare finds elsewhere. He looked at Zhou Ju. These guns belong to your comrades, right? May I take a look? Zhou Ju nodded. I haven't touched the others' guns, only taken my own. But the owners of these guns may never return. Some were crippled, some injured. With zombies everywhere after the apocalypse, their return was highly unlikely. Leaving them here would be a waste. Feel free to look, Zhou Ju said, though he felt a pang of hesitation. After all, these were his old comrades' guns. What if one of them came back for their weapon only to find it missing? That would be indirectly causing their deaths. So he hesitated, wondering if he should stop Jiang Heng from taking them. Since they weren't his, he had no right to decide. However, this wasn't the only cabinet of guns here. Under the desk in the bedroom, there was another cabinet full of firearms. If his comrades ever showed up, they definitely wouldn't leave empty-handed. So he remained silent. Fortunately, Jiang Heng didn't take any of the guns. He only touched them and performed an extraction. Extraction successful. Skill battlefield. Well, when you suffer severe injuries, your body will secrete in excess of adrenaline, allowing you to temporarily forget pain and gain a slight boost in physical strength. This surpasses your bonus limits, so you will feel weakened afterwards. Soldiers who survive the battlefield, especially mercenaries, are extremely rare. It's a true trial of life and death. The owners of these guns were such veterans. Luck and skill were both essential. That was how Jiang Heng acquired this skill. It could be triggered after sustaining severe injuries. Jiang Heng stroked his chin, nodding inwardly. The more injured he was, the stronger he became, fighting ever more fiercely. Now with the battlefield will ability and the death compensation talent, he now had 2 barriers against death. Jiang Heng stood up and closed the cabinet. Then he looked at a wall of gold items. They were all high-purity gold artifacts worth a fortune. Under the flickering candlelight, they reflected a brilliant golden glow. If you like them, feel free to take some. These things are useless in the apocalypse, Zhou Ju said with a bitter smile. Gold before the apocalypse was extremely expensive. It was arguably one of the most precious substances on the planet. Luxury ornaments for the rich, engagement rings for the poor. None could escape the allure of gold. Now it had become worthless. Worth even less than a block of instant noodles. Zhou Ju naturally didn't care about these gold bars. Jiang Heng walked to the cabinet and took out a large gold bar. The largest gold bar here was trapezoidal. It was so heavy that a single hand could barely grip it, weighing around 8 kilograms. Before the apocalypse, it would have sold for over 5 million. Yet now it was worth less than scrap metal. However, Jiang Heng believed that even if it was worthless now, he could still extract something valuable from it. Because gold is extremely rare. Even if its value had depreciated, its scarcity remained. Gold was different from diamonds. Diamonds were an earthborn mineral, their high price purely a result of capitalist manipulation. Global diamond reserves exceeded 10 million tons, meaning everyone could own 200 carats of diamonds. But gold's total quantity on Earth was extremely scarce, making it a truly rare metal. Its intrinsic value far surpassed that of diamonds. Jiang Heng immediately performed an extraction. Extraction successful. Talent acquired. Golden rule. You can devour pure gold to increase the upper limit of your ability slots. Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. Pure gold. There was virtually no way to forge or refine completely pure gold artifacts on this planet. All gold artifacts contained other metals as alloying agents. Even 24K gold, the highest purity, had a 0.01 impurity. In other words, completely pure gold did not exist. So was the golden rule talent just for show? Jiang Heng felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the talent might be unusable. He used the golden rule to devour the gold bar. Devouring successful. Progress 7. 9,992 kilograms, 50 kilograms. The gold bar dissolved into specks of light, merging into Jiang Heng's hand and vanishing. All that remained was a lumpy iron ball, dull and filled with impurities, resting in his palm. This was the base metal extracted from the gold block. Jiang Heng was slightly startled. Fortunately, the talent automatically purified the gold, removing the impurities. Even a gold block with only one purity could be devoured, though with greater loss. For instance, this 8-kilogram metal block only added 9,992 kilograms to his progress. Jiang Heng was quite satisfied with this. He looked at the entire shop full of gold and licked his lips. Since Zhou Ju said he didn't mind, he wouldn't hold back. Jiang Heng devoured all the gold within the entire gold shop. The progress of the Golden Law's upgrade continued to rise. 10 kg, 50 kg, 13. 5 kg, 50 kg, 17. 231 kg, 50 kg. It kept climbing. Zhou Ju, watching from the side, was stunned. What kind of ability was this? Wasn't Jiang Heng's power supposed to be controlling zombies? But now how could he make gold blocks vanish into thin air? Astonishment surged within Zhou Ju's mind. Could it be that a person could possess multiple abilities? This possibility couldn't be denied. There was no rule stating one couldn't have two powers. Zhou Ju's expression turned grave. Fortunately, someone like Jiang Heng was his friend, not his enemy. Otherwise, he would likely find himself in deep trouble. Jiang Heng pretended not to notice Zhou Ju's shocked gaze and continued to devour the gold. Finally, he extracted the last traces of gold residue from the blue bucket of solvent, scouring the entire shop clean without leaving a single speck. The total gold in the entire shop added up to roughly 50 kilograms. 50 kg pure gold. Devouring requirement met. Ability slot increased. Current slots 9 gold required for next upgrade 100 kilograms. Jiang Heng suddenly felt as if a link in his genetic lock had been unlocked. The maximum number of abilities this body could carry had increased by 1. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes, radiating satisfaction. This talent was undoubtedly top tier. If there were no gold in the world, we would have already become heroes. But from this moment on, Jiang Heng didn't want to be a hero. He only wanted to devour more gold to expand the limit of his ability slots. He checked his current status. Jiang Heng 3rd stage, Evolver, Physical 72, Spirit 42, Talents, Infinite Extraction, True Sight, God Tier Choice, Death, Compensation, Golden Law Abilities, Time Stop, Strength, Blazing Thunder, Strength, Zombie Dominance, Strength, Telekinesis, a rank, Bone Shattering, Teleportation, a rank, Light and Shadow, Doppelganger, a rank, Absolute Command, Brink, Swift Mind, Steel Body, Crank Skills, Gun God, Elite, Zombie Sense, Parkour, Master, Hand of Fate, Zombie Virus, Immunity, Gale, Blade, Battlefield, Will. Jiang Heng, rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to find the corpse of the Blackthorn Giant. Zhou Ju lit a cigarette and said slowly to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng nodded. Then Zhou Ju leaned against the table and drifted into sleep. His sleep was shallow because he had to protect his daughter. Therefore, Jiang Heng could clearly see that his eyes beneath the eyelids were still moving slightly. His breathing was also very steady. It was more like resting with eyes closed than actual sleep. Jiang Heng knew there was another reason Zhou Ju slept this way, to observe whether he would do anything sinister. It was also a test. Jiang Heng didn't resent him for it. After all, his daughter was right there, it was only natural to be cautious. Jiang Heng leaned against the door and scratched the head of the husky. The husky was very obedient, sitting quietly by the door the whole time, without making a sound. Jiang Heng gazed at the moon on the horizon, closed his eyes, and breathed deeply to restore his spirit. His spiritual power was now so high that going days without sleep wasn't a problem. He held on until the next morning. Zhou Ju woke up with a somewhat weary look. But as a second stage evolver, a night without sleep wasn't too taxing. Zhou Ju glanced at the morning light outside the door and picked up a bottle of mineral water from the corner of the table. He tore open 2 packs of instant noodles and squeezed the seasoning packets into them. He used 2 pieces of wire to suspend them over a candle flame, cooking both packs of noodles. The flame was weak, so it took nearly 20 minutes for the water to barely boil. Zhou Ju called his daughter over. Zhou Yining, wearing her gas mask, rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked over slowly. "Good morning, Daddy, Uncle Jiang." She gave a tired smile. Through the glass visor of her gas mask, Jiang Heng could tell the little girl hadn't slept well either. Her eyes were a bit swollen and red. It was even possible she had been crying all night. The father and daughter finished the noodles completely. It was clear this wasn't their first time eating like this. They didn't even have a bowl. It was extremely crude. And just packaged noodles alone could hardly fill their stomachs. But Zhou Yining was very sensible and didn't complain at all. Without a word, she drank all the soup. However, after finishing, her stomach let out an untimely rumble. Growl. Needless to say, such little nutrition was far from enough for a growing child. Her face flushed slightly as if nothing had happened. "I'm full," she said without batting an eye. Jiang Heng walked to the iron table and took out a pot of braised beef stew. He even produced a stove. Flames crackled as the beef tumbled in the rich red broth. "This makes me hungry too," Jiang Heng said. Zhou Ju's pupils narrowed slightly. He silently wondered, was this the same ability that made the gold disappear right before his eyes? And it could even produce such a large pot of braised beef. This young man's abilities were truly mysterious. The aroma of the braised beef was rich and fragrant, still steaming with wisps of rising vapor. Time stood still within the system space, so the beef remained exactly as it was when it was first stored. It was the braised beef Li Meng had made while they were on the RV. Jiang Heng had stored it in his system space earlier to satisfy his hunger whenever needed. Jiang Heng sat at the table and began to eat heartily, wolfing down several chunks of beef. "Eat together." He took out 2 more bowls and chopsticks and handed them to Zhou Ju and the little girl. His tone was cold, but his actions were warm. Why would Jiang Heng dare to reveal his system space ability in front of Zhou Ju? First, he knew Zhou Ju inside and out, his abilities, his physical condition, so Zhou Ju posed no threat to him. Second, and most importantly, his daughter was here. If he had any ill intentions, he would have to think about his daughter first. With these 2 points of assurance, Jiang Heng was certain that Zhou Ju wouldn't do anything reckless just because his space ability was exposed. So Jiang Heng could afford to show a little kindness while ensuring his own safety. Letting such a sensible little girl go hungry was something he couldn't stomach. Jiang Heng had far too many supplies in his system space. This bit of beef was truly nothing. Zhou Yining was slightly startled and unconsciously swallowed. She never expected Jiang Heng to pull out such a large steaming pot of beef from his pocket. Was this uncle also an ability user like her father? And was it the same space-type ability? But she didn't take the bowl and chopsticks to eat right away. Instead, she turned to look at her father. She hid her craving for the beef as best she could because she didn't want her own desires to interfere with her father's judgment. Zhou Ju patted her shoulder. "Eat." Then Zhou Ju picked up his own bowl and chopsticks. "Thank you," he said to Jiang Heng. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Zhou Yinin's cheeks flushed red as she ate the piping hot beef, offering her sincere gratitude. In the end, the entire massive pot of beef was completely devoured. Zhou Yinin even revealed a stomach capacity far greater than her father's. She had consumed at least several ounces of beef, her belly stretched round and taut. Well, after weeks of surviving on instant noodles, it was only natural that she unleashed her full appetite upon such a delicacy. After the 3 finished eating, Jiang Heng collected the bowls and chopsticks. He then looked towards Zhou Ju. "Mr. Zhou, isn't it time you took me to find the corpse of the black thorn giant?" Zhou Ju's expression turned solemn, and he nodded. Jiang Heng had given his daughter a bowl of beef. For that kindness alone, he could no longer delay. He would naturally assist Jiang Heng with all his might. "It's time. Shall we pack things up? We're leaving this place," Zhou Ju said. Subsequently, the father and daughter shouldered their backpacks, carrying all their worldly possessions as they departed. Before leaving, Zhou Ju used wooden planks to seal the doorway, once more preventing other survivors from breaking in and seizing his comrade's firearm. Zhou Yinin saw the massive dog sitting by the entrance, and her face turned pale with fright. It is. She trembled instinctively, taking 2 steps back. After all, the husky's appearance was utterly terrifying. Its massive frame, gleaming fangs, and blood-red eyes brimming with murderous intent. Not just children, even adults would be scared out of their wits. This is Uncle Jiang's dog. Don't be afraid. Zhou Ju patted Zhou Yinyan's head saying. The husky bared its teeth and let out a threatening roar. Zhou Yinyan's pupils trembled violently. Indeed, the husky held no fondness for children. Instead, it found terrorizing the child highly amusing. Except for its master, it would obey no one. Jiang Heng didn't stop at merely tapping the husky's head a couple of times. Only then did the husky restrain itself, sticking close to Jiang Heng's side. Why the sudden decision to leave here with your daughter? Jiang Heng asked Zhou Ju. This time to find the black thorn giant, Zhou Ju had even brought his daughter along. Did he no longer intend to use this place as a residence? Zhou Ju nodded. All the supplies in this area have been scavenged clean by others. It's truly barren. The supermarkets are completely stripped bare. Although zombies are scarce here, supplies are scarce too. Moreover, there's sulfuric acid gas inside the house. If I continue to keep my daughter here, she'll live a life of extreme hunger. Zhou Ju's gaze was heavy as he spoke slowly. We must leave. He had decided to take the risk. His wife was already dead. He had to use every ounce of strength to raise his daughter well. He couldn't continue to rot away in this place. He wanted to give his daughter a good future. All right, let's set off. Jiang Heng said. Subsequently led by Zhou Ju, the trio and the dog moved towards streets several blocks away. Scattered zombies wandered the surrounding blocks, yet none dared to attack. Zhou Yinyan could finally remove her gas mask and breathe in the fresh air. She looked at the zombies by the roadside, her eyes holding no fear, only astonishment. Having lived in the apocalypse for a while, she was long accustomed to zombies. What amazed her was that these zombies didn't actively attack them. It wasn't like this when she went out alone with her father. Those zombies would charge madly like starving ghosts. Now they were all incredibly docile, standing still as statues. Could it be that this mighty blood-furred wolf was intimidating these zombies? She speculated inwardly. It seemed that even terrifying zombies had things they feared. Unconsciously, she began to feel a bit of fondness for the husky. Although it looked fearsome, its ability to scare off zombies was in a way a form of indirect protection for her. The group traveled safely, reaching several blocks away. Suddenly, Jiang Heng caught a whiff of an intensely pungent stench of rotting corpses. He focused his gaze. The distant streets were littered with the remains of human bodies. Some were zombies, some were humans. Among them were over 100 corpses clad in standard military uniforms. The number of zombies was even greater, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, piled up like mountains, filling the streets like a river. Jiang Heng's eye sharpened. This must be the battlefield Zhou Ju had mentioned. The place where the military clashed with the zombie horde. Even from hundreds of meters away, one could smell an overwhelmingly thick stench of decay. The stench had even vaguely formed into a miasma, creating a faint green fog in the air. Taking a deep breath, the sensation was indescribably pungent. Even the husky covered its nose with its paws, staring at Jiang Heng with a shocked expression, as if asking, what did I do to deserve this? Why bring me here to endure such torture? Jiang Heng had no doubt that if he activated his burning thunder here, he could ignite the miasma and cause a massive explosion. Zhou Ju pointed from afar at the pitch-black monster corpse in the center of the pile of bodies. That's the corpse of the black thorn giant, Zhou Ju said. Jiang Heng nodded. The street was completely filled with corpses stretching out like a hellish path of flesh and bone. Blood was everywhere. Human hair was even wedged into the cracks of the roadside. One could only imagine how horrifying the scene was. Zhou Yinyan nearly vomited. We'll part ways here. Until we meet again, Zhou Ju said, holding his daughter's hand. Jiang Heng nodded. Their transaction ended here. Watching Zhou Ju's departing figure, Jiang Heng fell into thought. He hadn't considered bringing Zhou Ju back to the prison base to recruit him as a subordinate. This man was a former mercenary, brave and resourceful, with a thorough understanding of firearms. If Zhou Ju were to become his man, he could serve as an instructor, teaching all the prisoners how to use guns and professional tactics. This would undoubtedly greatly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of everyone at his base. Zhou Ju had the ability to form more professional squads and foster more disciplined and orderly military conduct. However, before Jiang Heng could speak, Zhou Ju and his daughter had already disappeared into the streets. Jiang Heng didn't chase after them. Instead, he turned and walked towards the black thorn giant's corpse. Zhou Ju's heart was wholly consumed by his daughter. The flesh of these zombies had rotted into a watery pulp, barely clinging to the bones, forming a vast muddy swamp of decay. Disgusting. Jiang Heng couldn't help but sigh. Although these zombies were numerous, their decay was too severe. Nothing could be extracted from them. Even a Tier 3 mutant zombie, after months of death, would rot into a pulp. All genes and muscles would decompose into the most insignificant sludge. Even attempting to extract talents would yield nothing. Jiang Heng was already prepared for this. His only hope was the black thorn giant's corpse. The husky wasn't following behind Jiang Heng. Instead, it extended its sharp claws and climbed along the surrounding walls to keep pace. Its claws embedded into the concrete walls, providing traction so the husky wouldn't soil the fur on its paws. Jiang Heng had to wade through the swamp of corpses. The husky followed its master from above. After about 10 minutes, they finally traversed the sea of corpses and blood. They arrived before the corpse of the black thorn giant. Jiang Heng gazed at the colossal corpse of the black thorn behemoth, a chill running through his heart. It was indeed towering. Seeing it with his own eyes was an entirely different level of shock compared to watching it on video. Even in death, with its advanced state of decay, the creature still felt eerily alive. A thick, bloody stench of slaughter emanated from the corpse, mingled with a faint, inexplicable scent of musk, like the odor of some peculiar gene. It evoked a dizzying sense of reverence, as if one were in the presence of something far more ancient, a creature of a higher order. It awakened the most primal fear buried deep within human genes. Even someone as powerful as Jiang Heng couldn't help but feel his breath quicken. The corpse lay sprawled across the ground like a thick, inverted triangular rug, a mass of torn flesh and gore. It measured roughly 7 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Countless rotting tentacles, some containing black bony structures, were infested with maggots. The sheer size of this beast was something no terrestrial creature could ever hope to match. Several segments of its spine were visible, jutting out from the rotting flesh. Typical terrestrial vertebrates have only one spine, a defining characteristic of the group. But this monster possessed at least 6 distinct spinal segments. This granted it an incredibly powerful and robust skeletal structure. Its spine was as thick as hydraulic steel, gleaming with a dark, lustrous sheen. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the monster's mouth wasn't its only weapon. Beneath its skin, across its fin-like limbs and tentacles, lay a dense layer of razor-sharp, recurved teeth, all embedded within the flesh. A single swipe from those would shred steel into ribbons, let alone the skin of any living creature. What in the world was this thing? Just by looking at the long-decayed corpse, Jiang Heng felt a deep-seated dread creep into his heart. The aura of danger was overwhelmingly potent. Jiang Heng knew nothing about them, only that they had come ashore from the deep sea. The creature's body still retained some vestiges of its marine origins, such as degenerate gills and fins. Jiang Heng inspected the corpse's data. Corpse of a black thorn behemoth corpse that has been decaying for 27 days. The battle that slew it was extraordinarily brutal. A military hero willingly allowed himself to be swallowed, detonating a high-explosive bomb from within to critically wound the beast, allowing outside reinforcements to finish it off in a coordinated attack. The battle was that horrifying. Jiang Heng looked closer. Indeed, there were broken human remains within the monster's belly. They appeared to be those of a young man. Despite the severe decay, he could vaguely discern that the soldier was only around 18 or 19 years old, even younger than Jiang Heng himself. Still of university age. His eyes were wide open, bearing an expression of resolute sacrifice. His body had been obliterated by the blast. His decaying remains had become one with the black thorn behemoth. What a tragic battle. The black thorn behemoth's teeth were so incredibly dense that it could shred any creature the moment it swallowed them. This hero too had pulled the grenade's pin before being swallowed. Jiang Heng's expression turned solemn as he initiated extraction on the corpse. Extraction successful. Physique 10 ability swift, thought steel body, crank mutation evolved. The next instant, a heart-wrenching, excruciating pain tore through Jiang Heng's body. It felt as if it originated from every single cell within him. With tens of billions of cells in the human body, the agony was beyond description. It was a pain like being engulfed in a red mist. Even a battle-hardened veteran like Jiang Heng nearly blacked out, his consciousness flickering. The husky rushed over, circling him, anxiously sniffing and whining, frantic with worry. Jiang Heng let out a low, guttural roar, forcing himself to remain standing. He refused to collapse into the mire of decayed flesh. This mutation was unbearably painful. It felt as if the black thorn behemoth's evolutionary genes were forcibly surging into his body, threatening to burst his very cells. It was several dozen minutes before Jiang Heng, drenched in sweat, managed to endure it. He stared in shock at his own hands. He noticed a faint sign of decay appearing on his palms, only to vanish, abruptly returning to their normal state. Did I imagine that? Jiang Heng was momentarily stunned. This was not a good sign. A notification popped into his mind. Corpse King bodies shrank. The genes of the black thorn behemoth, one of the most powerful evolved creatures on Blue Star, have surged into your cells. When you enter a combat state, you can activate the black thorn behemoth's evolutionary genes, entering a state of explosive physical prowess. This can increase your physical capabilities by up to 10 times, and your reaction speed will also be enhanced by 5 times during this period. Theoretically, the duration is unlimited, but when your mental energy is depleted, if you continue to force the state, your body and mind will gradually transform according to the behemoth's genetic expression to sustain the enhanced state. At this point, your body and mind will progressively rot like a corpse, and your physical abilities will surge past their limits, potentially even exceeding 10 times. When you begin to decay, you must slaughter living beings to satiate your ravenous cells and reverse the corruption. Jiang Heng's pupils dilated. 10 times physical ability. He currently had 82 points. Multiply that by 10. That meant 820 points. That was 164 times that of a normal adult. In other words, the force behind one of Jiang Heng's punches could reach 8200 kilograms, equivalent to 2 tons. While he might not be able to demolish skyscrapers with a single blow or rival Superman, stopping a speeding car dead in its tracks would be no problem at all. Forget about fourth-rank mutants. Jiang Heng felt that with his current power, even a blackthorn behemoth would be sent tumbling with a single punch. This evolution was incredibly potent. With this ability activated, enduring hundreds of sniper rifle rounds would be absolutely no issue. He could even withstand a hit from a small missile. The skin density at 820 points of physical ability could only be described as absurd. After evolving to strength, the most remarkable aspect of this ability was its lack of a limit. If an enemy were truly powerful enough that even 10 times his strength wasn't sufficient, then it could continue to rise, even surpass 10 times. The data didn't specify an upper limit. This meant that as long as he could endure the cost of his body rotting, his physical abilities could increase without bound. 100-fold, 1,000-fold, all were possible. Of course, the level of corruption would correspondingly skyrocket. As his physical power grew, his body and will would gradually sink. At that point, Jiang Heng might no longer be Jiang Heng, potentially degenerating completely into a monster. As long as my mental energy doesn't run out, activating this ability won't cause decay. In normal use against enemies, staying within the 10-fold limit means no decay whatsoever, no cost at all. I just need to manage this threshold carefully. Only against an overwhelmingly powerful monster would I consider breaking my limits. Jiang Heng was extremely satisfied. The black thorn behemoth's corpse had certainly not disappointed him. It had directly evolved a crank ability to shrank. From a 5-fold physical boost to a 10-fold explosive burst. His reaction speed had also reached 5 times the norm. Of course, such an increase alone wouldn't be enough to justify its strength status. The most crucial aspect was that if Jiang Heng were to risk everything, he could shatter the 10-fold limit. This was the most formidable new effect of the Rot King physique ability. If the corpse of this blackthorn behemoth is this rotten, and I can still extract such fine materials, what could I get from a fresh one? Jiang Chun mused, stroking his chin. He was already anticipating the day he would personally slay a living black-thorn behemoth and extract its pristine remains. He checked his own status. Jiang Chun, 3rd Order Evolver Physique, 82 Spirit, 42 Talents, Infinite Extraction, True Sight, I Divine Choice, Death Compensation, Golden Ratio Abilities, Time Stop S Rank, Thunder Burn S Rank, Zombie Sovereign S Rank, Rot King Physique S Rank, Telekinesis A Rank, Bone Shatter Blink A Rank, Light Shadow Clone A Rank, Absolute Command B Rank, Skills Gun God, Elite, Zombie Sense, Parkour, Master Hand of Fate, Zombie Virus, Immunity, Gale Blade, Battlefield. Well, most zombies are no longer a match for me. Jiang Chun had reached his conclusion. He was confident he could even fight a 4th Order zombie now. His only concern was the larger mutated beasts. Using his Bone Shatter Blink ability, he teleported out of the corpse marsh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The eerie sound of space tearing apart echoed repeatedly. Then semi-transparent cracks like shattered glass appeared in midair. Jiang Chun blinked consecutively, leaving 5 or 6 spatial rifts hanging in the air. In his chest, his ribs snapped one after another. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones was relentless. Jiang Chun successfully moved out from the very heart of the corpse marsh. Sharp pain shot through his sternum. However, with his enhanced physique, his tolerance for pain had greatly increased. This fracture pain was in the end bearable. Jiang Chun glanced at the zombies on the street and raised his hand, clenching it. Crack. In an instant, 7 or 8 pieces of rubble flew up from the ground. They pierced precisely through the eye sockets of several zombies, killing them instantly. Then Jiang Chun pinched his fingers together. Whoosh. A wisp of white smoke flew out from the zombies' bodies. Using his Zombie Sovereign ability, he absorbed their cells to heal his broken bones. In the blink of an eye, the cost of his fractures was completely undone, his body restored to its prime state. It wasn't all that painful, and with Zombie Sovereign I can heal easily. Jiang Chun said, his expression turning serious. If I'd known, I would have just used that blink to get in there. At least I wouldn't have to deal with this filth, he muttered, looking down at his feet. His pants and combat boots were caked in corpse mud reeking of decay and blood. He summoned a cubic meter of clean water from his system space and washed his lower body thoroughly. Then he changed into fresh clothes and a new pair of boots. Finally feeling refreshed, he saw the husky standing guard beside him. The dog was also covered in the foul mud, its fur matted and dirty. It had initially refused to wade through the corpse water, but upon seeing Jiang Chun nearly pass out, it had resolutely jumped in. Jiang Chun patted its head. Having the loyal husky by his side brought him a sense of peace. A dog, he thought, was definitely more trustworthy than a human. He summoned several cubic meters of water, letting it crash down from above onto the husky, washing it clean. The husky shook its head, spraying water everywhere, and ran around to dry itself off. All the dust and grime of the past days was washed away. The big red-furred dog was back to its pristine factory new look. Let's go, Jiang Chun said to the husky. Man and dog walked down the desolate ruined street heading back towards the prison. Jiang Chun had returned with a full harvest. Now his only focus was on building up his base. On his back was the pitch-black ancient relic blade. Its scabbard was square and solid, its hilt smooth as jade. Clad in a black overcoat, he exuded an aura of pure killing intent. With the massive husky by his side, he felt a sense of power like a hunter with his hound. He realized he was becoming more and more accustomed to this apocalypse. And he was doing all right for himself. At least he felt more free and at ease than he ever had before the end of the world. Suddenly Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He saw a small figure running towards him from a distant street. His gaze flickered with surprise. The girl was moving, awkwardly stumbling with every step, nearly falling. She was covered in blood, staggering forward. It was Zhou Yining. Hadn't she left with her father? Why was she coming back? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Chun. He strode forward quickly. From afar he could hear her frantic shouts. Uncle Jiang! Uncle Jiang! She spotted him and cried out as if he were her savior, her voice choked with sobs. The zombies roaming the street turned their heads to stare at her. Yet they dared not move, frozen in place. It was because of Jiang Chen's presence. The girl rushed up to him, panting heavily. With tear-filled eyes she pleaded, Uncle Jiang. Please, can you save my dad? Dried blood was caked in her hair. Her face was dirty and smeared with grime. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. What happened? Zhou Yining quickly explained. A group of people suddenly burst out from the street. They said they were there to avenge their families from the steel cube building materials factory, and then they opened fire. Dad protected me and took several bullets, telling me to run. As she spoke, the girl wiped her tears with her sleeve. She knew Jiang Chun was incredibly powerful. She could tell from her father's actions and words that he was both wary and respectful of this Uncle Jiang. So after escaping, her first instinct was to run back to the place they had parted ways. She had been praying that Jiang Chun would still be there. Fortunately, he hadn't gone far. He was her only hope. I'm begging you. The girl suddenly fell to her knees, sobbing. Jiang Chun's expression was grim. Where? Those were the only words Jiang Chun spoke. The husky lunged forward, grabbing the girl's collar in its mouth, lifting her up and tossing her onto its back. The husky's broad, sturdy back could carry the girl at full speed without issue. It's on 5th Lane Street. Jiang Chun immediately moved out with her. Meanwhile, at 5th Lane Street, Zhou Ju was leaning against the cover of a ruined wall, panting heavily. He gripped his worn, long-barreled rifle tightly, his face grim. Click-clack. He reloaded a fresh magazine and chambered a round. His expression was cold. He had gunshot wounds on his waist, lower abdomen, and shoulder. 3 bullets in total. Hot blood was pouring from each wound. One of the bullets had even pierced his pancreas. An injury to that organ would cause massive internal bleeding, leading to shock within minutes. Zhou Ju could already feel his consciousness beginning to fade. If not for the last shred of willpower keeping him going, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Zhou Ju had escaped death's door many times on the battlefield, but now, to protect his daughter, he had taken those bullets. Even after she had fled, he hadn't used his ability. Using it would leave him naked, stripping him of all his gear. That would mean losing his combat capability. To stop them from going after his daughter, Zhou Ju chose to stay and lay down suppressive fire. He had successfully killed several of them, but he had lost too much blood and his mind was fading. He doubted he could even activate his ability now. Zhou Ju was at his absolute limit. His ability was nearly impossible to activate. Bang, bang, bang. Several more bursts of gunfire slammed into the cover behind Zhou Ju. The ruined brick wall was already riddled with holes. It wouldn't be long before it collapsed entirely. He couldn't hold out much longer. You damn dogs. You killed my wife and father. Die. Lao Lu, go find his daughter. She can't have gotten far. On the other side of the street, a group of men huddled around a truck, roaring in fury. They'll make him taste what it's like to lose his entire family. At their head stood a young man in a green camouflage uniform. He looked to be about 20 years old. Wang Hongtong, son of the leader of the steel cube building materials factory. All of them were heavily armed, clad in bulletproof vests. They advanced slowly toward Zhou Ju. There were over a dozen of them. Zhou Ju had already killed 3 in a desperate struggle. 9 remained. All of them were remnants of the steel cube building materials factory. Indeed, Jiang Heng hadn't slaughtered them all. Besides Song Xiao, the factory had another squad out searching for and abducting survivors. Wang Hongtong, the leader's son, commanded that squad. When Jiang Heng had carried out his massacre, this group had been outside, narrowly escaping the calamity. Upon their return, they'd happened to witness Jiang Heng escorting Zhou Ju out of the factory. They'd trailed him all the way here, biding their time for revenge. Wang Hongtong's hands were stained with countless sins, yet he only knew his father had been killed, never once considering they'd brought it upon themselves. Everyone in the entire factory had blood on their hands. Listening to their frantic screams, Zhou Ju let out a bitter smile, tinged with a hint of resignation. And not a bad deal after all. Zhou Ju chuckled wryly, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. He took a deep drag. His wife had died at their hands. But everyone in their entire base had been slain by Jiang Heng. They too now knew the agony of losing a loved one. Perhaps it wasn't even a fraction of the pain he felt over losing his wife, but it was enough to bring him some solace. You took my wife, so your father and your own wife will be buried with her. In this way, revenge was his. Even though it was Jiang Heng who struck the blow, not him personally, Zhou Ju could still find satisfaction, and that was enough. Zhou Ju threw open his coat, gazing at the two small fragmentation grenades hanging from the lining of his chest. Then he looked at the rifle that had been with him for so many years. Worn and battered, it had seen him through life and death battles. He fell into deep thought. He was no longer thinking about how to survive. He was thinking about how many lives he could take before he died. No matter how seasoned a battlefield veteran, Zhou Ju was facing an entire squad of heavily armed apocalypse survivors. Breaking through their encirclement alone was nearly impossible. A battlefield veteran wasn't a god. Besides, these survivors had also endured the apocalypse, to this day possessing considerable combat experience and skills of their own. If it weren't for his daughter, and if he hadn't been shot from the start, he could have used guerrilla tactics and gone all out to slaughter them. If that were the case, he might have made it out unscathed. Zhou Ju was 60% confident. Though teleportation couldn't carry weapons, he could toss his rifle into the crowd and teleport to catch it midair. Opening fire before anyone could react, he could absolutely take down several in a flash. But to give his daughter a chance to escape, had taken several bullets earlier. Now with his energy completely drained, survival was out of the question. He only hoped to kill as many as possible before the end. 3 kills, no loss, 5 a bonus. If he could take them all, he'd die with a smile. He had 2 high explosive grenades and 2 last magazines left. If luck was on his side, it just might work. First, he'd toss a grenade as a feint, taking out 1 or 2 and drawing their attention. Then he'd throw his rifle. Using the last of his mental energy for a single teleport, he'd flash into the middle of the group and catch the rifle. Then open fire. He'd gun down Wang Hongtong, who was farthest away, then pull the grenade pin held between his teeth. Indeed, Zhou Ju's ability wasn't completely incapable of carrying objects. If he bit down on it holding it in his mouth, it was as good as being inside his body. That way he could bring the grenade along during teleportation. It would detonate amidst the crowd, killing them all. Best to take everyone down with him. No time to waste. He acted at once. Zhou Ju's eyes sharpened, and he made his move. He pulled the pin from the grenade and silently counted in his head. For seconds. Click. He released the safety lever and hurled it out. Boom. The first grenade landed in the midst of the group. It detonated a meter above the ground. This was a perfectly precise calculation of the blast timing. A grenade exploding at this height delivered the most devastating impact. The shockwave wouldn't be absorbed by the ground. Boom. One of them had his chest shattered by the blast, torn open with a massive gash. Intestines and organs splattered out like ground meat. He slammed onto Zhou Ju's cover, coughing up blood profusely. Dead in an instant. The others were knocked back several meters by the shockwave. But most of them had enhanced physiques to some degree. Unless caught directly in the blast radius, they wouldn't lose limbs. They'd be back on their feet in no time. Blood trickling from their foreheads, they were seething with rage. You bastard. You still had a grenade. One of them, nursing internal injuries, spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed. Through the reflection in a puddle of water at his feet, Zhou Ju could see behind his cover. Seeing the effect of the explosion, his expression turned grim. It was far worse than had anticipated. These men had enhanced bodies, so a grenade in their midst just wasn't effective enough. If it had landed half a meter closer, he might have killed another. The others, though, wouldn't be affected at all. Zhou Ju's face remained calm, his emotions steady, no regret over his decision. Killing just one was already within his expectations. With a sudden sweep of his arm, he hurled his rifle into the air. A dark shadow arced into the open, and the group, unable to make it out clearly, assumed it was another grenade. They instinctively dropped and dove aside. That very motion left them unable to ream and readjust their stances in time. Zhou Ju seized the opening. His form flickered, and he teleported instantly, leaving the cover. This was his final teleport before his consciousness faded into shock. He appeared at the very center of them all. All they saw was a rift in space, along with a bare figure materializing in the middle of the ground. They were all utterly stunned. They snapped back to their senses, raising their guns to aim at Zhou Ju. However, his ability was simply too unpredictable. No matter how fast they reacted, they were still a beat too slow. In that instant, Zhou Ju had already caught his rifle and opened fire, ready and waiting. Head calculated the rifle's rotation in midair, and it landed perfectly in his hands the moment he teleported. His eyes were unshaken, showing no intention of dodging. He was resolved to die, caring only about taking more lives. Zhou Ju's grip on the rifle was rock steady. Having fought alongside his beloved weapon for years, he and the gun were as one. His aim was impeccable. With surgical precision, he squeezed the trigger. Crack! Crack! He fired 2 measured shots, the first bullet striking a woman who had set up her rifle in the distance. The second bullet was aimed at Wang Hongtong, who stood by a truck in the distance. The woman dropped, instantly killed with a headshot. Wang Hongtong too was hit in the chest, the sickening crack of breaking bone echoing as he let out a pained cry and crumpled to the ground. These 2 shots were lethally accurate. Though he had aimed for their heads, time had not permitted a more precise shot. The other gunmen had already trained their weapons on him. Yet to their horror, Zhou Ju's face was devoid of any fear of death. Instead, a wild, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. As they stared, they were shocked to see that Zhou Ju had a grenade clenched between his teeth. The pin was already pulled. Realization dawned on them, and a cry went up. Shit, he's got a grenade. Wang Bin, do it. They all turned their furious gaze upon a gaunt man among them. Wang Bin was the esper in this group, and Zhou Ju could sense the dangerous aura radiating from him. Espers could to some degree sense each other's mental fluctuations. Boom. Suddenly Zhou Ju felt the grenade in his mouth tremble violently. A faint subtle sound came from within the bomb. He knew something was wrong. No one was taking cover. They all seemed to know the grenade wouldn't explode. Then suddenly boom. Suddenly Zhou Ju felt the grenade in his mouth tremble violently. A faint subtle sound came from within the bomb. He knew something was wrong. No one was taking cover. They all seemed to know the grenade wouldn't explode, or that its power would be severely diminished. Zhou Ju made a split-second decision. Keeping the grenade in his mouth would only gravely injure himself. He hurled the grenade at Wang Bin. It hit the ground. A full second passed. It didn't explode. Zhou Ju had pulled the pin a full 4 seconds earlier. This meant the air pressure inside the grenade had been disturbed, altering its detonation time. The enemy's ability could change the grenade's fuse. The next instant, boom, the grenade finally went off. But the shockwave was incredibly weak. The visible blast wave barely extended a meter. It was as if it had exploded in a vacuum. Only the fragmented shrapnel shot out, flying much farther than it normally would. Several people were riddled with shrapnel, their bodies torn and bleeding. Zhou Ju's own body was punctured by several pieces of shrapnel, blood pouring from the wounds. The searing pain was almost numbing. He stared blankly. Though the shrapnel could cause excruciating pain unless it struck a vital organ, it was rarely lethal. A grenade's true killing power came from its shockwave. The shockwave as it passed would cause all particles within a body to shift backward by several centimeters in an instant. This would cause massive internal organ ruptures from the inside out. That's why so many soldiers killed by grenades have unmarked skin, yet their mouths bleed, and their internal organs are turned to pulp. Even if they didn't die on the spot, they'd collapse from internal injuries within minutes. If the shockwave was neutralized, the shrapnel alone could only maim, not kill. Zhou Ju's face turned cold. His final trump card had been neutralized just like that. Wang Bin stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury, several cuts on his face from the shrapnel. Teleportation powers, and a hidden grenade. We almost fell for it. His expression was icy. Fortunately, his ability was the vacuum domain. He could instantly dissolve and evacuate all air in a small area, creating a temporary vacuum. A grenade's shockwave needs a medium like air to travel. It relies on the explosive expansion of gas to compress the surrounding air and create a wave to harm the enemy. If a grenade explodes in a vacuum, there is no shockwave, and its power is drastically reduced. And with less air resistance, the shrapnel travels faster and farther. Fortunately, they had chosen the lesser of two evils. Wang Bin had successfully used his ability, avoiding any casualties. Their faces cold, the group raised their guns and took aim at Zhou Ju. Now all of them had their sights on Zhou Ju. No matter what tricks he had, there was no turning the tide. Blood trickled from his nose. Already suffering from massive blood loss, and at his mental limit, he had also used his last teleportation. There was no escape. He's an esper, kill him now to avoid any more trouble. At that moment, Wang Hongtong, who was lying in the distance, actually got to his feet. He was wearing a bulletproof vest. So Zhou Ju's earlier shot had only broken his ribs, not killed him. He shouted, ordering everyone to fire. Zhou Ju didn't just wait to die. There was only a cold glint in his eyes. How damn unfortunate. To run into an esper who could counter his grenade. He knew he was done for, and he couldn't take everyone with him. What a pity. A hint of resignation flashed in Zhou Ju's eyes. At this point, anger, regret, and resentment were all useless. Bang, bang, bang. They opened fire. To their astonishment, Zhou Ju suddenly twisted his body, dodging one bullet. Two other bullets whizzed past, grazing his ears, and leaving two bloody furrows, but missing his head. He had with a mortal body dodged two shots aimed at his head. Of course he had moved before the guns fired. It was a premonition. If he had moved after hearing the shots, he would never have been able to dodge them. After all, he was human, not a god. Moving with incredible speed, Zhou Ju fired his gun in the same instant. Bang! A single shot killed Wang Bin, who was closest to him. Then he flipped his hand. He pulled a cold dagger from the stock of his rifle. His form moved like lightning as he spun and thrust the blade backward, punching a hole through the neck of another enemy. In a flash, he had killed two more. His speed was so fast that no one could even pull the trigger again. This was Zhou Ju's final strike. His years of battlefield instincts made his movements vicious and swift. But this was also his last dance. His strength was completely spent. The surrounding guns formed a crossfire, locking him in a death trap. His first dodge was a surprise. Now everyone was focused on his head. The cold, dark muzzles signaled his imminent death. His only regret now was his daughter. After his wife died, he had resolved to take care of her. But now he was about to die. Could a little girl like her survive in this bloody world? There was no time for Zhou Ju to ponder his final wishes, and the bullets were too fast. He could hear the whistling of the incoming rounds. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone pulled their triggers. He closed his eyes in resignation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yet the bullets never hit him. Death did not come. A full 3 seconds passed. Zhou Ju was utterly astonished. Could it be that the instant a bullet pierces the brain, even the sensation of pain vanishes? When Zhou Ju opened his eyes, the sight before him left him stunned. The shock in his gaze surged like a tidal wave. There the bullets hung silently in the air before him, as if an invisible colossal hand had seized them all. They could not advance an inch. They did not even fall. They simply hovered in midair, spinning faintly. The bullets bobbed slightly. The men opposite were stunned as well. Refusing to believe it, they fired several more shots. Bang, 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 bang. This time Zhou Ju did not blink. Dozens of bullets streaked toward him like bolts of fire. Yet they too halted 20 centimeters from his forehead, unable to advance. They froze in a staggered line as if time itself had stopped. The bullets were abruptly suspended as though held aloft by some unseen force. Zhou Ju sensed footsteps approaching from the side. He turned to look. A young man in a black overcoat holding the hand of a hauntingly familiar little figure walked slowly toward him. Jiang Heng held Zhou Yinyan's hand, his expression calm, his steps heavy. He bore a narrow blade on his back, his entire bearing one of extraordinary, otherworldly grace. His face was placid, yet within his pupils a certain spiritual energy flickered. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of bullets clattering to the ground before him snapped Zhou Ju back to the battle. 100 questions churned within him. Why was Jiang Heng here? How could he halt bullets? Could it be that he possessed 3 different abilities? Zhou Ju was shaken. The spatial power to make objects vanish into thin air. The ability to control zombies. And now the power to freeze bullets in their tracks. 3 abilities. What kind of monster was this? Zhou Ju was deeply shaken, but with a battle raging he knew there was no time for astonishment. He spun to the side and continued firing. Jiang Heng had bought him time, and he intended to use it to take down a few more. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Ju's hand was rock steady. A few precise shots and 3 men dropped dead. Wang Hongtong and his crew were dumbfounded. Wang Hongtong himself was blinded by rage. His base destroyed, his father slain. He had chased them here without ever considering just how powerful a person must be to single-handedly annihilate their vast organization. Or perhaps he had simply assumed it was another organization that had wiped out the base, not these 2 individuals. He thought he had cornered a lone target, a chance to vent his fury and exact his revenge. Zhou Yinyan's eyes brimmed with tears. Seeing her father alive, she wept with joy. Zhou Ju hadn't expected his daughter to have summoned Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng advanced step by step toward Wang Hongtong, and his men, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. It seems I failed to wipe you all out. That is my mistake. His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. He had believed that killing Song Shao had cleansed the organization completely. He hadn't expected survivors. At his words, the group's pupils contracted in shock. Were they hearing this right? This man claimed to have single-handedly destroyed their entire organization. Impossible. He must be bluffing. Even with the power to halt bullets, there was no way he could win. That was Wang Hongtong's first thought. After all, the base had Su In with his bone-flipping ability, and his father with his mind-planting power. Even if Jiang Heng was immune to bullets, how could he withstand a mental assault or an internal attack from bones twisting within his own body? So he reasoned that a larger, more powerful organization must have destroyed his base. These 2 facing his entire squad stood absolutely no chance. Wang Hongtong's father had been a formidable local tyrant before the apocalypse with immense power and wealth at his disposal. Wang Hongtong had never known the true wickedness of the world. Even before the end, he had ordered his thugs to kill. If he didn't like someone, he had them eliminated. Even under the rule of law, he was a fearless little beast. Now with the apocalypse upon them and all rules shattered, he was even more reckless. But his men sensed something was amiss. They were not like Wang Hongtong, who feared nothing. They were hardened survivors, having killed both zombies and men. They were no fools. Jiang Heng exuded an aura of extreme danger. This was absolutely not an act. Moreover, the ability to freeze bullets in flight was a testament to his overwhelming strength. Even a telekinetic ability wouldn't allow one to halt bullets so effortlessly. Only with extraordinary spiritual power, terrifying control over one's ability, and immense proficiency could one stop bullets traveling at such speed. But now Jiang Heng's eyes were clearly brimming with killing intent. Backing down now was pointless. They had already tried to kill Zhou Ju, though they had failed. That meant there was no possibility of negotiation. No matter how strong the enemy, they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Their faces hardened with cold resolve as they unleashed their full power. Bang, 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 bang. A dense barrage of gunfire thundered through the street. Terrifying flashes of light burst forth. Bullets streaked toward Jiang Heng and Zhou Ju. Even Zhou Yining, Zhou Ju's daughter, was caught in the line of fire. Countless bullets hurtled toward the little girl. Under such circumstances, Jiang Heng's gaze was frigid. He drew his blade. In full view of everyone, he met the bullets with his sword. His physical prowess was astonishing, his speed almost absurdly fast. Gripping the ancient relic blade, he unleashed the most ferocious strike of the Gale Blade technique, unsheathing it in a flash. Clang! A resonant hum of steel vibrated through the air. The very atmosphere seemed to ripple. The strike was faster than wind and thunder, carving a brilliant arc of golden lightning into the air woven into the path of the blade. Indeed, Jiang Heng had activated his Thunderburn ability to accelerate the slash. It was truly blindingly fast. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound rang out. With that single strike, he split the bullet in two. The round headed for Zhou Yining burst apart in a shower of sparks, scattering into the street. It was reduced to wreckage. Sparks flew from the ancient blade as it cleaved through the bullet. This move stunned not only the shooters, but Zhou Yining stood agape, and even Zhou Ju's eyes trembled. Splitting a bullet with a sword. Was this some kind of martial arts movie? But it wasn't over. After that slash, Jiang Heng abruptly swung his arm and planted his feet. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind seemed to be unleashed by that motion. The remaining dozens of bullets were scattered by the blast, clattering to the ground. No matter how fast his swordplay, cleaving a single bullet was his limit. The rest had to be dispersed with his telekinetic power. Clink, clink, clink. The crisp sound of countless bullets hitting the ground rang in everyone's ears. The whole scene fell silent. A blade that split bullets coupled with the telekinetic force that could halt them. This level of strength. This person was definitely far beyond a second-order revolver. At least third-order. Even Wang Hongtong's eyes were filled with fear now. He looked at his underlings, wanting to give the order to retreat. But now no one was listening to him anymore. Facing such a formidable enemy, the thought in everyone's mind was the same. Run! They immediately fled, scattering dozens of meters away, leaving Wang Hongtong alone, standing beside the truck in a daze. The few who escaped half a street away thought they had made it out alive. But the next second, roar! A massive red-haired hound descended from the rooftop in a flash. With one swipe of its paw, it killed a man. Yes, it killed a man with a single paw strike. Era's physique was now on par with a tiger's. As everyone knows, a casual swipe from a tiger can easily deliver over 1200 pounds of force, shattering bones and rupturing internal organs. Era's paw strike was only stronger, not weaker. The man was sent flying several meters back, coughing up blood uncontrollably. His teeth shattered as they hit the ground. The fleeing group had never imagined that such a massive hound would be lurking on the rooftop waiting to ambush them. Their faces turned ugly as they raised their guns and pulled the triggers. However, Era had been through countless battles and was already extremely familiar with firearms. It knew that wherever the dark muzzle pointed, that was where the bullets would land. So it could dodge with incredible agility. By using feints, it made its trajectory unpredictable, turning and charging in rapid succession, making it impossible for the others to aim. 3 full seconds passed, yet not a single bullet struck Era. Instead, Era had already charged forward, beginning its slaughter with fangs and lightning abilities. Terrifying azure lightning erupted from Era's body. Countless arcs of electricity snaked along the ground, accompanied by thunder and lightning. In an instant, the group was paralyzed, foaming at the mouth. Their fingers on the triggers trembled uncontrollably, locking down and firing bullets uselessly into the sky. Bang! 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 Gunfire rang out in succession, white smoke drifting. Blood splattered. In the end, everyone lay on the ground, dead beneath Era's fangs. Era stood imposingly, its face covered in blood. On its paws were even remnants of human flesh. In the field, only 2 survivors remained. One was Wang Hongtong. The other was a woman who had been standing firmly behind Wang Hongtong. This woman was young and attractive. She was Wang Hongtong's mistress. She was much prettier than his deceased wife. That was why Wang Hongtong had maintained an illicit relationship with her for a long time. But this woman had no combat experience at all. It was almost fair to say she was nothing but a useless pretty face. After realizing they were no match for Jiang Heng, she immediately turned and dashed toward the truck. Then she frantically twisted the key, started the truck's engine, and tried to speed away. Seeing this, Wang Hongtong nearly vomited in anger. Truly, when disaster strikes, each bird flies off on its own. Finally, panic appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly chased after the truck. At that moment, Jiang Heng was about to make his move. But Zhou Ju acted first. Shink! Zhou Ju suddenly raised his hand and pulled a throwing knife from his coat. He hurled it directly, killing Wang Hongtong. It struck right in the eye socket. Wang Hongtong fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Jiang Heng's eyes lit up slightly at this move. A throwing knife. In reality, a knife thrown by a person's wrist could indeed pierce through a wooden board. But penetrating a human skull was still extremely difficult. However, since Zhou Ju was a second-order evolver with formidable physical strength, it wasn't surprising. Zhou Ju panted, looking at Jiang Heng and thanking him. Thank you. Brother Jiang. At that moment the sound of a truck engine grew closer from the distance. Zhou Ju stared intently. He was shocked to find that the woman hadn't driven the truck away. Instead she had turned the vehicle around and was charging straight at them. Her eyes burned with insane, murderous intent. Because a head-on the street era had blocked her path, she had no doubt that the massive hound could tear open the iron door with its claws and bite her to pieces. Fear of the huge dog made her dare not force her way through. So with no way out she could only turn back and ram them. Trying to run them both over was her final act of madness. She didn't care even if there was still a little girl. During her time with Wang Hongtong, she had harmed many people and had long lost her conscience. Zhou Ju fired several shots only to find that the truck's glass couldn't be penetrated. The truck had been modified with bulletproof glass. Zhou Ju's face turned grim. At that moment Jiang Heng stepped forward. He raised his hand and pressed down in midair. Boom. The next instant a massive steel RV crashed down from above, landing directly on the truck driven by the woman. Terrifying dust scattered in all directions. The huge RV that fell from the sky was covered in a layer of heavy armor weighing over a dozen tons. It crushed the truck into a heap of wreckage. Though it wasn't flattened into a sheet of paper, it was more than enough to completely crush it. The woman along with her truck was turned into a pool of flesh and blood, ground into mincemeat by the heavy steel fortress RV. Then the RV's tires and engine roared. It surged out from the wreckage of the truck and stopped in front of Jiang Heng. Zhou Ju was stunned speechless by the scene. Zhou Yining, even paler, plopped down on the ground. She stared in shock at the pitch-black steel-armored RV, her lips trembling. What is this? Zhou Ju asked in shock. My car. Jiang Heng nodded. The technique of materializing an RV out of thin air and crushing an enemy's vehicle into pulp. Zhou Ju felt his worldview shatter. How could anyone have so many tricks? Thank you, Brother Jiang. I might be dying. Zhou Ju stepped forward and said slowly. His face was pale from blood loss. He would probably go into shock soon. Please, take care of my daughter. After saying these final words, Zhou Ju collapsed onto the ground, clutching his gun. The blood from the gunshot wounds on his body was gradually stopping. That was not a good sign. The cessation of bleeding only meant that the blood in his body was almost drained. Jiang Heng raised his hand and channeled several weak burning thunder into the bullet holes on Zhou Ju's body. He cauterized the wounds with high heat, sealing off the bleeding. That way at least he wouldn't suffer further massive hemorrhage. Zhou Yining walked up to Jiang Heng and cradled her father's body. Uncle Jiang, please save my father. He'll be your servant for life. She knelt on the ground weeping and pleading, almost kowtowing. Jiang Heng helped her up. Get in the car. Jiang Heng had scanned the corpses of these people and found no particularly powerful abilities. Ability slots were precious, so he didn't bother extracting any. Jiang Heng let out a whistle, summoning the husky back. He hoisted Zhou Ju's body onto the RV, then boarded it himself, accompanied by Zhou Yining. Once inside, he immediately commanded, RV head to Anma Mountain Prison. Acknowledged. Estimated travel time is 2 hours and 30 minutes. Please remain seated and hold on, the RV replied. Soon the engine roared to life, carrying Jiang Heng and the young girl straight toward the prison base. At this moment, only Li Meng's cellular replication ability could save him. Jiang Heng had already decided to make Zhou Ju a chief combat instructor tasked with assisting Jiang Ming in training the inmates at the base. His ambition was to forge a powerful, disciplined sanctuary, his ultimate goal being the restoration of human greatness. Zhou Ju was the perfect candidate. Having spent years on battlefields, he had weathered the storm of real gunfire and slaughter. A man of such caliber could undoubtedly become a professional captain, imparting the essentials of combat and firearms to the masses. Such talent was a rare find. Most importantly, he had a vulnerability. Unlike Jiang Heng's other subordinates, Zhou Ju's daughter would also reside within the base. This meant Zhou Ju could not refuse any of his commands. It was a form of leverage. While Jiang Heng wouldn't truly harm the girl, her presence served as an invisible shackle, ensuring Zhou Ju would never dare to betray him. The thought of his daughter's fate would always stay his hand. This was the true reason Jiang Heng dared to take him under his wing. Of course, he would also offer ample rewards. Such a formidable man was to be well-fed and well-kept, and his daughter would receive the finest treatment as well. On the RV, Zhou Yinyan's eyes immediately fell upon the luxurious interior. Genuine leather sofas, a spring mattress. A large refrigerator stocked with cola and other drinks. In the living area, a massive LCD screen and a PS5 console were on display. These were all things that held immense allure for a young girl. However, with her father gravely wounded, she had neither the time nor the heart for play. She pulled a handkerchief from her small backpack and looked at Jiang Heng. Uncle Jiang, may I use some water from your RV? Jiang Heng nodded. The RV had a built-in water tank, always kept full. A little for her was no trouble. Zhou Yining thanked him sweetly, then walked to the tap, dampened the cloth with some water. She then went to her father's side, carefully cleaning his wounds. Having used his teleportation ability earlier, Zhou Ju was now naked, yet still clutching his gun tightly. Zhou Yining covered him with a blanket and took the weapon away. With the damp cloth, she wiped the blood from Zhou Ju's body and then dressed him with her own hands. By the time she was done, she was drenched in sweat. Zhou Ju's breathing was extremely faint. If left unattended, he would likely begin to convulse and die within a few hours. But Jiang Heng was here. Even if his internal organs were bleeding and he was at death's door, Jiang Heng could use his pyro thunder voltage to defibrillate him. His pyro thunder had reached strength, making such precise electrical control a trivial task. Indeed, the King of Hell would soon see a flickering signal. Using pyro thunder as a voltage pacemaker would cause burn damage, but when it came to saving a life, such concerns were irrelevant. Uncle Jiang, thank you so much. Zhou Yining suddenly walked up to him and said sincerely, if it weren't for you, my father would be a corpse by now. And I might have been caught and killed by the pursuers. On the way back with Jiang Heng, she had encountered a man chasing them. It was Jiang Heng who had struck, swiftly killing him. So she knew the immense debt of gratitude she owed him. It's nothing. I have only one request for you, Jiang Heng said. Zhou Yining was slightly taken aback at this. She had no abilities to speak of. What could Uncle Jiang possibly need from her? Persuade your father to join my organization and become the base's combat captain. I need talent like his, Jiang Heng said slowly. He didn't elaborate. Zhou Yining might not know that Zhou Ju had once been a mercenary. Being a mercenary meant he had killed many. Though not evil, he had surely slain numerous enemy soldiers on the battlefield to support his family. This truth could shatter the girl's heroic image of her father. So Jiang Heng kept silent. Zhou Yining was astonished. Uncle Jiang was actually a man of significance, the leader of a survivor base. Indeed, a true powerhouse with backing. She answered without hesitation. Okay. Having drifted with her father for so long, all she craved was stability. Now Uncle Jiang was offering her that stability. He was willing to let her and her father join the base. She had no reason to refuse. Uncle Jiang was truly a good man. She naively believed his kindness was the reason for her acceptance. How could this young girl possibly know that Jiang Heng was interested in her father's skills? If her father weren't a mercenary lacking such professional combat expertise, he would have no value. I just hope my father doesn't die, Zhou Yining said, resolutely gripping her father's hand tightly. Her eyes shone with determination. Now that her father was down, she couldn't afford to cry. She knew that if her father died, and she was weeping, Uncle Jiang might change his mind about letting them join. In this apocalypse, resources were precious. No one would waste resources on a useless girl. Her father had sacrificed himself for her, and she had to do her best to survive to honor that sacrifice. The girl was clever, as she would surely become a talented individual when she grew up. She leaned beside Zhou Ju, tending to him attentively. Zhou Ju's injuries were too severe. After being shot, he had continued to fight with all his might, making large movements. This had undoubtedly worsened his internal injuries and bleeding. His breathing was now growing weaker. Suddenly Jiang Heng's gaze sharpened. He sensed Zhou Ju's heartbeat beginning to slow. Slower and slower, until it finally stopped. Jiang Heng's hearing was too acute now. He could discern Zhou Ju's heart rate without an electrocardiogram. Pyro thunder crackled in Jiang Heng's palm, forming a faint electric arc. Though it appeared dim, it carried a voltage exceeding 3.6 V. It was more than enough to jolt a dying man's heart back to life. His heart has stopped. Shall we move aside? Jiang Heng's gaze turned grave as he spoke. Zhou Yining stared blankly at the golden lightning crackling between his palms. What kind of power was this now? But with her father at death's door, she had no time to hesitate. She nodded quickly, rose to her feet, and stepped back, yielding the space to Jiang Heng. He moved directly before Zhou Ju, both palms surging with power as golden lightning flickered. With a sudden strike, he slammed his hands against the man's chest. Instantly, Zhou Ju's chest was scorched, black wisps of white smoke curling upward. Though Jiang Heng had minimized the fiery power of the scorching thunder, lightning always brought flame. The two were inseparable, impossible to unleash separately. Thus, burn damage was utterly unavoidable. Using such a violent thunder ability as a life-saving defibrillator was a true trial for Jiang Heng. This ability was originally pure destructive force. The strength flame thunder burned hot enough to melt iron with ease. Jiang Heng had considered using the husky's paw as a defibrillator, letting it channel bioelectricity. But the husky's mental strength wasn't high enough. It couldn't control its ability with the same precision and wouldn't be able to suppress the current to a mere 3.6 volts. So it had to be him. As long as the man could be saved, the burns didn't matter. Once they returned to the prison base, Li Meng could heal it all. Jiang Heng's expression hardened as he recalled his emergency training and began the rescue. Thump, thump, thump. His palms wreathed in dazzling light slammed into Zhou Ju's chest. Once, twice. At a rhythm matching the heartbeat of a normal adult male, he pressed down slowly. Jiang Heng had to ensure enough force to penetrate flesh and ribs, reaching the heart itself. This was in essence cardiopulmonary resuscitation, so his strikes were exceptionally heavy. Had it been an ordinary man, ribs would have snapped under such force. Even in mundane rescue, broken ribs were common when paramedics performed CPR on drowning victims. Even ordinary people couldn't avoid such injuries. For Jiang Heng with his enhanced physique, causing damage was all too easy. Fortunately, Zhou Ju's constitution was formidable, a standout among second-tier evolvers. His bones exceptionally tough. Despite the repeated compressions, his ribs didn't crack. Only the flesh was scorched black. After tens of seconds, Zhou Ju's heart began to beat again. Thump 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 thump. The sound of life, faint but resurgent, pumping blood anew. Jiang Heng continued his compressions. Suddenly Zhou Ju burst into a violent cough, expelling a mouthful of pooled blood from his lungs. At last his breathing returned. His vital signs were stabilized. Zhou Yining watched her father's life force rekindle, her face pale with shock. Tears of joy streamed down her face. Uncle Jiang could kill, and he could save. Utterly, all capable. Even the king of hell must be wondering now, why does this man's name keep flickering on and off? Jiang Heng's feat was practically a slap in the face of death itself. He's barely clinging to life, but his internal bleeding is too severe. Even if I've seared his external wounds shut, it won't be enough. We need to get him back to base as fast as possible so my people can treat him, Jiang Heng said. RV, speed up. He issued the command to the RV's AI. Understood, the vehicle replied. The engine's RPM surged. The RV swayed violently down the streets littered with wrecked cars and shambling zombies, swerving madly to avoid obstacles. Clad in steel armor, the RV plowed through the streets without restraint, crushing zombies into pulp, barely bothering to dodge. This allowed maximum speed, though it took a toll on the armored shell with each collision. Even soft zombie bodies struck at such high velocity would scrape against the steel. So this reckless charge couldn't be sustained. Zhou Yining sat beside the couch, clutching her father's rough hand, and turned to Jiang Heng. Uncle Jiang, once we're back at base, can my dad be saved? Jiang Heng patted her shoulder. Don't worry. It'll be fine. I have a healer under my command. She can definitely treat your father's wounds. She's a very kind big sister, Jiang Heng added. Zhou Yining was startled. Uncle Jiang actually had a healing-type ability user. She had initially assumed there was a doctor at the base who could perform surgery. Young as she was, she knew the basics. With injuries like her father's, modern medicine alone might not be enough to pull him back from the brink. Only an ability user could heal him swiftly, offering a real chance of saving his life. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. I don't know how to thank you for such a great kindness. Her father was her pillar of support, and Jiang Heng's repeated rescues moved her deeply. Just stay at my base and be good, Jiang Heng said. Li Ming's cellular replication ability was exceptionally potent. When his own body had been covered in massive burns, it had brought him back. Compared to that, a few bullet wounds on Zhou Ju were nothing. As long as he held on to his last breath and made it back to the base, he would be saved. The RV raced at full speed, the scenery outside shifting rapidly. The prison base grew ever closer. 2 hours later they finally arrived. The massive vehicle came to a halt at the prison gates. The 10-meter-high walls stood fully reinforced, double-layered inside and out, with embrasures like trenches for mounting guns against enemies. The fortifications had advanced greatly, no longer the same level as when they had first left. Though materials weren't enough to cover the entire prison, raising the walls near the main gate was well within reach. Now, with Jiang Heng returning laden with supplies, it wouldn't be long before the entire prison's perimeter could be fully fortified. The moment the RV stopped at the gate, several sentries blew their whistles. They radioed the interior. The leader is back. The leader is back, they shouted. Then a voice echoed through the prison, open the gate. Jiang Ming, stationed in the command post, gave the order via radio. The prison gates swung open, and the RV rolled inside. It drove straight to the garage entrance, halting before an open space. Jiang Heng stepped out with Zhou Yining. Jiang Ming, Li Ming, Dr. He, and several subordinates all gathered around. Leader, you've returned, they said respectfully. Jiang Heng nodded, then turned to Li Ming. I have an injured man lying on the RV's couch, he said. Li Ming nodded and immediately boarded the vehicle. Zhou Yining followed close behind. Sister, are you the healing ability user Uncle Jiang mentioned? Li Ming's eyes flickered subtly at his words. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Heng was about her age. The apocalypse had struck less than a year ago, and he was still barely of university age. How could this young girl call him uncle? Yet upon reflection, she supposed it made sense. Jiang Heng's hair had gone uncut for a long time, his beard unshaven, and his clothes were dust-laden. He truly looked like a grizzled older man. Yes, I can indeed heal injuries. I have great confidence in my ability. As long as a person is still breathing, I can pull them back from the brink. Li Ming said. All right then, I beg you to do everything you can to save my father. Zhou Yinyan's eyes blazed with fervent hope as she clenched her fists. Li Ming was taken aback. The injured man was this young girl's father. Jiang Heng had never been fond of taking on burdens. Back then, among the countless survivors in the cinema, he hadn't brought any of them along, had merely pointed them toward a path of hope. As for the children in the hospital, had it not been for the ability users and his sister being among them, he likely wouldn't have taken them either. Yet now Jiang Heng was willing to bring this young girl and her father back. Her father must possess some extraordinary quality. Only those with true talent could stay by Jiang Heng's side. Having served Jiang Heng the longest, Li Ming could see this at a glance. She turned to look at Dr. He Xiaochun. Though she was a pediatrician, her medical knowledge was comprehensive and professional. Treating adults was no issue for her. In fact, pediatricians often surpassed general physicians in skill, as they had to contend with children's weaker immune systems. Dr. He, come and assist me, she said. He Xiaochun nodded and followed. Soon Zhou Yining led Li Ming and Dr. He up into the RV. The three of them approached Zhou Ju. The burly man lay sprawled on the sofa, his breath as faint as a silken thread. His injuries were severe, but now with a healing ability user and a doctor working together, Zhou Yining was filled with hope. She had to save her father. When He Xiaochun saw the wounds on Zhou Ju's body, her eyes widened in alarm. Burn marks, bullet holes, internal bleeding, and torn muscles. It was a constellation of severe injuries. That he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. Any ordinary person would have long since gone into shock and perished. But this man was exceptionally robust. His muscles were dense, his tendons taut, and his body brimmed with explosive power. There were also several old gunshot scars on his body, clearly predating the apocalypse. His body fat was extremely low, the mark of a man who had trained for years. This wasn't the kind of bulky, exaggerated muscle you'd see in a gym. It was the lean, wiry muscle of a professional. Zhou Ju was a former mercenary. If he carried too much weight, even with massive muscles, he'd be sluggish in movement. To maintain agility and speed, he had to compress his muscle mass and keep his body fat at an extreme minimum to control his weight. Jiang Heng must have used his flame thunder to defibrillate your father, He Xiaochun said gravely. Zhou Yining nodded. Having performed resuscitation herself, He Xiaochun recognized the electrical burn marks. They followed the rhythm of a heartbeat. It seems the patient's heart had stopped. His condition is critical. Otherwise, Jiang Heng wouldn't have resorted to his violent flame thunder to shock him back. Li Ming, we need to begin treatment immediately, He Xiaochun said cautiously. Li Ming nodded and placed her hand on Zhou Ju. She hesitated for a moment, not acting right away. Though her ability could heal wounds, it wasn't something to be activated recklessly. Not everyone was as resilient as Jiang Heng. If she accidentally caused excessive cell replication in one spot, it could lead to tumors or even blocked blood vessels. So she had to be careful. She looked toward Dr. He. Dr. He pondered for a long moment before speaking. With injuries like these, the internal organs are likely torn in multiple places, and there's still internal bleeding. If we recklessly use cell replication to heal everything at once, it could cause secondary damage. We must take it slow. Start with the heart, healing the surrounding organs, especially the lungs. Dr. He directed. As a physician, her guidance would greatly improve the chances of recovery. Li Ming acknowledged and placed her hand on Zhou Ju's chest. She extended her spiritual sense inward, carefully replicating the cells of the flesh and organs around the heart to restore them. The heart and lungs were the core sources of strength and vital signs in the human body. One drove the flow of blood, the other oxygenated it. Neither could be neglected. The failure of either would mean death. If these two organs could be saved, Zhou Ju's body would have the best chance of revival. Once that happened, the vast machinery of his body would begin to heal itself. The burned skin could be treated later. The most urgent task was to restore the internal organs. A soft glow emanated from her palm, and then visibly Zhou Ju's body trembled. It was the signal of cells frantically replicating and spreading to fill the gaps in his wounds. Good. Very good. He Xiaochun's eyes gleamed. She held a blood pressure monitor strapped to Zhou Ju's arm. This kind of device was available in the prison. Zhou Ju's blood pressure was steadily rising. His condition was improving. He Xiaochun took out a scalpel, sterilized it over a flame for a few seconds, and began to cut into the muscle to extract the shattered bullet fragments. A full half-hour passed before Li Ming and He Xiaochun emerged from the RV drenched in sweat. Chief, he's awake. Jiang Heng nodded. How is his condition? He asked with concern. Zhou Ju was about to become his subordinate, so a bit of concern was only natural. His injuries were severe. Fortunately, his physique and willpower are incredibly strong, so he managed to hold on. I've healed about 70% of his wounds. His life is no longer in danger, but my spiritual energy is depleted. It may take another session to fully heal him. Li Ming said weakly. You did well. How is Miao Miao doing now? Jiang Heng said. Zhang Yujie reinforces the ice coffin every day. Her vital signs are stable. Li Ming said, a hint of dizziness in her eyes. All right, go get some rest. Jiang Heng said. Li Ming had exhausted her spiritual energy and needed a good sleep. Every task Jiang Heng assigned her, she carried out with all her might, never once complaining about hardship. Jiang Heng was already considering making plans to rescue his sister from the ice coffin. Jiang Heng returned to the RV. Zhou Ju was now sitting on the sofa wrapped in bandages. His wounds had healed remarkably well. The burned skin was no longer visible. He held a glass of water, swallowing a few antibiotics to ward off bacterial infection. These were the medications Dr. He had given him. Seeing Jiang Heng approach, Zhou Ju quickly rose from the sofa, enduring the lingering pain. Zhou Ju knelt on one knee before Jiang Heng, expressing his gratitude with solemnity. Along the journey, Jiang Heng had helped Zhou Ju more than words could convey. A man's knee holds the weight of gold and is not to be bent lightly. Yet the debt of gratitude he owed Jiang Heng outweighed 1,000 pieces of gold. It was not merely for saving his own life. Most importantly, he had saved his daughter. For that alone a kneel was warranted. Jiang Heng stepped forward and helped him up. No need to kneel, Zhou Ju. I have but one request of you. Zhou Ju's pupils trembled slightly as he spoke with solemnity. Please speak your mind. Jiang Heng said slowly. Join my base and become my subordinate. You will train them. I want my people to possess exceptional military acumen just like you. This way our organization will become even more formidable. Zhou Ju's eyes flickered with surprise upon hearing this. Was it truly that simple? He answered without a moment's hesitation. Yes. Providing a secure environment for his daughter was something he desperately desired. Even if Jiang Heng hadn't asked, he would have requested to join with his daughter anyway. Everyone was fully armed and disciplined. In this apocalypse, you wouldn't find another base as safe as this. This suburban prison possessed a natural strategic advantage. Firstly, the number of zombies in the surrounding area was extremely sparse. Secondly, the prison boasted defensive facilities that instilled a profound sense of security. Even Zhou Ju rarely encountered such formidable structures. The foundations of protective walls were already taking shape on all four sides, suggesting they would be built exceedingly high and in multiple layers. 4 auto-targeting machine guns along with over a dozen loyal sentinels guarded every corner of the prison. An electric fence encircled the perimeter. Ordinary zombies would be electrocuted upon contact with the barrier reduced to charred remains without any human intervention. Furthermore, inside the prison lay an entire arsenal. A vast array of advanced weaponry was stored within. Forget the zombies. Even a mercenary army would find it nearly impossible to breach such a facility. With his vast experience, Zhou Ju could instantly tell that this prison had once been converted from a military trench or an arms factory. Situated on a suburban slope, it was a natural fortress easy to defend and difficult to attack. Unless high-altitude guided weapons like missiles were used, ordinary squads would find it virtually impossible to break through. Zhou Yining clung to her father, her face filled with emotion. Finally, they wouldn't have to hide in that dark shop or wander the desolate outside world. A voice resounded in Jiang Heng's mind. Subordinate acquired Zhou Ju loyalty 100. Subordinate acquired Zhou Yining loyalty 100. They pledged absolute loyalty from the very start, a level of devotion that meant they would willingly die for Jiang Heng. Once this level was reached, it could never decline. It was an unbreakable, eternal loyalty. Just like Li Ming. It wasn't in vain that Jiang Heng had given his all throughout their journey. Now he could entrust Zhou Ju with significant matters. Zhou Ju could become a second-in-command much like Jiang Ming. Jiang Heng initiated the extraction process on Zhou Ju. He had already extracted Zhou Ju's ability from his jade pendant. What would happen if he extracted it again now? Extraction successful. Ability bone shatter teleportation, A rank, mutative evolution. Calcium ion teleportation, A rank. You can teleport by tearing through spatial rifts carrying matter containing calcium ions. Maximum distance is current mental strength in meters. Jiang Heng's eyes widened in shock. After the evolution, the ability retained its core trait of teleporting with calcium-laden objects. However, the crippling cost of shattering bones was completely gone. After extracting from Zhou Ju, this ability had transformed into a teleportation skill that only consumed mental energy, and it could transport objects. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Jiang Heng felt a surge of secret delight. Now he possessed both time stop and spatial teleportation. He could influence both time and space. What if he were to fuse time stop with this new ability? Would the range of time stop expand to encompass the entire world? Jiang Heng secretly anticipated the possibility. But he couldn't attempt a fusion now, as the calcium ion teleportation ability was still only at A rank. What if the fusion compromised the effectiveness of time stop? Time stop was his most powerful ability. He couldn't afford to take such a risk. He would need to wait until the ability reached at least S rank before attempting a fusion. Jiang Heng looked toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, gather everyone together. Jiang Heng commanded. Jiang Ming nodded and used the radio to summon the prisoners from all sectors. At that moment, everyone was engaged in various tasks. Some were rebuilding the steel mill, while others were organizing the sewing machine depot. Still others were in the agricultural zone of Cell Block 5, tilling the soil and preparing for sowing. Everyone rushed over drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. It was evident that Jiang Ming's authority was indeed formidable. Everyone was fully committed to the construction efforts. Perhaps they could no longer be called prisoners. Under Jiang Heng's iron rule, they had long since reformed, diligently laboring to build the entire base. The various sectors of the base were beginning to function smoothly once more. The crowd hurried over from all directions, gathered together, and looked at Jiang Ming with grave expressions. Deputy Leader, why have you summoned us? Then they immediately spotted Jiang Heng. Leader, the leader is back. Their expressions stiffened, then erupted with excitement. They had all been waiting for the construction materials. After all, reinforcing the prison's defenses meant greater safety for themselves. Some had even spontaneously formed teams to venture out searching for brickyards and hauling back large quantities of materials. As a result, the construction of the prison's outer walls had progressed significantly since Jiang Heng had left days ago. It had exceeded his expectations. Not only had the walls near the main gate risen, but low walls had also been erected for dozens of meters around the perimeter. Yang Yu, with disheveled hair, clutching a notebook covered in sketches, approached Jiang Heng. "Leader, since you've returned safely, what about the materials?" He trailed off, glancing at the RV. In his mind, Yang Yu doubted that the RV, despite its size, would have enough capacity. It was probably like a large truck. He had been baffled when the leader had set out alone to find materials. How could one RV possibly gather enough supplies to reinforce the entire prison? A flicker of worry remained in his heart. Jiang Heng looked at him and said with a meaningful tone, "Yang Yu, follow me." With that, he led him alone toward the prison's warehouse. The prison had a massive warehouse which previously stored large quantities of building materials and steel, but now it was completely depleted. The vast structure stood empty and cavernous. Jiang Heng and Yang Yu stood at the entrance. "Don't blink," he said. In the next instant, Jiang Heng snapped his fingers casually. Boom! Countless materials materialized out of thin air and crashed to the ground. Hundreds of tons of supplies materialized out of thin air within the factory. They nearly filled the entire space to the brim. The warehouse was stuffed so full that even the air was compressed, forming terrifying gusts that burst out through windows and doors with explosive sounds. Yang Yu stared at this stunning sight, his eyes frozen in disbelief. His hair was wildly whipped by the compressed air blasting past. To conjure up such a massive quantity of supplies out of nowhere. What exactly was the leader's ability? Yang Yu had seen Jiang Heng use flame thunder before, and he had assumed that was the leader's power. But now he witnessed an even more terrifying ability. It was simply too terrifying. Yang Yu's expression shifted uneasily, and his pupils trembled as he looked at Jiang Heng. "Is this enough materials?" Jiang Heng asked. Yang Yu's gaze flickered, and he nodded repeatedly. "Enough. Enough, it's definitely enough, damn it." He couldn't help but curse. After all, the scene was absolutely overwhelming. The supplies filling the entire factory were more than sufficient. They could be used to reinforce the outer walls of the entire prison with incredible strength. Jiang Heng rubbed his chin, looking as if it were all perfectly ordinary. Yet his face turned solemn as he gazed at the packed warehouse. "But I haven't even taken out all my materials yet." This statement nearly made Yang Yu spit blood. "What? There's more. Leader, there's another factory behind, originally abandoned. Follow me." He rubbed his nose and forcibly regained his composure. Then he led Jiang Heng slowly toward another spare factory. Jiang Heng stopped at the entrance, inspected it briefly, and nodded. "Enough, just about." He then retrieved the remaining construction materials. He stacked them inside the spare factory, filling about half the space. Barely enough. Yang Yu's pupils trembled with excitement. As the prison's architect, he was fully responsible for reinforcing the defensive facilities. Vice Leader Jiang Ming had once spoken to him privately. "Some things the leader won't say, but as Vice Leader I must. The design of the prison's defensive reinforcement is entirely your responsibility. If any problems are discovered in the construction, later you will bear the consequences. If that day comes, I will not hesitate to punish you as a warning to others. So I hope you take this seriously." Jiang Ming's cold words were still vivid in Yang Yu's memory. If anything went wrong with the prison's defenses, he would be fully accountable. Thus he had been frantic these past days, constantly thinking about how to fortify the defenses to the utmost. Now that the leader had brought back so many materials, many of his designs could finally be put to use. The more materials, the more reassured he felt. This was directly tied to his own life. "Thank you, leader. With so many materials, I can definitely turn our prison into the strongest fortress of the apocalypse," Yang Yu declared with full confidence, thumping his chest. Jiang Heng nodded, seeing his enthusiasm. Jiang Ming must have already spoken to him. Jiang Ming clearly understood how to lead people. He knew how to motivate, whether through threats or encouragement, tailoring his approach to each person's personality. Jiang Heng was very satisfied. "Now focus on reinforcing the facilities. I have something to ask Jiang Ming." Jiang Heng patted Yang Yu on the shoulder and said. Then he left and walked to the command room. "Jiang Ming, apart from building materials, I also brought back some other things during this trip." Jiang Heng's voice was calm, but Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. The leader possessed multiple mysterious abilities unfathomable. That motorhome didn't seem like something from launching either. Anything that would make the leader specifically seek him out for a conversation must be extraordinary. "Is the steel mill cleared out?" Jiang Heng asked. Jiang Ming nodded slowly. "It was almost a ruin, lots of debris, dust everywhere, but we've cleared it." However, his eyes flashed with a hint of self-reproach. "Leader, the steel mill in our prison is an old 1945 model. The equipment is outdated, all rusted and unusable. So earlier I was too optimistic about this place," he said apologetically. No matter how intelligent Jiang Ming was, he knew nothing about steel science, materials science, or mechanics. so he couldn't tell whether the steel mill could resume operation after cleaning. Misjudging that was his first mistake. But luckily it wasn't serious. Jiang Heng just smiled. No matter. Just take me there. Jiang Ming nodded. Then he led Jiang Heng to the abandoned steel mill within the prison. The equipment was indeed very old, covered in rust. The machine tools, workshop, machinery, ventilation, and localized heating were all in a state of complete disrepair. They were already at the level of wreckage, impossible to rebuild. The steel mill's condition is poor and none of this can be restored to operation. However, after cleaning the sewing machine factory, the situation is better. Some people are already modifying bulletproof vests there. Jiang Heng nodded. He walked over to the pile of machinery and pressed his hand down. A low hum resonated as the massive objects vanished, causing air to rush into the vacuum, creating an eerie sound. All the old equipment in the vast steel mill disappeared completely. Then Jiang Heng took out a brand new steel mill machine. Not just that, there were also woodworking machines, steel bar rolling machines, pressing machines, brick casting machines, and many other large pieces of equipment. These were all modern latest models, so their volume was much smaller than the old steel mill facilities from the last century. The large factory building was enough to contain them. The shiny, gleaming machines landed on the ground with a muffled, heavy thud. The sound echoed through the entire factory. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed sharply. He had witnessed the leader's spatial ability to conjure objects out of thin air before, but he never imagined the leader could casually produce so many large machines. Now the prison not only had a steel mill, but also a variety of large equipment. Steel making, brick casting, pressing, all were available. With construction waste, they could recast bricks here. In short, the prison had become a true all-purpose base. With so many advanced facilities supplying food, clothing, shelter, and combat gear for over 1,000 survivors was no longer a problem. Jiang Ming stared at Jiang Heng in awe, his eyes filled with incredulity. Leader, where did all this come from?